Chapter 1. Do you truly intend to go Adonis? You are aware that this ancient magical uprising is unlike any other. The elderly man gazed sorrowfully at the young individual hastily packing his belongings before him. You know, Master, that the old foxes at the Ministry of Magic lack the capacity to resolve this matter otherwise. They would not have humbled themselves to request my assistance, the young man replied. Observing the frail figure of the elderly man, referred to as Adonis, a flicker of reluctance manifested in his eyes. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, should this uprising remain unresolved, it is certain that the Muggles will become aware of it, leading to unmanageable chaos. But this uprising is exceptionally perilous. One misstep could result in dire consequences. The elderly man's tears began to fall. Fear not, Master, this is my mission as well. Have you not always taught me that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight? With that, he opened his arms and embraced the sorrowful elder, drawing him close. For those with clear minds, death is merely another grand adventure. Adonis hesitated, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yet this time, it seems the student must pave the way for you, my dear elder. Tears streamed from the man's eyes as he wiped them away with his sleeve, looking at the elderly figure who had been his mentor for a decade. He managed a faint smile, though to the elder, it appeared rather grim. Take good care of Mia, he said. The youth then turned and retrieved a bag resembling a satchel, gripping its opening tightly. As he unfastened it, a magnificent phoenix emerged, soaring around the room several times before settling on Adonis' shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Adonis responded by gently stroking her head. While I am away, be sure to heed the words of Professor Nico and Madame Perenelle. Mia, sensing her master's sorrow, nodded, albeit unaware of the unfolding events. The young man secured his wand and embraced the elder once more before stepping away, making his way to the door. In that fleeting moment, the elder appeared to age a century, sitting silently on the sofa, lost in his thoughts. As Adonis opened the door, he was met by an elderly woman who stood weeping, wiping away her tears. My dear child, must you truly go? Upon seeing Adonis, the woman's face lit up with a tender smile as she approached him, adjusting his collar, her hands gently caressing his face as if to etch his visage into her memory. You know, madam, I have compelling reasons for my departure. Adonis placed his hands over the woman's, pressing his face closer. I fear the days ahead will leave only you and the master, the woman said, her tears flowing freely once more. In response, Adonis offered comfort. Mia will remain by your side, just as I have always been with you. With gentle care, he wiped away her tears, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace before stepping outside to the courtyard. He drew his wand, giving it a light flourish, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The elderly woman seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by the elderly man behind her. She leaned into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Nico, Adonis is not merely your student. I have always regarded him as my grandson. I know I have always considered him my grandson as well. Overwhelmed by his wife's sorrow, Nico could no longer suppress his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Adonis appeared at the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, composing himself before pushing open the grand, ancient doors. At this moment, several wizards awaited Adonis' arrival, none daring to speak, for they all understood the perilous nature of the magical uprising they were about to confront. Even the most seasoned wizards faced certain doom in such circumstances, let alone this young wizard in his 20s at the height of his youth. It was Adonis who finally shattered the silence. Let us proceed. We must confront this heathen, mustn't we? He managed a bittersweet smile. Seeing this faint smile, the ministry staff felt a wave of shame wash over them. After all, it was the ministry's responsibility to quell magical upheavals and prevent exposure to Muggles. Yet their incompetence had led to this dire situation. In silence, Adonis traversed the international Flu network, arriving at the Italian Ministry of Magic, situated underground in Rome, where the entire establishment was in a frenzy of activity. Everyone seemed to be moving at breakneck speed. The fires in each fireplace crackled incessantly, casting a green glow throughout the ministry's grand hall, as if a deadly duel were taking place. Someone rushed forward, confirming Adonis' identity before seizing his arm. The situation is urgent. We have no time for pleasantries. Please forgive me. He then led Adonis to a tattered Martin boot, explaining, we have set up a port key near the disturbance. We can teleport directly there. Without waiting for Adonis' reply, he touched the boot, and in an instant, the world spun around them. When Adonis opened his eyes again, they were hovering above a dilapidated castle. This magical uprising was undeniably formidable, even in the air. Adonis could sense the overwhelming magical energy. Upon landing, the potent force threatened to consume everything around him, causing the robes of the ministry personnel nearby to billow wildly. The leader, upon seeing Adonis' arrival, looked as if he had been granted the elixir of life, grasping Adonis' arm and pleading, "Do you have a solution?" Adonis remained silent, pulling out his wand and approaching the castle's entrance. With a decisive motion, several silvery threads extended from his chest, reaching deep into the castle's interior. In a place unseen by others, black energy began to coalesce at the threads' ends, forming murky orbs. This should suffice, Adonis declared before transforming into a swirl of silver magical energy, vanishing before their eyes. After some time, Adonis reappeared within the castle's bell tower, where the final ancient magical nexus lay. Absorbing it would quell the uprising, yet Adonis' state was far from optimal. Anyone observing would immediately sense the chaotic magical energy raging within him. Just as he leaned against the wall to catch his breath, the energy surged violently, flooding into his body. What is this? Realizing the energy's intrusion, Adonis had no time to react. The rampant magic erupted from him, obliterating everything in its vicinity, transforming his body into brilliant dust. Outside, witnesses beheld the bell tower's summit dissolve into ashes, instantly comprehending the fate that had befallen the prodigious wizard. In 1902, the tale of a brilliant wizard came to a tragic close. As the tumultuous magical energy annihilated Adonis' form, his spirit did not perish. Instead, it became even more refined. Adonis felt a surge of power enveloping his soul before slipping into a deep slumber. The boundaries of time began to blur, his essence lingering on the precipice of life and death. One day, Adonis sensed a gradual clarity returning to his consciousness, the world around him brightening. He heard the hurried footsteps of people, their voices, and the cries of an infant. Am I not dead? Could this be heaven? At that moment, he heard a woman exclaim loudly, Sir, a baby boy has been born. Both mother and child are safe. What is happening? Are they referring to me? Adonis attempted to speak, but only the cries of a newborn emerged. I have been reborn? Clearly, no one could answer his questions at that moment. Everyone was rejoicing in the arrival of new life. However, the infant's body could not sustain such a surge of cerebral activity, and soon Adonis' awareness slipped back into chaos. 11 years passed in a whirlwind. Adonis, have you changed your clothes? Hurry down, we must depart. This was Adonis' mother, Lady Landon, a gentle yet astute woman. Yes, mother, I'll be right down. Once again named Adonis in this life, he exhibited remarkable talents far beyond those of his peers. The upper echelons of London society were well aware that Adonis of the Landon family possessed not only a strikingly handsome visage befitting his name, but also astounding intelligence across various domains. Consequently, Adonis was often referred to as the child of someone else's family from the moment he began his educational label, both reasonable and infuriating. When Adonis reached approximately 5 months of age, capable of performing simple actions, he began to sense the magical energy flowing within him, ultimately realizing that he remained in the same world, albeit nearly 80 years behind. However, as a child from a Muggle family, he currently had no means of connecting with the magical realm. However, regarding the possession of magical powers within oneself, one would expect that the name would be inscribed in the Hogwarts admission book, and upon reaching the age of 11, a letter should arrive. As for locating his own teacher, if he does not take the initiative, who could possibly find him? Who knows if he has moved over the years? In contrast to his previous life, where he lacked the affection of a biological family, in this life, He not only enjoys the love of his parents, but also has an adorable younger sister named Vina, who is 5 years his junior. Remember to help your sister with the milk on the dining table when you go out, added Mrs. Landon. Of course, mother. A few minutes later, a small boy, appearing around 10 years of age, with hair shimmering like gold and striking sapphire blue eyes, dressed in a deep blue shirt, appeared at the front door. Once he settled into the back seat of the car, a porcelain doll-like little girl clung to him. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the girl bore a striking resemblance to him. Adonis casually handed her the milk. "Thank you, brother." The little girl planted a kiss on Adonis' cheek, and then happily began to drink the milk nestled against him. Mrs. Landon, observing Adonis' tousled hair, remarked, "Adonis, how many times must I remind you that long hair cannot be left unkempt?" Adonis sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. "I'm sorry, mother'll tie it up right away." He quickly retrieved a hair tie and fashioned a low ponytail. At that moment, Mr. Landon, seated in the driver's seat, turned around and said, "Are we all set? It's time for us to depart. Let's go." Thus, the car started, heading towards their destination, the London Zoo. As Mr. Landon drove, he addressed Adonis, saying, "My little Adonis will be attending Eton College after his 11th birthday. Are you feeling the slightest bit anxious about facing a new environment?" "You know, Dad, it's nothing to worry about." However, what truly occupied his thoughts was the ancient castle that haunted his dreams. "Ha ha ha. This will certainly be a piece of cake for our little genius of the Landon family." "Dad, you're biased." "I'm also a genius in our family," Vina retorted indignantly. Yes, my little Princess Vina will always be the best," Adonis replied, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. In the midst of their joyous laughter, the family arrived at the zoo. The Landon couple planned to visit the aquarium, while Adonis, wishing not to intrude on their date, took Vina to explore the various exhibits. Vina's laughter seemed to echo endlessly. After they purchased ice cream, Vina stopped in front of the reptile house. "What's the matter? Are you particularly interested in what's inside?" Adonis inquired, smiling as he held her hand. "Brother, Vina wants to go inside and take a look." Vina blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Adonis. Adonis affectionately ruffled her hair and guided her inside. After a while, they found themselves in front of the display for a Burmese python, where they observed a rather peculiar family. The portly father looked disdainfully at the snake, while the slender mother stood beside a boy who was pressed against the glass, resembling a small pig, with a loving gaze. The other boy in the family seemed to be somewhat neglected. The neglected boy appeared slightly malnourished, his clothes tattered, with some areas still awaiting repair. Even his glasses seemed cobbled together from leftover parts, with tape holding the broken pieces together, embodying a visage of neglect and mistreatment. "Brother, that boy looks so pitiful," Vina remarked. "Oh, why does Vina think he is so unfortunate? Look at his clothes, they're full of holes, and his glasses are broken. It seems like his family doesn't care for him very much." Adonis remained silent, simply listening to his naive sister's earnest analysis until the chubby boy knocked on the glass and shouted. Once he walked away, Adonis turned to Vina and said, "Would you like me to introduce you to that boy?" Upon hearing this, Vina's interest piqued, and she immediately took Adonis' hand, leading him toward the Burmese python's display. As they approached, Adonis overheard the little boy conversing with the python. "I'm so sorry he's never experienced that kind of treatment, lying there all day, facing those grotesque creatures that come and gawk at you. You can hear me speaking?" Realizing the oddity of the scene, Adonis deduced that this child might possess a talent for speaking with snakes, similar to his friend Omenes. However, the innocent Vina failed to notice this peculiarity. She simply straightened her clothes and walked up to the boy, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Hello, my name is Vina. May I ask what your name is?" The boy, engrossed in his conversation with the python, was startled by the sudden voice of the girl. "Oh, I meant to say hello. My name is Potter, Harry Potter." It was evident that he was still somewhat anxious, stumbling over his words, unsure of where to place his hand at that moment. Adonis spoke up. "Hello, I am Adonis Landon, and my sister may have startled you a bit. You see, children are always filled with boundless enthusiasm when meeting new friends." After saying this, he extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Harry. For the first time in many years, Harry felt such respect from someone, leaving him momentarily astonished. After shakily shaking hands with Adonis, he shyly rubbed the back of his head and smiled. "Were you just chatting with a snake?" Vina pointed at the now upright python. "I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like it can understand me," Harry replied, lacking confidence that that's truly amazing. The brother and sister before him appear to share a strong bond, with the brother constantly holding his sister's hand, both strikingly beautiful, which made Harry, already lacking in self-assurance, feel somewhat inferior. Sensing Harry's despondent mood, Adonis deftly shifted the focus back to him. Under Adonis's subtle care, Harry gradually became bolder, and for a time, the three of them engaged in pleasant conversation. Suddenly, a chubby boy, full of energy, rushed back into the scene, bouncing around and loudly pushing Harry to the ground, forcefully pressing him against the glass barrier while shouting for his parents. This crude behavior made Harry feel embarrassed in front of his newfound friends, prompting him to turn and glare at the chubby boy. At that instant, Adonis sensed a surge of magical energy. Although he had discovered his own magical abilities at a young age, witnessing Harry's magic erupt in such a manner left him feeling as though he were in another world. Under the influence of the magic, the glass barrier suddenly vanished into thin air. The chubby boy, caught off guard by his own forcefulness, stumbled headfirst into the display tank. When he sat up, staring at the python that had crawled past him, he was rendered speechless in fear. Meanwhile, Vina, witnessing the suddenly emerging python, let out a startled cry and quickly hid behind her brother. Sensing his sister's fear, Adonis enveloped Vina in his arms, gently patting her back while keeping a watchful eye on the rejuvenated python. Should it harbor any dangerous intentions, it would face dire consequences. The python made no unnecessary movements. As it passed by Harry, he politely said, "You're welcome. Is this little fellow a descendant of the Gunter family?" Adonis pondered. The panic caused by the python's escape from the reptile house ruined the day's plans. Harry was taken away by his furious aunt and uncle, likely to face a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to his new friends, though it seemed unlikely they would meet again. Mrs. Landon was utterly worried. Although she trusted Adonis, a large python was quite another matter. A single Vina would not suffice for it. "You've frightened my little Vina to death," she scolded Adonis while comforting Vina. "How could you take your sister to such a dangerous place?" Adonis simply smiled in resignation. "How was I to know we'd happen to be at the Burmese python exhibit and coincidentally encounter a little wizard who just happened to unleash his magic?" Mr. Landon, on the other hand, defended Adonis. "No one could have anticipated that the zoo's aging facilities would allow the snake to escape, that my darlings are unharmed. Dear, please don't be angry." This earned him a fierce glare from Mrs. Landon, who ordered him to sleep in the study for 2 weeks that on Saturday morning, with the Landon family's servants off for their day off. Adonis was playfully wrestling with Vina in the living room. Mrs. Landon, observing this heartwarming scene, felt a deep sense of satisfaction until she suddenly remembered something and said, "Adonis, stop playing for a moment and check the mailbox for any letters." Hearing this, Adonis set down the little princess on his back and walked to the mailbox at the yard's entrance. He retrieved the letters and headed back. Among them were an invitation to a tea party for his mother, this month's utility bills, and, sensing something, Adonis looked up to see a small black dot flying from a distance, steadily growing larger in his view. It was an owl. Noticing Adonis lingering in the yard, the owl hastened its flight, dropping a letter into Adonis's hands as it approached. This was a letter more familiar than any other, sealed with a heavy parchment, adorned with a wax seal bearing a shield emblem. Encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent around the capital letter H. The reverse side bore the address: Mr. Landon, 1021, second floor guest room, Grosvenor Square, Mayfield District. The letter was from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Addressed to Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, Chief Sorcerer of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Landon, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1 SD, and we await your owl's response by July 31 SD. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Gazing at the familiar letter, tears suddenly streamed down Adonis's face. "Brother, Why are you crying? Vina, peeking from behind the door with concern, prompted Adonis to smile through his tears, walk over, lift her up, and address their mother in the living room. Mother, I may not be able to attend Eton College. Mr. Landon, abruptly summoned back from work, had yet to take a sip of water when he was pulled to examine this mysterious letter. After reading it, he was utterly bewildered. So, young Adonis plans to attend this Hogwarts school mentioned in the letter? He shook the acceptance letter in his hand, looking at his wife. Diana, do you think this letter is credible? Should we confirm with the police? William, perhaps we should call the police. The sender seems to know so much about our Adonis. We should seek protection. Listening to his parents' increasingly erratic conversation, Adonis quickly attempted to reel them back into, I think I might know something. Instantly, the Landons perked up, eager to fetch a camera to document evidence. Adonis felt overwhelmed and hurriedly demonstrated a bit of magic, making a vase float from the living room to the kitchen. This display left his parents speechless, while Vina clapped enthusiastically, demanding another performance. Time seemed to stretch on, with the Landons still grappling with their shattered worldview, until Mr. Landon finally asked, So Adonis, you are a wizard, right? I believe that's what they call it. And you're set to attend a school called Hogwarts? Adonis nodded. Oh dear, I feel as though this world is becoming increasingly surreal, Mrs. Landon lamented. The letter indicated that a professor from the school would visit the following day, allowing them to discuss the authenticity of the news. On Sunday afternoon, Mr. Landon deliberately declined several invitations for drinks from friends, deeming his son's education far more important than socializing over drinks. Venus sat quietly beside Adonis, occasionally inquiring about magic, to which Adonis patiently responded. Mrs. Landon busied herself in the kitchen, the stiffness in her hands betraying her inner turmoil. The doorbell rang, and Vina leaped from the sofa, scampering to the yard's entrance to greet the professor from Hogwarts. Upon opening the door, she discovered a tall, elderly woman in a flowing emerald green robe and a pointed wizard hat, who gazed at her kindly. Hello there, dear. Are you the professor from Hogwarts? Vina asked, feeling a bit anxious in the presence of the strangely dressed woman. Hello, lovely young lady. I am Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall gazed affectionately at the charming young girl before her. And soon, under the guidance of Vina, entered the remarkably extraordinary Randon residence. Upon seeing the professor's arrival, Mrs. Randon promptly emerged from the kitchen, bearing a tray of tea and delicacies that had been prepared in advance to extend her hospitality. If I may be so bold, Professor McGonagall, could you possibly demonstrate for my wife and me the magical wonders you speak of? After all, such phenomena are quite difficult for ordinary folk to comprehend. Mr. Randon inquired politely. In response to Mr. Randon's courteous request, Professor McGonagall felt a pleasant warmth in her heart. The Randon family was certainly far more gracious than other muggles who had met her with shouts of monster and madwoman. Of course, no unpleasant experience is beyond the reach of oblivion, and should you disagree, then let us have another round, and why, dear readers, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. As the tale grows ever more captivating, Professor McGonagall offered no reply, but instead transformed the teacup before her into an adorable little kitten. Vina, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, clapped her hands in delight and scooped the kitten into her arms, playfully teasing it. Although the Randon couple had already witnessed Adonis levitating a vase the previous day, they were still utterly astonished by the finesse of the Transfiguration that moment. They both believed that sending Adonis to Hogwarts was indeed the best choice to nurture his magical talents. Thus, their ensuing conversation became exceedingly amiable, with the Randon couple posing questions that Professor McGonagall graciously answered. Adonis occasionally interjected with his own inquiries, eager to learn about the transformations that had taken place in a magical world during his 80-year absence. As the time approached, Professor McGonagall invited them. Shall I escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your supplies for the upcoming term? And so, the group set off in grand procession. Naturally, Professor McGonagall merely informed the Randon couple of the address. As a wizard, she was not particularly accustomed to muggle modes of transportation and, after establishing a meeting point, vanished with a flicker of apparition that Mr. Randon parked the car near the location indicated by Professor McGonagall. Surveying the surroundings left and right, yet found no sign of the so-called leaky cauldron, he then leaned down to Adonis and asked, Adonis, have you spotted that leaky cauldron? Adonis pointed behind him, But when Mr. Randon turned around, he could only see a clothing store at the corner, utterly unrelated to the establishment they sought. Subsequently, Adonis took hold of Mr. Randon's hand, and Mr. Randon felt as if the shops before him began to shift apart, revealing a small, dark, and dilapidated pub in the G.A.P.D. "Oh, wizards live so casually," Mr. Randon remarked incredulously upon observing the shabby surroundings, prompting Mrs. Randon to furrow her brow, not for any other reason than the pub's decrepit condition. Unperturbed, Adonis led the Randon couple into the pub, where a diverse array of wizards could be seen, some impeccably dressed while others appeared quite ragged. After exchanging greetings with Professor McGonagall, who was seated inside, the group followed her to the back door of the pub. Halting before a stone wall, Professor McGonagall addressed Adonis. "The entrance to Diagon Alley is just here. You need only tap these 3 bricks with your wand, and the gateway will open for you." As soon as she finished speaking, the bricks she had tapped began to tremble. Other bricks followed suit, and eventually a spacious archway emerged in the center, wide enough for the 4 of them to pass through side by side, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity, flanked by crooked buildings of wizardly design. "Welcome to Diagon Alley. Welcome to the world of wizards." Professor McGonagall ushered the Randon family into Diagon Alley, where the couple and Vina surveyed the entirely different world with wide-eyed curiosity, marveling at the wildly distorted architecture that defied the principles of physics. After informing the Randon couple of the shopping process, she took her leave, for one cannot expect the busy deputy headmistress of Hogwarts to accompany students throughout their entire shopping spree. Mr. Randon pondered for a moment. "So, we're to go to Gringotts to exchange for wizarding currency." "The Galleon? Why that name?" Adonis said little in response, leading the family towards the tallest building in Diagon Alley. The gleaming white structure boasted a shiny bronze door, before which stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. "Brother, what is that peculiar creature?" Vina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Adonis harbored little fondness for goblins, recalling the numerous greedy goblins who coveted ancient magical power and nearly brought ruin to Hogwarts. "They are goblins. Creatures both greedy and arrogant." Vina nodded, somewhat understanding, while the Randon couple stood entranced by the warning at Gringotts' entrance. "Enter, stranger, but beware of the consequences of insatiable greed." Adonis led them towards the door, where 2 goblins bowed and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins were seated behind a long counter, some hastily recording in ledgers, others weighing gold coins on scales, while a few inspected gems through magnifying glasses. Adonis quickly guided Mr. Randon to the innermost counter and addressed the goblin there. "A new student at Hogwarts wishes to exchange for galleons." The goblin raised its eyes, devoid of emotion, and stated, "The exchange rate for pounds to galleons is 5 to 1, but we do not accept too much Muggle currency." "Very well, we wish to exchange for 200 galleons." With that, Adonis handed the goblin 1,000 pounds and received a bag filled with galleons in return. Suddenly, he inquired, "You won't shortchange me on my galleons, will you? You can trust Gringotts' reputation." The goblin seemed taken aback by such a question, frowning slightly and displaying signs of displeasure. Adonis chuckled softly, remaining noncommittal. After leaving Gringotts, Mrs. Randon suddenly grasped Adonis' arm, her face alight with excitement. Come, let me take you to select robes." Observing his mother's exuberance, Adonis couldn't help but marvel at the innate enthusiasm women seemed to possess for shopping. The family entered Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Adonis stood aside to have his measurements taken, while Mrs. Randon approached Madame Malkin to engage in conversation. Insights drawn from the Muggle fashion industry sparked considerable inspiration from Madame Malkin, and the sounds of women's laughter and exclamations occasionally filled the air. After listening to a thorough analysis from Mrs. Randon, Madame Malkin felt an instant kinship, expressing her intention to send the upcoming new releases to Mrs. Randon for her consideration and even offering a discount on Adonis robes, along with a complimentary robe for Vina, which left Adonis with a newfound understanding of the bonds of friendship among women. Once they completed their purchase of first-year textbooks from Flourish and Blots, it was time for the highlight of their shopping trip, the wand that in fact, Adonis had already possessed a wand in his previous life, and he wondered if he would be chosen by another this time. The Randon couple, along with Vina, prepared to visit the pet shop to acquire an owl for Adonis, leaving him alone to procure his wand. Approaching Ollivander's, he gazed at the familiar sign, feeling as though he had been transported back to that time in Hogsmeade. As he pushed open the door to the wand shop, the scent of aged wood enveloped him. A new student at Hogwarts, are we? A frail old man with silver hair emerged from between the shelves, scrutinizing Adonis. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I do not believe I have seen you before. You must be this year's new student. With that, he produced a silver measuring tape and began to take Adonis' measurements. Initially, Adonis thought little of it. After all, every wand maker has their unique style. However, when the tape began to inch towards his nostrils, he could not resist asking, Mr. Ollivander, our measurements change annually. Why are you measuring me now? Young one, this is a matter unique to wand makers. Children ought not to question it. Adonis felt vexed. It was clear the old man was being rather whimsical, his demeanor suggesting eccentricity. Which is your dominant hand? The right. After completing the measurements, Ollivander rummaged through the shelves and retrieved a slender box. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 11 inches, possessing remarkable power. Give this a try. Adonis accepted the wand, and with a gentle flick, a surge of powerful energy erupted, leaving a sizable hole in Ollivander's counter. Not this one. Not this one, Ollivander exclaimed, swiftly reclaiming the wand. Having spoken, he wandered between the counters and produced a wand made of purple wood and phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches. Let us give this one a try. As Adonis waved the wand, a tempest erupted within the shop. Once the storm subsided, the wand shop lay in disarray, with Mr. Ollivander being swept into the shelves by the recent upheaval. While the instigator, Adonis, remained unscathed. Mr. Ollivander, are you all right? Clearly, he was momentarily unable to respond to Adonis. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content, restoring everything to its original state. Adonis, without further contemplation on the wand's suitability, cast a restoration spell, and the shop quickly returned to its former glory. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mr. Ollivander emerged slowly, nursing his old back. Excellent spell casting. If I were professor at Hogwarts, I would certainly award you extra points. Yet, despite his praise, Mr. Ollivander found himself in a quandary. If he allowed Adonis to continue testing, his venerable shop would be in dire need of renovation by the end of the day. Perceiving Ollivander's discomfort, Adonis proactively offered a solution. Mr. Ollivander, I have an immature idea. Noticing Ollivander's intrigued expression, Adonis did not hesitate to channel his magical energy deep into the wand shop, seeking a wand that resonated with his own power. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed from the depths of the shop. Ollivander ventured deeper, rummaging for a moment before retrieving an ancient-looking box. This is a wand crafted by my father. He created a pair of brother wands from the same materials. One perished alongside its master in an accident decades ago. The wand's owner was a wizard renowned for his genius. Alas. Ollivander gazed at Adonis as if etching his visage into memory. And he did not continue, for Adonis comprehended that he was speaking of his own tale, a splendid idea. It is exceedingly rare for someone your age to exhibit such precise control over magic. Give this a try. A wand of Wutone wood, with a phoenix feather, measuring 13 1/3 inches, capable of enhancing the spellcaster's magical potency. As Adonis grasped the wand, a wave of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the days spent fighting alongside its brother decades ago. Gradually infusing it with magic, the wand's tip radiated a gentle glow, the currents of magic softly tousling Adonis's bangs. Observing this, Ollivander understood that the wand had accepted Adonis. The wand chooses the wizard. This wand has acknowledged you, and it is yours that I hope you treat it well. The greatest aspiration of every wand maker is to find a suitable owner for their creations. That will be 7 galleons. After bidding farewell to Ollivander, Adonis also acquired a wand maintenance kit. Mr. Landon waved to Adonis outside the pet shop. Once the family reunited, Vina, cradling a birdcage, exclaimed, "Brother, this is the owl I chose." "Aren't I amazing?" Adonis chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Vina is the best." He then glanced at the snowy owl in the cage and inquired, "Is it a female?" "Indeed," she replied. "Then let us name her Hera." Before long, the day of departure for school arrived. For Adonis, the academic responsibilities felt less burdensome, as his primary goal was to savor the serene and beautiful campus life at Hogwarts. After all, during his 5th-year enrollment, he had been overwhelmed by the troubles concerning the goblins, and in 6th and 7th years he had been preoccupied with the ancient magic upheaval. This time, I, Adonis, have resolved to fully enjoy my school life. During his time at home, Adonis had not been idle. In addition to spending time with family, he specifically visited Rickon-S bookstore to purchase tomes chronicling significant events in the magical world over the past 30 years. He also wished to revisit alchemy practice, though many concepts had grown somewhat hazy over time, and he would have to gradually reacquaint himself once he arrived at Hogwarts, like the T-King-S cross station. Adonis bid farewell to his family. The Landon couple felt a tinge of reluctance about their child venturing into the unknown world of education, particularly Vina, who, having been closely attached to her brother since childhood, found the thought of being apart for an extended period distressing, nearly to tears. Fortunately, Adonis managed to persuade her with a few kind words and the allure of a magical candy gift package. Mrs. Landon adjusted Adonis's collar and advised, "If anyone bullies you over there, don't hesitate to fight back." The children of the Landon family cannot suffer indignities. Adonis could only nod repeatedly, thinking to himself, "How could I possibly be at a disadvantage? You must understand, standing before you is the bane of trolls, the nightmare of goblins, the slayer of dark wizards, and the butcher of spiders." Having said his goodbyes, Adonis set off with his canvas bag. "What, you ask about my luggage? As the student of the greatest alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, how could I be stymied by a mere minor spell of undetectable extension?" Adonis dismissed the concern lightly. Yet, upon entering the station, he found himself a loss. Despite possessing a ticket, he was unsure how to proceed. Indeed, during his time at Hogwarts, he either traveled by the night bus or on a flying broomstick, or used flue powder. However, due to the actions of a certain noseless fool, Hogwarts had closed all flue powder routes, much to Adonis's chagrin. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed through the crowd, a slender boy pushing a cart larger than himself, aimlessly navigating through the sea of people. "Hey, Harry!" A sudden tap on his back startled Harry, and upon recognizing his friend, he felt a surge of excitement. "Adonis, what are you doing here?" But then, Harry reconsidered, realizing that someone as accomplished as Adonis should be off to Eton College, and that they were now from two different worlds. Sensing a hint of disappointment in Harry's eyes, Adonis smiled and clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. "What are you thinking, little wizard? Do you know how to get to platform 9 3/4? I don't know either. Wait, could it be that Adonis, you are also—" Harry's emerald green eyes suddenly lit up. "Of course, I am a proud first-year student at Hogwarts. But illustrious first year, you still don't know how to get to the platform? Oh, come on, it's not your turn to lecture me." Adonis suddenly recalled something. Right, Harry is now a celebrity in the magical world, while I, a mere commoner, am now being looked down upon by him. Oh dear. Adonis adopted a demeanor of a wronged damsel. To Harry's face flushed, and he playfully pushed Adonis away, perhaps due to the encounter with a friend. Harry felt considerably lighter, his fears of the unknown future dissipating. Just as the two were teasing each other, a voice called out from the side. Of course, it's packed with muggles. They quickly turned towards the source of the voice, finding a short, plump woman conversing with 4 red-haired boys, each pushing carts similar to Harry's, along with several cages containing owls. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Harry and Adonis hurried to follow her as she led her children to a pillar at the station, speaking to the eldest child. Then, they watched as the boy pushed his cart and vanished into the wall. Harry rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the magical scene before him. Seeing this, Adonis patted Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, you are now a mature young wizard. Stop looking like you've never seen the world." Observing Adonis's sage-like demeanor, Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That moment, the twin brothers from the red-haired family had already entered the platform, prompting Harry to hastily push his cart forward. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" "Oh dear," the plump woman appeared to be exceedingly kind. "First time at Hogwarts. My son Ron is also a first year." The woman, having finished speaking, gestured towards her youngest son, who was referred to as Ron. The boy, with a face adorned with freckles and a smudge resembling dirt upon his nose, nodded awkwardly at Harry. "Yes, but we are uncertain how to," Harry remarked, gently pushing the cart forward, revealing Adonis behind it. The little girl from the red-haired family seemed to be witnessing a handsome boy for the first time, becoming shy and quickly hiding behind the woman. The woman, noticing the charming young lad, smiled and replied, "Are you unsure of how to reach the platform? Simply run straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not fear, you will not collide with the wall. You may go ahead. Ron will follow closely behind you. My dear. The chapter continues beyond this point. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Yet Harry still felt a tinge of trepidation. At that moment, Adonis had placed his hand on Harry's cart on the count of 3. "We shall dash forward together. Point 1, 2, 3. Just as Harry readied himself, Adonis shouted 1, and with a sudden force emanating from his palm, nearly sent Harry tumbling headlong. As the distance to the wall diminished, Harry instinctively shut his eyes, anticipating a collision. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a steam engine filled his ears. When he opened his eyes, he beheld a deep crimson steam locomotive stationed beside a platform bustling with passengers, its sign reading Hogwarts Express. Turning back, he saw the platform sign engraved with Platform 9. The various cats of all colors scurried about the feet of the crowd, whose voices mingled with the locomotive's roar. The forward carriages appeared to be fully occupied. Adonis pulled Harry to the last carriage, selecting one that was empty. Observing Harry struggle to hoist his hefty suitcase aboard, only to have it repeatedly thump against the ground due to his insufficient strength, Adonis sighed in exasperation, touched his forehead, waved his wand, and intoned, "Wingardium Leviosa," effortlessly levitating Harry's luggage to the corner of the compartment. "Cool," Harry exclaimed. "Harry, we are friends. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance," Adonis replied. Having spent many years alone, Harry felt somewhat unaccustomed to the notion of friendship. He shyly scratched the back of his head and smiled. As the train began to depart, Harry noticed the previously mentioned red-haired woman waving goodbye to her children. Holding the hand of the little girl, he stood up to express his gratitude to the woman, and Adonis joined him in waving farewell. Once seated, Harry was eager to share his elation at leaving his aunt and uncle's home with Adonis. However, the compartment door swung open, and the smallest of the red-haired children entered. Pointing at the remaining empty seats and cautiously inquiring, "May I sit here?" All the other compartments appeared to be full. Adonis, smiling courteously, replied, "By all means, please come in." The child nodded appreciatively, and just as he settled in, the door swung open once more to reveal a pair of red-haired twins. "Hey, Ron, we are off to see the giant spider that Lee Jordan brought. Interested? Sorry, we didn't notice you there. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are Fred and George Weasley, and this is our youngest brother, Ron Weasley." Upon hearing their introduction, both Harry and Adonis responded in kind. "Hello, I am Harry Potter." "Hello, I am Adonis Landon." "Harry, you are the Harry," Ron exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "Oh, you truly possess that. You mean the scar, right?" After which Harry brushed aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. "Cool," Fred and George chimed in. "We shall spread the news of Harry Potter starting his year at Hogwarts throughout the entire train." Before Harry could respond, the twins bolted out of the compartment like wild horses. Ron closed the door and, somewhat shyly, inquired, "So, it was truly the work of you-know-who?" "I do not recall much, only a flash of green light." Harry replied that, "I guess it remarkable to have survived that green light." "Harry, you must understand that was the killing curse." Adonis paused, contemplating for a moment before stating, "is akin to being shot in the head with a revolver and emerging unscathed, ultimately defeating the assailant with your bare hands." The topic of Harry's scar was soon set aside as the boys began discussing their family backgrounds. "Harry, so you have lived with your Muggle relatives all this time. Were they kind to you?" "Terribly so, though not everyone is like them. Adonis, for instance, is a wonderful person." Suddenly flattered, Adonis blushed and quickly changed the subject. "What about you, Ron? Your brothers seem quite amusing." Ron's smile faltered momentarily. "That would be George and Fred. They delight in tormenting me. I have 5 brothers in total, who can understand the agony of having several exceptional siblings. Mother always tells me to follow their example. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill is the student council president, and Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Even Percy has become a prefect, while George and Fred, despite their mischief, achieve good grades and are beloved by all. It seems no matter what I do, I cannot measure up to them, and I rarely receive anything new. As he spoke, he produced a plump rat from his pocket. This is Scabbers. He used to belong to Percy. But since he acquired a new owl, he gave this rat to me, as we cannot afford to buy another pet. Oh, I apologized. That Ron's ears flushed red, and he fell silent. Harry and Adonis chose not to dwell on Ron's family circumstances, perceiving instead that Ron led a rather happy life. Adonis began to share details about his own family. Aside from myself, I have a delightful younger sister who is quite sensible and well-behaved. Harry also held a favorable impression of the charming little girl. Nodding in agreement, Ron, feeling less shy, joined the conversation. At this age, boys seem to have an inexhaustible array of topics to discuss, ranging from family to interests and aspirations. Adonis, gazing at Harry, suddenly remembered something. Harry, give me your glasses. Oh, all right. Harry, unsure of Adonis's intent but trusting his friend, promptly removed his glasses and handed them over. Adonis then produced his wand and gently recited, Reparo. The tape on the glasses began to tremble under the influence of magic, ultimately removing itself along with the fissures in the lenses. Once again witnessing Adonis's remarkable spell casting, Harry exclaimed, Cool. Knock. Knock. The compartment door was rapped upon, and a cheerful woman pushed a cart laden with snacks to the entrance. Children, would you like something to eat? Ron smiled and politely declined, producing a sandwich his mother had given him before boarding. However, regardless of how it appeared, his smile seemed somewhat awkward. Harry and Adonis exchanged glances, and Harry retrieved a few gold galleons from his pocket, offering them to the woman. I will take everything. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. The three of them indulged in the mountain of food paid for by the wealthy Harry. Continuing their lively chatter, Harry queried, Ron, coming from a wizarding family, have you perhaps studied a great deal of magic already? At this, Ron straightened his posture, clearing his throat with an air of performance. George and Fred taught me a spell that supposedly turned Scabbers yellow. He brandished his wand, preparing to demonstrate when the compartment door swung open abruptly. Adonis, a bit displeased by the rudeness, frowned as a girl with fluffy curly hair and buck teeth stood at the threshold. Accompanied by a bashful chubby boy, unfazed by whether she was interrupting, the girl inquired, Have you seen a toad? Are you about to perform a spell? Could I witness it? I have also self-taught some spells at home. As he gazed at the incessantly chattering girl before him, Adonis leaned back against the seat as if resigned to his fate. But by the time she finished speaking, Ron had nearly forgotten what he intended to do, only recalling it thanks to Harry's prompt, and resumed reciting the incantation. Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine turned this foolish fat rat yellow. Yet, the desired outcome did not materialize. If one were to describe any change, it was merely that the paper box previously perched atop Scabbers' head was blasted away by the magical force. Observing Ron's awkward demeanor, Adonis couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The girl spoke again. Are you sure that's a spell? It doesn't seem very impressive that I've practiced a few simple spells at home just for training. And they worked, she continued. No one in my family understands magic, so I was quite surprised yet thrilled when I received my acceptance letter. From what I gather, Hogwarts is the most prestigious school of witchcraft. And I've memorized all the textbooks. Then, she brandished her wand at Harry, startling him. Adonis quickly intervened, moving her wand away with a serious tone. Do not point your wand at others when casting spells. It is both dangerous and impolite. It was only then that the girl noticed the handsome boy seated inside, apart from Ron and Harry. Seemingly a bit shy, or perhaps embarrassed by her own recklessness, she became a touch reserved but quickly regained her composure, waving her wand at the ceiling of the compartment, uttering lumos. The tip of her wand emitted a soft glow, prompting her to introduce herself. I am Hermione Granger. What are your names? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Adonis Langdon. You said your name is Harry Potter? Hermione remarked, I know all about you. I've read many books, and a few mentioned me. Harry replied, bewildered, but before he could inquire further, Hermione continued, You mean to say you don't know? If I were you, I would have made it my mission to find every book that mentioned me. She intended to say more, but upon noticing Neville beside her, she suddenly remembered she had come looking for Neville's toad. In any case, you all should change into your robes. We are almost there. And she pointed at Ron's nose. Have you not noticed that there's something dirty on your nose? Right here. With that, she led Neville away. Ron, looking perplexed, wiped his nose only to discover a smudge of black. After she departed, Ron couldn't help but complain. Aside from my mom, I've never met a girl who talks so much. Ron, discussing a lady behind her back is not the behavior of a gentleman, Adonis chided, patting Ron on the head. With plenty of time remaining, the boys settled down to continue their conversation. Which house are your brothers in? Harry inquired curiously. Gryffindor, Ron replied. We're all in that house. I can't imagine what they'd think if I weren't. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with being in Ravenclaw. Just as long as I'm not sorted into Slytherin. What's wrong with Slytherin? Harry asked, puzzled. Oh, you might not know, but Voldemort came from that house and most of his followers, the Death Eaters and Dark Wizards, hail from Slytherin. Adonis appeared contemplative, while Harry shifted Ron's focus away from the houses, asking, what do wizards typically do after graduation? They usually join the Ministry of Magic or work for Gringotts, or, like Charlie, go to Romania to study dragons. Ron seemed to recall something. Did you see the recent news? Gringotts was invaded by dark wizards attempting to rob the underground vault. Really? What happened afterwards? Dad said he escaped from Gringotts. But they claimed nothing was stolen. That Harry's mind began to ponder whether this incident was connected to the mysterious vault Hagrid had taken him to. Clearly, he could not deduce any meaningful conclusions. The chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. At that moment, the train began to slow down, and the group commenced retrieving their wizarding robes from their luggage. Upon seeing Adonis produce an impressively large robe from his small canvas bag, both Ron and Harry exclaimed in awe. That's incredibly cool. Adonis, why does your robe look a bit different? Harry observed the robe adorned with golden silk trim, featuring an elegantly embroidered letterhead black thread at the chest. It was a generous gift from Madame Malkin. My mother gets along splendidly with her. Suddenly, the announcement interrupted their conversation. In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport to the school for you. Upon disembarking, they heard a booming voice. First-year students, come this way. Harry immediately recognized it as Hagrid's voice. Amidst the throng of people, Hagrid's towering figure and bushy beard stood out remarkably. Harry promptly led the others toward Hagrid. Hello. Hagrid hello. Harry, Hagrid squinted his small eyes and glanced at Adonis and Ron. Looks like you've made some new friends. Hello. Hagrid, I'm Ron. Ron was astonished to see such a tall person for the first time. Hello. Hagrid, I'm Adonis. Greetings, little ones. As more people arrived, Hagrid addressed the crowd. Come along. Follow me. We shall take a boat to Hogwarts. Watch your step. Don't slip. They followed Hagrid, slipping and sliding, bumping into one another, while every young wizard wore a look of impatience. However, Adonis felt a sense of warmth, gazing at the distant Hogwarts castle, a wave of joy washing over him. And more than 4 people per boat. Hagrid called out, pointing at the small boats by the lakeside. Come on, Harry, Ron. Let us choose this one. Adonis jumped into the nearest boat. The boats glided across the tranquil lake, all eyes fixated on the towering castle, gasps of wonder erupting from the group. Duck! Hagrid suddenly shouted. Though only he truly needed to duck, Ron, oblivious and puffed up with pride, collided headfirst into the boat, raising a cloud of dust, while Harry laughed heartily. Adonis felt as though his very soul resonated with the magical vibrations of Hogwarts Castle, as if the castle itself welcomed him back. Once everyone disembarked and climbed a flight of stone steps, they halted before a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked, and a figure cloaked in emerald green emerged. Her expression stern, Harry immediately sensed she would be formidable. Adonis waved at Professor McGonagall with a smile, and she responded with a slight nod. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. McGonagall then addressed the newcomers. The feast is about to begin. But first, you must undergo the sorting ceremony. For now, please remain quiet here. Shortly, I will lead you inside. With that, she entered the great hall alongside Hagrid. I heard the sorting ceremony involves battling a troll. It's actually an exam, and those who fail will be expelled. Is that true? Luckily, I previewed the first-year textbooks. Passing the exam should be no problem. One could easily guess the speaker was Hermione. Adonis couldn't suppress a laugh at such absurd speculations. When an inopportune voice broke through the chatter, the haughty blonde boy, flanked by 2 burly companions, strode directly toward Harry. They say Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. You must be him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy. Ron let out a soft snicker, prompting Draco to glare at him. Do you find my name amusing? No need to ask. I can tell who you are. Red hair, shabby robes, too many siblings to afford. You must be a Weasley. Hearing Draco's derisive tone, Ron grew indignant. And just then, Draco turned to Adonis, saying, "And you, I don't know you, but I can guess you're just a filthy mudblood," standing silently to the side. Adonis was suddenly provoked and felt a surge of anger. He heard Draco continue speaking to Harry. "You must understand that there exists a disparity among wizards. If I were you, Potter, I would not associate with those of dubious character." No sooner had he uttered these words than a fist, as large as a sandbag, came hurtling towards him. With a resounding thud, Draco felt the world spin around him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, the excruciating pain on his face prompting him to scream. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe attempted to step forward to assist, but were met with Adonis's fierce glare, causing them to shrink back in fear as if confronted by something monstrous. Left alone, Draco covered his face and wailed, "I will tell my father you hit me. He is a governor, and I shall have you expelled." Just then, Professor McGonagall emerged from her office, frowning at the disturbance among the crowd. "What is going on here?" Adonis stepped forward, swiftly pulling Draco off the ground and wrapping an arm around his neck, rendering Draco instantly mute, for he had no desire to endure another blow from this madman. Adonis's voice whispered in his ear, "Do you think I would be punished for striking you, or for you calling me a mud-blood?" Draco stammered, unable to articulate a response, only to see Adonis's face break into a smile. "Mr. Malfoy, I presume you wouldn't want the professor to learn of your disparaging remarks towards me, would you?" Upon seeing Draco nod in agreement, Adonis turned to Professor McGonagall with a grin. "Professor, Mr. Malfoy accidentally fell, and I merely helped him up. There is nothing to worry about." Indeed, that is the case. Professor McGonagall was not so easily deceived. She discerned the truth at a glance. However, with matters as they were, she chose not to comment further. "Quickly tidy yourselves up. We shall be entering shortly." Adonis returned to Harry's side, and Ron, with admiration glistening in his eyes, exclaimed, "Wow, Adonis, that was incredibly impressive. That punch got my blood pumping." Adonis smiled without a word. Feeling the gaze of numerous first years upon him, Professor McGonagall opened the door and turned to the new students. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Your sorting ceremony is about to commence." As the first years entered the Great Hall, they were awestruck by the floating candles and the beautiful starry sky above. And no matter how many times he had witnessed it, each time Adonis pushed open the Great Hall's doors, he couldn't help but marvel at its breathtaking beauty. McGonagall clapped her hands and continued. "Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own glorious history and has produced remarkable wizards. After the sorting, your exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions at the end of the academic year. The house with the highest points will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor." She raised her voice. "Now, form a single line and step forward." Once the students were lined up, McGonagall approached the front of the staff table and retrieved an old hat, placing it on a nearby stool. Adonis couldn't help but wonder if the hat would conjure a rabbit. To his astonishment, the hat began to wiggle and split open, resembling a mouth that it began to sing before the gathered crowd. Here, 300 words are omitted. As the song concluded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause, and the sorting hat bowed to the audience, subsequently falling silent like an ordinary It seems we merely need to don this hat. Ron lamented, "I must kill Fred." The way he spoke made it sound as if the sorting ceremony involved a life-or-death struggle with a troll. Adonis chuckled. After all, wearing a hat was far simpler than conjuring a rabbit. "Now, when I call your name, place the hat upon your head and sit on the stool," McGonagall announced, holding the list. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward, placed the hat on her head, and as soon as it covered her eyes, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in applause and cheers for Hannah. The sorting ceremony proceeded swiftly. Typically, the hat would quickly announce the house, though sometimes it would deliberate for several minutes. However, upon witnessing Hermione sorted into Gryffindor, Adonis felt perplexed, as he had always imagined she was better suited for Ravenclaw. Next, Neville, who had lost his toad, was sorted into Gryffindor. Then came Adonis Landon. McGonagall's voice rang out again, and Adonis, unhurried, adjusted his robes before stepping out of line, eliciting gasps from the older students at the long tables. They boldly scrutinized the handsome boy, their gazes voracious, as if they wished to devour him. Some had even begun inquiring about Adonis's personal details. Adonis took his place on the stool beside McGonagall, who placed the sorting hat atop his head. He heard the hat's voice. "Is it just my imagination, or do you seem familiar? Almost as if I have sorted you before." Adonis smiled but offered no reply. The hat continued to mutter, "Am I simply too old to remember? I am but a hat. Age should not apply. Well then, let us see. You possess the adventurous spirit of Gryffindor, the immense thirst for knowledge of Ravenclaw, and the loyalty of Hufflepuff, yet I do not sense the ambition characteristic of Slytherin. Curious, truly curious. Perhaps Gryffindor would suit you. Hat. It is rare for someone to call me Hat. When was the last time that occurred?" The sorting hat ceased its reminiscence and decided to comply with Adonis's suggestion. Gryffindor. Adonis removed the hat, placing it reverently back on the stool as he quietly expressed, "Thank you, Hat," with a slight smile. He made his way to the Gryffindor table. When it was Draco's turn, the hat had scarcely touched his head before it declared, "Slytherin." He appeared quite proud of his placement in Slytherin. The remaining students were few. And suddenly, McGonagall called out, "Harry Potter!" The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes upon the young savior. Harry, feeling a bit shy, he nonetheless mustered the courage to step forward upon donning the hat. It seemed deliberate for an eternity, and Adonis sensed Harry's nervousness and trepidation. Ultimately, the hat seemed to arrive at a conclusion. "Then it is Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into jubilant cheers, especially from George and Fred, who celebrated with firework displays. Seated at the head table, Professor Dumbledore had to tap his goblet to restore order. Harry exhaled in relief, believing that choosing Gryffindor might be the best decision he had ever made. "We have Potter, and we have 2 hat stalls," George and Fred chimed in unison. Harry, puzzled, turned to Percy and asked, "What is a hat stall?" A hat stall is a title given to those for whom the sorting hat takes over 5 minutes to decide. Such individuals are generally regarded as possessing extraordinary talents. Much like you, Harry did not believe he could ever measure up to Adonis's excellence, yet he felt joy in being sorted into the same house as his good friends. As Ron was the second to last to be sorted, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but he ultimately achieved his wish of being placed in Gryffindor. When Ron collapsed beside Harry, Percy exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Fantastic, simply fantastic, Ron." Ron rolled his eyes and retorted, "Shut it, Percy." Once the sorting concluded, the elderly figure at the head table stood and tapped his goblet, smiling broadly at the students. Arms outstretched, as if nothing brought him greater joy than seeing the students gather together. "Welcome, welcome new students to Hogwarts. Before we begin the feast, I would like to say a few words. Nincompoops, crybabies, scraps, twists, thank you all." Harry wondered why Professor Dumbledore appeared so eccentric, only to find his plate suddenly filled with food. Adonis was elegantly slicing a piece of steak, while Ron, disregarding decorum, devoured a large chicken leg with abandon. The array of roasted beef, roasted chicken, carrots, and a plethora of other dishes left Harry feeling somewhat dazed. Just as Ron was about to grab another chicken leg from the large platter, a transparent head emerged from the bottom of the dish, delivering a profound shock to Ron's youthful heart. "Good evening, Sir Nick. How was your summer?" Percy proactively greeted the ghost. "Good evening, Percy," the ghost, known as Sir Nick, responded with a noble bow. "Not well. I must say that I applied to join the Headless Horseman Club, but was rejected yet again. That I recognize you. You are nearly headless, Nick." Ron managed to regain his composure and remarked, "Nearly headless? Why do you call him that?" Hermione inquired at that moment. Sir Nick appeared to be quite offended by this question, as he tugged at his left ear, causing his head to wobble precariously and slide off his neck, landing upon his shoulder as if it were barely held together by a thread of skin, suggesting that the executioner had not been thorough. Observing the expressions of horror and nausea on the faces of the Gryffindor first years, he replaced his head back on his neck, looking quite pleased with himself before floating away lightly. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, an array of desserts appeared on the long table. The conversation among the newcomers shifted towards their families. However, there were exceptions, such as Adonis, who quietly relished his favorite tiramisu, while Hermione engaged Percy in discussions about their studies. Her dedication to learning a mystery to to all that ate tea that moment. Harry glanced towards the staff table and saw our benevolent headmaster Dumbledore gazing warmly at him, raising his cup in a gesture of acknowledgement, which left Harry feeling somewhat flustered. As his gaze traversed past a professor adorned in a purple turban to a middle-aged man clad in black robes with unkempt hair, resembling someone who had not washed in years. Harry noticed the man suddenly turn and fixate his hawkish gaze upon him, causing Harry's scar to throb painfully. Adonis sensed Harry's unease and inquired with concern about his condition. Harry couldn't articulate his feelings clearly, so he asked Percy about the identity of the dark-clad professor. That is Snape, the head of Slytherin House and the potions master. He's been eyeing the defense against the dark arts position for years. The professor beside him is the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell. Adonis also noted Snape's gaze and felt a mix of nostalgia and revulsion emanating from it. A chill ran down his spine. What an odd sentiment. At the conclusion of the feast, Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more, stating, "Before we conclude the banquet, I would like to share a few words to first-year students. Take heed. The forest beyond the grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Upper-year students should also take note of this." Dumbledore's eyes briefly flicked towards the Weasley twins. "Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not to be performed in the corridors during breaks." Finally, Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. "I must inform you all, for those who wish to avoid accidents or untimely demise, please do not approach the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." After hearing Dumbledore's words, Adonis pondered when Hogwarts had introduced such a prohibition against students entering the Forbidden Forest. "I recall a time when I and a lovely Hufflepuff girl ventured into the Forbidden Forest to assist centaurs in thwarting poachers. It was quite exhilarating." Following the Weasley twins' rendition of the Hogwarts song to the tune of a funeral march, Percy led the first years to their dormitory, while Harry began to fantasize about his enchanting life at Hogwarts. Suddenly, a bundle of wands floated in mid-air. It was Peeves the Poltergeist. Percy informed the first years he delights in mischief, so be cautious. He then bellowed at the center of the wands, "Enough, Peeves! Do I need to have a word with the Bloody Baron?" Such a dull Gryffindor, a rotund, ghost-clad, and ridiculous attire, suddenly appeared above Neville's head, tapping his wand against Neville's forehead before soaring away. "You should be wary of him," Percy advised the newcomers. "Peeves fears no one except the professors and the Bloody Baron." Having said that, he continued leading the first years to a corridor where a large portrait hung, featuring a plump woman dressed in a pink gown. "What's the password?" "Dragon Dung," Percy replied, before reminding the first years, "The password changes each term, so do not forget it or disclose it. And students from other houses are permitted to enter the common room for any reason. Remember, that means any." His tone bore a hint of warning. Upon entering the common room, they found a warm, circular chamber filled with plush armchairs. At the far end of the room were two staircases. Percy first led the girls to their dormitory before guiding the boys to the other staircase, clearly situated within a tower. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory, and Harry was thrilled to discover he would be sharing a room with Ron and Adonis, along with Neville. Adonis approached his bed, retrieving his belongings from a canvas bag and placing a photograph of himself with his family on the bedside table. Suddenly, he remembered something he had forgotten and slapped his forehead. "Sheila!" He hurriedly extracted Sheila's cage from the bag and released her. The little girl seemed irritated and pecked at Adonis's hand before turning away. It was not until Adonis produced some jerky that she finally turned back to acknowledge him, and Adonis could only smile in resignation. That first night, Harry found it difficult to sleep, sitting by the window, gazing at the distant black lake and occasionally teasing Hedwig. Suddenly, a cup of hot milk appeared before him. It was Adonis. "What is wrong, Harry?" "Can't sleep?" "A bit," Harry replied. Is it excitement or a touch of fear?" "It feels like a bit of both." Harry shifted in his seat to make room for Adonis, as Sheila fluttered over, curiously eyeing Hedwig. "Aren't you nervous, Adonis?" "Perhaps I've experienced too much already. I don't feel nervous at all, rather a sense of nostalgia." "You make it sound as if you're ancient." "Little brat, I'm still quite young. Finish your milk and then off to bed with you." Adonis shook his empty teacup before standing and returning to his bed. Harry looked at Adonis, who was preparing for sleep, and at Ron, who was snoring like a dead pig, and suddenly felt a swell of anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Around 7 in the morning, Adonis opened his eyes and stood by the window, gazing at the serene black lake, internally shouting, "My tranquil campus life is about to commence." A glance to the side revealed several others still blissfully asleep in their beds. Adonis pulled back Harry's covers and walked over to rouse the snoring Ron. "Come on, wake up. We have a class this morning." Hearing Adonis disturb Harry's covers, Neville stirred, his head bobbing as if he were still half asleep. Get up, get up. We have class this morning." Harry, bemused by the empty bed. "Wonder where's my blanket?" Ron merely rolled over, muttering, I know. Let me sleep a little longer." With that, Adonis decided not to bother Ron further and took Neville and Harry to wash up, looking into the mirror at his disheveled appearance. Adonis shook his head and retrieved the red hair tie that Vina had solemnly given him before he left, as if it would serve as her companion for him. After combing his hair and tying it into a simple low ponytail, Adonis admired his reflection. Once Neville and Harry had finished their simple morning routines, the trio made their way to the Great Hall. Due to the early hour, the Great Hall was relatively empty. Upon entering, Adonis immediately spotted a furry figure at the Gryffindor table. "Good morning, Hermione." Adonis and his companions took a seat opposite her. "Good morning, Adonis, Harry, and Neville." Hermione greeted them with her mouth full. Once she managed to swallow her food, the little witch began to chatter excitedly. "Did you see Percy's first year's schedule hanging in the common room? Our first class is Transfiguration, and we have it with Slytherin. My goodness, I've been preparing for this day for over a month. You must understand, Transfiguration is the most intricate subject. I even memorized the Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration again yesterday. I have something on my face." Noticing the three of them staring, Hermione looked puzzled. "No, not at all." After Adonis finished speaking, he resumed his meal, savoring the croissant on his plate, while Harry continued his struggle with his sandwich. Neville appeared to be in a perpetual state of confusion. Once breakfast concluded, the trio had an hour before classes began. Harry and Neville decided to head back to rouse Ron from his slumber and retrieve their books, while Adonis bid farewell to Harry at the entrance of the Great Hall before making his way towards the Hufflepuff common room. Adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, he discovered a painting of a fruit platter. Curiously, he scratched the pair depicted within the artwork, eliciting a fit of giggles from IT.T on the left of the painting. A handle appeared, and upon pulling it, he was greeted by the sight of the Hogwarts kitchen tea that moment. A house elf noticed Adonis at the door and approached him with a respectful bow. "Esteemed young wizard, would you care for a snack?" "Ah, greetings. I was wondering, is Draco still here?" "Alas, young wizard, Draco departed Hogwarts many years ago." "Very well, thank you." Upon hearing this, the house elf seemed to trigger a switch within him. "This young wizard is so polite to me, yet I have failed to assist him. I, Carl, am a wretched elf." That he then attempted to bash his head against the wall in self-punishment. "Stop, Carl. I command you to refrain from punishing yourself." Adonis felt somewhat exasperated. Indeed, aside from his old friend Draco, all house elves appeared rather peculiar. Perhaps Draco was simply different from the rest. "There's one thing you could assist me with, Carl. Would you be willing to help?" "I can certainly assist the young wizard." Observing Carl's earnest demeanor, Adonis felt a pang of sympathy for the easily manipulated house elf. "Could I trouble you to be by my side whenever I am in need?" "That is possible, but how shall I know when the young wizard requires assistance?" "You need not worry. I possess the means to summon Hogwarts house elves, being a man recognized by Hogwarts Castle." Feeling that time was of the essence, Adonis bid farewell to Carl and proceeded to the Transfiguration classroom. Upon his arrival, he found Hermione and Neville already present, but Harry and Ron were conspicuously absent. Hermione waved at Adonis, prompting him to take a seat beside her. He turned to Neville inquiringly, "Where have Harry and Ron gone?" Before Neville could respond, Seamus, sitting beside him, interjected, "I heard Ron mention he wanted breakfast, and Harry accompanied him." Adonis rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It was almost time for class. And yet Ron chose to indulge in breakfast. He observed a young witch beside him diligently reviewing the Transfiguration textbook. While he began to survey his surroundings, a tabby cat caught his eye. Calmly seated on the teacher's desk, watching the students below, Adonis felt an uncanny familiarity with the feline, until it turned its gaze toward him, revealing itself to be none other than Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall is indeed an animagus. Adonis felt a surge of excitement. He had never mastered the animagus transformation. Has this little creature recognized me? noticing Adonis's sudden upright posture and the fervor in his gaze. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat puzzled. Moments later, Harry and Ron hurriedly entered the classroom. Ron, failing to spot Professor McGonagall, exclaimed, "Thank goodness we made it. If we had been any later, I shudder to think of her expression." Adonis immediately shot a warning glance at Ron, but the oblivious boy failed to notice. Harry, however, mouthed to Adonis, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, the tabby cat leaped forward, transforming mid-air back into Professor McGonagall, who fixed a stern glare upon Harry and Ron. Ron, witnessing this transformation, blurted out, "That was truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches, thus ensuring you would not be late." "But we got lost," Harry protested. "Then perhaps you should transform into a map. I doubt you would require one to locate your position," Professor McGonagall replied calmly. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin side, particularly from Draco. Harry and Ron shamefacedly took their seats in front of Adonis. With Ron lamenting, "Why didn't you let us know?" Adonis rolled his eyes. "I did warn you, yet you failed to see." Ron was left speechless. Once all the students were present, Professor McGonagall rapped the blackboard, capturing everyone's attention. Transfiguration is perhaps the most intricate yet perilous subject you will encounter. Should I catch anyone recklessly waving their wands in my class, I shall ask you to leave. With that, she waved her wand, transforming the desk into a bobbing pig, prompting gasps from the students below. With diligent study in Transfiguration, you too can achieve such feats. She then waved her wand again, and each student's desk sprouted a matchstick. The foundation of Transfiguration lies in the wizard's intent and precise control over magic. The objective of this lesson is to transform the matchstick before you into a needle. You may now begin waving your wands. A cacophony of wand waving ensued, yet not a single student succeeded in transforming their matchstick into a needle. Not even our dear Hermione, who wore a furrowed brow. O master Transfiguration, furrowing your brow is futile. You must first possess a thorough understanding of the shape and material of the needle you wish to conjure, and then maintain unwavering conviction, Adonis declared, pointing his wand at the matchstick, which instantaneously morphed into a silver needle. Intricately engraved with patterns, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated from the back, an exquisite display of transfiguration. Mr. Landon has conjured a patterned silver needle. 5 points to Gryffindor. In an instant, other students gaped at Adonis, while Hermione appeared utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did he manage to produce a silver needle so effortlessly? Are we not practicing Transfiguration? Why can he excel so remarkably? Adonis, observing Hermione's incredulous expression, rapped on the desk. "Hermione, consider what I just said." It wasn't until the class concluded that Hermione managed to painstakingly transform her matchstick into a silver needle, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. "Mr. Landon, please remain behind," Professor McGonagall addressed Adonis as the class ended. "Is there a matter, Professor?" Adonis inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Landon, you possess remarkable talent in Transfiguration. I urge you not to become complacent, but rather to continue your diligent studies. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I am the most humble of young wizards," Adonis replied with a proud pat on his chest. Hearing such a response, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. "Mr. Landon, I would like to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club in your second year. Hence, I hope you will dedicate yourself to your studies." Of course, Professor McGonagall, observing Adonis's somewhat foolish demeanor, she chose to say no more and ushered him out of the classroom. Moments later, Hermione approached him. "Did Professor McGonagall have something to discuss with you?" "She commended my talent and encouraged me to strive for excellence," Adonis replied, grinning foolishly. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of his claims. Ron and Harry soon joined them, with Ron immediately venting, "Adonis, you have no idea how unfortunate Harry and I were. We got lost in the moving staircases and accidentally wandered into the fourth-floor corridor that Professor Dumbledore mentioned. We were nearly caught by Filch. Had it not been for Professor Quirrell coming to our rescue, we would have faced detention," Ron added. "I could see that moment." Hermione chimed in, "I assentee it because you overslept. Harry woke up so early, yet you dragged him into tardiness." Ron opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss, his face flushing crimson. Friday morning heralded Professor Snape's potions class. The potions classroom lay in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, dark and damp. Regardless of how many times he attended, Adonis always felt somewhat out of place. The classroom's grand door was suddenly thrust open, and a shadow as dark as a bat glided. As the bat-like figure walked, it proclaimed, in my class, reckless wand-waving and the mindless chanting of spells are utterly intolerable. Striding to the podium, he flicked his cloak and surveyed the room. That I dare say that few among you will grasp the profound science and intricate craft of potions, he continued, raising his voice slightly. However, for those select few who excel and are truly committed, I shall impart the secrets of enchanting the mind, the art of garnering fame, brewing brilliance, and even concocting the elixir of immortality. Such words left our naive Malfoy utterly astounded. Yet it was evident that our Professor Snape, being the youngest master of potions, possessed the requisite prowess. That said, he continued, some of you arrived at Hogwarts with a considerable reputation to the point of arrogance. Believing that you can forego my instruction, Hermione sensed Snape's gaze honing in on Harry and quickly nudged him, who was doodling on his parchment. Harry lifted his head, meeting Snape's piercing eyes. Once again, he was besieged by a tumult of emotions, nostalgia intertwined with disgust. Adonis felt a shiver run down his spine. Mr. Potter, our celebrity, Snape boomed. I ask you, if I were to add powdered daffodil roots to an infusion of wormwood, what would the result be? Hermione swiftly raised her hand, while Harry, oblivious to the answer, replied, I don't know, Professor. If I required bezoars, where might I procure them? Snape pressed on, unwilling to relent. I don't know, Professor. What is the distinction between aconite and monkshood? I don't know, Professor. Alas, Snape remarked. It appears that fame does not equate to capability. Mr. Potter, Hermione's hand remained raised, and Harry, exasperated, thought, why don't you ask her instead? Adonis, hearing this, could not help but rub his forehead, pondering what Snape was up to. Was it not clear that he was targeting Harry? Oh, poor Harry. Snape, displeased by such remarks, retorted, it seems your relatives failed to instill in you the importance of respecting your elders. 5 points from Gryffindor. Then turning to Miss Granger, he added, if you believe that merely skimming the surface suffices for boasting. You have succeeded, Mr. Landon. Adonis, caught off guard, felt even more incredulous. Why must your quarrels involve me? The addition of powdered daffodil roots to wormwood results in the draught of living death, a potent sleeping potion. If you require bezoars, you may find them in the stomachs of goats. Aconite and monkshood are indistinguishable. They are both forms of wolfsbane. Adonis's answers were impeccable, yet Snape offered no praise, instead deriding. Regurgitation. He then addressed the rest of the class with a sharp tone. Did you not hear Mr. Landon's answer? Why not take note? Are you all already aware? The potions lesson had barely commenced, yet Harry felt he could hardly endure another moment. Soon, Snape divided them into pairs to concoct a simple potion for treating sores. He himself drifted about the classroom, his dark cloak trailing behind him, and in no time, it seemed the dust on the floor had been swept away by Snape's mere presence, like a cold. Venomous serpent, he scrutinized the young wizards from behind, observing them as they crushed snake fangs in measured nettle. Almost every student faced reprimand, save for Malfoy and Adonis, the latter needing no further explanation. While it was evident to all that Snape held a slight preference for Malfoy, just as he admired Malfoy's commendable potion-making skills, chaos erupted when Neville, for reasons unknown, managed to warp Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mess, spilling the potion onto the floor and ruining his classmates' shoes. Our poor Neville, doused by the potion, found red sores blossoming on his arms and legs. Snape roared, foolishness! With a flick of his wand, the potion vanished, and he commanded Seamus to escort Neville to the infirmary to make tea that moment. He turned his attention to Harry and Ron. Mr. Potter, why did you not remind your classmate to add the porcupine quills first? 5 points from Gryffindor. This was exceedingly unfair. Harry was about to protest when Ron pulled him back, shaking his head. Anger surged within Harry. He could not fathom why Snape was so intent on targeting him. By the end of the lesson, Harry had cost Gryffindor 10 points, and for the remainder of the class, he dared not utter a word, fearful of incurring further penalties from Snape. Meanwhile, Adonis and Hermione worked well together. Though Hermione seemed to harbor some resentment towards Snape, at tea long last, when the potions class concluded, they all gathered in the great hall for dinner. Just then, the mail arrived, owls swooping around the tables until they found their respective owners. Landing on their shoulders, Adonis gently scratched Hera's chin, receiving a letter from her, and began to read, all the while remembering to offer the little girl a piece of jerky in an unexpected turn. Hedwig, who had never brought Harry a letter before, dropped a note in front of him. Harry quickly opened it. It was from Hagrid, inviting him and his friends to visit his hut that afternoon when they had no classes. Borrowing a quill from Adonis, Harry penned a reply to Hagrid, assuring him of his visit. With Hagrid's invitation, the gloom brought by Snape seemed to dissipate. That afternoon, in response to Harry's invitation, Adonis and Ron prepared to visit Hagrid's abode on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They left the castle, crossing the Quidditch pitch as they made their way to Hagrid's home. Harry approached the door and knocked, immediately hearing scratching sounds and deep growls, followed by Hagrid's voice admonishing, "Back off, Fong." Hagrid opened the door slightly, revealing his furry visage, and upon seeing them, his face lit up. "Hello, Harry, Ron, and Adonis." From the moment he first met Hagrid, Adonis had felt an immediate fondness for this gentle giant, and he warmly greeted Hagrid in return. As Hagrid opened the door wider, they noticed he was holding the back of a large black hound by the scruff of its neck. Fong, as he called it. Hagrid's hut was simply furnished, with hams, game birds, and unidentifiable meats hanging from the ceiling. In the center stood a large wooden table and a single armchair custom-made for Hagrid. Beside the stone fireplace lay Fong's dog bed and a large wooden bed adorned with patchwork quilts, giving the hut a cozy, lived-in feel. Hagrid enthusiastically introduced them to Fong, saying, "This is Fong. Don't let his size fool you, he's a real softy." After releasing Fong, the hound immediately leaped on Ron, showering him with slobbery affection. Hagrid chuckled at the sight, while Ron, pinned beneath Fong, howled in protest. Adonis couldn't help but find the scene delightful and teased. It seems Fong has taken quite a liking to Ron. Hagrid then produced his renowned rock cakes, treats that sounded as though they could double his nails, and Harry, with a fearless spirit, took a hefty bite, nearly losing a tooth in the process, observing the seemingly indestructible rock cake. Adonis could no longer bear it and cast a softening charm on his own, taking a bite that revealed a rich, creamy flavor, infused with a hint of woodsy aroma. "Delicious, Hagrid. I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional." Adonis never hesitated to lavish praise on his friends, and indeed, the softened rock cakes were truly delightful. Hagrid, flattered yet bashful, smiled sheepishly and offered, "If you like them, take as many as you want. I made plenty." Harry struggled to comprehend how Adonis found these rock-hard cakes delectable until Adonis performed the same softening charm on the one in Harry's hand. Finally freed from Fong's affectionate grasp, Ron wiped drool from his face. And upon hearing Adonis and Harry rave about the rock cakes, he eagerly grabbed one without even glancing at it. My tooth. Everyone was amused by Ron's pitiable appearance as he covered his mouth. At that moment, Harry seemed to recall something and turned to Hagrid, asking, "Hagrid, I feel as though Professor Snape has been targeting me. Oh, you know why?" Hagrid replied that Snape seemingly had never favored any student. Yet Harry felt as if he particularly despised him. Despise you? Why would Snape harbor such hatred towards you? Harry sensed that Hagrid was avoiding his gaze as he spoke. Their conversation shifted from Snape to Filch. "Filch, he's just a useless git. I've never liked him, but I would like to introduce his Mrs. Norris to Yaya. He has always refused." Hearing Hagrid call Filch a git, Harry and Ron appeared quite pleased. Adonis began to survey Hagrid's humble abode, astonished that this seemingly ordinary dwelling concealed hidden wonders. For instance, the very carpet beneath their feet was crafted from unicorn hair, and next to a cabinet lay some feathers from a thestral. It seemed Hagrid was a concealed, wealthy individual. That moment, Harry noticed the Daily Prophet in the corner, featuring the very news Ron had mentioned about Gringotts being robbed. He then asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, the day Gringotts was robbed happened to be my birthday. We might have been there at that time. Could you tell me what transpired?" Hagrid remained silent, offering Harry a rock cake instead, and Adonis perceived an evasion in Hagrid's eyes. After exiting Hagrid's hut, the trio's pockets were filled with rock cakes. Harry pondered whether the small black bag Hagrid had retrieved from the vault was related to the robbery at Gringotts, and wondered where that bag might be now. Did Hagrid know why Snape was targeting him, and why was he unwilling to reveal it? The mysteries seemed to multiply. Meanwhile, Adonis contemplated, Snape's peculiar attitude toward Harry seemed to harbor deeper implications. And the robbery at Gringotts appeared linked to something Hagrid had taken out earlier that same day. This seemingly mundane school life appeared to be rife with undercurrents. Who might be the unseen puppeteer behind it all? Only Ron, like a simpleton, patted his bulging belly and let out a loud burp. Soon after, Filch intercepted them in the castle hall, forbidding their entry on the grounds that the mud on their shoes would soil the floor. Adonis expressed his bewilderment, finally understanding why Hogwarts students generally despised Filch. Under Filch's mournful gaze, Adonis performed a cleaning charm, while Ron made a face at Filch. Harry had never loathed anyone as much, even surpassing his disdain for his cousin Dudley. This animosity stemmed from a day when they discovered Percy's newly posted notice in the common room, containing both good and bad news. The good news was that they would have their first flying lesson this Thursday, a day Harry and Ron had eagerly anticipated. However, the bad news was that they would be sharing the class with Slytherin on Wednesday evening. Harry lamented to Adonis in the common room. What bad luck. Am I truly expected to ride a flying broomstick and make a fool of myself in front of Malfoy? Don't worry, Harry, Adonis replied, lifting his gaze from the advanced Transfiguration guide before him to glance at the dejected Harry. Malfoy may just be talking a big game. In reality, he probably can't ride a broomstick at all. After taking a sip of the hot milk on the table, he poured a cup for Harry as well. Ron chimed in. Believe in yourself, Harry. Perhaps you possess a remarkable talent. Such reassurances seemed of little help, as Harry had long yearned for the thrill of flight, a desire that even surpassed his wish to escape the Dursleys. On Thursday at noon, everyone was busy with their respective activities in the Great Hall when the owls swooped in. Hedwig, as usual, did not bring Harry any letters, leaving him a bit disappointed. Ron and Hermione, however, received letters from home. Neville's grandmother even sent him a remembrall. Look, Neville received a remembrall. Someone exclaimed, I read that if you forget something, the remembrall turns red to remind you. Hermione took over the conversation. But Neville scratched his head, perplexed. But I don't remember what I've forgotten. At that moment, a robe fell over Neville's head, and Adonis's voice came from the side out of course. You don't remember what you've forgotten, as it's currently atop your head. Neville removed the robe from his head, gazing at the now transparent remembrall in his hand, exclaiming, I forgot to put on my robe. Thank you, Adonis. Adonis waved off the thanks, accepting the letter that Sheila had brought and began to read it intently, occasionally jotting down a reply with his quill. In the afternoon, Harry, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, made his way to the grounds outside the castle. Gryffindor and Slytherin stood on either side, with Malfoy loudly complaining about why first years couldn't join the Quidditch team, as if he were a talented prodigy stifled by his age. Adonis listened in exasperation as Draco boasted. Madame Hooch approached, a woman with sharp, eagle-like eyes, who commanded an air of authority simply by her presence. Standing to the left of the brooms, she instructed, on my count, children, up. With feeling, the air was filled with an array of up sounds from the crowd. Harry indeed displayed a natural talent for riding a broomstick, being the first among them to grasp one, and he appeared immensely pleased. Next up was Draco. Amusingly, Ron seemed to exert too much force when calling for his broom, which promptly bounced up and struck him in the nose. Don't laugh, Harry, Ron said, clutching his nose. Hermione appeared to be in distress, as her broom refused to respond to her commands. Frustrated, the little witch stamped her foot. Adonis found himself growing bored, yawning and extending his right hand. Without even calling for it, the broom flew directly into his grasp. Madame Hooch then instructed them to mount their brooms and await her signal to kick off the ground. A tall figure strolled by in the distance. It was Hagrid, seemingly in a hurry. Adonis waved, and Hagrid waved back. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd. When Adonis turned around, he was astonished to see Neville's broom appearing to go haywire, soaring straight up and then accelerating. Madame Hooch shouted, Longbottom, stop! Longbottom! Then Neville came barreling towards everyone, and it seemed Madame Hooch suddenly remembered to draw her wand, ready to cast a spell. However, Neville's speed was too great, forcing her to dodge. Observing this, Adonis felt a twinge of disappointment in Madame Hooch. As a professor, she struggled to manage a flying crisis. Neville's broom suddenly shot upwards, carrying him past the brass statue atop the bell tower. The sword in the statue's hand snagged Neville's clothing, tearing it with a rip, and he plummeted downwards. The cushioning charm's yellow magical energy surged through the crowd, precisely striking Neville as he fell through the air. Watching Neville gently descend, the Gryffindors finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Well done, Longbottom. Gryffindor earns 20 points," Madam Hooch declared before moving forward to assess Neville's condition, which only bore a few scrapes. A fortunate outcome in the face of misfortune. "I must take Longbottom to the hospital wing to treat his injuries. If I see any brooms flying in the air again, his Quidditch career will be over before it even begins." Once Madam Hooch's figure disappeared into the castle, Draco picked up the remembrall that Neville had dropped and said to his lackey, "I'm going to hide this remembrall. Let that Gryffindor oaf go searching for it." "How about hiding it at the top of the tower? Draco, give me back Neville's remembrall." Harry stepped forward, glaring at Draco. "No, I'm going to hide it and let that oaf search for it, if you can. Try to take it from me." "Potter!" Draco mounted his broom and soared away. Hermione emerged, saying to Harry, "Harry, absolutely not. Didn't you hear what Madam Hooch just said? Besides, you don't even know how to fly." Harry paid her no mind and flew straight past. After a fierce tussle, Draco appeared somewhat strained, ultimately tossing Neville's memory ball away. With a swift acceleration, Harry seized the memory ball, executing a masterful deceleration as he waved it at the crowd, entirely oblivious to Professor McGonagall's contemplative gaze from within the room behind him. When Harry leisurely returned, the Gryffindor crowd rushed to greet him. Hermione tugged at Adonis's sleeve anxiously. "Why didn't you stop, Harry? If I'm not mistaken, that window is Professor McGonagall's office that I know, but hasn't Harry showcased his flying talent in its entirety?" Adonis replied with a smile, turning just in time to see Professor McGonagall approaching. "Mr. Potter, come with me," she commanded, and Harry followed her as if he were being led to his execution tea dinner. Harry finally made an appearance. Bringing astonishing news to his friends, Professor McGonagall had exceptionally appointed him as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team and introduced him to the team captain, Wood. They had arranged to meet the following afternoon at the Quidditch pitch to familiarize themselves with the rules, which left Ron utterly envious. As Harry scanned the surroundings, he noticed Adonis was nowhere to be found and inquired, "Where's Adonis?" He was called away by Professor McGonagall. "It seems he has some matters to attend to," Hermione replied, not looking up from her textbook. Seeing Adonis absent, Draco swaggered over with his cronies, boasting at the Gryffindor table. "Potter, are you brave enough to duel me and Goyle in the trophy room at midnight?" "You can bring," Draco's gaze flicked disdainfully past Hermione before settling on Ron. "Right?" Ron then stepped closer to Harry, lowering his tone with feigned indifference. "After all, you're bound to be expelled by Professor McGonagall. You wouldn't dare to show up, would you?" Harry, unable to withstand such provocation, impulsively agreed. Watching Draco leave in a smug manner, Hermione felt an unsettling premonition that he had nefarious intentions. "Harry, are you really going? If caught out at night, we could lose points for the house and face detention," Hermione suddenly interjected. Ron, however, declared, "This time, I'm going to teach that foul git a lesson and reclaim everything we've lost." With Hermione's attempts at persuasion seemingly futile, she contemplated how to intercept them before they left. In the dead of night, Harry and Ron stealthily rose from their beds and crept out of the dormitory. Careful not to wake Adonis, they had deliberately kept their plans from him. As it appeared, they intended to restore their masculine pride in front of Draco. The sound of the door closing stirred Adonis from his slumber. Although unaware of their clandestine activities, he couldn't let such a splendid opportunity for nighttime adventure slip away. With that thought, Adonis hastily got up, donned his robes quietly, ensured Neville was still sound asleep, and then approached the door. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he slipped silently down the staircase. In the common room, Harry and Ron were caught by Hermione, who had spotted them from distance. Their hushed conversation was inaudible to Adonis. Ultimately, it seemed Hermione relented and joined them as they exited the common room together. Adonis pushed through the fat lady's portrait, only to find her absent. Presumably off visiting friends, he descended the staircase, navigating the twists and turns until he reached the tapestry depicting the troll bludgeoning the hapless Barabbas. The comical scene brought a smile to Adonis's face. Facing the wall opposite the tapestry, he reached out to touch the stone bricks, channeling his ancient magical energy to connect with the room of requirement. The entire wall began to shimmer, revealing a finely crafted door that appeared out of thin air. As he brushed his fingers over the familiar decorations of the door, memories long sealed surged forth, prompting a deep sigh from Adonis as he pushed the door open. Meanwhile, as Adonis entered the room of requirement, Harry and his friends found themselves in an unexpected predicament. Draco had deceived them and even alerted Filch. Now, they were frantically running to evade capture. Upon reaching the moving staircase, they were taken aback when it unexpectedly shifted, leading them to a dark corridor. The voice of the fat lady grew nearer, leaving them no time to ponder as they dashed into the dim hallway on the other side. Adonis marveled at the familiar decorations within the room of requirement. Reminiscent of joyous times past, a surge of immense power radiated from him, converging at the tip of his wand. With a flick of his wrist, the entire room transformed. In moments, all the antiquated items vanished, replaced by objects entirely different in style. The previously dim room of requirement brightened, with moonlight streaming through the glass ceiling. Satisfied with the rejuvenated space, Adonis nodded and prepared to leave. Not long after, Harry and his companion stood at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, exhaling deeply. That was a three-headed dog. Why on earth would the school keep something so dangerous on the fourth floor? Ron remarked, regaining his composure while recalling the creature's massive form, shivering involuntarily. What are your eyes for? Didn't you see where it was standing? It was atop a trapdoor, clearly guarding something. Hermione snapped, her irritation evident. If you hadn't noticed, it has 3 heads. I didn't have time to focus on its feet, Ron retorted just as he spotted Adonis seated by the fireplace, leisurely sipping hot milk. Harry, pulled from his thoughts, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Adonis's presence. It appears Mr. Malfoy is an illegal animagus, transforming into a 3-headed dog, an unprecedented magical metamorphosis. I must document this, Adonis quipped, half-jokingly. That's not how it is. Hermione began, but Adonis interrupted. Guys, I don't know what you face tonight, but it's quite late now. Warm yourselves with some hot milk and head back to bed. He stifled a yawn, making it seem as though he had returned only moments before them. Watching Adonis' figure vanish around the corner, the trio lost their appetite for milk. If you don't mind, I'm off to bed. Who knows what other schemes you might concoct that could lead you to ruin. Or worse, expulsion, Hermione said before heading into the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, with Ron teasing, does she not understand the gravity of the situation? Harry nodded in agreement and pulled Ron back to their dormitory for sleep. Handsome and talented boys have always drawn the attention of girls, seemingly captivating their gaze wherever they go. This is true in the Muggle world, and even more so in the Wizarding realm. Hermione shared this sentiment, as she often overheard Gryffindor girls whispering about Adonis in the Great Hall and Common Room when he was absent, accompanied by the occasional peal of laughter. Just the other day, she witnessed a bold Slytherin girl offering chocolate to Adonis, though it remained uncertain whether the confection contained any wizarding delicacies. The chocolate had been left in the corner of Adonis's dormitory, shrouded in mystery until yesterday, when poor Ron, driven by his appetite, mistakenly consumed a small piece. Suddenly, he was animated, flailing his arms in the common room while repeatedly shouting the Slytherin girl's name. His demeanor akin to that of a lovesick fool, determined to storm the Slytherin common room in search of her. Adonis, fully aware of the situation, felt a surge of anger. He believed that love should be a mutual attraction, unfolding naturally, rather than being pursued through such underhanded tactics. After breaking the curse on Ron, he personally sought out the upperclasswoman at the entrance of the Slytherin common room to publicly express his disdain for her behavior, demanding an apology for both himself and Ron, which left her visibly uncomfortable. Hermione later learned that the upperclasswoman had merely made a bet with her dorm mates, claiming she could have Adonis infatuated with her within days, thus leading to the aforementioned scene. However, such occurrences are quite common in the wizarding world. Take, for instance, the noseless bald man. He is a product of a love potion, to the extent that he has lost the very concept of love and ultimately descended into madness. This incident left Harry and the others too wary to consume any food offered to Adonis by others, fearing the embarrassment Ron faced in front of the crowd. Only Ron's sorrowful world was achieved. It seems that the young women in the wizarding world exhibit a certain precociousness, with many first-year girls already fantasizing about finding a Prince Charming. Hermione found this utterly perplexing and was greatly astonished. Her roommate frequently inquired about Adonis's whereabouts. For heaven's sake, she and Adonis were merely friends. How could she possibly know where he would be throughout the day? This is where Harry had something to say. One day, as he descended from the Quidditch pitch, he spotted Adonis beside the field, lounging on a picnic blanket under the sun. The gentle afternoon sunlight bathed Adonis, who appeared angelic with his golden hair slightly tied back, and his jewel-like blue eyes were mesmerizing. Under the sun's glow, his skin resembled that of exquisite jade, effortlessly capturing the attention of the surrounding girls. Unfortunately, this idyllic atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Harry, who nonchalantly plopped down beside Adonis and began to indulge in the desserts from Adonis's plate without a hint of courtesy. The Weasley twins soon joined, each draping an arm around Adonis's shoulders, teasingly remarking, "Our Adonis is quite the handsome fellow. If I were a woman, I'd surely fight with George and Fred for your affection." Pretending to lean in for a kiss, they were quickly pushed away by Adonis. Angelina, the chaser for the Gryffindor team, witnessed this scene and approached the group, commenting, "What luck I have to see our dashing Gryffindor lads gathered here." She then winked at Adonis, lamenting, "If only you were a bit older. I would certainly make it my mission to win your heart. Oh, Angelina, you mustn't say such things," Fred suddenly began to wail. "Adonis, you cannot steal him from me." George immediately shot a wary glance at Adonis. "Are you really going to try to steal my love? Angelina is mine," Fred declared, lunging at George, and soon they were rolling around in playful chaos, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Another chaser, Aaliyah, noticing the lively scene, approached Adonis and teased, "Honestly, Adonis, ever since you turned down that Slytherin upperclasswoman so decisively, everyone is speculating who will finally win you over." She cast a playful glance at him. "Please, Aaliyah, I'm only in my first year." Adonis replied with a roll of his eyes. Angelina, undeterred, wrapped her arms around Adonis's neck and inquired, "Come on, let us have a little inside scoop. We're all Gryffindors here. Don't be shy. Do you have a girl you fancy?" At this question, everyone perked up, for it is well known that not only girls are intrigued by gossip, boys harbor a keen interest in it as well. "What are you all chatting about? Let me in on the fun." Wood chimed in, "Have I stumbled into a Quidditch hive?" Everyone here is from the team. Adonis, his expression darkening, cleared his throat and replied, "I haven't met anyone I like yet." This elicited a collective groan from the group, with Angelina persistently asking, "What about Hermione? Besides her, we haven't seen you close to any other girls. For heaven's sake, Hermione is my friend." Adonis thought, baffled by their thought processes, shifting the focus to Hermione. The young witch regarded Adonis as a remarkably talented wizard. However, she had never seen him in the library, which she deemed a waste of talent. One day, seizing the opportunity after class, she tugged at Adonis's sleeve, saying, "Adonis, wait, what is it? Did you not understand something Professor McGonagall said?" "Not that." The young witch seemed a bit anxious, not knowing how to articulate her thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, she finally blurted out, "Adonis, I hope you won't squander your talent. You should spend more time in the library solidifying your knowledge." Observing the little witch speaking so earnestly, as if she were an old soul, Adonis couldn't help but chuckle. "That I possess a certain ability," he began, prompting Hermione to pause her speech, "that it allows me to accomplish things you might struggle with for quite some time." Adonis paused, grinned, and added, "I call it talent." With that, he turned on his heel and left without a second thought, leaving the young witch bewildered in the breeze. "What on earth?" Hermione exclaimed, her wizarding boots losing durability. As for why Hermione had never seen Adonis in the library, well, the cozy atmosphere of the Room of Requirement is hardly inferior to that of the library, and Madame Pants, the librarian, could be quite fearsome. The last lesson of Halloween was Charms class. Seamus sat with Harry, followed by Ron and Hermione, while the absent-minded Neville was pulled by Adonis to sit at the edge of the group. Our Charms professor, Professor Flitwick, being of half-goblin descent, was rather diminutive in stature, but do not underestimate him based on that. Just try to challenge his dueling championship credentials. Today, we were learning the levitation charm. "Repeat after me. Wingardium Leviosa." That a chorus of hesitant voices echoed in the classroom. As the incantations began to sound similar, Professor Flitwick raised his hands, signaling the students to start practicing freely. Remember the wand movements we've been practicing for the past few days. He emphasized. Neville struggled a bit to remember the incantation. Wingardium Lev. Lev, Adonis corrected him. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Come on, Neville, let us practice it together. Ron was vigorously waving his wand, yet the incantation he uttered seemed far from accurate. Hermione, noticing Ron's wild wand movements, interjected, Stop, stop, stop. Are you trying to poke someone's eye out? She sighed, adding, And it's not Lev. It's Leviosa. Although Hermione's intentions were good, her words came across as a bit boastful in Ron's eyes, leaving him somewhat annoyed that if you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? He challenged, to his surprise. Hermione executed the spell with the correct wand movement and clear pronunciation, successfully casting the levitation charm and earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Much to Ron's chagrin as he slumped over his book in dismay. Under Adonis's repeated corrections, Neville finally succeeded in casting the levitation charm, though his magical output remained unstable, causing the feather to rise only slightly before falling. Nonetheless, this achievement bolstered Neville's confidence. Oh, good attempt, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, causing Neville to shyly lower his head. Our explosive prince, Seamus, never fails to amaze. He managed to make a simple levitation charm feel like an explosion. If he were to master the spell for explosive blasts, Adonis couldn't help but shudder at the thought. After class, Ron, along with Harry and Seamus, began to complain about Hermione's performance during the lesson. It's Leviosa, not Lev, whatever. Ron incessantly echoed Hermione's words, displaying a countenance of disdain, utterly oblivious to the fact that Hermione was walking right behind him. His words pierced Hermione's heart deeply, prompting the young witch to shove Ron aside, her face a mixture of anger and grievance. Observing this, Ron felt as though he had been caught gossiping behind someone's back, yet he was primarily at a loss. After a while, Adonis and Neville emerged from the classroom. Professor Flitwick believed that Neville's instability in magic output was not due to Neville himself, but rather to his wand. Neville explained that this wand belonged to his father, who was currently at St. Mungo's hospital. Mentioning his father, Neville's mood dampened slightly, leading Adonis to comfort him by placing a hand on his shoulder. When the Halloween feast commenced, Hermione was nowhere to be seen, leaving Adonis somewhat puzzled. He inquired with Hermione's roommate, Lavender, who informed him that Hermione had been crying in the bathroom next to the dungeon classroom for the entire afternoon, though the reason remained a mystery until that moment. Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, exclaiming loudly, There's a troll in the dungeon. He halted, stating, I think you all should know, and promptly fainted. Panic erupted within the hall, yet Adonis remained seated, unconvinced that Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor could handle a troll, especially one who graduated from Ravenclaw. Amidst his contemplation, Dumbledore had already regained control of the situation, casting a sidelong glance at the young wizard, who appeared unfazed by the announcement of a troll. The heads of houses escorted the students back to their common rooms, instructing the professors to follow. Everyone tacitly ignored Quirrell, the inept professor who seemed dazed from consuming too much garlic, and no one even bothered to help him up. Harry and Ron seemingly recalled something important, stealthily breaking away from the group and heading towards the dungeon classroom. Meanwhile, Adonis meticulously pondered the inconsistencies in Quirrell's behavior. Upon reaching the girls' restroom in the dungeon classroom, they heard Hermione's piercing scream intertwined with the troll's roars. Without a moment to think, Harry and Ron dashed inside, witnessing the troll swinging a large club and demolishing the bathroom stalls, while Hermione desperately sought refuge. Calling for help at that moment, Harry shouted, Hermione, run! He picked up a nearby wooden plank and hurled it at the troll's head. Though this was a foolish act, it proved effective, successfully diverting the troll's attention and granting Hermione a brief respite. However, they overlooked the fact that the troll posed a significant danger to them as inexperienced young wizards. The troll turned, swinging its club, and had it not been for Harry's quick reflexes in pushing Ron aside, Ron would have been reduced to a mere puddle. Seizing the opportunity, Harry clambered onto the troll's club, engaging it in a struggle. Meanwhile, Hermione crouched beneath the sink, silently signaling Ron and gesturing to teach him the levitation charm. After what felt like an eternity of foolishness, Ron finally experienced his moment of glory. Just as Harry was captured by the troll, which raised its club for a final strike, Ron managed to cast the levitation charm, causing the troll's club to float from its grasp. The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The troll, staring at its empty hands in bewilderment, seemed confused, wondering why an equitable duel had turned unfair. "Well done, Ron," Harry praised, only to suddenly realize he was still in the troll's clutches, hastily wriggling free and tumbling to the ground. Hearing Harry's commendation, Ron swelled with pride. Crossing his arms and striking what he believed to be a heroic pose, "Ron, are you a pig?" Hermione shouted angrily. A loud crash echoed nearby as the troll's club fell to the ground, only to be picked up again by the troll. Even the troll, despite its dim-wittedness, realized it was being toyed with by the nearby human children, and its anger flared as it swung its club towards Ron's head. Ron, frozen in fear, was acutely aware that he could not guarantee the next levitation charm would be cast in time, leaving him perilously close to death. Terrified, he covered his head with his hands and dared not look. "Repel the enemy 3 feet." A voice rang from the corridor, delivering a precise spell that struck the troll's club with a resounding crash. The troll collapsed beside Ron, a foul stench enveloping him, making Ron feel as though he might vomit. Harry, relieved, patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Adonis surveyed them one by one, sensing his need for an explanation regarding the situation. His irritation was palpable. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall burst in. Taken aback by the chaotic scene of the restroom and the unconscious troll with a large bump on its head, Merlin's pants, "You better explain what happened." Adonis turned to see the professor standing orderly at the restroom's entrance, with Dumbledore even winking at him. Harry and Ron felt a chill of apprehension. Trouble was brewing. Hermione stepped forward. "Professor McGonagall, it was all my fault. I wanted to see what a troll looked like. As described in the books, I thought I could handle it. But I was wrong. If it weren't for my friends, I might have died. Nevertheless, your actions were exceedingly reckless. I had expected you to exercise better judgment. Yet you have deeply disappointed me, Miss Granger. Gryffindor will lose 20 points due to your severe lack of discretion." Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on Hermione, her expression one of exasperated disappointment, causing Hermione to lower her head. Appearing somewhat dejected at Harry's attention, however, was drawn to the torn wound on Snape's leg. Snape, sensing Harry's stare, covered the injury with his dark robe and shot Harry a glare before diverting his gaze, after reprimanding Hermione. Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Harry and Ron. "You should understand just how fortunate you are." She paused before continuing. "First-year students who bravely confront a troll for the sake of friendship demonstrate commendable courage. Each of you shall receive 10 points. Harry and Ron exchanged smiles, as if they had not just narrowly avoided becoming a pool of indistinguishable liquid. Finally, Professor McGonagall addressed Adonis. "To save your friend from the Trolls Club at such a critical moment requires not only a strong mental fortitude, but also a profound mastery of magic. Gryffindor adds 15 points for your exemplary actions done on behalf of Hogwarts. I thank you for your efforts, Mr. Landon." Adonis bowed respectfully to Professor McGonagall. "IT was my duty. Ron is my friend, and I could not stand idly by while he was in danger." Professor McGonagall regarded Adonis with appreciation, hoping that Gryffindor might cultivate such a promising talent without leading him astray. Professor Quirrell remained behind to address the aftermath, while the 4 young wizards walked back to the common room. Harry and Ron, carefree, excitedly shared their exhilaration with Adonis, while Hermione lingered at the back, burdened with her thoughts. Noticing Hermione lagging behind, Adonis gestured for Harry and Ron to proceed, preparing to have a conversation with her. "Are you upset about losing points?" Hermione looked up to find Adonis's warm smile awaiting her. "That a little, but that's not entirely it." Adonis maintained pace with Hermione, serving as a quiet listener. "I feel like I disappointed Professor McGonagall. And Ron made fun of me earlier. I know everyone dislikes me, and I don't know what to do." The young girl grew increasingly distressed, tears welling in her eyes. "I think you place too much weight on the school's rules. Hermione, you are a Gryffindor. The Lions do not concern themselves with regulations, just like George and Fred. What matters is not the breaking of rules, but the courage to break them." Adonis reflected for a moment. "The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor for a reason, Certain qualities within you led it to make that decision. Do not feel inferior because of your background. There are countless first years who envy our esteemed Miss Granger. Upon hearing the last remark, Hermione unexpectedly burst into laughter, raising her gaze to find Adonis making a playful face, while Harry and Ron waved at her from a distance that a warmth spread through Hermione, dissipating the shadows with a gentle breeze of friendship. Hermione, I truly apologize for mocking you earlier. Can you forgive me? Ron cautiously offered his apologies, while Hermione, adopting a protective sisterly demeanor, patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Indeed, they were still merely children, Adonis thought with a resigned shake of his head. Ever since that fateful day when Hermione, Harry, and Ron faced a life-threatening ordeal together, their bond had visibly strengthened, and Adonis was included in this newfound camaraderie. However, Adonis appeared to be quite preoccupied these days. He often seemed so busy that he scarcely had time to eat, disappearing for hours on end. Harry lamented how the kids had grown up, no longer sharing their troubles with their families. If Adonis were to overhear Harry's complaints, he would surely roll his eyes. After all, he was a man with life plans, and just because he appeared unmotivated didn't mean he couldn't quietly strive for improvement. In recent days, to scout for a secluded spot away from prying eyes, Adonis had nearly plowed the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, prompting Hagrid to regard him with a hint of suspicion, fearful that this little rascal might sneak into the depths of the forest without his knowledge. Fortunately, Adonis had indeed found a suitable place, right beside a shadowy pool within the Forbidden Forest. Do eat something, Harry, Ron urged. You'll need your strength for the afternoon's battle. Hermione observed Harry's lack of appetite with concern. I could see that moment. Snape limped over to the Gryffindor table, his tone inscrutable as he remarked, Good luck, Mr. Potter. Since you fear not even trolls, Quidditch should be a mere trifle for you, even against Slytherin. With that, he departed, leaving no room for further discussion. Harry, however, was lost in thought, staring at Snape's injured foot. No wonder he's bleeding, Harry muttered absently. Piquing Hermione and Ron's curiosity, he then shared his speculation about Snape with them. Just then, Hedwig swooped in, delivering a broomstick to Harry. Who sent you that? Ron inquired, perplexed, as he had never seen Harry receive such a package. Upon unwrapping it, they discovered it was the latest Nimbus 2000, the fastest broom on the market. But who was the sender? Harry wondered, scanning the vicinity until his gaze landed on Professor McGonagall, who was playfully engaging with Hedwig. Noticing Harry's scrutiny, she returned his gaze with a warm smile, in stark contrast to Harry's delight over the broom. Adonis was currently in the room of requirement. Feeling quite vexed, the lesson on animagus transformations indicated that one's animagus form would resemble their Patronus, but expecto Patronum. Adonis flicked his wand, and a brilliant silver light erupted from its tip, coalescing in mid-air into a majestic griffin, a creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. While this was undeniably impressive, it also highlighted a significant issue. Those who truly understood the intricacies of becoming an animagus knew that there were no recorded instances of anyone transforming into a magical creature. Underscoring the perilous nature of such transformations, Adonis scratched his head in frustration. The requirements for morphing into a magical creature were exceedingly stringent, and with his meager magical reserves, he feared he would exhaust himself after merely a third of the transformation. Oh dear, I miss you, Professor, Adonis sighed. Deciding to take things one step at a time to end the Quidditch stands, Adonis spotted Hagrid's unmistakable large figure from afar. Excuse me, please. Thank you, you stepped on my foot. Who touched my backside? Adonis suddenly turned to glare at the crowd, causing a few girls to avert their gazes, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they hastily bowed their heads. Not spotting anyone suspicious, Adonis continued his approach to Hagrid. Hey, Hagrid. After much effort, he finally squeezed through the crowd and patted Hagrid's hand. Oh, hello, Adonis, that you're a bit late, Hagrid greeted with a cheerful smile. Let us not dwell on that. It was a rather unpleasant experience. Where have you been? I didn't see you at mealtime, Hermione remarked, appearing somewhat discontented with Adonis's frequent absences. Adonis raised a finger to his lips, saying, Shh. Men are intriguing due to their secrets. Children should not pry. Infuriated, Hermione stepped on his foot, causing Adonis to grimace in pain, while Ron attempted to mediate. Meanwhile, Neville and Seamus had already stealthily taken Ron's bed sheets, asking Percy to transfigure them into a banner that read, "Go Harry." Poor Ron remained blissfully unaware of their antics. Welcome to the season's first Quidditch match at Hogwarts. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Today's match features Gryffindor against Slytherin. The students in the stands erupted in cheers, and Hagrid's excitement flushed his face crimson as the teams entered the field. Harry soared on his new broom, following Wood as they circled the pitch. Ron and Hermione waved enthusiastically at Harry, who noticed the banner his friends had prepared and silently vowed to catch the golden snitch. Madame Hooch entered the pitch, signaling the match was about to commence. The quaffle was released, followed closely by the golden snitch. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 points, and whoever catches it will end the match. From the outset, Gryffindor displayed remarkable prowess. Aaliyah and Angelina effortlessly tore through Slytherin's defenses with impeccable teamwork, while it successfully blocked all of Slytherin's attempts to score. Gryffindor scores, Slytherin appear bewildered, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan, the commentator, was visibly thrilled, while Professor McGonagall shared in the enthusiasm but felt it necessary to maintain impartiality. She tugged at Lee's sleeve, signaling him to temper his exuberance as the score gap widened. Slytherin resorted to their despicable tactics. Now it was Slytherin's turn to attack. While other players drew Wood's attention towards the goal, Marcus seized the opportunity to strike the bludger forcefully toward Wood. Caught off guard, Wood was struck by the bludger and lost consciousness, plummeting from the sky, seemingly destined for a few days of recovery in the hospital wing. The Gryffindor supporters erupted in boos and curses. Other Gryffindor players faced varying degrees of assault from Slytherin as well. Angelina was pinned by two opponents and crashed into the stands, rendering her unable to continue, while Aaliyah found herself ensnared and unable to act. The remaining Weasley twins and a lone chaser struggled to fend off Slytherin's relentless assault, who began scoring repeatedly, met only by louder jeers from the crowd. Despicable. That's a foul. That's cheating. Slytherin, you scoundrels, Lee Jordan exclaimed, his emotions running high. Professor McGonagall quickly snatched the megaphone from him, covering his mouth to prevent any further outbursts. Though she disapproved of such behavior, Madame Hooch had not blown the whistle, leaving her with little recourse as Harry hovered above the pitch, watching his injured teammates and Slytherin's scoring spree with growing anxiety. A flash of gold caught his eye. He focused intently. It was the golden snitch. Immediately, he urged his broom forward, and Slytherin's seeker, noticing Harry's movements, followed closely in pursuit. Just as Harry was about to seize the snitch, his broom suddenly went haywire, jerking violently, startled by the sudden motion. Harry struggled to regain his balance, nearly losing his grip on the broom. The erratic shaking intensified, and Harry felt as though he might be thrown off entirely, causing the spectators to gasp in shock. Adonis, wand in hand, stood ready to intervene. What on earth is happening? Adonis wondered. It's Snape. He is casting a spell on Harry. Hermione exclaimed, I must stop him. She promptly thrust the binoculars, borrowed from Hagrid, into Adonis's arms. Adonis donned the binoculars and focused on the professor's table, where Snape was indeed muttering incantations, though he didn't seem to be casting a malevolent spell. Rather, it appeared he was attempting a counter-curse. Adonis felt uncertain. Then he noticed Quirrell lurking behind Snape, his expression markedly more severe than his usual timid demeanor, fixating intently on Harry's broom. It seemed both Snape and Quirrell were under suspicion. But there was no time for further contemplation. Harry was perilously close to falling from his broom. As Adonis was about to wave his wand, a sudden commotion erupted in the professor's seat, and Harry's broomstick resumed its normal function. Peering through his telescope, Adonis was taken aback to see Snape's black robes aflame. Was this some hidden spectacle? Hermione setting Snape on fire? Spotting his broom returning to normal, Harry quickly mounted it. Once he caught his breath, he realized that the Slytherin seeker was closing in on the golden snitch. He promptly adjusted his stance and followed suit. As he drew closer, the golden snitch suddenly accelerated towards the ground. The Slytherin seeker deemed flying low to be perilous and chose to abandon the chase. In such moments, one must rely on Gryffindor. Harry followed closely behind the golden snitch, gradually rising on his swiftly flying broom. The tension among the spectators reached a fever pitch. Sensing the moment was ripe, Harry lunged forward, rolling several times upon landing, though it seemed to hurt quite a bit. After a few seconds, Harry slowly rose, clutching his stomach and beginning to retch. It appeared he was about to be sick. Adonis remarked to Hagrid and Ron. Suddenly, Harry expelled a golden object into his hand. It was the golden snitch. Lee Jordan, with his keen eyes, immediately recognized it. The hero of Gryffindor, Harry Potter, had captured the golden snitch, concluding the match with a score of 180-80, marking Gryffindor's victory. Madame Hooch timely blew her whistle and then announced Gryffindor's triumph. The Weasley twins and Alicia hovered beside Harry, applauding and cheering for him, and soon the entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause akin to a tsunami. Standing at the center of the field, Harry was overwhelmed by the roaring ovation, emotions bubbling within him. Professor McGonagall also rose to her feet, clapping for Harry, her expression one of profound emotion. Adonis pointed his wand skyward, conjuring a firework that burst in the air, forming Harry's name amidst the sparks, intensifying the cheers from the crowd, as Gryffindors began chanting Harry's name. Once everything settled, Harry, Ron, and Hagrid exited the pitch, while Adonis bid a quick farewell, his daily busyness a mystery. After listening to Hermione's serious analysis, Hagrid replied, "Nonsense, why would Snape cast a spell on Harry's broom?" Harry, feeling a bit defiant, wondered aloud, who knows? Then why was he contemplating breaching the three-headed dog's defenses on Halloween night? In truth, given Snape's skills, he should not have been bitten by the three-headed dog. It was all due to Quirrell's premature attack that incited the creature's ferocity. Snape had been caught off guard by the three-headed dog as soon as he entered, resulting in him sustaining a leg injury. Snape's grievances piled high. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, somewhat astonished. "Fluffy? That beast has a name." Ron queried in confusion. "Of course, it does. I raised him. I bought him from an Irishman last year and lent him to Dumbledore to guard," Hagrid explained. "What?" Hermione immediately seized upon this critical point. Hagrid's three-headed dog was guarding something for Dumbledore. "Did I tell you?" Hagrid exclaimed, realizing he had let slip too much. "I can't say. Don't ask me anymore, Hermione. This is top secret." Hagrid lamented his loose tongue. "But Hagrid, regardless of what it is, Snape is trying to steal it. Why do you suspect Snape?" "Listen, you little ones, Professor Snape is a teacher at this school. He wouldn't do such a thing." Hagrid attempted to dissuade the three from suspecting Snape, yet Snape had just cast a spell on Harry. "Enough. You should stop worrying about this," Hagrid said sternly, adding, "The only ones who know what Fluffy is guarding are me, Dumbledore, and Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel? Oh, Merlin's fishnet stockings. I shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have let it slip." Hagrid regretted divulging so much information, lamenting that these kids were more mischievous than ever, armed with crucial information. The trio quickly bid farewell to Hagrid and headed to the library to research. Meanwhile, while Harry and his friends acquired vital intel from Hagrid, Adonis returned to the room of requirement. He transformed a large board, affixing the faces of everyone involved, and connecting them with magical threads based on the information he possessed and their interrelations. Before long, a magical version of a detective board emerged. Adonis summoned Carl for hot milk and a bit of chocolate. Sitting before the board to meticulously organize his findings at it was said that Professor Snape had also been a student at Hogwarts. Considering age, Adonis pondered, correlating it with Harry's age, concluding that Snape should be of a similar age to Harry's parents. Thus, Snape's peculiar feelings towards Harry could, in fact, be a reflection of his sentiments towards Harry's parents. What then was the nature of his revulsion and nostalgia? At this thought, an involuntary shiver coursed through Adonis, prompting him to gulp down a few sips of milk to steady his nerves. Gazing at the whiteboard, he murmured, "At least Snape's suspicions are now alleviated." Nearly all professors had long tenures at Hogwarts. If any exhibited odd behavior, the greatest white wizard of this century, Headmaster Dumbledore, would undoubtedly notice. Adonis sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his left hand while stirring the milk in his cup with the right. With a wave of his hand, the faces on the board scattered. Now, what remained was the ever-changing defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts. Finally, only the image of our stuttering Professor Quirrell was left. I suspected this Professor Quirrell from the start. A Ravenclaw graduate shouldn't be so inept as to read directly from the textbook, let alone stutter. Furthermore, he was selected by Dumbledore. He must have performed well at Hogwarts. Yet now he could be feinted by a troll. Adonis transformed his empty teacup into a dagger, flinging it forcefully, burying the dagger into Professor Quirrell's forehead. The truth is always singular. The culprit is you. It seemed Professor Quirrell attempted to deceive everyone with his stuttering, harmless demeanor to achieve his hidden agenda. But what could that agenda possibly be? Adonis pondered while resting his chin on his hand. Earlier, during a chat with George and the others, George had scoffed at Dumbledore's opening remarks, stating, "I recall that there was never anything in the castle worth warning about. This year has certainly seen its fair share of incidents." An epiphany struck Adonis as he adjusted his non-existent glasses, chuckling to himself. "I understand now. Professor Quirrell's elaborate masquerade is aimed at something in the corridor on the 4th floor. It seemed he could pivot to a career in making steamed eggs. Yet how did this relate to his assault on Harry? Harry seemed blissfully unaware, like a naive fool, with little interaction with Quirrell. The clues appeared to hit a dead end, leaving Adonis somewhat frustrated. Though he was grateful for the progress made, glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 7:30. "It's that time already," Adonis suddenly exclaimed, hurriedly packing his belongings. There was a celebration for Harry in the common room that evening, and Hermione had specifically reminded Adonis not to be late. Since witnessing the spectacle of the little witch setting Snape ablaze, Adonis had developed a twinge of reverence for Hermione, fearing that if he ever irritated her, she might unleash a similar fate upon him. He left the room of requirement and hurried towards the Gryffindor common room. In a corner he had overlooked, a figure silently observed his departure. The half-moon glasses reflecting the glow of the flames. Inside the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred tossed Harry into the air, catching him amidst a chorus of laughter and playful shenanigans. The guest of honor. Harry felt grateful for his choice to join Gryffindor for what seemed like the umpteenth time, as it provided him with a familial warmth he had never experienced at the Dursleys. Adonis arrived fashionably late, approaching the table and snatching Ron's butterbeer to drink. "Where have you been? I didn't see you at dinner," Ron inquired, gazing at his suddenly empty cup. Finally catching his breath, Adonis casually replied, "Why have you become like Hermione? Boys with too many questions tend to annoy girls." Hermione shot Adonis a glare, silently resolving to exclude him from their upcoming adventures, intending to investigate with Harry and Ron in secret. Although the combined intelligence of both parties could unveil the truth, Adonis remained oblivious to the treasure on the 4th floor, while Hermione and her companions were entirely mistaken in their suspicions. Had Adonis been aware that the treasure was connected to Nicoleem, he would have undoubtedly breached the professor's challenge that very evening, leading to Quirrell's immediate unemployment. However, the reality was that both Adonis and Hermione tacitly refrained from broaching this topic, instead engaging in light conversation about their studies and gossip. After managing to escape the clutches of George and Fred, Harry approached his friends to share his excitement and joy, while Ron went to refill his mug of butterbeer, only to have it consumed by Adonis. As night fell, Ron gazed at the empty sheets of his bed, unable to contain his frustration. "Where are my sheets?" Neville, feeling a bit guilty, tugged at Adonis's sleeve to inform him that Ron's sheets had been forgotten on the Quidditch pitch. Thus, Ron's sorrowful world was complete. Time swiftly advanced to the eve of Christmas, when Hogwarts Castle donned a cloak of pristine white snow, heralding the arrival of the festive season. Ron, whose parents were taking Ginny to Romania to visit Charlie, had decided to spend Christmas at school, comforted by the presence of his 3 brothers and friends, ensuring he would not feel lonely. Harry, on the other hand, simply wished to avoid returning to the Dursleys, for he could clearly distinguish between the warmth and happiness of Hogwarts and the dark awkwardness of his relatives' home. Adonis had also received a letter from home, informing him that the Landons were traveling with Vina, thus allowing Adonis to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas. Despite missing his family dearly after such a long time apart, Adonis had matters to attend to, and he planned to immerse himself in books about animagus transformation and advanced transfiguration over the holiday. Intending to commence his preliminary work on becoming an animagus once the break concluded, in the Gryffindor common room, Adonis sat by the window, gazing at the forbidden forest blanketed in snow, sipping hot milk. Harry and Ron had long since disappeared, likely off to some unknown escapade, as they had both seemed unusually busy of late. Meanwhile, Hermione was in the dormitory packing her belongings for her journey home for Christmas. To be fair, Mrs. Weasley had been quite favorable towards Adonis and Harry. In her eyes, They were not only Ron's good friends, but also his steadfast companions, leading her to treat them with such kindness that Ron began to suspect he might not be her biological child, but rather a mere bonus from a subscription to the Daily Prophet, further diminishing their family's already modest status. Upon learning that Harry and Adonis would not be returning home for Christmas, Mrs. Weasley expressed her sympathy in a letter to Ron, assuring him that she would not forget to send Christmas gifts for the two of them, making it seem as though Ron's gift was merely a side note in her considerations, which only exacerbated Ron's feelings of imbalance, leading him to forego his beloved chicken drumsticks for several days. Every long holiday came with its share of professor's assignments. As the saying goes, a holiday without homework is incomplete. Even a place as idyllic as Hogwarts was not exempt from this tradition, and the professors assigned holiday work to their students. Adonis began to relish the misfortune of a certain individual who had only Snape's potions assignment to contend with, while Ron expressed a desire to tear Adonis apart for his smug demeanor. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick held Adonis in high regard, appreciating his talent and humility, and at Adonis's request, they exempted him from written assignments. Although he was warned that if he did not achieve an O, the highest grade, in the final exams, his workload for the following year would double. Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor, a plump and amiable woman, also took a liking to this conscientious student, assigning him the task of caring for the plants in the greenhouse over the holiday. Everyone was in high spirits for the Christmas break, except for Snape. Upon hearing Adonis's request for exemption from homework, his expression soured, and he retorted with a hint of mockery. It seems that a modicum of talent has muddled the mind of our exceptional Mr. Landon, as if he were ensnared by troll snot. Your holiday assignment is now doubled. But Professor, Adonis attempted to negotiate, but Snape interrupted him with a flick of his wand, adding, and an additional essay shall be required, the topic of which I shall send to you during the Christmas holiday. With that, he swished his cloak and departed without a backward glance. Curse that bat. Just wait until I get my hands on you, Adonis muttered indignantly. Upon returning to the common room, burdened with double the potions assignment, Adonis found Harry and Ron nearly in stitches. He shot them a fierce glare, grumbling as he penned his potions essay. Meanwhile, George and Fred dragged Adonis out of the common room and into the Transfiguration courtyard for a snowball fight. Before Adonis could react, Fred and George had conjured several snowballs with their wands and hurled them at him. Adonis dove to the side, regained his footing, and with a flick of his wand, retaliated by conjuring several snowballs of his own, just as the tardy Harry and Ron joined the fray. The battle escalated dramatically, with snowballs flying thick and fast, and soon Harry and Ron were nowhere to be seen, buried beneath an avalanche of Adonis's colossal snowballs. Fred and George, covered in snow, looked like they had just emerged from a chicken coop, while Adonis himself appeared quite disheveled. Shall we call a truce? Adonis proposed to George, who nodded in agreement. Adonis stepped aside to help extricate Harry and Ron from their snowy entombment. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of danger and instinctively lunged forward as a fist-sized snowball flew from behind. Adonis realized too late that Fred had attempted a sneak attack. He dodged the snowball, but not everyone was as fortunate. It struck Professor Quirrell squarely on the back of the head as he was making his way into the castle. Whether Fred's action was deliberate or accidental remained unclear, but he and George had long coveted Quirrell's peculiar headwear. Although everyone was curious about what lay beneath Quirrell's purple turban, the sudden snowball incident was rather unexpected, to say the least. Adonis quickly dragged Harry and Ron away, and as they found refuge, they heard Professor Quirrell angrily deducting points from Fred and threatening him with detention. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore's timely arrival, Fred might have found himself scrubbing toilets for Filch. As the trio entered the Great Hall, they discovered Hagrid setting up a magnificent Christmas tree at the center, while Professor Flitwick floated decorations into place. Ron and Harry, unable to sit still, immediately began a game of wizard chess at the Gryffindor table, with Ron dominating the match in a one-sided manner, leaving Harry to ponder the entertainment value. Was he perhaps inclined toward masochism? Adonis greeted Professor Flitwick and volunteered to assist with the decorations. Mr. Landon, your talent and charms is truly remarkable, Professor Flitwick praised, observing Adonis skillfully performing the nonverbal levitation charm. Thank you for your kind words. Professor Flitwick, I still have much to learn in the realm of charms, and I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me in the future." Professor Flitwick appeared even more pleased with Adonis, inwardly lamenting why such an outstanding wizard was not in Ravenclaw. Surely the Sorting Hat had erred, and he resolved to have a serious discussion with it when time permitted, like a tea that moment. The Sorting Hat in the headmaster's office felt a chill run down its spine, wondering if there were any miscreants plotting against it. Hermione, meanwhile, entered the great hall with her luggage in tow, and upon spotting Adonis, approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. "Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance. Don't forget my Christmas gift." Hermione smiled warmly. "Rest assured I won't forget you, even if I might overlook Ron's." Adonis replied, "You wouldn't actually forget my Christmas gift, would you?" Ron's voice piped up from behind, revealing him with a forlorn expression, feeling slightly embarrassed as if caught speaking ill of someone behind their back. Adonis scratched the back of his head, then wrapped his arms around Hermione and Ron's shoulders, playfully declaring, "How could I possibly forget? You are my dearest friends, my beloved brothers." At Adonis's light-hearted words, both Ron and Hermione burst into laughter. Observing this scene, Harry felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the approaching Christmas holiday. Just before departing, Hermione mysteriously reminded Harry and Ron that if they did not find any news of Nicolim in the library, they should check the restricted section on Christmas Day. The normally slothful Ron awoke unusually early, bursting with excitement at the thought of unwrapping gifts. Harry was still sound asleep, while Ron surveyed the surroundings. Failing to spot Adonis, slipping into his slippers, he exited the dormitory and, upon descending the stairs, found Adonis seated at a table by the window, engrossed in a book that Ron would never deign to read. Turning its pages one by one, "Merry Christmas, Adonis," Ron called out, noticing that Adonis had not acknowledged his presence. Adonis lifted his gaze upon hearing the commotion and saw Ron's large face. "Merry Christmas, Ron." Elated, Ron rushed to the table, accepting the glass of milk that Adonis offered. "Why do you drink hot milk every day?" Ron pondered for a moment, recalling how often he basked in the sun on the grass. "What do you know? Drinking milk and sunbathing helps one grow. If you don't drink it, leave it for Harry." Adonis raised an eyebrow. "Drink? Why not? I want to grow too. Your packages are over there." Adonis pointed to the parcels by the Christmas tree. And Ron's excitement surged. Without even finishing his milk, he dashed over, seizing the largest package on top. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 sweaters and a letter inside. As he read the letter, he clutched the sweaters and returned to the table, exclaiming, "These are for Mum. She said there are sweaters for you and Harry as well." Adonis set aside his book and donned a sweater emblazoned with it. "It fits surprisingly well. It fits perfectly. Remember to thank my family when you write back. What about your gift for me? Where is it?" The thought of being treated to something special made Ron inexplicably giddy. "Why don't you take a look?" Adonis began unwrapping his own parcel, which contained a pocket watch from the Landons, featuring a family photograph inside. George and Fred sent the latest fireworks from their experiments. Angelina and Alia gifted him some books from the magical realm. Hermione sent a beautifully crafted pen, a clear testament to her thoughtfulness. Ron, in a straightforward manner, received a large bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick sent their notes from their student days, which Adonis cherished like treasures. Even Headmaster Dumbledore had sent a gift, and upon seeing the cockroach wriggling inside, Adonis felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily cursing old Dumbledore for his sweet tooth. Harry gifted Adonis a flower pot, in which Adonis planned to plant some peculiar things, while Hagrid sent a hand-knit wool hat that, though slightly oversized, Adonis adored. Many of the remaining packages were unmarked, clearly sent by some infatuated girls with bizarre trinkets. Adonis intended to deal with those later, perhaps sending them to Draco. "Hey, Adonis, does this pendant have any special significance?" Ron inquired, holding the exquisitely designed ruby pendant that Adonis had gifted him. This piqued Adonis's interest, for the time spent in the room of requirement during the first half of the term was not squandered. He had crafted several alchemical tools and spent a good amount of his father's private funds on gems from the Muggle world. Imagining the look on Mr. Landon's face as he noticed his vault dwindling. This will release a shield charm when you find yourself in danger. The alchemical array can be activated 3 times before the gem shatters. "Cool," Ron exclaimed, hastily putting it around his neck upon learning of its practicality. Adonis had created several such alchemical tools, each fashioned into different pieces of jewelry. He had given Professor McGonagall a sapphire hairpin and Professor Flitwick a bracelet. As for Dumbledore, Adonis had sent him a pair of white wool socks adorned with pink bows. Snape's gift was even more outrageous. Adonis sent him the finest shampoo from the Muggle world, complete with usage instructions, as retribution for his refusal to exempt Adonis from homework and his notorious lack of hair hygiene. That'd be why the time Harry was awakened by Ron's calls and sat on the sofa. Still reveling in the joy of receiving Christmas gifts for the first time, Adonis playfully tapped his head with a book. Don't dawdle. Go open your packages. Wasn't this the moment you've been anticipating? Instantly snapping back to reality, Harry rushed to the side to unwrap his gifts. Adonis had transformed his alchemical tool into the shape of a ring for Harry, who was astonished by Adonis's generosity and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at receiving so many gifts. As the unwrapping continued, only one large package remained. Inside was a letter and a cloak. This was left with me by your father before he passed. I am returning it to you, hoping you will use it well. Harry read aloud. Try it on, Ron urged. Once Harry donned the cloak, he vanished from sight except for his head. Cool. Harry, you receive an invisibility cloak. Who sent it? Ron exclaimed, circling around Harry in admiration of the cloak. I don't know, but he said it belonged to my father. Adonis scrutinized the cloak closely. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and it appeared to be quite old, adorned with magical patterns that Adonis could not decipher. Half-jokingly, he remarked, Harry, this wouldn't happen to be one of the Deathly Hallows mentioned in the tales of Beedle the Bard, would it? This book recounts the tale of how Death bestowed his powers upon three brothers. The eldest sought Death's power and received the Elder Wand. The second desired the ability to command life and death, obtaining the Resurrection Stone. And the youngest wished to evade death forever, thus acquiring the Invisibility Cloak. No way. Harry found it hard to believe Adonis's assertion that it's quite possible. Typical invisibility cloaks have a limited duration, but this one has maintained its remarkable invisibility for all this time. Besides, the Potter family is rather ancient. Adonis explained. Regardless, Harry, this cloak belonged to your father, so take good care of it. Harry solemnly nodded, placing it in his wardrobe. Fred and George emerged from the dormitory, flanking Adonis. Adonis, your taste is impeccable. How did you know these ear clips would suit us? Ron finally noticed that George and Fred each sported a gem-adorned ear clip, enhancing their charm. Percy then descended the stairs, clutching a book titled Management. Essential techniques you must learn. Adonis, how did you know I needed this? Thank you so much. Seeing Percy's beaming face, Adonis wriggled free from the twins' grasp and replied, I mentioned your situation to my dad, and he recommended it. You know, my family has quite a few enterprises in the Muggle world. This book has been incredibly enlightening. If I have the chance, I must thank your father in person, Percy said, enthusiastically shaking Adonis's hand. That I'm glad you like it. Adonis's lips twitched. It was his first time witnessing such enthusiasm from Percy, leaving him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Oh, Percy wants to be Adonis's brother now. George suddenly pretended to sob. Don't leave us, Percy. Fred immediately embraced George, and the two feigned tears. Hearing their banter, Percy flushed, cleared his throat, and reverted to his usual demeanor, glaring at George and Fred before hastily exiting the common room, presumably to share his joy with his girlfriend, Penelope. Harry and Ron conferred about their plan for the evening. Harry would wear the invisibility cloak to explore the restricted section, while Adonis would utilize the dark arts detection device to scan the unmarked packages, successfully uncovering several dark magical items. He grimaced as he gathered them together, igniting a fiery blaze that seemed to cleanse the world. A casual trip to the Ollery yielded 2 owls, which he dispatched to Draco with love from the seniors. The following afternoon, Ron held up a letter from home, addressing Adonis. Adonis, Mom says she loves the cookbook you sent. She can experiment with new recipes now. Dad also enjoyed the Muggle encyclopedia you gave him and asked when you come visit. Ron looked incredulously at Adonis. You even sent a gift to Ginny? Adonis found himself at a loss for words. Even the house elves at the school received brand new silk pillowcases from him. Now, the little creatures within the school have taken quite a liking to Adonis. Late at night, Harry stealthily pushed open the grand doors of the library, effortlessly navigating to the restricted section, meticulously searching through rows for tomes containing references to Nicodemus, the infamous Death Eater, the demon of the 15th century. Nicodemus, where art thou? Harry approached a chained book and retrieved it, hoping to uncover information about Nicodemus. As he flipped through the pages, a horrific visage emerged, accompanied by an eerie wail. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, Filch's voice echoed from the library entrance. Harry, acting quickly, donned the invisibility cloak, but in his haste he forgot the lantern resting beside it. With a clatter, the lantern fell to the ground, shattering its glass. The noise immediately drew Filch's attention, and he pushed open the library doors. Stepping inside, Harry hastily concealed himself between the shelves as Filch approached, lantern in hand. Upon discovering the fallen lantern, he concluded that a young wizard had sneaked into the restricted section and bellowed, "Stop hiding! I see you! Come out at once!" Harry thought to himself that such tactics would only fool children. He slipped away during Filch's momentary distraction, as Harry rounded a corner, preparing to catch his breath. He witnessed Snape gripping Quirrell by the throat, pinning him against the wall. Is it quite this exhilarating tonight? Harry held his breath, but he then heard Snape menacingly inquire, "Do not mistake me for your enemy." "Quirrell, what do you mean?" Quirrell stammered, his voice muffled by Snape's grip. "You know full well." Snape seemed to sense something amiss, and suddenly reached out toward Harry's direction. In an instant, Harry covered his mouth and retreated, while Snape, realizing he had grasped nothing, turned back to Quirrell, saying, "We shall continue this conversation another day, once you decide whom to be loyal to." Filch approached, prompting Snape to release Quirrell. "Professors, I found this in the restricted section," Filch announced, lifting his broken lantern that it's still warm, which means a young wizard has definitely snuck out of bed. Snape's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation, and he promptly headed toward the library, with Quirrell tidying his robes in tow, oblivious to the door of a nearby room opening and closing silently. Harry surveyed the vacant room, uncertain if the three outside had departed, and ventured deeper within, eventually discovering a colossal mirror. Upon approaching, the mirror first reflected his own image, then conjured the figures of an unfamiliar couple beside him, their hands resting on Harry's shoulders. The woman smiled warmly at him, and although Harry had never laid eyes on them, an instinctual recognition told him these were his parents. In the midst of darkness and emptiness, Harry felt an unprecedented tranquility within. "Ron, Adonis, you must come see." Harry burst into the dormitory, calling out to the two. Still groggy, Ron and Adonis were pulled from their beds by Harry, who appeared utterly exhilarated. "You have to see it. You must," he repeated fervently. Adonis, lost in a dream of his future girlfriend, felt her pull him through a vibrant sea of flowers. Her platinum hair dancing in the breeze, her fair skin glowing with health in the warm sunlight. Just as she turned to look back at him, Harry's face intruded upon Adonis's dream, startling him awake. "I can't be turning into a homosexual, can I?" "No." Ultimately, the two could not resist Harry's enthusiasm and were led to the room where Harry had discovered the mirror. Harry bounced with excitement. He pointed at the enormous mirror. "Look, my parents, I see them, right there in the mirror." Ron and Adonis, however, saw nothing but three foolish children up late gazing at a mirror. "Harry, there's nothing but us three in the mirror," Ron remarked helplessly. Adonis glanced up to see the inscription on the mirror. "What it shows is not your face, but your desires. This is the Mirror of Erised," he mused, "an artifact whose craftsmanship has long been lost." "I can't believe Hogwarts possesses one." Adonis stepped aside as Harry adjusted the angle, leaving Ron standing before the mirror. "Look, they're right there." "No, Harry, I see myself as the president of the student council, holding the Quidditch trophy. Incredible. I've even become the captain of the Quidditch team. I look so dashing." Harry stared at Ron in bewilderment. "Wait, mate, you're joking, right? Aren't you supposed to see my parents?" Ron seemed enraptured, turning to Harry and asking, "Harry, do you think this mirror can predict the future?" Adonis, feeling bored, stifled a yawn. He was well aware of his inner desires, reuniting with his teachers, ensuring the health and happiness of all his loved ones. "That shouldn't be the case. After all, my parents have long since passed away," Harry said, a hint of melancholy creeping in. Hearing this, Ron too felt disheartened. "Does that mean I can never become the president of the student council?" Adonis coughed, pulling their thoughts back to the present. "This is the Mirror of Erised, a magical object whose crafting has been lost to time. I read about it before." "What is the Mirror of Erised?" Harry asked, perplexed. It reflects your innermost desires, Harry, Adonis replied, before leading the two back to their dormitory. While you may choose to stay awake, I, on the other hand, need my rest, since the night Harry discovered the Mirror of Erised. He became entranced, spending every waking moment before it, aside from meals. Ron had contemplated pulling Harry back to reality, but gazing into Harry's watery eyes and recalling his traumatic past rendered him unable to do so. This pattern persisted for several days until Ron confided in Adonis and urged him to speak with Harry, lest Harry's health deteriorate. Thus, one night, Adonis found Harry seated before the mirror. It's so comforting. Isn't it? Adonis said as he took a seat beside Harry. They feel so familiar. It's as though they have always been by my side, Harry replied, crossing his arms over his chest, gently rubbing his shoulders. Harry, Adonis's tone became serious as he grasped Harry's shoulders, looking him in the eye. One must never dwell in the past or in fantasies, for the past is gone, and illusions, no matter how real, are still mere illusions. But I want to see them again, Harry protested. Harry, this mirror cannot grant you knowledge or truth. It will only lead you to stagnation and despair. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the realities of life is utterly unproductive. The deceased deserve our remembrance, while the living deserve our cherishing. Seeing Harry wavering, Adonis pressed on, and besides, do you not have a new family now? Me, Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and all those who care for you. Well said, Mr. Landon, a familiar voice chimed from behind them. Adonis turned to find Dumbledore smiling at them both. Harry sprang up, like a child caught misbehaving, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze, while Adonis felt unfazed. After all, nighttime escapades were part of Hogwarts' rich tradition. Harry, Dumbledore paused, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though everything he intended to say had already been articulated by Adonis. When you find yourself gazing into the Mirror of Erised, remember, if you only see yourself, remind yourself that at that moment, you are truly happy. Dumbledore winked at Harry and continued, I shall be relocating the Mirror of Erised to a new location. Harry, I implore you not to seek it out. Should you chance upon it again, reflect upon the words of Mr. Landon and myself. Harry nodded, still somewhat befuddled, suddenly curious about what Dumbledore had seen in the mirror. And what did you see, Professor? Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. Me. I beheld myself clutching a pair of thick woolen socks. It seemed that the elderly gentleman could never have enough to wear. Dumbledore appeared slightly taken aback by Harry's inquiry, chuckling as he remarked, Every Christmas, people persist in gifting me books, yet this year I received a pair of woolen socks instead. It seems I shall have to send you a few more pairs. Just spare me the bows. Mr. Landon, Adonis muttered. Dumbledore heartily concurred with Adonis's sentiment. Not a chance. The Christmas holiday soon drew to a close, and after that day, Harry folded the Invisibility Cloak and tucked it deep within the wardrobe. He also endeavored to suppress thoughts of the Mirror of Erised, which rendered him somewhat melancholic during those days. Hermione returned the day before school commenced, and upon hearing of Harry's reckless behavior, she grew concerned. What if Filch catches you? What if points are deducted from the house? Adonis suspected that Hermione's worry for Harry was secondary to her fear of losing points, yet he dared not voice this. The trio had nearly abandoned hope of discovering information about Nicholas Flamel in the library, though Harry remained steadfast in his belief that perseverance would yield success. Hermione, however, believed he had imbibed some toxic inspiration. As the term began, they resumed their bustling routines, finding only 10 minutes between classes and a few days over the weekend to peruse books. Harry had even less time than the other two. As the primary player on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he was naturally preparing for the upcoming spring matches, which seemed to have become increasingly stringent with the team, his enthusiasm for training undeterred even by dreary weather, which proved taxing for the players. The Weasley twins secretly mocked Wood for turning into a training fanatic, only to be caught by him. It was evident that their days ahead would not be particularly pleasant. Yet Harry believed Wood was entirely justified, for Gryffindor had not claimed the Quidditch Cup in many years. Most importantly, Harry noticed that after training to the point of exhaustion, he dreamed less at night and thus felt less longing for his parents. Then George playfully confronted Harry, who had just voiced his support for Wood, jokingly remarked, Look, Fred, Harry has been assimilated by Wood. Oh, Merlin's white silk. Would you owe us our innocent and endearing Harry back? After which Fred lunged at Wood, leaving onlookers to believe he harbored an unusual affection for Harry. The common room erupted into chaos, with George and Fred being ordered by Wood to continue their practice. Who could fathom what the twins truly thought? On a day in mid-April, Harry and Hermione were in the common room, sipping milk and chatting. Where's Adonis? For heaven's sake, the weather is splendid. I wonder which corner of the castle he has run off to soak up the sun. Just then, the door to the common room swung open, and Hermione turned to see Neville bouncing in, her surprise evident as she rushed to support his arm. Neville, what happened? Neville, looking quite aggrieved, replied, It was Malfoy. He was practicing the leg locker curse at the library entrance, and when I happened to walk by, he stopped me. How outrageous! Hermione immediately countered, freeing Neville from the curse that we must report this to Professor McGonagall. Harry expressed his discontent with Malfoy's bullying behavior. He then reached into his pocket, producing a box of chocolate frogs to offer Neville, explaining, This is from Hermione, gifted to you at Christmas, when feeling down. A sweet treat can lift one's spirits. Neville opened the chocolate frog, managing a feeble smile while his lips trembled, revealing that he had indeed been frightened. I don't want to stir up any more trouble. Harry, I'm a bit exhausted. I think I'll head back to sleep. That you're collecting the cards, right? Here, take this one. Thank you for the chocolate frog. With that, Neville turned and walked back to the dormitory, his demeanor appearing rather dejected. Harry held the card in his hand, feeling a pang of discomfort at Neville's state, yet he found himself at a loss for how to respond. It was yet another card of Dumbledore, and a thunderclap reverberated in Harry's mind. Hermione, I know where I've seen Nicholas Flamel. Upon seeing the card in Harry's hand, Hermione's face lit up with sudden excitement, and she dashed back to the dormitory, quickly returning with a massive, brick-sized tome, which she flung before Harry, startling him and Ron, who had just arrived a few weeks ago. I borrowed this book from the library for some light reading. Light reading? Merlin's Parisian haute couture. How can such a hefty tome be considered leisure? Ron remarked in astonishment, gazing at the book that could easily crush him. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, Adonis reads no fewer books than I do. Ignoring Ron's antics, Hermione flipped through the pages, pointing to a particular section as she exclaimed, Look, here, I found Nicholas Flamel. Harry and Ron immediately perked up, their eyes widening as Hermione read aloud. Nicholas Flamel is the greatest living alchemist in the world, and is well known as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry inquired, raising his hand. The Philosopher's Stone is a miraculous substance that can turn base metals into gold, and even brew the elixir of life. The elixir of life? The book stated that last year, Nicholas Flamel celebrated his 665th birthday. Hermione was astounded. This defies all scientific logic. Harry and Ron gasped, suddenly realizing, so the stone that Fluffy guards is indeed Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Snape intends to steal it to brew the elixir of life? It appears so. Hermione crossed her arms defiantly. We must prevent him. After curfew, the group stealthily sought out Hagrid. Hermione approached Hagrid's hut and knocked on the wooden door. Hagrid answered, saying, You lot should head back. I don't have time to entertain you tonight, and began to close the door. Hagrid, we know about the Philosopher's Stone, the trio exclaimed in unison, urgency evident in their voices. The door that Hagrid had intended to shut was suddenly pushed wide open, and before he could respond, Adonis's anxious voice called from within the hut. What did you say? The Philosopher's Stone. The trio was taken aback to see Adonis at Hagrid's place. Never mind that. I've noticed Hagrid acting suspiciously these past few days, so I came to investigate. Adonis waved his hand dismissively, steering the conversation back. You just mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, correct? Hermione had initially intended to keep her inquiry from Adonis. But given the circumstances, she had no choice but to share her deductions with him. Adonis absorbed none of the information. All he grasped was that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden on the 4th floor, a relic that Nicholas used to sustain his life. Has he grown senile? He wishes to abandon me before we've even reunited, but Adonis's emotions threatened to spiral out of control. Hagrid, I apologize. I suddenly have urgent matters to attend to. I shall visit you and little Norbert another time. Without waiting for Hagrid's reply, he hurried towards the castle, intending to see if the treasure on the 4th floor was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid had something to say, but upon witnessing Adonis's urgency, chose to remain silent. Harry stared in bewilderment at Adonis's retreating figure, his robes billowing. What was troubling him today? I've never seen him in such a state of agitation. Harry mused. Hermione shook her head, indicating her uncertainty, and they were then ushered into the hut by Hagrid. Adonis halted before the room at the corridor's end on the 4th floor, taking a moment to collect his emotions. After all, he was about to confront a three-headed dog that he wished to avoid any emotional missteps that might lead to an unfortunate encounter with the beast, while also ensuring he did not harm Norbert. Pushing open the door, the imposing figure of Fluffy came into view. After such a long absence from facing such a magnificent creature, Adonis felt a slight tremor in his hands. Fluffy caught the unfamiliar scent and slowly rose. The three heads glaring menacingly at Adonis. In the next moment, it lunged toward him. Adonis reacted instantly, brandishing his wand and incanting Impedimenta, Stupefy, along with casting a binding curse, despite the three-headed dog possessing considerable magical resistance. It managed to break free from the spell in due time. Adonis immediately transformed into a swirling sphere of silver light, soaring toward the trapdoor. Lua could only watch helplessly as Adonis opened the hatch. Barking furiously in frustration, Adonis felt himself caught by some tendril while plummeting downward, realizing his body was ensnared tighter and tighter by the devil's snare. Without hesitation, Adonis raised his wand, and a fierce flame erupted from him, expanding outward to form a ring of fire. In an instant, the devil's snare retreated hastily, and Adonis landed unceremoniously on the floor, clutching his sore backside, inwardly lamenting, who designed the devil's snare to be so high underneath. A certain herbology professor from Hufflepuff declared that he would not take the blame for this. Pushing open the door at the end of the passage, a buzzing sound of wings filled the air above, revealing a swarm of dragonflies near the ceiling. No, they were not dragonflies. They were a host of winged keys. Not far away stood a wooden door that exuded an aura of antiquity. He approached the door directly and pointed his wand. But the lock did not yield. It appeared to be enchanted with a counter curse against unlocking spells. Noticing this, Adonis deftly reached into a small bag and retrieved the Swiss Army knife mister. Landon had given him before the term began that if magic won't solve this, I refuse to believe that a lockpick won't do the trick. The individual who set up this challenge would never have anticipated that someone would bypass the conventional approach of seizing the keys and opt instead to pick the lock. Clearly, they were lacking in foresight. Adonis mused, surely, no one would be foolish enough to ride an old broomstick to catch the keys, right? Surely not. The old-fashioned lock was soon pried open with a satisfying click. And before the keys could react, the door swung wide. As he turned to see the swarm of keys charge towards him, Adonis hurriedly stepped through and closed the door, listening to the thuds of keys striking the door panel. Thinking to himself how painful that must be. Turning to survey the room, which was configured like a chessboard, he found it peculiar. As he traversed this route, it seemed that aside from Lu Wei's room, the other chambers were not designed to guard the Philosopher's Stone, but rather to serve as trials for budding wizards. Could it be that these challenges were never meant to protect the stone at all? Suddenly, Adonis had an epiphany and resolved to replicate his earlier strategy of bypassing the trial and simply opening the door. However, as he stepped onto the chessboard, the chess soldiers unsheathed their swords and pointed them at Adonis. It seemed they would not allow him to pass so easily. Adonis promptly turned around, feigning a readiness to attempt the trial. Just as the chess soldiers retracted their swords to clear the way, Adonis seized the moment and swiftly cast a powerful binding spell, immobilizing the pieces. He then leisurely walked across the chessboard, opened the door, and slipped inside. The chess pieces could only watch in stunned silence as Adonis strolled past. Wait, is someone cheating here? Isn't anyone going to intervene? As soon as he closed the door behind him, a wave of foul stench nearly overwhelmed Adonis. Ugh! After casting a bubblehead charm on himself, he finally regained his composure. Before him lay a slumbering troll, and his eyes brimmed with disdain. Just as he contemplated using ancient magic to roast the creature to a crisp, he reconsidered, realizing that slaying the troll would compromise the trial. Though uncertain of its purpose, it was best to remain undetected. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. crossing over the threshold into the next room. Purple flames suddenly erupted behind Adonis, encircling the entire chamber, while black flames ignited at the exit leading to the next challenge, trapping Adonis in the center. This trial appeared to be a potion puzzle. With a sheet of parchment and several potion vials laid out on a table in the heart of the room. Surely, this was a challenge set by Snape, while the previous one was from Professor McGonagall. Approaching, Adonis carefully observed the black flames and couldn't help but admire Snape's cunning. The flames merely appeared daunting and posed no real threat to young wizards. At worst, they would only feel an intense burning sensation when attempting to pass through. Adonis then shifted his attention to the parchment, discovering it contained a rather straightforward logical analysis problem, one that even Ron could not obstruct. It turned out, however, that Adonis had overestimated Ron's capabilities. Upon solving the puzzle, Adonis was astonished to find that the potion before him was only sufficient for one person to pass through. Snape is indeed stingy. Perhaps I should gift him a few bottles of shampoo next time. Ever since he had gifted Snape a bottle of shampoo during Christmas, Adonis had been mercilessly scrutinized in potion class, which had become quite tiresome. Observing Snape's increasingly voluminous hair, Adonis felt a surge of irritation at the thought that this old bat was using his belongings while still trying to undermine him. How despicable. He transformed into a shimmering mist of silver energy and navigated through the roaring black flames. Standing in the final hall, he was taken aback to discover that the Mirror of Erised, which Dumbledore had taken, turned out to be the ultimate challenge. One could only claim it if they harbored no desire to possess the Philosopher's Stone. A conundrum indeed. Approaching the mirror, Adonis's reflection gradually emerged, followed by the figures of the Landons, Vina, Harry, Ron, and a certain temperamental young witch alongside a bewildered Neville. More figures appeared in the mirror. The professors of Hogwarts, Nicholas Flamel, and Perpetua, all gazing lovingly at Adonis. My wish is, indeed, for everyone to remain safe. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The mirror erupted with a powerful surge of magical energy, dispersing all reflections except for Adonis'. Darkness began to encroach upon him. What is happening? Adonis felt himself groping through an endless void. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly heard the sound of a girl's laughter, and the darkness began to dissipate. Squinting his eyes, when he opened them again, he found himself amidst a vibrant sea of flowers. Before him stood a familiar platinum-haired girl, clad in recognizable attire. Adonis lay on her lap, the warm afternoon sunlight bathing his face, creating an atmosphere of comfort and warmth. Adonis yearned to see the girl's face clearly, yet no matter how hard he tried, her features remained obscured, the surroundings beginning to crumble. As the girl's form began to fade, Adonis instinctively reached out to grasp her. His consciousness gradually returned to his physical body, and all he could see was his outstretched right hand, clutching a gem radiating a sanguine glow. Even after returning to the common room, thoughts of that girl lingered in his mind. Whenever he relaxed, her image would materialize in his thoughts, refusing to fade away. Seated by the window, he poured himself a cup of hot milk, gazing at the black lake shrouded in moonlight, his thoughts drifting to an unknown destination. Harry and the others returned to the common room, their faces clouded with distress. Hermione looked as though she might cry. Observing their demeanor, Adonis felt perplexed. What happened? You all look like wilted vegetables. Hermione expressed her reluctance to speak. While Ron lay, sprawled on the sofa, devoid of energy, Harry, sitting beside Adonis, sighed and said, Malfoy reported us to Professor McGonagall for wandering at night. She deducted 50 points from each of us. Professor McGonagall was furious. Not only did we lose points, but we also have detention. Harry wore a long face as he stirred Adonis's milk with a spoon, complaining, It's all Malfoy's fault. Adonis swatted Harry's hand away and poured him a cup as well. So what about Norbert? Hagrid managed to hatch him. It seems he's quite fond of him, but dragons aren't allowed at school. Hermione expressed her concern. Adonis shrugged, accepting the situation as it came. Since you all have lost points, I believe Draco is in a similar predicament. Ron, sprawled on the sofa, wore a look of schadenfreude. He was also deducted 50 points by Professor McGonagall and has to serve detention with us. This is too funny. Ron, let's focus on how to deal with the 150 points we've lost first. I can't even imagine how everyone will react to our scores being suddenly reduced tomorrow morning. Hermione was suddenly engulfed by a sense of hopelessness. as if she had glimpsed the dismal future that awaited her. This year, victory over Slytherin and the coveted House Cup was within their grasp. Yet such a calamity struck unexpectedly. The Gryffindors were likely to cast disapproving glances at the trio. Indeed, the following morning, the members of Gryffindor were astonished to discover that a significant portion of the scoring powder had been abruptly severed. When word from Professor McGonagall reached them, revealing that it was the handiwork of Harry and his companions, nearly everyone regarded them with ire. Harry and Ron felt as if they were pricked by unseen thorns during breakfast, while Hermione was even more affected in the subsequent charms and transfiguration classes. Her hand shot up to answer questions with increased frequency. Nevertheless, the sentiments of the Gryffindors towards them did not waver. Only the Weasley twins were inclined to engage in conversation with them, and Neville mourned for several days over Gryffindor's transformation into Gryffindor-less. Ultimately, the matter concerning Norbert could not be concealed from Draco. After conferring with Hagrid, Harry decided to have Ron reach out to Charlie in Romania, preparing to send Norbert away. Hagrid was disheartened, for he would have to part with his beloved creature before having the chance to nurture it fully. In recent days, Adonis had observed Hagrid, who was often seen wiping away tears with a cloth-like object. The harsh days for Harry, Ron, and Hermione were soon to unfold. The next day, during dinner, Professor McGonagall approached the long table to inform Harry of their detention, which involved patrolling the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. Patrol the Forbidden Forest? Ron gasped in disbelief. Hermione interjected, her voice laden with concern. I've heard there are many dangerous creatures lurking within, even werewolves. Harry cast a pleading glance at Adonis. Sensing Harry's intense gaze, Adonis felt somewhat uncomfortable and, with a sigh, set down his fork to inquire, "Is there something on my face, Harry?" Harry widened his eyes as he feigned innocence. "Adonis, could you lend us your assistance?" "Harry, you know I cannot substitute for you in the Forbidden Forest." Observing Harry's sudden demeanor, Adonis felt a chill run down his spine. "No, I meant to ask if there is a way to ensure our safety. You need only wear the jewelry I gifted you for Christmas." Hermione retrieved the bracelet Adonis had given her from her pocket, puzzled as to its significance. There's something special about this piece." Ron puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "Adonis said this is an alchemical artifact. The alchemical array within can cast the shield charm 3 times. Then our safety is assured." Hermione sighed in relief, though Harry remained uneasy, harboring a premonition that they would encounter unforeseen circumstances in the Forbidden Forest. "All right, I'll discreetly follow behind you," Adonis conceded, unable to withstand Harry's pleading gaze. As for Harry's choice to seek Adonis's help, it stemmed from a deep-seated belief in Adonis's reliability. "I'll lend you my invisibility cloak, and oh need, Harry. The mountain man has his own clever plans," Adonis replied mysteriously. That night, Filch led their detention squad out of the castle, and Harry frequently glanced back, anxious that Adonis might lag behind. Even as Hagrid guided them into the Forbidden Forest, Harry did not catch sight of Adonis. "What if Adonis forgot our agreement?" Harry whispered to Hermione from the rear of the group. "He was already gone before we left the common room. They should be fine." Hagrid's voice carried from the front. "Recently, several unicorns have been attacked in the Forbidden Forest. We are here to investigate for any injured unicorns or signs of poachers." Since Christmas, Quirrell had sensed his health deteriorating, vitality ebbing away. This was Voldemort's punishment for his failure to procure the Sorcerer's Stone. "Master, my body can barely hold on. There are indeed unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Go and procure a bit of unicorn blood." Voldemort's tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Quirrell was well aware that unicorn blood could prolong life, yet he also recognized the curse that befell anyone who consumed it. Although such a method could extend his existence, it would render his remaining days a torment. Quirrell felt discontent, knowing that the curse would not afflict Voldemort, leaving him to bear the suffering alone. Sensing Quirrell's rebellious spirit, Voldemort ruthlessly punished him, showing no concern for Quirrell's condition. "Are you dissatisfied with my commands?" Quirrell trembled as he endured excruciating pain, replying, "No, Master, I dare not. I shall go to the Forbidden Forest and fetch unicorn blood for you." Thus, the incident of the attacked unicorn was set in motion. Returning to the present, as Harry and the others ventured deeper into the forest, the moonlight gradually succumbed to the dense foliage above. casting a dim ambience that left the inexperienced young wizards feeling quite anxious. Suddenly, Hagrid seemed to notice something, approaching a gnarled tree and crouching down to examine a silvery puddle on the ground. "What is this?" Harry inquired. "This is unicorn blood. It is for this very purpose we have come," Hagrid replied. After a moment's hesitation, he issued instructions. "The situation is urgent. We must locate the injured unicorn immediately. We may need to split up. Ron and Hermione, follow me over there. Harry and Malfoy, take Fong and head in that direction." Before parting, Hagrid placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder, earnestly stating, "If you encounter any trouble, use your wand to send a red signal into the sky." After exchanging safety wishes, Ron and Hermione followed Hagrid. While Harry felt disgruntled about pairing with Draco, the two bickered throughout the journey. "I truly don't understand why we are in the Forbidden Forest. It's just trees, trees, and more trees. That oaf must be mad," Draco grumbled. "Lantern in hand, be quiet, Malfoy. What concern is it of yours?" Harry retorted. "Scared, I must have been cursed to be stuck doing your bidding. I suspect you are just scared, Malfoy." Harry scoffed. "I am Draco Malfoy, a noble of the wizarding world. Fear is beneath me. Worry about yourself, you filthy Gryffindor." With that, Draco turned and pressed onward. After walking for a while, Draco suddenly halted, his face paling as if he had seen something terrifying. Harry noticed Draco's unease and followed his gaze. In the moonlight, a unicorn lay on the ground, its pure white form marred by the presence of a dark figure that seemed to be greedily sucking something from it, occasionally emitting satisfied noises. The shadow appeared to sense something, turning to glare at Harry and Draco with a menacing snarl. "I see this sight." Fong yelped and fled, while Draco, terrified, dropped his lantern and bolted after Fong. Harry felt the shadow's gaze fixated upon him, fear rendering him immobile, his lips quivering as the burning sensation of his scar reminded him of the identity of the dark figure. Voldemort. The shadow extended its arms, gliding toward Harry. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over fear. Harry stumbled backward in terror, tripping over a protruding root and landing on the ground. As the shadow drew nearer, Harry instinctively shielded his head with his arms. In that instant, a shimmering blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving the earth and causing a fissure to form. The dark figure swiftly evaded the attack. Harry felt a gust of wind rush past, and the anticipated pain did not come. Slowly lowering his arms, he gazed at the now distant figure, confusion washing over him. A familiar voice echoed in Harry's ear. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to harm my friends." Harry turned in surprise to see Adonis standing nearby, his wand gripped like a short sword. "Adonis!" Harry exclaimed with excitement, feeling a sense of safety in his presence. Adonis remained silent, acutely aware of the malevolent aura emanating from the figure before him, compelling him to remain vigilant. "This silver is anything but good silver." As the figure in the black robe raised his hand, poised to make his next move, Adonis swiftly seized the moment. A torrent of immense magical energy surged forth from the tip of his wand, and with it raised high, a formidable magical force field materialized above the black-robed man, immobilizing him in place. Once he had gathered his power, Adonis forcefully brought his wand down, with a crackling sound. Harry felt as though the world had been enveloped in a blinding white light, so intense that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. In the haze, it appeared to Harry that a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, and the world seemed to plunge into silence. Moments later, a tremendous wave of magical might erupted forth, propelling Harry backward and causing his robes to billow wildly in the wind. When the tempest finally subsided, all that remained of the black-robed man's previous position was a vast crater. Astonished, Harry found himself at a loss for words, entirely forgetting he was still on the ground, his face smeared with dirt. Adonis, meanwhile, seemed utterly drained, having expended every ounce of his strength in that formidable strike, fully unleashing ancient magic, which left him dangerously depleted. After a considerable time, Adonis felt a flicker of strength return and, with Harry's assistance, managed to rise to his feet. Harry, still somewhat dazed, stammered, "Adonis, what was that spell?" "It was magnificent." Adonis gestured for Harry to refrain from further inquiries, but soon enough Harry exclaimed. "What a splendid display! Adonis, you must teach me." The first to arrive in this glade was a centaur, boasting a mane of silver hair and a pristine white coat, robust in stature. "Little foals, are you all right?" A gentle voice emanated from the centaur. Recognizing Harry, the centaur halted before him and said, "Harry Potter, you must leave the Forbidden Forest. Most creatures here are familiar with you. This area is quite perilous at this time, especially for you." He then cast a meaningful glance at Adonis. "A beautifully executed spell," Adonis replied, appreciating the compliment. Confused, Harry inquired, "Who was the black-robed figure?" "A monster," the centaur replied gravely. "To slay unicorns, such sacred beings, is a grave sin. Consuming a unicorn's blood can prolong one's life, even restoring one on the brink of death. Yet the cost is dire. The blood carries a curse, and once your lips touch it, the curse will accompany you for the remainder of your life, rendering existence a torment." "Then who drank the blood?" Harry exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "He is Voldemort." "Harry," Adonis concluded after examining the unicorn's carcass, "you are aware of what is concealed within the school, Mr. Potter," the centaur seemed to imply. "The Philosopher's Stone." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "Harry, where are you, Harry?" Hagrid's voice called from a distance, alarmed by the brilliant lightning flash in the forest, fearing for Harry's safety. Malfoy and Fong were by his side, evidently brought along by Fong. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for more thrilling content." Upon Hagrid's arrival, he was dumbfounded by the vast, smoke-emitting crater before him. Ron and Hermione rushed to Adonis and Harry, anxiously inquiring about their well-being, and upon learning they were unharmed, they both exhaled in relief, considering the ferocity of the lightning that had struck nearby. Fong approached Adonis, tail wagging proudly, and Adonis, noticing, affectionately ruffled the dog's head. As Hagrid emerged from his astonishment and saw that Harry was safe, he sighed with relief and then turned to Adonis, asking, "Hi, Adonis, what brings you here?" "Good evening, Hagrid. I couldn't shake my concern for Harry and the others, so I followed discreetly." "What business does a young wizard like you have to worry? You ought to rest in your dormitory," Hagrid said earnestly. The centaur, unable to remain silent, cleared his throat and interjected, "Good evening, Hagrid." Only then did Hagrid notice the centaur beside him and responded, "Oh, good evening, Firenze. I apologize for previously overlooking you." Firenze smiled. "Hagrid, your statement is misplaced. Were it not for this brave young wizard's timely arrival, Harry Potter would indeed have been in grave danger." Hagrid looked at Firenze with a hint of confusion, prompting Harry to quickly explain. "Hagrid, Mr. Firenze speaks the truth. Fong and I discovered the assailant of the unicorn, and when he attempted to attack me, if Adonis hadn't arrived, I would have been in peril." Hagrid, somewhat embarrassed, said to Harry, "I am sorry, Harry. I nearly let you. This is not the time for apologies, Hagrid. Another unicorn has perished," Adonis reminded him, prompting Hagrid to approach the unicorn's body, gazing sorrowfully at the deep punctures on its neck. "I too heard the unicorn's cries for help and rushed over. Yet I still arrived too late," Firenze lamented. "Hagrid, the stars above are beginning to shift in unpredictable ways. The Forbidden Forest will not be safe for some time. You must escort the little foals away." Upon hearing this, Hagrid wiped his tears, incredulous. Even centaurs cannot foresee this. Firenze shook his head and whispered, "Hagrid, please inform Professor Dumbledore that the dark fire has descended, and the future has become uncertain." It was clear that Firenze was as enigmatic as Dumbledore himself. Hagrid nodded, promising to convey the message. Back in the common room, the group gathered around the coffee table, reflecting on their adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Harry appeared exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Adonis was simply incredible. Ron, Hermione, you cannot fathom how astonishing Adonis was at that moment." Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances as Harry continued. "When that shadow was closing in on me, I was terrified, feeling as though I was about to be slain. Just as a blade of air forced him back, Adonis appeared before me. Merlin's trousers. You cannot imagine how dashing he looked. I felt as though I might fall in love with him." Adonis playfully patted Harry on the head. "Stop being so cheeky." That moment, Hermione raised her hand. And when Adonis and Harry turned to her, she voiced her curiosity. What was that lightning all about? That was Adonis' magic. When that lightning struck, I was utterly astonished, Harry reminisced, excitement coursing through him. Ron marveled. That's so cool, Adonis. You must teach me. Hermione, however, looked on incredulously. We're all first years, and the teachers and textbooks are the same. So why are you so exceptional? She felt increasingly mystified by Adonis, opening her mouth to ask something, but unsure where to begin. Did you figure out who the Black-Robed Man was? Ron inquired. It was Voldemort. Voldemort? Ron exclaimed, startled. Hermione, from her Muggle background, was unaware of the immense fear Voldemort instilled in wizards, while Adonis remained unfazed, knowing that even if the sky fell, the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, would be there to support them, leaving little cause for concern that we were mistaken. Snape's intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone wasn't for himself. It was to resurrect his master, Harry stated earnestly. Regardless, even if the sky collapses, there's a tall figure to uphold it. You little ones needn't worry to know, Adonis. The professors still don't know this. We must inform them, Harry countered. But the professors want to believe us, Hermione replied, exasperated. What then? Harry seemed doused with cold water. But we have Professor Dumbledore. He is the greatest white wizard. Under his watchful eye. Voldemort cannot steal the Philosopher's Stone, Adonis remarked, refraining from blaming Snape, despite Snape's constant troubles with him, as the responsibility truly did not lie with Snape. That a week later, after several readings and ensuring he had mastered each step, Adonis felt ready to commence the preliminary work for becoming an animagus. Therefore, he approached Professor Sprout after herbology class and inquired, Professor, may I take a moment of your time? Of course, dear. Professor Sprout had a particular fondness for the small wizard who excelled in the herbology class. May I procure a leaf of mandrake from you? He inquired. Of course, came the reply. There are plenty of mandrake plants cultivated in the greenhouse out back, but you must first disclose your intended use for it. I wish to investigate the various effects of mandrake, Adonis said, blinking innocently in an attempt to evade scrutiny. Fortunately, Professor Sprout did not press further, recognizing that the mandrake leaves posed no inherent danger. Once he secured a mandrake leaf, Adonis mentally reaffirmed the procedure for becoming an animagus. First, on a night of the full moon, one must hold the mandrake leaf in their mouth without damaging it, swallowing or spitting out until the next full moon. Then, the leaf must be expelled into a glass vial, accompanied by a strand of one's own hair and dew collected from the pond Adonis had previously discovered. Finally, one must add the pupa of a boggart moth and conceal the mixture in a place devoid of sunlight and living creatures, retrieving it on a stormy night to complete the potion. As for the source of the boggart moth pupa, Adonis assured that it was entirely legitimate, though Snape, observing the significant loss of potion ingredients from his cabinet, fell into deep contemplation. Adonis felt as if he were drinking his own fermented saliva, pondering the harrowing experiences of the first wizard to achieve animagus transformation, who must have endured a convoluted series of steps. It sent a shiver down his spine. Professor McGonagall's notes contained her insights on animagus transformation, suggesting it was intrinsically linked to one's magical prowess and soul. The transformation process demanded substantial magical energy, along with a requisite strength of spirit. Realizing his considerable soul power, Adonis mused that he might indeed attempt the transformation into a magical creature. However, he felt uncertain and decided to focus on preliminary preparations, intending to retain the potion for transformation with Nico's assistance. Time swiftly passed, and the end of the semester approached. Hermione had tirelessly prepared for the finals, resolutely declaring, "This time, I must win back what I've lost." As she glanced over at Adonis, her gaze brimmed with fierce determination. Harry and Ron had also devoted considerable effort to securing Hermione's support, confident that her academic prowess would ensure their success in the exams. Yet in Harry's eyes, nothing mattered more than Adonis, who had recently become increasingly withdrawn, speaking little during conversations and barely touching his meals, even neglecting his beloved hot milk. That on several occasions, Hermione inquired if he felt unwell, but he remained silent, leaving Harry with an unsettling feeling that Adonis was up to something significant, as this was not the first time such a thing had occurred. If Adonis could read minds, he would undoubtedly give Harry a stern wake-up call regarding what constituted a big deal. This was merely self-inflicted torment. The first-year exams at Hogwarts would soon conclude. As the subjects covered were not particularly numerous, Harry urged Adonis to join him in visiting Hagrid's hut, not merely because the rest of them were incapable of performing the softening charm to enjoy Hagrid's rock cakes. Adonis resolutely declined, stating he would definitely partake another time, jesting that tonight was the full moon, and he needed to expel the leaf from his mouth. The past month had made meals a challenge. As even drinking milk required caution to avoid swallowing or damaging the leaf, he felt utterly tormented and yearned for a proper meal. Hagrid's hut. He asked, "Hagrid, does Fluffy have any weaknesses? Why are you still concerned about the troll?" "That's not something for first-year wizards to meddle with," Hagrid replied, seemingly impervious to their inquiries. Harry shrugged helplessly at Hermione. She then shifted the topic. "Hagrid, could you tell us where Norbert's dragon egg came from?" "Oh, about that," Hagrid began, his eyes twinkling. "I won it from a hooded man at the Hog's Head, and he seemed quite eager to part with it, claiming he had a keen interest in magical creatures. I told him I had one of my own, but he didn't believe me that I had to mention Fluffy, and he still wouldn't buy it." Hagrid continued animatedly. "I explained to him that creatures like the three-headed dog will calm down and sleep if you play them some music." Suddenly, Hagrid covered his mouth, eyeing the trio with a smile. "Thank you, Hagrid." Hermione spoke first, and Hagrid slumped onto the couch as if all his energy had drained away. "I shouldn't have said that. Merlin S. Beard, why are today's young wizards so unruly?" The three exchanged knowing glances, standing to bid farewell to Hagrid. "So, Snape is already aware of Fluffy's weakness," Adonis concluded. "I must inform Professor Dumbledore." They rushed into Professor McGonagall's office, where she was busy grading papers. "Children, is there something you need?" she asked, surprised, as she removed her glasses and sat up straight. "Professor McGonagall, is Professor Dumbledore in the school?" They inquired eagerly. "I'm afraid not," McGonagall replied. Looking puzzled, "He received a notification from the Ministry of Magic at noon and has gone to London for a meeting. He won't return until tomorrow afternoon." "What does that mean tonight?" "Tonight what?" McGonagall asked, increasingly bewildered by the young wizard's antics. "Professor McGonagall, someone is planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight," Hermione exclaimed, shocking McGonagall. "I am not sure how you came to know about the stone, but it is quite safe at Hogwarts." Harry attempted to speak, but McGonagall interrupted. "No buts, Mr. Potter. This is not something for young wizards to worry about. Return to the common room at once." With that, she began to usher them out. "What are we going to do? Professor McGonagall doesn't believe us, and Dumbledore isn't here," Ron protested. "Then we must go beneath the trapdoor ourselves," Hermione suggested. "Just the three of us?" Ron questioned incredulously. "Shouldn't we involve Adonis? He might be more reliable in this situation." Hermione shot him an exasperated look. "Do you think I hadn't considered that? Adonis said he has something important to do tonight and asked us not to disturb him." "What could possibly be more important than the Philosopher's Stone?" Ron queried, bewildered. "I don't know. It seems like Adonis has been planning this for a while, and I can't bring myself to question him." Hermione replied helplessly, "We can't rely on Adonis. We should prepare ourselves and remember to bring the jewelry he gifted us." Ultimately, Harry decided on their team for the mission. Night soon descended, and Adonis, carrying a glass bottle filled with collected dew, arrived at the astronomy tower of the castle, seating himself upon the ground, gazing up at the thick clouds. Now he needed only to wait patiently for the moment the moonlight would emerge. After nearly an hour, a wide crack appeared in the clouds, and radiant moonlight poured through, bathing Adonis in its glow. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and expelled the mandrake leaf, mingled with his saliva, into the container, adding the previously prepared bogget moth pupa. Here, we must extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Snape for his generous sponsorship. Under the moon's luminescence, the liquid in the vial underwent an unpredictable magical reaction. Adonis solemnly placed it into the designated bag, rushing to the room of requirement, where he requested a hidden chamber to store it. Elated, he thought to himself that all that remained was to recite the spell each morning and await a thunderstorm. "Now I, Adonis, am off to indulge in a grand feast." Upon entering the common room, he noticed something lying by the fireplace. Approaching for a closer look, he exclaimed, "Hey, is that Neville? He looks quite bedraggled after just a few hours." And he's sleeping on the floor. Neville, Neville, wake up. You'll catch a cold sleeping here, Adonis called. Sensing something was amiss, he leaned closer and was astonished to find Neville awake, but seemingly asleep. Has he been petrified? Adonis wondered. With a flick of his wand, he cast the spell, and Neville jolted upright, gasping for air. Adonis, you must hurry and stop Hermione and the others. They've gone out for a midnight adventure. As he observed Neville seated on the ground, clad rather lightly, Adonis removed his robe and draped it over him, gently urging him to sit on the sofa. Carl, are you asleep? Suddenly, the petite figure of a sprite materialized in the common room. Do you require anything, esteemed young wizard? Could you kindly bring me some food and 2 cups of hot milk? At your service. Before long, an assortment of snacks and 2 cups of steaming milk appear before Adonis. Adonis, are you not going to prevent them from roaming at night? Neville gazed at Adonis, who had already begun to relish the treats, a hint of anxiety in his expression. Fear not, Neville. I have only just returned from a nocturnal escapade myself. Rest assured. But they, Adonis interrupted Neville by spooning a bite of tiramisu into his mouth. Relax, Neville. You're a Gryffindor. I feel I may not quite fit the Gryffindor mold. No, Neville. To me, you epitomize Gryffindor. Understand that it requires immense courage to uphold one's principles and to deter friend from straying into misconduct. But, no buts, Neville. In truth, you are quite exceptional. It is merely your confidence that falters. Adonis spoke earnestly. I am not exceptional at all. My spells are far less effective than yours, and my social skills are lacking, among various other aspects. Yet, Neville, your passion and talent in herbology are on par with mine. Adonis placed a supportive hand on Neville's shoulder. The issue with your spellcasting lies not with you, but with the wand. Who was it that first performed the levitation charm in our class? This is something most others could not accomplish. Be confident. Neville. With his head bowed in silence, Neville appeared to absorb this encouragement. Seeing that Neville seemed to be receptive, Adonis pressed on, feeling optimistic about this little chubby friend, convinced that one day Neville would surprise him greatly. Given Neville's remarkable aptitude in herbology, why not cultivate it further? Seemingly having made a decision, Neville spoke up. Adonis? Yes? Could you spare a little time to guide me? Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. Neville appeared somewhat nervous and flustered. Adonis chuckled at this. Neville, we're good friends. You should have mentioned this sooner. The first year is drawing to a close. Let us begin next academic year. But first, you need a wand of your OWNIS that truly possible? Adonis, like a miniature adult, patted Neville on the head. You deserve it. Neville, be confident. You are worthy of better. We shall commence specialized training next term. A newfound light shone in Neville's eyes. Hermione and Ron were eventually escorted back to the common room by Professor McGonagall. Startled by McGonagall's sudden entrance, Adonis and Neville, who were enjoying their late-night snacks, exchanged worried glances. Neville, in his anxiety, began to choke and turned away, repeatedly patting his chest. They then noticed Hermione and Ron trailing behind. Professor McGonagall merely cast a glance in their direction, said nothing, and hurried away. Ron plopped down beside Adonis, unceremoniously grabbing a piece of dessert. Hermione joined them, though she appeared somewhat embarrassed upon seeing Neville. I am sorry, Neville. I shouldn't have cast the Petrificus totalis on you. Suddenly, Hermione's apology caught Neville off guard, and having completely discarded the earlier unpleasantness, he stammered, It's fine. Hermione, it really wasn't appropriate. Hermione, you must make amends to Neville. Adonis slowly swallowed his cake, speaking calmly. Amends? How shall I make amends? Neville. Hermione straightened her posture. You should help him with his studies, Adonis said, nudging Neville toward Hermione. Neville appeared shy. Lowering his gaze, Hermione patted her chest. Assuring him that it was her responsibility. At this point, Adonis inquired, Where's Harry? Why haven't we seen him? Upon hearing this, both Ron and Hermione's expressions turned somber. Harry was attacked by Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Although Quirrell ultimately turned to dust, Harry remains unconscious. Observing the worried looks on Hermione and Ron's faces, Adonis reassured them, Do not fret. Harry is the boy who lived, and he will surely emerge from this ordeal unscathed. With that, he waved his hand, swatting Ron's attempt to pilfer a small cake. Stop that, Ron. Between Neville and me, we haven't eaten as much as you. Seizing the moment while Adonis was speaking, Ron snatched a cookie. I just returned from some strenuous physical and mental labor. I'm a bit famished. Indeed, our valiant hero Ron. Do share the tale of your adventures this evening. Thus, Hermione and Ron took turns recounting their extraordinary experiences of the night. While Neville listened with keen admiration, Adonis patted Neville on the head, assuring him that opportunities would arise. Ron expressed his gratitude to Adonis, stating that without the alchemical tools Adonis had provided, which had intercepted the final strike from the opposing queen, he would likely be nursing injuries alongside Harry in the hospital wing. After a while of conversation, realizing the hour was late, they all returned to their dormitories to rest. The following morning, Adonis, after casting a spell on himself with his wand, quietly slipped out of the dormitory. He first sought out Sheila, handing her his letter to order sweets along with some galleons to deliver to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Then he ventured outside the castle to visit Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he knocked on the door. "Please wait a moment." Hagrid's voice called from within, and soon the wooden door swung open. Hagrid, upon seeing Adonis, appeared somewhat surprised. "Adonis, what brings you here so early?" "I was yearning for your rock cakes, so I thought I would come early in hopes of having a taste." Adonis beamed at Hagrid, who clearly appreciated the sentiment. Immediately, he retrieved several rock cakes from his cupboard and poured a glass of milk for Adonis, knowing it was his favorite. "Thank you." After taking a sip of milk, Adonis remarked to the gentle giant, "Hagrid, do you remember the gift I gave you for Christmas?" "Oh, you mean that?" Hagrid rummaged through a nearby drawer and eventually produced a delicate wooden box. "The ring you gave me seems a tad off in size. It's too large, I kept forgetting to mention it, but thank you for the gift regardless." Seeing Hagrid's serious demeanor, Adonis couldn't help but chuckle. "Hagrid, that is a thumb ring. It's meant to be worn on your thumb. Wearing it on other fingers would certainly lead to an improper fit. I'm sorry, Adonis. This is the first time someone has given me jewelry." Hagrid sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Adonis gently patted Hagrid's large hand. "Come now, Hagrid, try it on. If it truly doesn't fit, I can always have it resized." Hagrid eagerly donned the thumb ring, astonished at how perfectly it fits splendidly. "Adonis, I truly like it. If you like it, don't take it off. The ring possesses protective magic and can cast the shield charm 3 times. Upon hearing this, Hagrid realized the ring's value and quickly attempted to return it to Adonis. "Such a precious item. I cannot accept it." "Hagrid, don't worry. Harry and Hermione have one as well. You encounter far more perilous situations in the Forbidden Forest than we do. You certainly need it more than we do." Hagrid hesitated, but sensing Adonis's earnestness, he finally relented and wore the ring. "That is more like it." The two shared a mutual understanding, choosing not to mention the events of the previous night. Just then, Ron stirred awake, and Adonis took his leave of Hagrid. "See you next time, Hagrid. I must return to the common room now." "Oh, goodbye, Adonis. See you next time." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Adonis returned to the common room, where Sheila had already arrived with the snack package he had ordered. Ron and Hermione were seated on the sofa, and even Neville had managed to rise from his bed. Noticing that the group had gathered, Adonis addressed them, saying, "Hey, everyone, let's go see Harry." The hospital wing was actually not far from the Gryffindor common room, situated just above it. Hermione led the way, followed by Adonis and Neville, while Ron brought up the rear, carrying the snacks for their visit. "Why do I have to carry so many snacks?" Ron lamented, his expression one of despair. "Serves you right for stealing," Hermione teased, sticking her tongue out at Ron. However, their plans were thwarted as Madame Pomfrey, the nurse of the hospital wing, blocked their way. Previously, George had boasted in the common room that the hospital wing was a sacred space where even Dumbledore could not intrude. Some even claimed that Madame Pomfrey was a retired master of the wizarding world, now living in Hogwarts as a humble healer. In summary, the hospital wing was shrouded in legend. "Please, Madame Pomfrey, Harry is unconscious, and we're genuinely worried about him," Adonis implored, batting his eyelashes innocently. Behind him, Ron and Neville struggled to suppress their laughter, while Hermione facepalmed in exasperation. Ultimately, Madame Pomfrey relented, though it was not merely due to Adonis's adorable antics. "Of course, stop laughing, Ron, or I'll tear your mouth apart." "Sorry, Adonis, but I just can't help it." "Ha-ha." Just as Adonis was about to give Ron an unforgettable experience, Madame Pomfrey's irritated voice rang out. "Quiet down. If you don't hush, I'll throw you all out." Ron immediately resembled a duck with its throat constricted, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Neville and Hermione, witnessing his struggle to contain his mirth, couldn't help but chuckle softly as they approached Harry's bedside. Gazing at their unconscious friend, each felt an indescribable pang in their hearts. Adonis seated himself beside Harry, grasping his wrist to gently assess his condition. Noting only a slight depletion of energy, he would recover with a day or two of rest. Suddenly, Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind. "Children, there's no need to worry excessively about Harry. He shall awaken by tomorrow." The group was startled by the sudden appearance of the headmaster, causing Ron to jump back and tumble to the floor, inadvertently pulling Hermione down with him, inciting her to give him several light taps. The instigator of the commotion chuckled, remarking, "Ah, youth is so full of vigor. Unlike this old—" Dumbledore reached for the treats designated for Harry. Adonis coughed discreetly, but the old man seemed oblivious, extracting a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and enjoying them with delight. Adonis shot Dumbledore an exasperated glance. "Oh, you have time this evening, Mr. Landon?" Dumbledore inquired. "Would you be able to join me in my office for a chat?" Realizing he could not conceal the matter of the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore, Adonis nodded. "Very well, Professor." Upon seeing Adonis's agreement, Dumbledore leaned closer, whispering, "The password to my office is lemon drop." He then handed Adonis a few beans before departing. Later that night, Adonis stood before the gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office. "Password, lemon drop." The gargoyle moved aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that extended down to Adonis' feet. He ascended the stairs and knocked on the office door. "Enter," came Dumbledore's voice from within. Upon entering, Adonis was met by the portraits of past headmasters, all scrutinizing the striking young wizard before them, murmuring amongst themselves. However, Phineas Nigellus remained notably silent, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the lad. "The Gryffindor wizard has arrived." The Sorting Hat suddenly exclaimed, "I remember you." The polite young wizard, "Greetings, Hat." At that moment, Dumbledore approached with a set of cups, smiling at Adonis. "Would you care for a drink?" "Hot milk will suffice, Professor." Once seated on the sofa, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Observing Adonis leisurely sipping his hot milk, Dumbledore could not help but use legilimency, though he could only perceive vague images. Such a young age to master the mind-closing charm. Dumbledore's suspicions were further confirmed. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell to shield the portraits from perceiving their conversation, leaning forward with a serious demeanor. "How should I address you? Mr. Landon, or—" Both parties were intelligent enough to recognize Dumbledore's probing for his true identity. Adonis set down his milk cup, clasped his hands, and met Dumbledore's gaze. After a long moment, Adonis finally spoke. "Professor Dumbledore, I am simply myself, Adonis of the Landon family, of Gryffindor." Upon hearing Adonis's response, Dumbledore broke into a smile. Absent-mindedly stroking his long beard, "I hope you can forgive this old man's little test," he said, winking as was his habit. "After all, these are extraordinary times, as you noted. I understand, Professor. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the Philosopher's Stone as bait, knowing its immense value." With that, Adonis retrieved the blood-red gem from his pocket, playing with it momentarily before returning it to its depths. Dumbledore, witnessing this, chose not to comment and instead changed the subject. "I trust your studies are not too burdensome at the moment?" "Hard to say. The curriculum at school is not particularly taxing," Adonis mused, his eyes darting as he contemplated. "However, I find my knowledge of magic to be quite limited. I have a long way to go." The two conversed casually for a while. Eventually, Dumbledore seemed to sense something, setting down his teacup. "There is a special guest who wishes to see you. They shall arrive shortly." A special guest. Adonis felt an inexplicable thrill of anticipation. Suddenly, the office was filled with the melodic call of a phoenix. A burst of flames erupted, and from within came the voice of an elderly man. "Hogwarts Castle prohibits apparition, but it cannot restrict the spatial magic of a phoenix. Albus, I hope I am not late?" Hearing that familiar voice, Adonis stood up, his emotions surging. As the flames dissipated, they revealed the frail figure of an elderly man, who appeared as though he might crumble after a few steps. Adonis felt the dam he had built within himself shatter, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He wiped his eyes and stepped forward, embracing the elderly figure who had emerged from the flames. "Oh, such a welcome makes me feel a bit shy," the old man said, caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Two phoenixes flew out from behind him. One perched on his shoulder, while the other nestled in its cozy nook. Resting, the phoenix on the old man's shoulder gazed at the young wizard before it, sensing something familiar, and suddenly let out a joyful call, fluttering onto Adonis's shoulder and affectionately rubbing against his cheek. "Long time no see, Mia." Adonis released the elderly man and playfully stroked Mia's chin, who responded with a contented trill. The old man, astonished, remarked, "How did you know her name is Mia?" He scrutinized the boy's features. Finding an echo of familiarity in his eyes, Adonis wiped away his tears and embraced the elderly man once more, his voice trembling. "It's been too long, Nicholas." Nicol was somewhat taken aback, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. It can't be. This is truly unbelievable," he murmured, feeling as though his frail body, having lived for over 6 centuries, was on the verge of collapse. He embraced Adonis and tentatively inquired, "Adonis, is it really you? Is it truly you?" Dumbledore, perceptively, made way for the two old friends, stepping aside to feign amusement with Fawkes, while secretly eavesdropping. Once the pair had steadied their emotions, Adonis urged Nicol to sit and inquired about his recent affairs with Perenelle. He then retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and solemnly placed it in Nicol's hand, saying, "I'm unaware of your prior arrangements, but I hope you can continue to live well. Rest assured, Adonis, upon seeing you again, I wish to extend my days," Nicol replied, glancing at Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. "My dear friend, there is still more to this chapter, so please turn the page to continue reading. The best is yet to come." Nicol remarked that, "I have a question for Professor Dumbledore. How did you come to know?" "It was through prophecy, Adonis," Dumbledore responded. 11 years ago, aside from the prophecy that a child born in July would vanquish the Dark Lord, there was another prophecy known to but a few, which stated, "The genius of the past shall ultimately return." I have observed many first-year students, yet none exhibited extraordinary talent. The Weasley children were indeed commendable, but I felt they were not until your arrival. Dumbledore chuckled lightly and continued, "No one has ever found the room of requirement in their first year, nor could any young wizard fresh to the school conjure spells like the shield charm or the disarming charm, especially not one from a Muggle family." After a pause, he added, "In fact, I stood right behind you that day when you took out the Philosopher's Stone in front of the Mirror of Erised." Adonis felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing how much Dumbledore knew of his actions. "Professor, you see, I merely wish to enjoy a delightful school life." Dumbledore shrugged and sighed. "I fear that may no longer be possible. Voldemort has taken notice of you, but hasn't he already?" Nicol interjected, "Both Albus and I believe Voldemort will not so easily perish. The Quirrell incident was merely the beginning. He is surely awaiting an opportunity for resurrection." "What shall we do then?" Nicol queried. "I am old and of little use, thus I require your assistance." Nicol patted Adonis on the shoulder. "Albus hopes you will aid him." After deliberation, the three agreed that Adonis would endeavor to assist Dumbledore. But Dumbledore must not act impulsively or recklessly. Any significant actions must be communicated to Adonis without concealment. Dumbledore consented. He also resolved to personally train Adonis to enhance his control over magic and teach him more formidable spells. Subsequently, Adonis informed Nicol and Dumbledore of his preparations for becoming an animagus, seeking their guidance. After arranging a meeting time, Dumbledore, noting the late hour, kindly urged Adonis to leave the office for rest, while Mia, reluctant to part after their reunion, wished to spend more time with Adonis. He gently reassured her, "Do not worry, Mia. We shall meet again during the summer vacation." Once Adonis departed, Nicol spoke to Dumbledore. Adonis's current abilities are insufficient for him to stand alone. "Albus," Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Nicol continued, "I am somewhat limited in France. I hope you can look after Adonis well." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Nicol's shoulder. "Adonis shall also be my student. As his teacher, how can I not care for him?" The two elderly gentlemen shared a hearty laugh, disregarding their dignified appearances, while Fawkes, resting in his cozy nook, found their merriment rather disruptive. The following midday, Harry awoke, and Hermione learned that Dumbledore had visited the hospital wing while Harry was regaining consciousness. No one knew what had transpired between them. There was no time for further contemplation. He needed to hurry to the Great Hall, as Professor McGonagall had just informed the Gryffindors in the common room that the end-of-year feast was about to commence. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, Hermione held Ron back on the steps to await Harry, while Adonis and Neville entered first, preparing to inform George and Fred to arrange a welcoming ceremony for Harry. Despite the fact that only a handful were initially aware of Harry and his friends bravely overcoming the professor's challenges and thwarting Voldemort's plot, Ron, with his characteristic exuberance, could not contain his excitement. The very next day, he casually let slip their exploits to Seamus during what seemed like innocuous conversation. Although his enthusiasm was palpable, a S-word spread through Seamus's casual remarks. Harry and the others quickly rose to prominence. Becoming heroes in the eyes of their fellow Gryffindors, their behind-the-scenes orchestrator, Ron, received his share of praise, and several girls from their year discreetly gifted him chocolates, which delighted Ron immensely, leading him to boast before Hermione. This, in turn, earned him a few days' worth of cold shoulders from the little witch. Neville, witnessing Ron's braggadocio, felt a tinge of envy, but mostly felt embarrassed for him. After Adonis conferred with the Weasley twins, they eagerly agreed to present Harry with a grand surprise. As the heavy wooden doors of the Great Hall swung open, the sound echoed, silencing the room. Harry's small figure emerged from behind the doors. Met by raucous cheers from the Gryffindor table, George stood atop the table, bellowing through a megaphone, "Welcome our Gryffindor hero, Harry Potter." At that moment, Fred ignited a custom firework produced by the Weasleys. Flames shot forth, forming a lifelike lion above the hall, which roared and lunged forward, dissipating into sparks before Harry. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs soon joined in the applause, while only a few Slytherins wore expressions of disdain. Among them was a certain Malfoy, whose face twisted with contempt at Harry's acclaim, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Harry was momentarily awestruck by the grand spectacle before him, his mouth agape in disbelief. When he regained his composure, he found George and Fred at his side, each taking an arm to escort him through the cheers of the Gryffindors to his rightful place at the table. The professors softly applauded Harry, and Dumbledore beamed at the scene. As Harry took his seat, he still felt somewhat incredulous and turned to see Adonis grinning mischievously. "Was this your doing? I'm nearly embarrassed," he exclaimed. Adonis, feigning injury from Harry's punch, replied, "Harry, you are now a renowned figure. A humble person like myself can hardly match your stature, especially now that you've taken striking me." "Oh, stop it," Harry retorted, feeling a bit sheepish. Ron and Neville, hearing the commotion, joined in the laughter. With a gentle tap of her glass, Professor McGonagall signaled for quiet, and Dumbledore, adjusting his robes, rose to address the assembly. Another academic year has passed, and it is now time to present the House CUPT. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table dipped slightly, as the prospect of missing out on the cup weighed heavily on them. After all, who wouldn't relish the chance to trample Slytherin? The scores were announced. In fourth place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In third place, Gryffindor with 377 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in first place, Slytherin with 476 points. As Dumbledore's voice faded, the banner above the hall transformed into Slytherin's vibrant green, with the shadow of a serpent, emblematic of the Slytherin house crest, materializing above it. The Slytherin long table erupted into fervent cheers, with some even tossing their wizarding hats high into the air, particularly a certain Malfoy, whose provocative gaze was fixed upon the Gryffindor table. Hermione pouted, reluctantly applauding Slytherin, while Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort at Draco's taunting demeanor. That moment, Dumbledore tapped his glass and continued, "Slytherin has performed admirably, truly commendable, but before we conclude, there are a few additional points to be awarded." Would a turn of events be in store? Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron's mouths fell agape, and even Adonis looked astonished. Harry and Ron were excited, while Adonis's surprise stemmed solely from Hermione's painful grip on his thigh, causing him to wince. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, Hermione." Adonis's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Adonis," Hermione replied with a hint of remorse, as Adonis gingerly rubbed the pinched area, already anticipating bruising. Then Dumbledore proclaimed, "First, to Miss Hermione Granger. For her calm and clever use of wit in saving her friends from peril, I award 25 points. Upon hearing that points could still be added, the Gryffindors erupted into cheers, only to gradually quiet down as they realized Dumbledore's speech was not yet concluded. Next, to Mr. Ron Weasley, for his exceptional skill in chess, a rarity in the last 50 years, I award 25 points. Gryffindor had now surpassed Ravenclaw to claim second place. The third award goes to Mr. Harry Potter. In recognition of his extraordinary bravery and courage, I award 30 points. At this juncture, Draco felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps there wouldn't be any foul play after all. The fourth award is for Mr. Neville Longbottom. Hearing his name suddenly, Neville was momentarily taken aback. Me. I can receive points, Dumbledore continued. To uphold principles against adversaries requires courage, and to maintain principles with friends demands even more courage. That I award 10 points to Mr. Longbottom. The Gryffindors applauded Neville, yet Dumbledore remained standing. Lastly, I award Mr. Adonis Landon. What have I done now? Adonis expressed his bewilderment. In the face of extreme danger, you remained composed and rescued your friends from dire straits. Not once, but 4 times. That I award 30 points to Mr. Landon. The Gryffindors erupted in excitement. With this calculation, their total soared to 497 points, edging past Slytherin by a single point to claim first place. I believe it is time for a change in the hall's decorations. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the banners shifted from Slytherin's green serpent pattern to Gryffindor's crimson, featuring a majestic lion roaring fiercely. Harry sprang to his feet in jubilation, while Ron began to cheer loudly, disregarding decorum. Hermione clapped joyfully, and the Weasley twins set off fireworks. Everyone appeared utterly satisfied, except for Slytherin, where Draco's expression was as sour as if he had been fed a few lumps of dung. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws did not care who claimed first place. As long as it was not Slytherin, they were pleased. Hagrid clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines, but upon sensing the professor's glares, he quickly restrained himself. Though he could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips, Professor McGonagall beamed, standing in stark contrast to the brooding Professor Snape. "See you next term, Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, giving the giant a heartfelt hug as he came to bid farewell. Witnessing this, the others gathered around, with the 4 children barely managing to encircle Hagrid with their outstretched arms. Feeling the genuine affection from the 4 little ones, Hagrid felt his eyes moisten, and he released them, using a large silk handkerchief to dab at his eyes. Finally, as Hagrid looked on with a heavy heart, the train began to move slowly. Harry pulled open the window and called out to Hagrid, "Make sure to write to me." After a year of schooling and camaraderie, everyone had found like-minded companions. Inside the compartment, Ron and Harry animatedly discussed how to plan their summer adventures, while Hermione busily scribbled on the small table. Adonis glanced up from his book and noticed Hermione was diligently crafting a summer study schedule. Sensing his gaze, Hermione looked up and caught Adonis watching her, interpreting his expression as a challenge, igniting her competitive spirit. This year, Adonis had narrowly snatched the top academic spot from Hermione, leading to several days of her giving him the cold shoulder. This summer, I shall work quietly and astonish everyone. Just wait, Adonis. Once I surpass you, I will. Adonis, however, found himself perplexed by the fierce determination in Hermione's eyes. Oh no, she doesn't intend to burn my clothes, does she? Have I offended her recently? Meanwhile, Neville, excited at the prospect of undergoing Adonis's secret training next term, had been unable to sleep well for several nights, and at present had already dozed off against the wall. "What are your plans for the summer?" Ron inquired, munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Then nudged Neville, urging him to eat something before resuming his slumber. In a daze, Neville munched on the beans, only to be overwhelmed by a strong, unpleasant taste that instantly banished any remnants of sleepiness. "I envy you all for being able to be with your families. I can only return to the Dursleys." Harry appeared somewhat disheartened, glancing at Adonis. "Why don't Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall allow me to stay at school?" Adonis shrugged, indicating that he was equally in the dark about the headmaster's motives. At this point, Hermione interjected, "Harry, think positively. You can write to us during the summer, or visit my house or Adonis's." Suddenly, Harry brightened, and seeing his eager expression, Adonis doused his enthusiasm with cold water. This half-month is fine, but after that, I'll be heading to France and might not return until a week before school starts. What a pity. I wanted to stay at your place a bit longer, Harry lamented, as though he might never see Adonis again. Unable to bear it any longer, Adonis smacked Harry lightly on the head with his book. It's not like there won't be other opportunities, so why act like this? Hermione seized upon a key point and asked, "What are you going to France for?" Adonis replied smugly, "I'm going to receive secret tutoring from the professors." "Aren't you envious?" Frustrated, the young witch pinched Adonis's arm fiercely. "Harry, you can come to my house. Ginny has asked about you several times. She's her #1 fan." Ron chuckled. Harry, slightly embarrassed, smiled shyly at Ron's comment. Adonis looked at Harry with a teasing expression. How did this guy manage to woo Ron's sister without a word? As Adonis leaned in closer, Harry hastily shoved him away, looking somewhat flustered. "But don't look at me like that. Adonis, what is there to be shy about? We're all boys here." The compartment erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Hermione wore a look of exasperation, pondering the nature of her friends. Time swiftly passed amidst the laughter and chatter. And soon the train announced its impending arrival at King's Cross Station. Initially scheduled to arrive around 2 in the afternoon, unforeseen circumstances delayed their disembarkation until 4 o'clock, at which point the 5 of them finally emerged from the platform. Before leaving, Adonis shot a fierce glare at the old wizard guarding the platform. Just as they exited, anxious parents rushed forward to greet them. Mrs. Weasley was particularly exuberant, enveloping Harry and Adonis in warm embraces. Expressing her gratitude for their acceptance of Ron and for looking after her silly son, standing aside, Ron felt a twinge of irritation, sensing that his mother was more affectionate toward Adonis and Harry than she was toward him. Ginny and Hermione engaged in conversation, discussing topics of interest among girls. Mr. Weasley engaged Adonis in a lively conversation, fueled by the enlightening encyclopedia Adonis had previously gifted him, which had bestowed upon him a fresh perspective of the Muggle world. "Brother," Adonis heard the familiar voice of Vina beckoning from a distance. With arms wide open, he embraced the little figure that leaped into his arms, showering her cherubic face with affectionate kisses. "Have you missed your brother?" "Indeed," Vina exclaimed, planting a kiss on Adonis's cheek. That it seemed Vina had grown taller. "Soon enough, he might find it difficult to carry her," Adonis chuckled. "Then Vina mustn't grow up too fast. I want to hold you every day." Mr. Dot and Mrs. Landon approached alongside the Grangers, their laughter suggesting a long-standing camaraderie. Mr. Landon first made his way over, giving Adonis's shoulder a friendly pat, while Mrs. Landon, noticing her son had grown, enveloped him in a warm embrace. The chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue the delightful narrative. After exchanging pleasantries among the families, Adonis introduced his parents and sister to the Weasley family. Upon learning they hailed from a wizarding background, Mr. Landon's interest piqued as he eagerly engaged Mr. Weasley in conversation. Notably, Mr. Weasley belonged to the rare breed of wizards who held a fascination for the Muggle world, and this newfound friendship with Muggles filled him with delight. Mrs. Landon conversed with Mrs. Weasley about their respective families, revealing that every woman seems to possess a unique perspective on familial matters, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere. Initially, Vina felt a tad shy upon encountering Adonis's friends, but after his introduction, she timidly greeted them. The little girl expressed a hint of excitement upon seeing Harry, recalling the tall boy she had met at the zoo. Ginny appeared to take a liking to Vina, and within moments, they were chatting comfortably, with Ginny even draping an arm around Vina's shoulders, exuding a protective, sisterly vibe. Neville was whisked away by a hurried Mrs. Longbottom, who reminded the friends that she would send them a letter. Such is the peculiar nature of male friendships. Before long, Mr. Landon had begun calling Mr. Weasley brother. Mrs. Landon enthusiastically invited the Weasley and Granger families to dinner at their home that evening. The group parted ways at the train station, agreeing to gather at Adonis's house. Upon exiting the station, Harry spotted a reluctant Uncle Vernon, who seemed unwilling to linger, rudely tugging at Harry's arm as they headed toward the car. When Harry expressed a desire to dine at Adonis's home, Uncle Vernon halted, noticing a family standing nearby. Stunned for a moment, he then donned a sycophantic smile, eagerly shaking Mr. Landon's hand. After exchanging a few formalities, Uncle Vernon proposed that Harry should go ahead to Adonis's house, promising to pick him up later. Harry found it perplexing that his usually domineering uncle was now so obsequious before Mr. Landon, as if he had suddenly ascended to a higher social tier, which altered the way he looked at Harry. With these thoughts in mind, Harry followed Mr. Landon to a car that appeared quite valuable. Although Harry had little experience, he could discern they were heading toward the affluent neighborhood of London that Aunt Petunia had always aspired to visit. Faced with the understated opulence of the villa, Harry felt a twinge of disbelief. Comparing it to Uncle Vernon's home, he finally understood why Uncle Vernon was so eager to please Mr. Landon. Noticing Harry's astonishment at the entrance, Mrs. Landon approached him, gently taking his hand. "What is it, Harry?" she asked with a warm smile. "It's nothing, ma'am," Harry replied, appearing somewhat anxious. "Just call me Aunt Diana. There's no need to be nervous, Harry. Treat this place as your own home." Before Harry could respond, she led him into the garden. Since the Landon household was typically small, they had not employed many servants, only a butler and a maid, resulting in the family often handling simple tasks themselves. Considering the larger gathering, Mr. Landon had even hired a few chefs to prepare the meals. After a while, a gasp resonated from the entrance of the villa. "Wow, Fred, look where we've arrived," George exclaimed, as if witnessing something extraordinary. "I have no idea, George," Fred replied, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Enough of your nonsense. You too," Mrs. Weasley scolded, tapping the heads of the two rascals, feeling as though her dignity was at stake. Hearing the commotion, Harry quickly ran to the yard to open the door. With Adonis closely following, "Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has truly illuminated our humble abode," Adonis said with a slight bow. However, before he could maintain that posture for long, George and Fred seized him, dragging him inside. "Adonis, you must give us a proper tour of your home." "Indeed, I never imagined you were such a little tycoon. You must take care of us in the future," Fred added with a mischievous grin, rubbing his fingers together. It seemed the Weasley family was missing only Percy. Mrs. Weasley mentioned he had something to attend to, but Fred quickly spilled the beans. "Our beloved Percy is too busy on a date with his girlfriend to have time for us." This remark incited Mrs. Weasley to deliver a playful smack to Fred's head. Hermione soon arrived with her family in tow. The women conversed animatedly while the men engaged in light-hearted banter, disregarding their adult personas, and exchanged numerous gifts. Mr. Weasley presented them with several magical trinkets, which left the two older boys in awe that Mr. Granger resolved to send Mr. Weasley a dental care set after returning home, pondering whether the electric gadget would be functional in the wizarding world. After dinner, the children dispersed to play. Adonis conversed with Harry and Ron in the garden, while the Weasley twins, having received Mrs. Landon's permission, began examining the television in the living room, hoping they wouldn't take it apart out of sheer curiosity. As for the men, it was unclear how much they had imbibed, but Mr. Granger had already succumbed to sleep at the dining table, while Mr. Landon and Mr. Weasley remained quite lively, linking arms as they headed to the Landon garage to admire Mr. Landon's prized possessions. That Mr. Weasley, an aficionado of automobiles, was captivated by Mr. Landon's collection of sports cars, exclaiming in delight, a sound that even Ron, sitting in the yard, could hear, oblivious to Mr. Granger's condition, who seemed forgotten at the table. It was ultimately Mrs. Granger who helped him into the car for their journey home. Before departing, Mr. Weasley lingered, insisting on sharing a few more drinks with Mr. Landon, just before Mrs. Landon intervened with a firm hand. "Mr. Weasley solemnly stated, Arthur, my brother, I may not know magic or your world, but I will do my utmost to provide you with some means of protection." He then handed Mr. Weasley a box. Adonis recognized it as an M1911 pistol, and if Harry were to see it, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is far more effective than a wand." Shortly thereafter, Mr. Landon was ushered inside by Mrs. Landon, leaving Adonis to see off the Weasley family. "Aunt Molly, please keep the gift my father intended for Uncle Arthur safe. Do not let George and Fred get their hands on it," Adonis signaled to Mrs. Weasley, indicating the importance of the matter. She appeared puzzled at first, but after Adonis provided her with a brief overview of firearms, she became exceedingly cautious upon learning of their lethal potential. Harry, on the other hand, was in no hurry to return to the Dursleys, who were more than happy for him to stay at the Landon residence. After all, exchanging one irritating individual for the friendship of the Landons was a deal too good to pass up. For a fortnight, Adonis devoted himself to the earnest companionship of his family at home. When he found a moment, he shared his plans for the remaining 2 months with them. His mother expressed deep reluctance. Since Adonis had commenced his studies at Hogwarts, she had only seen him once this year, and the future remained uncertain regarding their frequent encounters. She enveloped him tightly in her embrace. His father's perspective was straightforward. As a man, one ought to strive for progress rather than indulge in mere enjoyment. Moreover, Adonis was to study under the tutelage of the professors at school, a rare opportunity indeed, and his father wholeheartedly endorsed this endeavor. Adonis smiled, realizing that his father was so intent on supporting him that he disregarded his own well-being. Did he not notice the fierce look in his mother's eyes? Adonis felt a twitch of discomfort, silently wishing his father good luck. Subsequently, amidst his mother's admonishments and his father's pleas, Adonis ascended to the second floor, to Vina's room. Ever since Vina learned that Adonis would soon be leaving, she had harbored resentment, refusing to show him any kindness for several days. Adonis knocked gently on the door and asked softly, "Vina, may I come in?" From within, Vina's frustrated voice protested, "You can't come in." "You horrid brother!" Adonis's tone softened further. "I am leaving tomorrow morning. Are you certain you do not wish to speak with me today?" After a moment's silence, Vina opened the door, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. "I don't want you to go," she cried, her sorrow deepening until she broke into tears. Adonis immediately gathered her into his arms, and Vina clung to him tightly, weeping freely in his embrace. When Vina's sobs began to subside and her emotions gradually calmed, Adonis gently soothed her. "Brother is leaving to become even better, so he can protect you and our parents. It does not mean he loves you any less." The following day, after breakfast, Adonis resolved to set off without delay. "Take care, darling." Mrs. Landon bid farewell to him at the villa's entrance. Mr. Landon said little, merely giving Adonis's shoulder a reassuring pat, and the unspoken understanding between men conveyed Adonis's father's expectations seamlessly. Vina did not come to see him off, but through the window on the second floor, Adonis caught a glimpse of his sister's forlorn expression and waved to her as he reached the center of the yard. Adonis paused to absorb the moment, and suddenly, a brilliant flame appeared, enveloping him entirely before vanishing in a flash, along with his figure. The scenery before him constantly shifted and morphed, a profound sense of distortion and tugging overwhelming him. It felt as though an eternity passed, yet it was merely a fleeting instant before he sensed the ground beneath his feet. Shaking his head, Adonis opened his eyes to find himself on an unfamiliar plain. The sun's rays bathed the entire meadow in a golden hue, while the nearby forest rustled gently in the breeze, creating a serene atmosphere. The cry of a phoenix echoed above, and in a flash of red, Mia alighted on Adonis's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "Thank you for coming to fetch me," Adonis said, scratching Mia's chin, eliciting a joyful chirp from her before she transformed into a burst of flame and disappeared. Following a narrow path ahead, he soon arrived at a wooden house that did not conform to the standards of wizards. Yet for muggles, it was a realm of wonder, alive with magical creatures and enchanted artifacts. It appeared to be at least 4 stories high, constructed in a haphazard manner that defied the laws of physics, and it was none other than the Weasley family's infamous dwelling. As Adonis approached, he could hear the howls of gas from the attic and the commotion of gnomes in the yard, seemingly intent on disrupting the tranquility surrounding their abode. It seemed he had arrived a tad early. From a distance, it appeared that only Aunt Molly was awake, busily engaged in the kitchen. Pushing open the garden gate, the bell jingled, prompting Mrs. Weasley to peer through the kitchen window and greet Adonis with warmth. "Oh, good morning, dear." "Good morning, Aunt Molly," Adonis replied as he stepped into the dwelling, taking in the eclectic decor. The clock on the wall was unlike any ordinary timepiece. It did not tell the time but indicated the whereabouts or states of each Weasley family member. 9 hands adorned the clock, each ending in a visage of a family member. Instead of numbers, the clock face displayed various locations and statuses, including home, school, work, on the road, missing, in the hospital, in prison, and in mortal peril. At present, aside from Mrs. Weasley's visage pointing to the kitchen, the others overlapped, suggesting they were all still in their rooms. The Weasley living room was a cozy space, furnished with a sofa and several chairs, featuring a large fireplace and an old wooden radio. Though some areas appeared worn, the essence of home permeated every corner. "Have you had breakfast yet, Adonis? Would you care to join us?" came the voice of Mr. Weasley from nearby, accompanied by the sounds of footsteps on the wooden stairs and the creaking of the floorboards. "Good morning, Molly," Mr. Weasley chimed as he descended the stairs, to which Mrs. Weasley responded affectionately. When Mr. Weasley finally entered the living room, Adonis greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Uncle Arthur." "Ah, good morning, Adonis. Welcome," Mr. Weasley said, giving Adonis' shoulder a friendly pat before ushering him to the dining table with a smile. "You've arrived just in time. Your Aunt Molly's cooking is second to none. You simply must try it." Hearing such praise from her husband, Mrs. Weasley's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully swatted his arm before returning to her culinary endeavors. Noticing the time was nearing, Mr. Weasley called, "Upstairs, children, it's time to rise for breakfast. And your friend has come to visit today." This was followed by a cacophony of noise from above. "George, don't hog the bathroom." "Ron, that's Fred. Stop putting everything on my head, and you ought to learn some manners towards your elder brother. Percy, pass me the towel." At this, the three seated at the table burst into laughter. "Hey, good morning, George and Ron." Adonis greeted the first to emerge, George and Ron. "Wow, how did you know it was me? Even Mom can't tell us apart," George exclaimed, astonished that you're still wearing the earring I gave you. Ron stepped forward and made some indecipherable gestures towards Adonis, who responded with a hint of acknowledgement. The last to arrive was Ginny, who expressed a bit of surprise upon seeing Adonis. She approached him to inquire about Vina, as the two had been exchanging letters frequently during this time. While they engaged in delightful conversation, our poor Sheila suffered, having lost quite a bit of weight and now flitting about in distress every time she spotted Vina. The day spent at the Weasley residence was quite fulfilling. After breakfast, Ron pulled everyone out to the yard, where they engaged in a competition to capture the mischievous goblins wreaking havoc in this playful setting. They all abandoned their wizarding personas, running about in the yard. Ron managed to catch a goblin attempting to escape into its burrow, seizing its exposed little legs and yanking it out of the ground with a satisfying pop. Just as Adonis wondered how Ron would deal with the goblin, Ron made his decision, twirling the goblin in place by its short legs before releasing it into the air. The poor goblin endured such unfair treatment at Ron's hands. Yet Ron was not much better off, as he lost his balance after a few spins and fell to the ground, seeing stars, which elicited hearty laughter from George and Fred. Around noon, Adonis approached Mr. Weasley with a proposal to teach the use of firearms, to which Mr. Weasley readily agreed. Adonis found a flat patch of ground outside the modest abode and transformed several rocks into platforms of varying heights using Transfiguration. From his bag, he retrieved a few glass bottles and placed them atop the stone structures. Like a tea that moment, Mr. Weasley emerged from the house with a concealed gun case, upon seeing his father pull out the muggle object he had previously retrieved from Adonis's home. George and his companions abandoned their playful antics and followed Mr. Weasley to the open area, with Ginny trailing behind out of curiosity. Once the gun case was in hand, Adonis began explaining the fundamentals of firearms to Mr. Weasley, covering safety switches, shooting methods, and various precautions. He then opened the case and revealed the M1911.IN fact, after warning Mrs. Weasley about the dangers of such a device. It was Mr. Weasley's first glimpse of the gun, which gleamed silver under the sunlight, its wooden grip adding depth to its appearance. Following this, Adonis demonstrated how to load the weapon, disengage the safety, and prepare it for live ammunition, encouraging Mr. Weasley to attempt a shot. Mr. Weasley, following Adonis's instructions, firmly gripped the gun, aimed at a nearby glass bottle, and squeezed the trigger. The thunderous crack shattered the surrounding silence, startling a few birds perched nearby. Ron, George, and the others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they witnessed the bottle explode in an instant. Feeling the true power of the firearm, Mr. Weasley grew increasingly respectful of the weapon. Fred, in a moment of reckless bravado, foolishly asked Adonis if he could procure another for his collection, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Mr. Weasley. Had it not been for Mrs. Weasley reminding them of lunch, Fred would likely have experienced a stern lesson in paternal authority after sharing a meal with the Weasley family. Adonis noted the time and expressed his intention to take his leave. Although Mrs. Weasley wished for him to stay a few more days, Adonis had a prior engagement with Dumbledore that day, compelling him to politely decline her generous invitation. Upon stepping into the yard, Adonis called forth Mia, and in an instant, a familiar burst of flames enveloped him. "How astonishing!" Ron exclaimed, feeling as though his jaw might drop. Meanwhile, sensing the familiar magical aura, Dumbledore, who had been amusing himself with Fawkes in his office, turned to see Adonis suddenly materialize beside the sofa. "Is everything ready? We just need the potion now that I must make a visit to the room of requirement," Adonis stated hurriedly before dashing out of the office. When Adonis's feet touched solid ground once more, both he and Dumbledore found themselves at the British Ministry of Magic, returning after many years. It seemed that time had not altered the appearance of the ministry significantly. Before Adonis could take in more of the surroundings, Dumbledore had already made his way to the Department of Magical Transport to arrange their international fluid network usage permit. The advantages of fame and authority were evident. Before Adonis could even settle into a chair, someone eagerly emerged to greet Dumbledore, presumably the head of the department. The director beamed with obsequiousness as he warmly shook Dumbledore's hand, sending a shiver of discomfort down Adonis's spine. Fortunately, the approval process proceeded swiftly under the director's vigilant oversight. Had it taken any longer, Dumbledore might have been swarmed by the ministry officials, just before his view was obscured by the flames of the fireplace. Adonis thought he caught a glimpse of a rotund figure surrounded by admirers at the far staircase. Upon exiting the fireplace of the French Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore seemed to encounter an acquaintance. "Adonis, allow me to introduce you to Damocles Belby, the renowned potion master." "Good day, Mr. Belby. I am Adonis Landon." Upon hearing this, Adonis quickly reacted, bowing slightly to Damocles. The potion master appeared somewhat taken aback that Dumbledore would make a point to introduce him to what seemed to be a mere child. Perhaps he was a prodigious student? Damocles pondered this briefly before excusing himself after a brief chat with Dumbledore. "I hear Damocles is currently researching a potion aimed at alleviating the plight of half-blood werewolves." Dumbledore whispered, "This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content." Half-blood werewolves refer to wizards who have been unwillingly bitten or scratched by pure-blood werewolves, transforming them into werewolves themselves. Compared to pure-blood werewolves, they are more closely aligned with wizards, yet they struggle to control the bloodlust that accompanies their transformations, placing them in a dire predicament that if Damocles were indeed able to develop the potion, his reputation in the wizarding world would reach unprecedented heights, albeit accompanied by the peril of being hunted by pure-blood werewolves. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Adonis arrived at the corner of a nondescript street in Paris, where Nicholas had taken residence. Dumbledore approached and tapped the door of a house at the street's end with his wand in a specific rhythm. Typically, opening the door would reveal a Muggle family inside. However, under the influence of magic, the view beyond the door transformed into a narrow stone corridor reminiscent of the Middle Ages. At the corridors and stood a neatly dressed house elf, patiently awaiting at a marble platform. This elaborate procedure significantly reduced the chances of any nefarious dark wizard locating Nicholas's abode. Led by the house elf, Adonis and Dumbledore arrived at Nicholas's secluded home just in time for dinner. Perenelle was the first to hear the commotion, emerging from the small cottage to find Dumbledore accompanied by a handsome young boy. "Adonis?" she queried uncertainly. Adonis rushed to her side, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "It's been far too long, Perenelle." The two settled into Nicholas's home, where Adonis was treated to Perenelle's generous hospitality, feeling his cheeks round out from the indulgent meals. Dumbledore and Nicholas, however, seemed less inclined to attend to pressing matters, spending their days in the garden sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted banter. Adonis was immensely grateful that they had not forgotten their important tasks that on the afternoon of the third day. Dumbledore and Nicholas informed Adonis that Paris would be experiencing a thunderstorm that evening, urging him to prepare, as the transformation of magical creatures was expected to be unprecedented. "That I have a question. How did Professors Dumbledore and Nicholas know there would be a thunderstorm tonight?" Just as Nicholas was about to respond, Adonis interrupted, "Don't try to deceive me with stargazing. I know you can't do that, Nicholas." Perenelle let out a laugh from the side, causing Nicholas to feel somewhat embarrassed as he turned to Dumbledore. In truth, Dumbledore coughed lightly. There are times when I still place my faith in Muggle weather forecasts, even though they occasionally deceive me. Adonis, with a frown etched upon his face, thought to himself, Merlin's knickers. The greatest white wizard and alchemist relying on weather forecasts to predict the climate. What a spectacle! Adonis rolled his eyes in exasperation. After a short while, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Dumbledore to rise and declare, "It seems my special guest has arrived." Just as Adonis was still pondering this, Dumbledore opened the door to reveal a familiar figure clad in emerald green. This is not Catgirl. No, it is none other than Professor McGonagall. Spotting the incredulous expression on Adonis's face, Professor McGonagall spoke up. "Albus invited me to assist you with your animagus transformation." She then shot a stern glance at Adonis, her expression grave, that "I believe you ought to seek guidance from the professors before dabbling in such perilous magic." Feeling somewhat abashed, Adonis sheepishly scratched his head after hearing Professor McGonagall's words. It soon became evident that the weather forecast held some truth, after everyone confirmed that all preparations for the transformation were in order. Dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by the rumble of thunder from the distance. Adonis retrieved a bottle of saliva fermentation liquid from his undetectable extension bag, which gradually morphed into a vivid red hue amidst the thunderous clamor. Soon, they would be ready to commence the transformation. Dumbledore waved his ancient wand, casting a transparent barrier that enveloped the courtyard from above, while Nicholas activated the alchemical apparatus he had long prepared. With a surge of powerful magical energy, the previously distinct outlines of the courtyard began to blur, ultimately vanishing from sight. Once all was set, Adonis nodded at the gathered company and gulped down the fermented liquid in one swift motion. An unpleasant sensation shooting straight to the crown of his head, but there was no time for retching. He continued the motions in his hands, pointing his wand at his heart as he recited the incantation he had practiced for almost a month. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Upon completing the incantation, Adonis felt another heartbeat resonate within him. Initially faint but gradually growing stronger, he sensed his blood boiling, as if energy were coalescing within his bones. Unbeknownst to Adonis, his bones were radiating a crystalline light through his skin. Professor McGonagall, filled with astonishment, noted that she had never witnessed such a miraculous transformation, whether in person or in literature. Adonis felt his consciousness begin to fade, his vision transforming into an endless expanse of white. A profound sense of confusion and emptiness enveloped him, compelling him to wander aimlessly in this vast white desert. Meanwhile, Dumbledore observed that Adonis's magical energy was rapidly diminishing, prompting him to channel his own magic toward Adonis. Seeing this, Nicholas hastily activated his prepared alchemical devices. With a continuous infusion of magical energy from the group, the light emanating from Adonis intensified, accompanied by the faint sound of birdsong, before they could revel in the moment. Dumbledore realized that Adonis's magical energy was nearing saturation, yet the transformation had not yet concluded. Could it be a failure? Perenelle's heart was gripped by fear. She dreaded the thought of losing Adonis once more. Just then, Mia seemed to sense Adonis's distress. Letting out a cry as she flapped her wings and circled around him, a powerful vortex of life force and magic formed around Adonis, the sheer energy pushing the group back several steps. "What is happening?" Dumbledore asked, astonished, as Mia infused her life force into Adonis. The energies resonated in a harmonious symphony. With a resounding cry, Mia dove into the center of the swirling vortex. Instantly, a tempest of searing flames erupted around Adonis, the terrifying heat compelling the others to defend themselves with magic. The grass in the courtyard withered at once, and the earth closest to them cracked under the oppressive heat that Adonis's consciousness still wandered in the desert. While an inferno manifested in the sky, heralding Mia's appearance, Aes's awareness gradually returned to his corporeal form. Intense pain coursed through Adonis's nerves, as though his skin and bones were melting away. Finally, the violent flames shot upward, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Had it not been for Dumbledore and Nicholas's preparations, the headlines in France the next day might have read, "A miracle" or "An alien invasion." Midnight fire illuminates the sky. After a while, the flames subsided, and the oppressive heat began to dissipate, revealing a figure of ash standing at the vortex's center. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. Did it succeed? Professor McGonagall inquired anxiously. Dumbledore shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Perenelle felt as though all her strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground, while Professor McGonagall was engulfed in sorrow. Nicholas, use the Philosopher's Stone. We must do something, Dumbledore shouted. Nicholas quickly produced the stone, directing its magic into the ashes. Flames of gold and crimson burst forth from the mound of ash, and a pair of magnificent wings unfurled, shimmering with a hint of red, soaring upward as a phoenix's flames filled the sky. The resonant cry of the phoenix echoed, illuminating the heavens as if a radiant light pierced through the clouds. The ancient magic intertwined with the phoenix's life force, ultimately enhanced by the Philosopher's Stone, culminating in a miraculous birth. Dumbledore observed that the phoenix Adonis had transformed into his unlike Fawkes or Mia. Its body glimmered with a resplendent crimson hue, interwoven with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility. Its cry was ethereal, and its long feathers cascaded gracefully. Its form bore some resemblance to the phoenix of Chinese mythology, perhaps due to Adonis's ancient magic rejuvenating the phoenix's bloodline. Adonis, recall your original form in your mind, and you will revert, Professor McGonagall exclaimed with excitement, feeling as though she might float to the clouds as a witness to history. Adonis focused on recalling his own appearance, a surge of magic coursing through him, and he transformed back into human form, albeit in the nude, as his clothing had been reduced to ashes during the metamorphosis. Professor McGonagall and Perenelle instinctively turned away, while Dumbledore and Nicholas, unabashed, stared intently at Adonis, even jesting. It appears you are no longer a child. Finally, under Adonis's fierce glare, the two old men turned away, once clothed. Adonis approached the pile of ashes, placing his hand upon it to unveil an egg as dark as obsidian. Mia had infused her life force into Adonis, leading her to embrace her own rebirth prematurely. Her current life force is quite feeble. It seems she has overexerted herself for your sake, Dumbledore remarked, patting Adonis on the shoulder. It appears we will have to wait a considerable time for Mia to be reborn. Nicholas carefully took the egg from Adonis's hands, placing it reverently into Mia's golden nest, drenching it with a vial of elixir of immortality. The eggshell absorbed the potion, restoring some of its life force. Yet it remained fragile. How long will it take? Adonis asked with concern. Perhaps 2 or 3 years. Her life force has been severely depleted, reverting her to an egg-like state. Dumbledore meticulously observed Mia's condition. After all, Dumbledore was an old hand at nurturing phoenixes, and his words carried considerable credibility. For the next month, Dumbledore remained in Nicholas's modest abode, instructing Adonis in mastering the various abilities of the phoenix, flight, flames, and spatial magic. Through rigorous training during this period, Adonis had acquired the ability to maintain his human form while utilizing the phoenix's powers for mid to long-range teleportation. Simultaneously, Adonis felt that his control over fire magic had become increasingly adept. The benefits bestowed by transforming into a magical creature seemed to extend beyond mere appearances. After several days of magical practice, Adonis discovered that his magical energy seemed to be infused with the essence of flames. After all, having lived for so long, Adonis had never encountered anyone whose weapons could emit sparks apart from you. Witnessing this development, Dumbledore resolved to teach Adonis fire-related spells, such as his signature technique, Fire Goddess Path. While training progressed vigorously, Nicholas was also occupied. He was preoccupied with the announcement of Adonis as his prized pupil, a task that left him in a state of disarray. After discussions with Dumbledore, they decided that this revelation could afford Adonis some influence among the upper echelons of the wizarding world, potentially facilitating the implementation of Dumbledore's plans and even attracting some pure-blood families. Given Nicholas's considerable standing in the wizarding community, however, ensuring this news remained confined to the higher circles of the wizarding world proved to be a daunting challenge, causing Nicholas to feel as though he had aged several years. Fire Goddess Path. In a grassy area not far from the courtyard, Dumbledore was instructing Adonis in the casting of spells. Adonis waved his arm. Golden red flames erupted from the tip of his wand. encircling him in a tempest of fire that subsequently coalesced into a pathway of flames. His control over the magical energy and the incantation gestures were impeccable, though his total magical energy still left much to be desired. Dumbledore stroked his beard, offering a serious critique, while Adonis, disinterested, stood still, immersing himself in the sensation of spell casting. Old Dumbledore, are you not blind to the truth? I am merely 12 years old. Adonis gazed incredulously at the old man beside him, who, out of boredom, had begun to munch on a pile of cockroaches, one after another, as they squirmed in his mouth. The thought of cockroaches bursting with juice in Dumbledore's mouth sent a shiver down Adonis's spine, leading him to wonder if the old man harbored some peculiar predilection. I do not jump to conclusions. I haven't even asked you yet, so do not use legilimency on me. You disrespectful elder. For reasons unknown, Adonis found that Severus Snape's attempts at legilimency frequently failed against him, while Dumbledore could glean snippets of Adonis's thoughts with ease. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Merlin's ragged stockings. I am merely a sweet-toothed old man. Why must I endure such slander? Dumbledore feigned innocence, blinking exaggeratedly. You had better be. With that, Adonis ignored the old trickster and strode back to Nicholas's cottage. The most crucial aspect of a secluded cottage was its concealment from prying eyes. Thus, it was no surprise that owls could not locate this place, and had not received any correspondence from his friends in quite some time. During lunch, Dumbledore announced his departure, for as a headmaster, he undoubtedly had numerous responsibilities to tend to, albeit most were managed by Professor McGonagall. Adonis expressed his disbelief in Dumbledore's excuse, asserting that he simply did not wish to endure his jabs while savoring cockroaches. Halfway through the meal, Perenelle suddenly set down her cutlery and casually inquired, Adonis, is there a girl you fancy at school? Would you care to share? Though it seemed a mere conversational query at the table. It had clearly been premeditated, as evidenced by the two old men who had ceased eating and were now eavesdropping intently, particularly Nicholas. Not yet. I have not encountered anyone I particularly like, Adonis replied with a calm demeanor. Still not. How long has it been? You had no interest before, and now you still do not. Do you intend to remain single for life? Perenelle appeared somewhat dissatisfied, adding, I shall not permit that. Adonis set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and spoke earnestly. I believe that matters of fate cannot be rushed. I trust that destiny has its own design. After speaking, Adonis glanced at Dumbledore and Nicholas, who had evidently lost interest in their meal. In a few days, the Delacours will be visiting. They are old friends of mine. Nicholas seemed to imply something, mentioning that their eldest daughter, Fleur, was quite beautiful, merely a few years older than Adonis. What do you think? Would you like to meet her? Please do not meddle in my affairs. I have my own thoughts on the matter. What had prompted these two old men to suddenly take such an interest in his lifelong pursuits? After lunch, Nicholas and Adonis reclined in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation. What are your thoughts on the future of the wizarding world? Adonis pondered for a moment before responding. More information is needed for a thorough analysis. However, I sense that the current peace is merely the calm before the storm. Nicholas nodded in agreement, affirming, you have always been resolute in your opinions. Careful consideration before acting is prudent. A few mornings later, Adonis was in the courtyard perusing Nicholas's alchemical notes, as he had recently been discussing the potential of transmittable alchemical devices with him. Drawing inspiration from the Muggle world's walkie-talkies, the concept involved infusing magical energy, activating the alchemical array, and emitting a specific magical signal to be received by a similar array, thereby facilitating short to mid-range communication. Adonis had even crafted a few walkie-talkies for collaborative experimentation, and Nicholas, being an expert in alchemy, confidently proclaimed that progress would be swift. Suddenly, Adonis heard a knock at the courtyard gate, likely the Delacours. As Nicholas had mentioned a few days prior, he quickly stowed away his notes in a small bag and approached the door. Swinging it open, the lively chatter outside faded into silence upon his arrival. Good day. Are you Mr. Delacour and your family? Adonis broke the silence as he beheld the family of four before him. The middle-aged man adjusted his attire and extended his hand to shake with Adonis. You must be Mr. Landon. Indeed, a fine young man you are. Behind him stood a girl who appeared to be a few years older than Adonis, who suddenly let out a disdainful huff. Mr. Delacour's expression soured as he turned to reprimand Fleur. He then donned a smile, introducing his wife and two daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle. It was evident that the allure of beauty ran strong in their lineage. While Mr. Delacour was rather unremarkable in appearance, both daughters were strikingly lovely. Fleur already bore the budding signs of a beauty, while Gabrielle, younger than Adonis, was also quite charming. The earlier huff had come from Fleur, and while Adonis was unsure why she seemed to harbor a subtle discontent towards him, he did not dwell on it, as their paths would likely not intertwine significantly. After a round of pleasantries, Adonis led his guests into the house, feeling relieved that he need not be involved further, as they were there to see Nicholas, not him. However, Perenelle entrusted Fleur and Gabrielle to Adonis's care, as they made their way from the house to the backyard. Fleur remained silent, while Gabrielle seemed quite taken with the handsome young boy. Chattering away throughout their stroll, "I have a sister. I think you and Gabrielle would get along splendidly." "Really? May I meet her?" Gabrielle appeared genuinely excited, as any 9-year-old would be, full of curiosity about the world. Meanwhile, Fleur, feeling somewhat neglected, was unhappy to see her sister so easily swayed by Adonis's few words. "Miss Fleur, do you have any grievances towards me?" Adonis finally inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at Fleur's evident impatience. "I simply do not understand why the illustrious Nicholas Flamel would select an utterly unremarkable child as a student. After all, you seem to have little of note about you, aside from your striking appearance." Furong finally articulated her thoughts. Adonis found himself at a loss for words, pondering why he, who had not provoked her in any way, was perceived as a man devoid of worth beyond his appearance in her eyes. How unfortunate it was that I failed to leave a lasting impression on Miss Furong. Yet, Adonis shifted his tone, remarking that it seemed he had no obligation to justify himself, for the choice of disciple was made by Nico himself, not by her, correct? Upon hearing Adonis's words, Furong immediately prepared to retort, but despite several attempts, the words caught in her throat, and ultimately, she appeared somewhat exasperated as she exclaimed, "What if I were to challenge you to a wizard duel? I trust you would not refuse." Furong, considering herself an exemplary student at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, believed that defeating a boy a few years her junior would be a mere formality. Had she been facing Harry and Ron, she might have succeeded, but standing before her was Adonis, and it seemed she was in for a rough time. After a moment's contemplation, Adonis agreed, as he had endured daily bullying under the guise of training from Dumbledore for the past month. Besides, who could resist a conveniently provided sparring partner? "If I cannot defeat Dumbledore, how could I possibly lose to you?" The news of their impending duel swiftly spread through Gabrielle's lips to the adults who were leisurely chatting and sipping tea in the sitting room, causing Mr. Delacour considerable alarm. Upon their first meeting, he had sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from Adonis, and despite his lack of combat experience, how could he overlook the fact that Adonis was merely 12 years old? Thus, he rushed to the courtyard to find Furong, earnestly advising her, "Sweetheart, please be cautious during the duel." Upon hearing her father's words, Furong proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Fear not, father. I shall be mindful and do my utmost to avoid injuring him." Mr. Delacour was left speechless. What was she imagining? "I meant for you to be careful not to get hurt." Nico pulled Adonis aside for a quiet conversation, advising him to take it easy during the duel with the young lady, to avoid any serious conflict and maintain harmony between their families, suggesting he should yield to her. I understand, Adonis replied, recognizing that the magical world prioritizes social graces over mere fighting. With that, he stepped before Furong, ready to commence the duel. The two turned their backs and walked a distance apart, then turned to ensure each was prepared, exchanging a wizard salute. The unfair duel of 1 versus 1 commenced. "Disarm," Furong swiftly initiated, a beam of red light shooting toward Adonis with considerable speed. Though it appeared diminutive, the sound was anything but. Adonis leisurely covered his wand with magic, and, as the moment arrived, he flicked his right hand upward, effortlessly dispelling her initial attack. It was no wonder Furong was a distinguished student at Beauxbatons. Upon failing her first strike, she immediately repositioned, her movements fluid as she conjured a stunning spell. Her intention was too obvious, and her gestures too deliberate. As she raised her hand, Adonis discerned the incantation she was about to unleash. The ensuing scene was one of Furong depleting her magical energy unilaterally, while Adonis stood his ground, hardly shifting his position, and feeling a slight tingling in his legs. Mr. Delacour, watching from the sidelines, could scarcely bear it. Had his daughter truly not noticed that Adonis remained unperturbed, while Furong was the one darting about, casting spells that could not even breach his defenses? Furong, however, was oblivious to this, convinced she had completely overpowered Adonis, preventing him from even casting a spell. Nico, sensing the imbalance, gently cleared his throat to remind Adonis not to take it too far. Adonis, with his left hand behind his back, gestured to Nico, indicating he would put on a show, seizing the opportunity presented by Furong's spell casting. He deftly deflected her magic while simultaneously executing a smooth 180-degree turn, pointing his wand at her and unleashing a robust spell that soared directly at Furong. The sudden counterattack caught Furong off guard, and she was thrown several meters back, landing with a thud that echoed painfully as she lay on the ground. She felt disoriented, questioning her identity and location, unable to comprehend why Adonis, whom she had believed she was dominating, had defeated her with such force. Eventually, Mr. Delacour helped her to her feet, while she observed her father conversing with Mr. Nico. Nico, as always, displayed his discerning eye, praising the remarkable qualities of this rough gem, while also acknowledging Furong's considerable talent. Such pleasantries were exchanged, yet Furong had to accept the reality of her defeat to a boy younger than herself. Summoning her courage, she approached Adonis and sincerely apologized for her earlier arrogance. It appeared Furong's nature was not entirely unkind. After the Delacour family concluded their dinner, they took their leave, with Furong promising to write to Adonis when time permitted at 10 o'clock that night. Perennially noticed the light in Adonis's room still ablaze and hurriedly opened the door, approaching his bedside with excitement. "What do you think of Miss Furong? Do tell me. I promise I won't tell Nico." "Oh dear, here we go again." Adonis set his book aside, looking at the kindly woman with a hint of exasperation. "She is suitable for friendship. However, I feel no romantic inclination towards her, truly none to assuage any doubts." Adonis emphasized his point once more. Perennially seemed somewhat disappointed, yet Adonis took her hand, speaking earnestly. "Do not fret. Who can truly predict matters of fate? When I encounter my soulmate, I shall write to you at once." "I promise." The elderly lady finally smiled again, chatting with Adonis for a while before retreating to her own room to rest. Adonis gazed out at the moonlight, his thoughts drifting back to the sea of flowers and that enchanting figure. Looking out at the stunning moon, he felt a stirring within, murmuring, "Who are you, truly?" Whether it was a mere figment of his imagination or not, he sensed that the moonlight had brightened slightly. The following half-month passed swiftly, and soon it was late August. Adonis resolved to return home to spend time with his family. Before his departure, Nico handed him a suitcase, saying, "What is this?" "A gift and a surprise. Open it when you return home." Nico's ambiguous reply left Adonis somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded and proceeded to meet Dumbledore, who had come to escort him. After a dizzying moment, they found themselves at the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic. Intending to take the official route, though Dumbledore appeared somewhat preoccupied, "Is something troubling you?" Adonis inquired, noticing Dumbledore's demeanor. Dumbledore responded, roused from his thoughts. "You are aware that the position of defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts has been cursed by Voldemort, making it exceedingly difficult to fill. So, who have you recruited this time?" "Gilderoy Lockhart, a fellow alumnus. You may have heard of him." Adonis recalled. "The novelist? His books are rather entertaining. One mentions a spell concerning werewolves. I should consult him if I have the chance." Dumbledore sighed. "If only he were as remarkable as his novels suggest." "Are you implying that he appears impressive on the surface, but is unreliable in truth?" "Take a look at the reading list," Dumbledore replied, handing Adonis the enrollment letter for this year. Adonis opened the envelope to find the reading list, his eyes widening in disbelief. Break with the Banshee. Traveling with ghouls, vacationing with harpies, journeying with trolls, wandering with werewolves. Judging from the titles, it seemed our future Professor Lockhart led a rather colorful personal life, associating with banshees and harpies. Adonis incredulously asked Dumbledore, "This cannot be." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, this is the textbook for your defense against the dark arts class this year." Adonis contemplated his desire to withdraw from this semester's defense against the dark arts class. That I fear that may not be possible. Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. This insufferable old man can read my thoughts. Adonis seethed inwardly, while Dumbledore awkwardly touched his nose, accustomed to such moments. The two then stepped into the International Flu Network, and a burst of green light enveloped them. Upon emerging from the fireplace, they found Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, waiting for them outside. Albus, we need to have a discussion. Fudge greeted Dumbledore with an enthusiasm akin to that of a thief encountering a rare treasure, only to be pleasantly surprised upon noticing Adonis nearby, that if he could establish a connection with the teacher behind Adonis, his political aspirations would surely flourish. Straightening his attire, he revealed a beaming smile, though it sent a shiver down Adonis's spine. You must be Mr. Landon, a remarkably fine young man, Fudge exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Adonis returned the smile, grasping Fudge's outstretched hand, and replied, I have long heard that Minister Fudge is a paragon of wisdom and exceptional leadership. Meeting you today, I find the reputation well-deserved. Fudge, oblivious to Adonis's earnest jest, found it rather flattering and quickly developed a favorable impression of him. However, recalling his urgent discussion with Dumbledore, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Adonis before leading Dumbledore away. Adonis politely declined the offer of Fudge's subordinate to escort him from the ministry, inexplicably harboring an instinctive aversion to the pink-clad deputy minister. He retreated to a secluded corner, transforming into a swirling mass of golden-red flames and disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, a dazzling firelight illuminated Adonis's chamber, startling Sheila, who had been resting by the window. Upon recognizing Adonis, she immediately swooped down and pecked him sharply on the head. Oh, Sheila, what was that for? Adonis exclaimed, rubbing the offended spot in confusion. He then noticed Sheila had flown to the table, raising her wings to point at a thick envelope lying there. Adonis picked up the envelope, finding it filled mainly with letters from Hermione, Neville, and Ron. He discarded the unsigned portions as mere nuisance mail. Sitting at his desk, he opened the letters in chronological order. Hermione initially sought Adonis's guidance on magic, but grew somewhat irate when he failed to respond. Neville proudly recounted convincing his grandmother to procure his very own wand. Ron extended an invitation to visit the burrow. From Ron and Hermione's correspondence, Adonis learned that Harry had not replied to them in quite some time. As if he had vanished, Hermione had intended to check on him, but was whisked away by her family for a trip to France, sending Adonis a few postcards in his last letter. Ron expressed his suspicion that Harry was being confined by his uncle, enduring torment at home, and planned to rescue him soon. Adonis couldn't help but admire Ron's ingenuity. It was a classic tale of a prince rescuing a princess. He retrieved several sheets of parchment and composed replies to each, explaining his silence and proposing a meeting in Diagon Alley before the term commenced. Finally, Sheila, with a mournful expression, took flight, carrying Adonis's letters into the distance. Afterward, he set down the suitcase gifted to him by Nicholas and opened it, discovering a staircase emerging from the opening. Ascending the stairs, he was astonished to find an expansive interior akin to the size of a basketball court. Filled with numerous alchemical materials, potions, and various tomes on magic and alchemy, at the far end, a desk was positioned, adorned with a broom, a key, several photographs, and a camera. The silver arrow, Adonis mused, picking up the elegantly designed broom, its top crowned with a silver spiral tip. Only then did he notice a note nearby. I retrieved your broom and made a few enhancements, Nicholas. Adonis shook his head, touched by Nicholas's thoughtful gestures. In resolve to test the broom when time permitted, he then glanced at the photographs, capturing a moment of camaraderie following their animagus transformations, where everyone wore radiant smiles. Adonis ventured into the living room, where Mrs. Landon was preoccupied with her tasks, and snapped a picture. The flash caught her attention, and upon seeing her cherished treasure standing at the staircase, she promptly set aside her work to envelop Adonis in a warm embrace. Vina, too, noticed Adonis and joyfully rushed to hug him. After dining, Adonis gathered the family for a group photo, delighting everyone with the animated image that on the day designated for their trip to Diagon Alley to purchase books. Mr. Landon found himself unable to transport the family due to an unexpected business matter, leaving Adonis to venture alone. The key previously found in the suitcase had been specifically crafted by Nicholas for Adonis, granting access to his vault at Gringotts, as Nicholas had stated. While money may not be everything, a lack thereof is most certainly a hindrance, especially since it represented but a small fortune. Pushing open the door to the leaky cauldron, Adonis observed an unusually large gathering of patrons, even the least favored tables outside brimming with guests. Primarily comprised of ladies, they animatedly discussed various novels. Approaching the bar, Adonis ordered a butterbeer and struck up a conversation with Tom. "Hello, Uncle Tom. Has something transpired in Diagon Alley?" They all seemed rather excited. Tom, tidying up the bar, replied in a disinterested tone, "The renowned Gilderoy Lockhart is hosting a signing event at Flourish and Blots today, drawing many witches and wizards seeking his autograph." The emphasis on renowned was unmistakable, indicating Tom's apparent disdain for the celebrated Lockhart. Not wishing to dampen the mood, Adonis finished his butterbeer, exchanged pleasantries, and proceeded toward the entrance of Diagon Alley. The goblin at Gringotts regarded the striking young man before him, astonished that within a mere year, this muggle-born wizard had achieved a remarkable social ascent, transforming from an inconspicuous novice to a legitimate owner of a private vault key. If he wasn't mistaken, this key belonged to Nicholas Flamel's vault, a renowned alchemist with considerable assets at Gringotts. The goblins shared a consensus that any unclaimed vault would revert to Gringotts' ownership. Should Flamel pass away, his vast fortune would be seized by the goblins. However, with Adonis's emergence, this scenario had become uncertain that a flicker of malice glinted in the goblin's eyes, his fingers twitching unconsciously, having dealt with goblins for many years. Adonis was acutely aware of their greedy nature. "Proceed as you ought. Do not compel me to extract your eyes," Adonis warned, his presence intimidating the goblin, who soon regained composure. Clapping his hands, the noticeably younger goblin emerged from behind the counter, presenting a small leather pouch to Adonis that, "I am Bogrod, and it is my honor to serve you." The elder goblin then led Adonis deeper into Gringotts. Seated in the goblin's cart, they traversed the underground tunnels of Gringotts at a swift pace. After navigating a sharp turn, they encountered a waterfall cascading across the tracks. Bogrod explained, "That is the thief's downfall, capable of dispelling curses and magical disguises. It is a security measure of Gringotts." Adonis remained silent, quickly drying his garments with magic as they passed through the waterfall. The cart rounded a cluster of stalactites and halted beside a large platform. Bogrod opened the door, holding an oil lamp, standing quietly as he awaited Adonis's exit. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a pale Ukrainian iron belly rose, its pink eyes fixed on the two. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that its hind legs were shackled with chains as thick as a bowl, the other end secured to a massive stake embedded deep in the rock. As they approached, the dragon slowly unfurled its spiked wings, a fierce gust of wind billowing forth as it assumed a defensive posture. "This too is part of Gringotts security measures. Rest assured, they have undergone our training and are under control." After Bogrod finished speaking, he retrieved his earlier leather bag and produced a collection of small metallic instruments from within. He then shook them, producing a resounding and crisp jingle that echoed throughout the vast surroundings. The Ukrainian iron belly, upon hearing the sound, recoiled in terror as if struck by a sledgehammer, emitting a pained roar. Adonis bore several ghastly scars upon his body, suggesting that the sound of the jingling would instill in him a fear of fiery swords descending upon him, once the fire dragon had retreated a sufficient distance. Bogrod led Adonis to a beautifully adorned vault door. Adonis handed the key to Bogrod, and with a series of mechanical clicks, the door swung open, revealing an entrance as the torches within the vault flickered to life. Even the worldly Adonis was momentarily dazzled by the sight of the small mountain of gold before him, not to mention the scattered antiques, crowns, and potions that surrounded it. Truly, a modest fortune, that he meticulously selected a few potions and materials that would be of use in the immediate future. Hastily tossing a couple of gallons into a small canvas bag before urging Bogrod to close the vault door, he feared that if he lingered any longer, he might be tempted to dive in and swim amidst the riches. After several twists and turns, they finally exited Gringotts, inhaling the fresh air, and Adonis instantly felt invigorated. He resolved never to venture there alone again and would entrust the task to Carl, who would undoubtedly be eager to assist. Ever since he gifted the house elves of Hogwarts with new silk pillowcases at Christmas, Adonis's standing among them had risen considerably. Enjoying a luxurious ice cream cone purchased from Florence, he had just reached the entrance of Flourish and Blots when he noticed Arthur engaged in a brawl with Lucius. The exchange was fierce, with Lucius delivering a left hook and Arthur responding with a swift kick, followed by a series of retaliatory blows. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Adonis watched in trepidation, fearing that Lucius might collapse and attempt to extort a few hundred galleons from the Weasley family. What on earth transpired? Why did they suddenly come to blows? Approaching Hermione and the Weasley twins, who were engrossed in the spectacle, Adonis inquired. Upon hearing his voice, George immediately responded. That old wall lamp, Lucius mocked Ginny and threatened Hermione with her family, prompting Dad to intervene. That George's face gleamed with excitement as he mimicked the punches being thrown, eager to join the fray himself. Please, think a bit, will you? There are only two of them. The advantage is on my side, Adonis remarked with a knowing tone. Fred, overhearing this, appeared exhilarated, sensing an opportunity. Adonis, are you suggesting? There is still one more person on their side. We cannot let Uncle Arthur be at a disadvantage. You are right, Adonis, Fred exclaimed, darting away to push Draco into the fray, effectively shielding Arthur from Lucius's full-force kick. Lucius was left bewildered, questioning whether Draco was his son or Arthur's. Seeing Draco toppled by Lucius, George shouted, Draco, you shameless wretch, taking on my dad 2 against 1. Do you think my family is insignificant? He rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Draco's face. Draco, caught off guard, first by his father and then by George, bore the brunt of the blows, his face now adorned with a prominent shoe print. Leaving him in a daze, with Fred and George's intervention, the tide quickly turned from an evenly matched duel to an overwhelming advance by the Weasley family, with Ron seizing the opportunity to deliver a couple of solid kicks to Draco. Time passed and someone finally pulled them apart. Fred and George, still struggling, hurled insults at the Malfoys for their shameless conduct. How despicable! Bullying the outnumbered, George spat, a glob of saliva landing on Draco's robes, as Draco staggered to his feet. Revealing the dark shoe prints and panda-like eyes on his face, Ginny and Hermione could not contain their laughter. Mrs. Weasley, witnessing the scene, discreetly gave Adonis a thumbs up. Lucius, too, was not faring any better, his hair in disarray, face bruised and legs awkwardly positioned, resembling someone who had endured a brutal encounter. Ultimately, the Malfoy father and son left in a disheveled state, having arrived with such splendor. Ron, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Did you see that? Harry, the footprint on Malfoy's face. I did that. Harry, however, shot back. If you keep embarrassing yourself, I'll pretend not to know you. Harry, Hermione, and Ron wrote to me, saying you disappeared for an entire summer. What happened? Adonis asked. Harry, slightly irritated, replied, It was a house elf named Dobby. He intercepted all my letters, claiming he wouldn't let me return to Hogwarts, saying it would be dangerous this year. Ron had previously thought it was Harry's muggle uncle causing the trouble, unaware of the deeper issues at play. Adonis, however, was not overly concerned about Dobby. After joining Dumbledore's faction, he had been informed of Voldemort's impending return, and their focus was now on amassing strength before that eventuality. Let us not dwell on this, Adonis said, pulling Hermione aside a few steps, adopting a look of amusement as he surveyed Harry and the others. Is something amiss? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Adonis chuckled in response, Of course. Just look at Harry. He resembles someone who has just emerged from a coal mine, and Ginny looks equally soiled. Poor Ginny. Adonis feigned sympathy. Ginny finally registered the state of her face, wiping away a smudge of dirt, which caused her to blush deeply as she furtively glanced at Harry. Not wishing to tease them further, Adonis waved his wand, casting a cleaning charm, and soon the group was chattering animatedly once more. You have no idea how formidable Ginny was back in the bookstore, Hermione exclaimed to Adonis, clearly piquing his interest. She continued, When Draco was mocking Harry, Ginny stepped forward, standing protectively in front of him, and boldly told Draco. Hermione paused, glancing at Ginny with a teasing smile, Stop bothering him. Ginny's face turned crimson, while Harry seemed unfazed, earnestly thanking Ginny. Adonis could not help but roll his eyes. It appeared that Harry's romantic journey would be anything but straightforward, and he would need to keep a watchful eye. Aunt Molly, feeling a pang of sympathy, covered Arthur's bruised face, while George and Fred remained animated, reveling in the satisfaction of having bested the Malfoys. Suddenly, Aunt Molly recalled something and hurriedly left Arthur's side to dash into the bookstore. Adonis was puzzled, but soon noticed Hermione following her with a sudden realization. Ron shrugged. Mom, a fan of Lockhart. She's always had a soft spot for him. The group then followed into Flourish and Blots. Deep within the store, a platform encircled by books was revealed, and a man, seemingly Lockhart's assistant, announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart." Then, a man with slicked back hair, glistening with oil, and dressed in a purple robe emerged from behind the shelves, wearing a smile that sent chills down Adonis's spine. Followed by cheers from his fans and the flash of cameras, that he appeared to revel in the adoration. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Lockhart seemed to spot something, his expression one of disbelief. The journalist followed his gaze and soon discovered Harry among the crowd, striding directly toward him. Without giving Harry a moment to hesitate, he seized Harry's left arm and led him toward Lockhart. Harry struggled to shake off the reporter-esque grip, but when he glanced back, he saw a slender wand pressed against the journalist's throat. This sight. Everyone gasped in shock. The wand's owner was none other than Adonis, standing beside Hermione. Though surprised, Hermione quickly reminded Adonis. Adonis addressed the reporter. "You've overstepped your bounds, so I trust you understand my meaning." Seeing the journalist nod nervously, Adonis retracted his wand. Lockhart then attempted to smooth things over, saying, "I believe Mr. Potter would not refuse to take a photograph with me. Would he?" Subsequently, a self-satisfied smile graced his face, which he presumed to be exceedingly mild. In response to Lockhart's overture, Harry found it difficult to decline, and thus approached Lockhart, allowing a few photographs to be taken by the reporters. Lockhart even generously gifted Harry a complete set of his books. Hermione, however, appeared somewhat uneasy. "Adonis, do you think pointing your wand at the reporters might have some negative repercussions for you?" During their previous correspondence, Adonis and Hermione had broached the subject of Nicholas. Adonis patted the young witch's shoulder, reassuring her not to worry. Observing Adonis's nonchalant demeanor, Hermione reverted to her previous starstruck infatuation. Ron, standing nearby, quietly remarked to Adonis, "I have a feeling Lockhart isn't a good person." To Ron's words, Adonis was astonished. "Ron, I never knew you were so astute." Ron's nose seemed to elevate with pride at that moment. Wait, something feels off." Suddenly, Ron realized, and with an indignant shout, lunged at Adonis. It appeared that none of them were particularly interested in Lockhart. After the photographs were taken, Harry suggested they go for dessert. As they passed by the bookstore, they spotted Percy, who was engrossed in a book that Ron deemed exceedingly dull. How to Acquire Power as a Prefect. Our esteemed prefect is contemplating a run for student council president. Ron commented sarcastically as he approached Percy. "Move along," Percy retorted curtly. Adonis had intended to recommend a few classic works from the Muggle world on the topic to Percy, but was promptly dragged away by Ron. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to converse with Percy. Time swiftly slipped away amid their correspondence, and soon the day of the new term arrived. The Landon family had arranged to meet the Grangers at King's Cross Station early. As soon as Adonis made his appearance, Hermione whisked him away, excitedly recounting the multitude of books she had read over the summer and the extent of her preparations for the upcoming term. When the conversation shifted to the new curriculum for defense against the dark arts, Hermione appeared particularly proud, confidently declaring that she had mastered Lockhart's works. Goodness, this girl doesn't seem to have an obsession with her idol, does she? Had it not been for Dumbledore's prior warning upon his return from France, Adonis might have been genuinely swayed by Hermione's enthusiasm, believing Lockhart to be a professor of genuine talent and expertise. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, seemed a bit dubious about Lockhart's capabilities. "Hermione, you know that Lockhart's works are enjoyable as leisure reading, but I believe they are somewhat unsuitable as textbooks for the upcoming year." Adonis wished to temper Hermione's enthusiasm, yet certain truths could not be concealed to avoid disputes later. Moreover, the content of the books, aside from a few thrilling adventure segments, was largely filled with mindless flattery of Lockhart himself and embellishments of his views and ambitions, which left Adonis wincing. "You can't say that. I'm certain Professor Lockhart is a competent and extraordinary educator." The book states as much. Hermione seemed somewhat displeased with Adonis's attitude. Adonis spread his arms and shrugged, adopting a demeanor of agreement, which only infuriated Hermione, prompting her to smack him with the book she held. "Hermione!" This time, Hermione showed no restraint. It was evident she had harbored grievances against him for some time. "Was it really necessary to hold such a grudge just because I was the top of the year last term?" Adonis silently clutched his aching back, casting a forlorn glance at Hermione, who resolutely turned away from him. The Granger couple observed the playful banter between Adonis and Hermione with great amusement, as they knew that during Hermione's primary school years, her forthright nature had made her unpopular, resulting in few friends. That it was only during her time at Hogwarts that she had formed several close friendships, which had eased the Grangers' concerns. Adonis checked his pocket watch and realized they had half an hour until departure, prompting him to remind Hermione to prepare for the platform. The two mothers clung to their respective treasures, offering countless admonitions. As they departed, Mr. Granger patted Adonis on the shoulder, earnestly advising, "Hermione can be rather blunt at times. I hope you will be understanding of her." Adonis patted his chest, assuring, "Fear not, Mr. Granger. Hermione is indeed my dear friend." "What made you say that?" Mr. Granger replied with a bemused expression, under the reluctant gazes of their mothers. The figures of Hermione and Adonis vanished into the entrance of platform 9 3/4. The two walked in unison, each carrying their luggage, to the very last carriage, where they found an empty compartment. It was uncertain who had initiated the habit of heading to the rear of the train upon boarding, but it was undoubtedly Harry, who had little interest in learning anything beneficial. Once Hermione finished organizing her belongings, Adonis mysteriously handed her a beautifully crafted small pouch. Hermione accepted it, puzzled. "What is this?" she inquired. Adonis, feigning secrecy, placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo, this is a pouch enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. I present it to you as a gift for the new term." Upon hearing this, Hermione became flustered. Having devoted her summer to catching up on various wizarding knowledge, she was well aware that an object enhanced by such a charm would be quite valuable. She promptly attempted to return the pouch to Adonis. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Observing Hermione's astonishment, Adonis urged, "Just take it. Hermione, this is a gift from my teacher, and Harry has one too." Only then did Hermione reluctantly accept it, though Adonis could tell she truly cherished the gift. After securing her valuable items, Hermione surveyed the compartment, now just the two of them, and curiously asked, "It's nearly time to depart. Haven't the three of them arrived yet?" She even leaned out the window, hoping to spot those familiar figures on the platform. However, as the train began to move, Hermione still had not seen Harry and Ron, leading her to wonder if the two clever boys had lost track of time and forgotten about the start of term. Shortly after the train departed, the compartment door swung open, revealing Neville, who entered, panting and dragging his luggage behind him. He collapsed onto the seat beside Hermione, his face flushed from exertion. "Neville, have you forgotten you are a wizard?" Adonis closed the book in his hands and set it down on the small table before him. Hermione seized the opportunity to take it, discovering that it was an advanced potion-making book. Flipping to the first page, she realized the material was quite challenging for a second-year student like herself. At Adonis's comment, Neville lowered his head and mumbled, "Sorry, Adonis. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong. Even if you had, it shouldn't be met with such a demeanor," Adonis replied, somewhat displeased, realizing that correcting Neville's mindset would be a lengthy endeavor. "Neville, I didn't mean to imply that I blame you," Adonis said, patting Neville on the shoulder earnestly. "You are no less capable than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree? Have a bit more confidence." Neville nodded, seemingly grasping the sentiment. And after a brief chat, Hermione remembered Harry and asked Neville, "Did you happen to see Harry and Ron while you were searching through the compartments?" After contemplating for a moment, Neville shook his head in response, indicating he had not seen them. "This is rather peculiar. How could I lose sight of two such clever boys?" Just then, the compartment door opened again, and a worried voice called out, "Hermione, Adonis, have you seen Harry and Ron?" It was Ginny, looking somewhat frantic. This was unusual. If Ginny was already on the train, Why hadn't she seen Harry? Adonis inquired. Hasn't Harry been staying at your home these past few days? Logically, they should have arrived together. That's true, but when we reached the station, the train was almost ready to depart, and everyone was in a rush. It wasn't until we boarded that we realized Harry and Ron were missing. Ginny replied, her urgency growing with each word. It was unclear whether she was more worried about Ron or Harry, but Adonis sensed it was likely Harry who concerned her more. Seeing her distress, Adonis could only offer reassurance. You know Harry and Ron. They have a knack for getting sidetracked. You might just see them at school. Hermione also chimed in to comfort her, and with no other options available, Ginny reluctantly returned to her compartment to wait. Harry is truly fortunate. Adonis's aimless musings left Hermione and Neville somewhat bewildered, while Adonis himself lacked the inclination to offer any explanations and continued engrossed in his book. Not long after Ginny's departure, a knock resounded at the door, and just as Neville was about to rise, the compartment door swung open and a clear and ethereal voice floated in. Hello? May I sit here? It seems the other compartments are all full. A girl with platinum blonde hair and fair skin stood there, exuding a charming presence. Hermione found her attire peculiar, having never seen anyone dressed in such a manner. Dangling carrot-shaped earrings paired with a necklace made of corks. The clothing was neither wizardly nor muggle-like. The most striking features were her bizarrely colorful glasses and her silvery eyes. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Adonis set down his book and looked up. Initially, everything seemed quite ordinary, but when he beheld the girl's visage, he was momentarily entranced, as if his thoughts were drawn back into the dreamscape that had accompanied him through countless moonlit nights, striving to discern the face so close before him. Unlike before, Adonis felt the girl's previously indistinct features gradually sharpen into clarity. Blinking, he realized that the figure from his dreams was merging with the girl before him. And her face bore a warm smile, her silver eyes seemingly imbued with some special magic. This sight left Adonis momentarily spellbound. Noticing Adonis's rapt gaze upon the girl, Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment. When had her friend become so captivated by beauty? She quickly cleared her throat, flashed a smile at the girl, and discreetly nudged Adonis with her foot. The pain from the nudge jolted Adonis back to reality. And realizing his earlier lapse in decorum, he felt his cheeks flush and hastily rose to offer his seat. My apologies. I have been rather rude. Please, take a seat. Once the girl settled beside him, Adonis straightened his attire, extended his hand, and earnestly introduced himself. Hello, I am Adonis Landon. A pleasure to meet you. The girl responded with a radiant smile, gently grasping Adonis's hand in return. Hello, Adonis. My name is Luna Lovegood, but you may call me Luna. Luna, the name of the Roman goddess of the moon, symbolizes beauty and tranquility, and this girl embodied her namesake, radiating a gentle luminosity that left Neville and Hermione with a remarkably favorable first impression. After all, it is difficult to dislike someone who is both beautiful and possesses a gentle demeanor. As their conversation unfolded, Hermione noticed that Luna's thoughts were as unconventional as her attire and accessories. If Hermione viewed the world through the lens of her learned knowledge, rational and grounded, Luna approached everything with her intuition, embodying an entirely different perspective. Adonis, you are quite extraordinary, Luna remarked with unexpected seriousness at the conclusion of a discussion. Adonis was thrown off by her words, and Hermione and Neville exchanged astonished glances. When did Adonis become so captivating? Sensing the peculiar attention from her companions, Luna realized her phrasing might have been misleading. Her ears flushing a delicate hue as she continued. I mean, you have no nargles hovering above your head. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, which seemed to belong to a category of magical creatures not documented in any book, Hermione's curiosity piqued. Nargles? What are nargles? I've never encountered such a creature in my readings. Nargles are invisible creatures that float into your ears and muddle your thoughts. With that, Luna playfully waved her hand above Hermione's fluffy hair, as if shooing away some unseen entity. Neville, looking concerned, covered his ears and glanced around, seemingly fearful of a nargle infiltrating his own. Hermione, perplexed, inquired, Are you certain nargles exist? Luna did not respond immediately. Instead, she retrieved a magazine from her bag, opened it, and stated, My father has told me he has seen nargles with his own eyes. After that, she fell silent, her attention absorbed by the magazine. Hermione suddenly felt an inexplicable barrier in her communication with Luna. Adonis, observing Luna's unique way of reading, found a peculiar charm in her demeanor, prompting him to shake his head and dispel such fanciful thoughts. The tranquility in the compartment was short-lived, as Hermione began to worry about Harry and Ron. Indeed, when one finds themselves idle, their mind tends to wander into fanciful scenarios. She and Adonis had even begun discussing the possibility of Harry and Ron being kidnapped by dark wizards, just as Hermione was elaborating on the dire implications of their hypothetical abduction. Luna's attention shifted from her magazine to the window, seemingly captivated by something outside. "If you're looking for your friends, they might be over there," she said, extending her hand to point out of the window. Following her gesture, Adonis spotted a blue vintage car wobbling through the sky, appearing rather precarious. The figure in the passenger seat seemed to have noticed them as well, waving enthusiastically. "That's Harry, and Ron is the one driving." "How dare they?" Hermione gasped, covering her mouth as if she had witnessed something utterly astonishing, perhaps already concocting schemes in her mind on how to restore the points that Harry and Ron would inevitably lose for their reckless behavior. Adonis produced the pen and stationery Hermione had gifted him, leaning over the table to write something. "What are you doing?" Hermione inquired. Without lifting his gaze, Adonis replied, "I'm writing to Professor Dumbledore to give him a heads up, so that when Harry and Ron inevitably find themselves in trouble, he won't be caught off guard." He then opened the suitcase at his feet, retrieved Sheila's cage, handed the letter to Sheila, and fed her a piece of meat, instructing her firmly to ensure the letter reached Dumbledore. "I'll head over shortly, as there's likely nothing to eat on the car if they faint from hunger. That would be quite the predicament." With that, Adonis departed, clutching his silver arrow, purchasing a substantial amount of food from a passing vendor, and requesting her to deliver some to their compartment, pushing open the iron door at the end of the train. It felt as though the tracks connected to the heavens, and beautiful scenery rushed by. Climbing the stairs to the train's roof, Adonis felt the fierce wind tugging at his robes, as though it sought to pull him from the train. Steadying himself, he moved to the edge of the train, which was currently traversing a grand bridge. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, mounting his broomstick and redirecting his course towards Harry and Ron. "Nicola's craftsmanship guarantees excellence," Adonis mused, noting that the broom's speed had significantly increased due to Nicola's enhancements. Even the usual gusts encountered during rapid flight were softened by some unknown magic. The old relic now rivaled Harry's Firebolt 2000 in every regard. The distant blue in Adonis' vision grew larger, and Ron, noticing Adonis approaching in the rearview mirror, slowed the car to await him. Harry, perched by the window, exuberantly exclaimed, "Good afternoon, Adonis. Your broomstick is so cool." He grinned broadly, displaying a radiant smile. Adonis decelerated beside the car, opened the rear door, and awkwardly climbed inside. "What happened to allow you two to drive yourselves to school?" Adonis inquired, shutting the door and stowing his broom in his canvas bag. Ron, reigniting the engine, grumbled, "We were following Ginny perfectly, but once she entered, the entrance to the platform suddenly locked, nearly giving me a concussion. If I find out who is behind this, they will surely experience my wrath." Taken aback, Adonis then turned to Harry. "Do you have any theories? Someone must have deliberately closed the platform to fulfill some nefarious agenda." Harry, sensing the implication in Adonis' tone, quickly realized, "You mean Dobby, that house elf?" Adonis nodded, sensing that although he was uncertain of the man's intentions, he harbored no goodwill. Harry concurred with a nod, just as Ron's stomach let out an abrupt and peculiar growl, prompting hearty laughter from both Harry and Adonis, while Ron's face flushed crimson. "Stop laughing. I've been driving for ages without eating a thing." Harry, upon hearing this, readily agreed, realizing that both he and Ron had been out for quite some time without sustenance, and hunger was beginning to gnaw at them. "You two are aware of your hunger, yet when faced with the unexpected incident of a locked platform, you chose to drive yourselves into this predicament instead of contacting your parents and professors immediately." Adonis scolded, shooting them a disapproving glance. That moment, Harry and Ron seemed to grasp that perhaps there were better alternatives than driving themselves into trouble, slapping their foreheads in regret over their poor judgment. "The Sorting Hat truly did not misplace its talents by placing you both in Gryffindor. Your recklessness is undoubtedly ingrained in your very bones. He retrieved snacks from his canvas bag and offered them to Harry, urging him and Ron to fill their bellies before he settled back into the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. Time passed, and Adonis was roused from his reverie by Harry calling his name. Stretching lazily, he became aware of his surroundings and opened his eyes to find Harry shivering, tears streaming from his nose. "Adonis, do you know any warming charms? Ron and I are on the brink of freezing." Harry stammered through his shivers. Glancing out the window, Adonis noted that the sun had set, and the high-altitude chill was indeed biting. Sitting in an unair-conditioned vehicle was bound to feel frigid. However, he himself felt no discomfort, as the magic of the phoenix within him maintained a comfortable temperature, while Harry and Ron were perilously close to catching a cold, dressed as lightly as they were and flying at such heights. Ron had driven steadily, showing potential as a race car driver, and soon enough, the distant outline of the castle became visible. Harry could hardly contain his excitement, while Ron began to cheer, as if driving to Hogwarts was a grand achievement he couldn't wait to boast about among their peers. Adonis found himself caught up in their joyful atmosphere, a subtle smile gracing his lips as they approached the Hogwarts castle. Adonis sensed an unknown, powerful magical force hurtling towards the car. Reacting swiftly, he flicked his wand from his sleeve, unleashing a surge of magic that formed a yellow protective shield around the vehicle. The unknown spell collided with the car's exterior, causing it to shake violently, as if intending to send the trio plummeting from the sky. Panic-stricken, Ron and Harry feared they were about to crash, and in a frenzy, Ron grabbed his wand and struck the steering wheel, only to break his wand in the process, while the car eventually settled back into calm. Had the vehicle been struck directly by the curse, it would have surely spiraled out of control and plummeted to the ground. Who could be so malicious as to wish them harm? Adonis seethed with anger, yet the assailant retreated after their failed attempt, leaving him with only a faint trace of their presence. Considering Harry's recent unusual experiences, the suspicion surrounding the house elf, Dobby, loomed large. The enchanted car landed smoothly in the small square before the Great Hall, and Adonis was the first to disembark, calling for Carl to assist in transporting Harry and Ron's belongings back to the common room. Once Carl reappeared with a pop, Adonis leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "Carl, I have a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. Are you willing to help?" Carl, invigorated as if by a jolt of energy, nodded vigorously. "Whatever it is, count on me. I need you to keep an eye out for any unfamiliar house elves entering Hogwarts in the near future. If you notice anything, inform me at once." Harry watched with curiosity as Adonis conversed with the unfamiliar house elf, while Ron had no time for such musings, standing by with his wand broken in two, lamenting loudly, "My wand. My wand. Oh no, I'm doomed." Just then, the grand doors of the Great Hall swung open, and Dumbledore, accompanied by a large bat, hurried towards them, having heard the commotion from the car. Upon seeing a professor approach, Carl seized the moment to discreetly vanish. Adonis nodded at the two figures drawing near. Dumbledore smiled in recognition, while Snape merely grunted disapprovingly. Since receiving the shampoo from Adonis last Christmas, Snape had not been particularly friendly. Harboring a grudge like a dark cloud, Adonis had not hesitated to voice his criticisms of Snape to Harry on multiple occasions. "You two best explain the current situation, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." Snape glared at Harry, his piercing gaze fixed on those vibrant green eyes. At least 7 muggles witnessed a flying car. "Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? If you were Slytherin students, you would be taking the train home tonight." Harry and Ron shuddered at Snape's words, believing they were about to be expelled from Hogwarts. Harry felt tears welling. If expelled, he would be forced back into the clutches of the Dursleys. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Dumbledore quickly interjected, Now, Severus, it's not as dire as you make it seem." Snape turned away, his tone dripping with disappointment. "At least one of you has some sense. Potter, you and Weasley owe Mr. Langdon your gratitude." With that, Snape swept back into the Great Hall, his robes billowing behind him. Dumbledore, smiling warmly at the three of them, declared, "Gentlemen, the sorting ceremony is nearing its conclusion. Let us make haste." Relieved to have skirted disaster, Harry and Ron sighed in unison. "Harry, I thought I was going home for sure." "Me too. Snape's glare felt like he was ready to devour me whole." Harry patted his chest, Exhaling deeply, I overheard Snape mention something about Adonis. Turning to glance at the elderly and youthful figures trailing behind them, Harry and Ron realized Dumbledore had approached Adonis. Adonis, would you mind joining me for a chat in my office tonight? The password is fizzing whiz-bees. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore noticed Harry and Ron's puzzled expressions directed at Adonis, and with a chuckle, he added, Mr. Langdon sent me a letter ahead of time, informing me of your situation. Thus, it appears that things are not as grave as Professor Snape suggested, though you will still face consequences for your reckless behavior. Upon hearing this, Harry understood, and without hesitation, he and Ron each draped an arm over Adonis's shoulders, whisking him toward the Great Hall before he could react, all while calling back to Dumbledore. See you later. Ah, youth, so full of vitality. It brings to mind my own youthful days, Dumbledore mused, watching the trio with a reminiscent gaze. His eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions as he looked up at the night sky. As Harry, Ron, and Adonis pushed open the doors to the Great Hall, all attention was drawn to their entrance. And for a moment, Harry felt overwhelmed by the collective gaze of the crowd. Ron, momentarily forgetting his wand mishap, puffed out his chest, embodying the triumphant hero's return. Adonis, unfazed by the attention, walked to his seat, waving at Luna, who was waiting for Professor McGonagall to call the roll, offering her a warm smile. The girls standing beside Luna erupted in excitement, mistakenly believing the charming older student was greeting them with a smile. Pondering if their springtime had arrived, with the older students so forward, should they still hold back? But how to refuse such a handsome senior? Oh, the dilemma! Luna, caught off guard by Adonis's wave and bright smile, momentarily lost her train of thought, blushing slightly as she nodded in response. Seated among the cheering Gryffindors, Ron and Harry found their arrival celebrated. News of their flying car escapade had spread like wildfire, and the pride of their house embraced the boldness of such an act. Ron maintained his usual cheeky demeanor, while Harry found it hard to shake off the tension. Dumbledore entered the hall, his voice booming as he called for silence, gesturing for Professor McGonagall to continue with the sorting ceremony. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating story. Professor McGonagall surveyed the list in her hands and called out, Luna Lovegood. Upon hearing that it was Luna's turn to be sorted, Adonis lifted his head and watched as she gracefully approached the high chair. Dumbledore had noticed from the very beginning the fervent gaze Adonis cast upon Luna and murmured to himself, how remarkably similar this is to my own past. Shaking his head, he pondered when he might write to Nicholas, informing him that Adonis had found a lady to admire. The Sorting Hat hesitated not for long before proclaiming loudly, Ravenclaw. Upon realizing that Luna had not been placed in Gryffindor, Adonis felt a twinge of disappointment, but then reflected that, given Luna's nature, it seemed improbable she would be sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione appeared to notice Adonis's unusual demeanor. When had he ever been so attentive to a girl? Something was undoubtedly amiss. The remainder of the ceremony concluded swiftly, and Adonis bid farewell to those preparing to return to the common room as he ascended the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had already prepared a warm glass of milk, which Adonis favored, and he settled into the sofa opposite Dumbledore, awaiting the old fox's inquiries. Dumbledore, not in a hurry, took a sip of his tea sweetened with 3 generous spoonfuls of sugar, relishing the sweetness that blossomed in his mouth, and hummed contentedly, With all this sugar, Professor, are your teeth truly holding up? Adonis remarked, exasperated at the antics of the elderly man before him. Dumbledore seemed to snap back to reality, smacking his lips as if savoring the taste. Bobby is always forbidding me from indulging in sweets, claiming it is detrimental to my dental health, and Minerva constantly pilfers my cherished candies. Dumbledore shook his head, appearing somewhat disheartened that they could not grant a humble wish to a centenarian like himself. How delightful it is to indulge in sweet treats. Don't you agree, Adonis? I beg your pardon, Professor, but I am not particularly enamored with sweets, Adonis replied, downing the milk in one gulp and placing the cup down. He suddenly became serious and stated, I suspect this academic year at Hogwarts may be fraught with unrest. Upon hearing Adonis broach serious matters, Dumbledore swiftly waved his sleeve to shield the portraits from eavesdropping. Disregarding the cacophony of their grumbling, with Phineas being the most vitriolic, his language exceedingly vulgar, causing the other portraits to distance themselves and feign ignorance of him. Adonis continued. Previously, Harry mentioned a house elf named Dobby who warned of impending danger at Hogwarts. Attempting to thwart Harry's return to school, I have a foreboding that something unfortunate may transpire this year, possibly related to Voldemort. Dumbledore fell into contemplation. Whenever Voldemort was mentioned, it warranted serious attention. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I have been investigating the reasons behind Voldemort's immortality. I suspect it may pertain to some forbidden dark magic, and I believe I will soon uncover more information. Dumbledore popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth and mumbled, Adonis, your special training should also be scheduled. How does the room of requirement sound? I shall have my Patronus inform you of the specifics. Adonis nodded and then shared his plans to train Neville, to which Dumbledore expressed his support. Since we're training Neville, why not include Harry and the others as well? You know, Harry and Ron lack a sense of urgency to grow stronger. They require a catalyst. The conversation then shifted to recent plans and the state of the wizarding world. As dusk approached, Adonis rose to take his leave. Dumbledore finished the remaining sweetened tea in his cup and stepped onto the terrace outside the headmaster's office. Gazing at the stillness of Hogwarts Castle under the moonlight, with no one knowing what thoughts occupied his mind, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floor of the dormitory. Adonis opened his eyes. Ruffling his tousled hair, he yawned and stretched, gathering his loose strands into a ponytail before making his way to the window. He pushed it open, and a brisk, cool breeze swept in. Dispelling the remnants of sleep, he pulled Neville from the warmth of his blankets, reminding him that it was time to commence his first training session. Neville, still groggy from his early awakening, felt a fleeting urge to return to slumber. But the anticipation of beginning the long-awaited special training quickly dispelled his drowsiness. As they walked, Adonis explained to Neville, morning training will primarily focus on physical conditioning. For a wizard, physical fitness is a crucial aspect. Neville appeared perplexed. Why is physical fitness so important for wizards? Shouldn't we first learn magic? Adonis elucidated. In duels and battles, an exceptional wizard will not remain stationary. One must utilize agile movements and necessary dodges to evade spells that cannot be deflected. Without physical stamina, one will quickly find themselves at a disadvantage in real combat. Adonis elaborated on his understanding of the relationship between physical fitness and wizardry. In short, if you ever have the opportunity to witness a genuine wizard duel, you will comprehend this fully. For now, let us focus on training. Though Neville was still uncertain, he trusted that Adonis would not lead him astray. Soon, they departed the castle, heading toward the Black Lake. Adonis instructed Neville to remove his robes and guided him through a series of warm-up exercises. The morning training would primarily consist of running laps around the lake. I will follow behind you. If you find it too strenuous, simply stop and rest. Once warmed up, Adonis signaled for Neville to begin. Under the sun's warm embrace, Neville felt invigorated, but this was indeed his first foray into physical training. After completing a lap around the lake, Neville's breathing became erratic. His face flushed from exertion, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. As he ran nearly half a lap more, a metallic taste filled his mouth, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and a slight ache settled in his chest. He contemplated giving up. But memories of the day Malfoy had cursed him resurfaced, recalling the disdain in Malfoy's eyes as he brandished his wand, and the ridicule he faced from others after falling victim to the curse. Shaking his head, he gritted his teeth and pushed his weary body onward. Adonis, noticing Neville's fatigue from behind, called out, All right, Neville, let's call a morning to no, Adonis. I believe I can. Continue, Neville panted, his words fragmented as if he might collapse at any moment. Adonis quickly reminded him, Don't be stubborn, Neville. You cannot achieve everything at once. Physical conditioning is a gradual process. Don't exhaust yourself on the first day. Listening to Adonis's words, Neville slowly came to a stop, taking a few steps before realizing his legs had lost all strength, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Adonis sat beside him, retrieving a potion from his small bag and patting Neville's stomach. What is this? Neville asked as he accepted the vial, noticing the emerald liquid swirling within, faintly glowing with a green luminescence, an invigorating potion, one I brewed myself. Give it a try. Upon uncorking the vial, A fragrant aroma wafted out, and Neville felt his head clear. After consuming the potion, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, dispelling the fatigue in his muscles. Neville involuntarily shuddered with pleasure, feeling as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. He looked at Adonis in astonishment, who feigned an air of superiority and gestured for Neville to catch up. The early morning air at Hogwarts was still a bit chilly, and he would not want to catch a cold and suffer for some time. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Harry and Ron still fast asleep. Noticing the early hour, Adonis refrained from disturbing their restful slumber, tidying himself before leading Neville to the common room to guide him in previewing the upcoming lessons. The first class of the day was herbology, a subject in which Neville excelled. Adonis thought it prudent to review the material before class, believing it would bolster Neville's confidence if he could answer Professor Sprout's questions. What are the characteristics of mandrakes? After Neville read through the day's lesson twice, Adonis took the book from him and posed a random question. The cry of the mandrake can be fatal, and what is the primary use of mandrake leaves? To brew potions that restore those petrified or transfigured back to their original forms. Upon finishing, Neville suddenly exclaimed in excitement, I actually remembered. Neville exchanged a cheerful high-five with Adonis, feeling a sense of elation, especially considering his notoriously poor memory. However, once he regained his composure, the knowledge from the textbook began to fade into obscurity. Acting on Adonis's suggestion, he revisited the textbook several times at tea that moment. Hermione happened to emerge from the dormitory and was rather astonished to see Neville actually preparing for class. Neville, why are you studying the textbook today? Neville closed the book in his hands. Recalling the earlier conversation as he replied, Adonis mentioned that reviewing the textbook in advance would be beneficial for class. With Hermione's arrival, he decided to entrust all theoretical learning to our esteemed Professor Granger, who would guide him through his theoretical studies from now on. Upon saying this, Adonis mimicked Dumbledore's mannerisms, stroking his non-existent beard. Hermione shot a sideways glance at Adonis, pondering what on earth Professor Granger was supposed to mean. Despite her reservations about the title, she was willing to help Neville learn, recognizing that ambition was commendable, unlike Ron, who merely lounged around with Harry, grinning foolishly. With this thought in mind, Hermione began to devise a plan to study with the two of them, though she anticipated that her plans would likely fall through. Hermione systematically summarized the key points of the lesson for Neville, who absorbed her teachings like a sponge, eagerly taking in the additional insights she provided, even though he struggled to retain some of the knowledge. Nevertheless, it was evident that Neville was somewhat pleased. In the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout posed a question to the class. Can anyone tell me the properties of mandrake? As her gaze swept across the students, she was surprised to see that Hermione, usually the most eager to answer, did not raise her hand. Instead, it was the typically reserved Neville who raised his hand high. Change is indeed a good thing. With this thought, she smiled at Neville and said, Then let us invite Mr. Longbottom to enlighten you at this moment. A group from Slytherin, led by Draco, erupted into derisive laughter, deeming Neville incapable of answering the professor's question. Seeing this, Neville felt a wave of panic, while his friends rallied to encourage him. The mandrake can be used to cure those who have been petrified or transformed, and it is inherently dangerous. The cries of a mature mandrake can easily claim a life. As soon as Neville finished speaking, Harry led the applause for him, declaring that his answer was quite impressive. Professor Sprout was equally pleased, astonished that a second-year student could possess such knowledge about mandrakes, and that student was none other than Neville. Excellent answer. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Well done, Mr. Longbottom. Please continue to excel. Hearing the professor's praise, Neville felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Harry, with his arm around Neville's shoulder, congratulated him, while Ron, with a challenging brow raise, directed his attention towards Draco across the table. Draco responded with an expression of disdain, prompting Ron to nearly retaliate. Professor Sprout clapped her hands to regain the student's attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the pots in front of you? They contain seedlings of mandrake. Today's lesson will involve repotting these mandrake seedlings at this moment. Hermione raised her hand. Professor, won't repotting the mandrake seedlings be dangerous? After all, the cries of a mature mandrake can be lethal. The small wizards then began to realize the potential danger, and many of them were starting to feel anxious. Professor Sprout chuckled and reassured them. Miss Granger, there's no need to worry. The cries of mandrake seedlings are not fatal, though they can induce sleep for several hours. Just follow my instructions, and there won't be any issues. Now, everyone, take a pair of earmuffs from me. All the young wizards don their earmuffs, Professor Sprout continued. Once you wear the earmuffs, you will not be able to hear me clearly. So pay close attention to my actions. Now, put on your earmuffs. The students hastily complied. Although there was no real danger, fainting in front of everyone would be quite embarrassing. Noticing that Neville's earmuffs were not properly adjusted, Adonis swiftly assisted him. Once it was confirmed that everyone was ready, Professor Sprout commenced the live demonstration. She grasped a mandrake by its leaves and forcefully yanked it from the soil, unleashing a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the greenhouse. Even with the earmuffs, one could feel their ears protesting. The appearance of the mandrake in Professor Sprout's hands was grotesque, resembling a gnarled ginseng with a wrinkled face, and its incessant writhing was enough to make anyone's sanity teeter. Professor Sprout quickly placed the seedling into a new pot, covered it with soil, and the mandrake ceased its cries. She then gestured for the students to remove their earmuffs. The potting and covering with soil must be done swiftly. A mandrake exposed to the cold can lose its efficacy. And above all, remember to wear your earmuffs. Is everyone clear on this? We understand. Now, check your earmuffs, and let us begin. As one mandrake after another was uprooted, the greenhouse was filled with a cacophony of cries, unpleasant and jarring. Harry was nearly sickened by the mandrake's hideous appearance, while Draco foolishly thrust his finger into the mandrake's mouth, only to be met with a painful bite that elicited a shriek from him. Neville, however, managed to suppress his discomfort and quickly completed the professor's task, earning another 10 points for Gryffindor, which bolstered his confidence considerably. Today, Neville was quite happy. The Gryffindors were straightforward and supportive, and upon learning that Neville had contributed 20 points to their house in herbology, they showered him with affirmation and encouragement. In contrast, Ron's day had taken a turn for the worse. His wand had broken, and during Charms class, his attempts at spell casting had resulted in either explosions or spells rebounding upon himself, leading to a performance that could only be likened to Seamus. Consequently, a vacuum of space had formed around Ron after class, with Harry seeking refuge beside Hermione, as no one wished to be accidentally harmed by Ron's wand. Just earlier in the Great Hall during lunch, they had learned that they would face detention on the weekend, as Professor McGonagall had summoned them to have Ron polish trophies in the trophy room. Originally, Harry was to accompany him, but Gilderoy Lockhart had forcibly requisitioned Harry's presence to assist him in replying to fan mail. Throughout that morning, Ron seemed to be devoid of spirit, moving through life like a mere shell. Furthermore, he faced the impending mental torment from his family's disciplinary measures, especially given that being spotted flying a car by Muggles was no trivial matter, a violation of the statute of secrecy. He dreaded thinking about how his mother would scold him. After lunch, Ron sat in the hall, attempting to mend his nearly severed wand with a roll of magical tape, while Harry considered Ron's efforts to be nothing more than self-deception. "I'm finished, Harry." "Indeed, you are." After witnessing Ron's failed attempts, Hermione could no longer contain herself. "Ron, I truly do not understand why you continue to dwell on this." Adonis and Harry both said they could lend you money to purchase a new wand. "Why do you refuse?" Since obtaining the key to Nicholas's vault, Adonis had skyrocketed to the status of a top-tier wealthy individual. Harry, with the wealth of the Potter family, was also financially secure. Both had readily offered to help Ron without hesitation, asserting that such a small sum among brothers was not worth quibbling over. Ron, hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. "My family doesn't even know what sort of punishment awaits me. How can I dare to incur further debt?" Hermione was about to respond when she was interrupted by a cacophony of hooting from an owl that seemed unable to fly steadily, which crashed headfirst into the fruit bowl in front of Harry. Thud! Ouch, that looks painful. Errol. Ron quickly retrieved the owl named Errol from the fruit bowl, extracting a letter from its talons, which was better described as a howler. Ron's expression immediately soured, while Neville urged him to open it quickly, lest something dreadful occur. Trembling, Ron unsealed the envelope, and to his horror, the letter levitated before him, opening wide as the voice of Mrs. Weasley, magnified 100-fold, boomed forth, shaking dust from the ceiling. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you?" The entire auditorium was captivated by the tremendous commotion. Eager to discover who had been the unfortunate recipient of the howling letter, Ron's complexion swiftly turned ashen, for Mrs. Weasley seldom addressed him by his full name, and each utterance signified impending doom for him. It was akin to a mother, who rarely calls you by your full name, suddenly invoking both your first and last names, prompting a frantic recollection of any misdeeds you might have committed. Adonis promptly cast a silencing charm around Ron, extinguishing the onlooker's desire for entertainment, though the look of sheer terror on Ron's face suggested he had received a thorough scolding. Ultimately, the howling letter breached the confines of the silencing spell, delivering a few words to Ginny, whose expression was somewhat awkward, likely indicating that she had been thoroughly reprimanded. Adonis also opened the letter that Sheila had brought him, which was from the distant Paris, penned by Perenelle, inquiring about the enchanting Luna. Upon reading this, Adonis could hardly be oblivious to the fact that a certain busybody had betrayed his secret, casting a furious glare at the elderly man seated at the head of the faculty table. Dumbledore, noticing Adonis's indignant gaze, quickly lowered his head, avoiding Adonis's scrutiny in a bid to alleviate the awkwardness of being caught in a clandestine act of betrayal. Professor McGonagall, passing by the Gryffindor table, approached Adonis and said, "Adonis, do you recall the proposal I made to you last semester?" Adonis immediately recognized that it pertained to the Transfiguration Club, nodding eagerly. "Of course, Professor McGonagall, I would be honored to join your club." Satisfied, McGonagall informed him that the first meeting of the semester would be held next Wednesday at 7 o'clock, and she would have someone notify him of the location. After speaking, she handed Adonis a piece of parchment, which depicted a tabby cat lounging on a sofa. Harry, wary of eavesdropping on their conversation, waited until McGonagall departed before curiously asking, "Adonis, what did Professor McGonagall just say to you?" "It was regarding my joining her Transfiguration Club," Adonis replied, tucking the parchment into his satchel, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Gilderoy Lockhart was quite a prominent figure in the wizarding world, as every tale he penned was captivating and left one yearning for more, as if the entire narrative unfolded before their very eyes. This aspect of Lockhart was indeed commendable. All his female admirers were eager to believe he was as valiant and formidable as he appeared in the stories, to the extent that they could not tolerate even the slightest disparagement against him. Currently, Hermione was incensed, arguing vehemently because Ron had uttered a negative comment about Lockhart. "This morning, George and Fred told me that Lockhart actually made them answer questions about his personal preferences in class." Ron lamented to Harry, "Really? Did Lockhart truly do that?" Harry replied incredulously, believing that Hogwarts should uphold higher standards when selecting professors. "Indeed, the entire fourth year is buzzing about it," Ron insisted, looking as if he expected Harry to take his word for it. At that moment, Hermione interjected Ron's complaints, passionately asserting that Lockhart was a powerful and graceful wizard, certainly not the pitiful figure George and Fred had portrayed, and she had faith that Professor Lockhart would demonstrate his excellence through tangible actions. "Adonis, Neville, what do you think?" Faced with Hermione's subtly dangerous question, Adonis had no desire to respond, pulling Neville away a few steps. Noticing Adonis's feigned ignorance of her inquiry, Hermione shot a furious glare at Ron before storming into the defense against the dark arts classroom. Women pursuing their ambitions can be quite formidable. The group followed suit, their thoughts remarkably aligned. As Adonis entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, he was struck by the stark contrast between the foul odor that had characterized Professor Quirrell's class last semester and Lockhart's ostentatious decor style, which mirrored his flamboyant personality. The walls were adorned with photographs of Lockhart from his various adventures, each capturing him in a perfectly staged smile, as one might expect. At the front of the classroom hung an enormous portrait of Lockhart, rivaling that of the fat lady, depicting him painting his own portrait. Typically, one would only unveil their self-portrait posthumously, and Adonis felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing Lockhart would go to great lengths to showcase himself. Notably, Hermione had recently made several acquaintances from other houses due to her admiration for Lockhart. At present, she was seated at the front of the classroom, engaged in animated conversation with Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, discussing Lockhart's exploits with fervor. Harry still harbored a flicker of hope regarding Lockhart, pulling Ron to sit behind Hermione. Just as he was about to call for Adonis and Neville, he noticed Adonis had chosen to sit at the very back of the classroom with Neville. "Adonis, why are we sitting here?" Neville inquired, perplexed by Adonis's decision to occupy the back row despite the ample vacant seats in front. With a solemn expression, Adonis placed a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder, stating earnestly, "You shall soon understand my good intentions, Neville." Just as the conversation continued, a flamboyantly adorned peacock swung open the door to Lockhart's office and strutted out. "Now, allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor," Lockhart declared, flashing a self-satisfied smile that left Hermione and the other female admirers utterly enchanted. "It is I," he proclaimed while descending the staircase with an exaggerated grace, continuing to extol his credentials. "Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. However, I prefer to remain modest and seldom mention these accolades." "Then perhaps you should keep quiet," Adonis scoffed, bemused by the need to incessantly flaunt one's accomplishments. Was it a F.A. Ade to mask incompetence? After all, I do not rely on my charming smile to vanquish banshees. Lockhart's grin only grew brighter, and Adonis could almost see pink hearts floating above the heads of the enamored girls in the front row. Neville's expression mirrored Adonis's as they exchanged glances, both apprehensive that Lockhart might indeed be as George had insinuated earlier that day. "Adonis, you must trust him. How could you doubt our defense against the dark arts professor?" Adonis urged, though Neville initially felt a twinge of guilt for questioning the professor's abilities. However, Adonis's resolute declaration that he must be just that dispelled any lingering doubts. Observing the lackluster response from everyone except the front row girls, Lockhart felt a tinge of awkwardness. "I trust you have all procured my complete collection of books." "Splendid. Now, let us engage in a brief assessment." After speaking, he directed a charming smile at the girls in the front row, leaving Hermione utterly enamored. As Lockhart distributed the test papers, he reassured them, "Fear not. This is merely to gauge your understanding of the textbook." Hermione beamed with delight as Lockhart personally handed her the paper, feigning modesty as she expressed her gratitude before resuming her hushed discussion with Susan. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, felt a sense of dread, with Ron's expression resembling someone who had just consumed something quite unpleasant upon seeing the questions on the exam. Harry grumbled about the absurdity of the questions, and when they looked up, they saw Hermione diligently scribbling away, her face glowing with confidence. As Neville stared blankly at the test in his hands, Adonis was equally perplexed, wondering who in their right mind would begin a test by asking students what their favorite color was. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In pursuit of extra points, I shall endure, but you shall see what awaits you, Lockhart. Once Lockhart confirmed that all students had received their test papers, he proclaimed loudly, "You now have 30 minutes. Begin." After Lockhart had graded all the tests, he shook his head, exclaiming, "Almost none of you knew that my favorite color is lavender, except for Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger. Oh, and Mr. Weasley." Lockhart flashed a smile at them, pleased with their answers, each earning an additional 5 points. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, concluding that Neville could not possibly have known, leaving only Adonis. Could it be that Adonis was also a fan of Lockhart? If they could read his thoughts, Adonis might have felt compelled to retch, especially Miss Granger, who even remembered that his aspiration was to rid the world of all evils and successfully promote his shampoo brand. What a good girl she was. Upon hearing Lockhart's flattery, Hermione's lips curled upwards in delight, and with a smug expression, she arched an eyebrow at Adonis. "What are you looking at? You don't think I'm a fan of this buffoon, do you?" Adonis was left bewildered. The ensuing class proved to be rather tedious, with Lockhart perched on the podium regaling the audience with amusing anecdotes from his travels, eliciting laughter from the young witches seated in front. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had grown so bored that they resorted to fiddling with their fingers, while Adonis engaged in conversation with Neville about their upcoming training regimen. Adonis resolved to incorporate skill training alongside physical conditioning, even contemplating the possibility of learning subjects not offered at Hogwarts, such as swordsmanship. During dinner in the Great Hall, Ron accidentally caught sight of Hermione's class schedule, his expression one of astonishment. "Why have you circled hearts around all of Lockhart's classes?" Hermione immediately covered her schedule, her face flushed with indignation. Noticing her reaction, Ron said nothing further, merely shrugging as he chatted with Harry about Quidditch. With a sudden flash, The eyes of the crowd were momentarily blinded by a camera's glare. Harry saw a diminutive first-year Gryffindor standing before him, holding a muggle camera. "Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevy." He appeared somewhat anxious. "That I apologize for taking your photo without your consent, but I was just so excited." As Colin spoke, it dawned on everyone that he must be one of Harry's fervent admirers. "Mr. Potter actually has fans. Do you aspire to be like that buffoon Lockhart?" Draco's sharp, cutting voice rang out from beside the Gryffindor table. Flanked by Crabbe and Goyle like bodyguards, if he had any sense, he should have known better than to speak ill of Lockhart in public, especially since a majority of the second and third-year girls were ardent followers of the flamboyant professor. Many Gryffindor girls shot Draco furious glares, and Hermione was nearly ready to slap him. "Mind your tongue, Malfoy." The reprimanding voice did not only emanate from the Gryffindor table. Even the older Slytherin girls expressed their discontent with Draco. Realizing he had crossed a line, Draco's expression stiffened as he prepared to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was intercepted by a furious Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Malfoy, how dare you defame a professor in public?" Slytherin loses 20 points. It was evident that Professor McGonagall was genuinely irked. The Gryffindor table erupted into loud applause, while the Slytherins glared at Draco with palpable fury, wishing to devour him alive for costing them points so early in the term. What on earth just happened? Lockhart arrived belatedly, seemingly oblivious to Draco's slander, his attention solely focused on Colin and Harry, his eyes lighting up that, "Oh, young wizard, would you mind taking a picture of Harry and me?" Before Harry could react, Lockhart wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder, flashing his signature smile. Inhaling the intense scent of Lockhart's cologne, Harry felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, leaving him feeling awkward and flushed. When Lockhart eventually learned of Draco's disparagement, he appeared furious yet slightly sheepish, and he deducted another 20 points from Slytherin. Our illustrious Draco may find his life in Slytherin somewhat challenging of late. On Saturday morning, Adonis stood by the window of his dormitory, gazing out at the sun-drenched Black Lake, his thoughts drifting to an uncertain destination, pondering the training plans for Neville that evening, or perhaps a certain girl whose image lingered in his mind. I suspect it is the latter. Throughout the week, he had encountered Luna seldom, and surprisingly found himself missing her presence, yearning for a chat, tying his hair back with a ribbon and donning his wizarding robes. Adonis prepared to roam the castle, harboring a subtle hope of encountering Luna somewhere within the halls. With this expectation in mind, he pushed open the portrait of the fat lady, descending the spiral staircase. He stumbled upon Peeves throwing dung bombs at the walls, and an irate Filch, watching the chaos unfold with fury. Adonis even witnessed Peeves toss a dung bomb into Filch's mouth to avoid being embroiled in Peeves' antics. Adonis swiftly changed his route, heading towards the defense against the Dark Arts Tower, where he spotted several witches chattering animatedly around Lockhart, who appeared thoroughly content, relishing the adoration he received, if only his knowledge matched his fame. Along the way, many girls noticed Adonis, and several even approached him, but he deftly deflected their attempts at conversation. Suddenly, the Weasley twins materialized from nowhere, throwing an arm around Adonis' shoulders in a mock display of sentiment. "Look at how popular Adonis is. What do you think, George? If I had even half of Adonis' popularity, my lips would be permanently curled in delight." George feigned regret, shaking his head before proceeding to pinch Adonis' cheeks. Get off. I have things to attend to today, so I won't be indulging your antics. In public." Adonis felt slightly embarrassed by their antics, quickly extricating himself from their grasp. Fred and George immediately adopted a pitiable expression. "Adonis doesn't want us anymore." Even though he used to, as if Adonis were some heartless cad. Seizing the opportunity to distance himself from the two jesters while the crowd was sparse, Adonis hurried away, wary of what further outrageous comments they might conjure. For he could not afford to tarnish his reputation here. Descending the marble staircase, Adonis pushed open the door to the Transfiguration courtyard, sunlight bathing his face and momentarily blinding him, in the distance. He discerned a familiar, tranquil figure seated beneath a tree, emanating a subtle glow in the sun's rays, and as his eyes adjusted to the brightness of the courtyard, he realized that the figure was none other than Luna, the very girl he had been yearning to see at tea that moment. Luna sat with her back to him, seemingly engrossed in something. Adonis approached slowly, raising his hand to greet her, only to hear Luna speak first. "Good morning, Adonis." Her voice retained the ethereal quality he remembered. Adonis lowered his hand and settled beside her, studying her intently. Luna, feeling the weight of his gaze, blushed slightly and asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Adonis shook his head. "I merely wanted to see if you had an eye growing on the back of your head." Luna did not respond, and Adonis took it upon himself to engage her in conversation. Today, she had her wand tucked behind her ear, adorned with carrot earrings and a bottle-cap necklace. Notably, she was barefoot. Adonis found himself puzzled. "Luna, why aren't you wearing shoes today?" "It's the Nargles. They are mischievous and stole my shoes." Luna replied nonchalantly, as if losing possessions held little significance for her. "Nargles? What are they?" Adonis inquired, perplexed that the girl's voice chimed in from behind him. "It's not the Nargles. It's those dreadful little witches." Ginny greeted Adonis as she spoke. "What do you mean by those little witches?" Adonis asked. Ginny appeared increasingly agitated. "They think Luna is a weirdo and have given her a crazy nickname. Now they've gone and hidden her shoes. It's utterly despicable." Luna tugged at Ginny's sleeve. "It's all right. They just dislike my clothes and shoes. I believe those things will return to me." Her words suggested that she did not view herself as a victim of the prank. Adonis felt a pang of discomfort at this, contemplating his response before saying, "Don't let their opinions affect you. Just be yourself. In my eyes, you're quite enchanting." Suddenly, Adonis clamped a hand over his mouth, realizing the implications of his words. Ginny instantly caught on, her expression shifting to one of mischievous delight as she regarded Adonis, conveying an "I understand" look. "It seems I might be an unnecessary presence here," Ginny remarked, waving her hand as she bid Luna farewell and dashed away. Luna, still processing the compliment, felt her cheeks warm at Adonis' words, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt in shyness. Adonis, too, sensed the awkwardness of his statement. In a moment of silence ensued. "I'll go help you find your shoes. Just wait for me here," Adonis stammered before hurriedly retreating into the defense against the dark arts tower. Once he regained his composure, he waved his wand, and Luna's shoes soared back into view. As magic surged forth, a pair of small leather shoes soared toward Adonis. He cradled them in his hands as if they were precious treasures and slowly approached Luna. Sensing someone approaching, Luna lifted her gaze and beheld Adonis holding her shoes. Recalling his earlier compliment about her charm, she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Suddenly, something astonishing caught her attention, and her eyes widened in disbelief. In the midst of this chapter, please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Adonis knelt on one knee, using magic to brush away the dust from Luna's socks, and then placed her small leather shoes neatly before her. Luna appeared tranquil, as though nothing could disturb her composure, yet the blush creeping to her ears betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Ginny, returning, was taken aback by the scene, covering her mouth in astonishment. The sunlight illuminated the two, casting a captivating glow that rendered them irresistible to behold. Once Luna donned her shoes, Adonis accompanied her to sit beneath a tree, basking in the sunlight and engaging in conversation. Adonis discovered that Luna possessed a unique perspective on many matters. Although some of her thoughts might seem peculiar to others, he came to realize that her placement in Ravenclaw was well-deserved, for she exhibited remarkable insight. At times, when Adonis spoke with a hint of confusion, Luna would already be offering explanations. Luna was acutely aware of all that transpired around her, misunderstood, ostracized, even labeled as the mad girl. Yet she remained true to herself, always maintaining an air of calm, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of others. Adonis felt this was unjust, yet he realized he could not alter the public's perception of Luna. It was simply beyond his control. He mused, "I truly enjoy our conversations, Adonis," Luna said, straightening her attire and flashing him a bright smile. Adonis found himself entranced, his gaze fixed intently upon her face. "Adonis, Adonis," Luna called, her cheeks flushed from his stare, her heart racing faster. Upon hearing his name, Adonis snapped back to reality, chiding himself for being so smitten by her beauty. "I apologize, Luna. I have been rather rude," he said, scratching the back of his head. Feeling awkward, "I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Until next time, Luna." He hurriedly exited the scene, Luna watched Adonis's retreating figure. A smile blossomed on her face before she resumed her usual serene demeanor. Perhaps only she understood the complexities of her heart. During lunch, Adonis met Neville in the Great Hall. Neville appeared quite excited, recalling how Adonis had mysteriously informed him that starting this week, every Saturday evening would be dedicated to practical training. After a week of running, Neville felt significantly stronger, confident that the upcoming training would be a mere trifle. One couldn't help but wonder when Neville had become so self-assured, especially without having faced the harshness of reality yet. However, throughout their meal, Adonis remained silent, not mentioning anything about the training, which left Neville unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He leaned closer to Adonis and whispered, "Adonis, where are we training tonight?" His expression suggesting they were planning a secret rendezvous. Adonis, lost in thought, was abruptly brought back to reality by Neville's voice. Noticing the fragmented pieces of steak on his plate, he suddenly felt a bit awkward, clearing his throat and sitting up straight. He said, "Tonight, I will take you to see my secret base." "Secret base," Ron exclaimed, having eavesdropped on Neville and Adonis's hushed conversation. His outburst drew the attention of those nearby, who turned to look, realizing he had been too exuberant. Ron quickly covered his mouth. Adonis sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Harry seized upon the moment, lowering his voice to inquire further, while Hermione, having set aside her own matters, subtly shifted closer, feigning indifference but clearly straining to listen. Observing the keen interest of his friends, Adonis leaned in and whispered, "After dinner, we will gather outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom." Suddenly, Adonis shifted gears, fixing a serious gaze upon Ron. "However, considering there is an unpredictable variable among us, I am contemplating whether to terminate our arrangement." Hermione and Harry quickly grasped the implication. They were about to visit Adonis's secret base, and Ron, being one who loved to boast, would undoubtedly spread the word, transforming their secret base into a widely known location. Ron protested vehemently. "That is a blatant smear. Ron, can keep secrets better than anyone." Adonis rolled his eyes, recalling how just last semester Ron had boasted of his adventures, causing everyone to know that Ron Weasley was the hero who thwarted the Dark Wizard's plot. Ultimately, after Ron's insistence, the group decided to bring him along. Upon reaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Adonis noted that everyone had gathered. He nodded and waved for them to follow, leading the four down the steps in front of the classroom, turning right, and stopping before a wall. "What do you see?" Adonis posed the seemingly nonsensical question, leaving everyone puzzled. "A wall. But what is so special about that?" Ron queried, confused. Observing the bemused expressions of his companions, Adonis gestured to Neville, indicating he should take hold of his hand. As Neville grasped Adonis's hand, the wall before them began to shift, as if dissolving, gradually revealing a small hidden space behind it. Neville's jaw dropped in astonishment. Seeing Neville's reaction, Harry waved his hand in front of his face, and, following suit, grasped Adonis's other hand. Witnessing the magical transformation, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of magic. "This corner has been enchanted with a concealment charm, as you can see, to hide the secrets behind the wall," Adonis explained as they proceeded to a Gothic grandfather clock. The only distinctive feature of this clock was that its three hands represented the sun, moon, and stars. "Hermione, focus. I will demonstrate for you," Adonis instructed, catching Hermione off guard. Immediately, she snapped to attention as Adonis took out his wand and tapped the three hands in a specific sequence. The clock emitted a clicking sound, and the hands spun rapidly until they aligned perfectly, causing the front of the clock to open like a door, revealing a passageway within it. As for why he had directed his explanation at Hermione, Adonis thought, surely Harry and Ron would not remember the sequence of taps. "Merlin." Ignoring Ron's exclamation, Adonis stepped into the passageway first, prompting Neville to follow closely behind, with Hermione tugging at Harry to join them. After walking for a while in the dim and narrow corridor, they emerged into a spacious room illuminated by flickering torches, with beams of light filtering through iron grates in the ceiling. The corners of the room were cluttered with suits of armor and weapons, as well as several training dummies. "Wow, this place is incredible," Harry stammered, at a loss for words. "A perfect training ground," Neville interjected enthusiastically. While Adonis's training of Neville was not a secret within their small group, Harry and Ron were nonetheless curious about how Adonis intended to train Neville that day. The two had already found a few wooden chairs to settle down and watch the spectacle. Now, Neville, your training objective is to strike the mirror affixed to the chest of the dummy while is casting a magical attack on you. You should be familiar with a simple magical shock. Correct? Adonis explained, and upon Neville nodding, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a beautifully ornate mirror. He then repositioned a training dummy and, using Transfiguration, embedded the mirror seamlessly into its chest. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With a gentle tap of his wand on the mirror's surface, the dummy sprang to life, spinning around and brandishing an old wooden stick. Adonis had moved several wooden crates to serve as makeshift cover and obstacles, and everything appeared to be in readiness. He then positioned himself approximately 15 meters away from the dummy, signaling to Neville with a glance to concentrate. With a swift flick of the wand held by the dummy, a beam of red light shot forth, hurtling directly towards Adonis, who quickly sidestepped to the left to evade it. The dummy was relentless. Offering little time for reaction, its attacks came swiftly, akin to a real battle where an opponent would not grant you a moment's respite. The first beam of red light narrowly missed Adonis, but the second struck directly toward his face. Just as Neville prepared to call out a warning, Adonis had already lunged forward to the left, rolling on the ground to exploit the dummy's brief pause. With a flourish of his wand, a thicker beam of red light shot forth, striking the dummy, which collapsed to the ground as if its bones had been extracted. Hermione, recovering from her astonishment, applauded Adonis alongside Harry and Ron, while Neville looked on with admiration. When it was Neville's turn, Adonis patted his shoulder, advising him not to be overly tense or fearful of failure, for this was merely training and not a source of psychological pressure. Taking a deep breath, Neville focused intently on the dummy, while Adonis reduced the frequency of its attacks. Unfortunately, he slightly overestimated Neville's agility. At the onset of the training, before Neville could react, the dummy's assault sent him flying. With a thud, oh, and a splat, oh. The trio watching couldn't help but express sympathy for Neville's painful predicament, noting how the three of them turned their faces away. That must hurt. Ron, I think so too. Why don't you give it a try? You should be able to, Harry. Why don't you go? You know I've been afraid of pain since childhood. Adonis promptly deactivated the dummy and rushed over to help Neville up, who was feeling a bit disheartened, wishing he could sink into the ground. Seeing Neville's woeful expression, Adonis reassured him. Let's try again. He then transformed a chair into a net behind Neville to prevent any further falls that might lead to a psychological setback. This time, having learned from his earlier experience, as soon as Adonis activated the dummy, Neville dashed towards the nearby obstacle. Though he managed to evade the first beam of red light, the dummy anticipated his next move and struck him down again. But this time he was caught by the net, sliding gently to the ground. Neville, don't just focus on dodging. Pay attention to your opponent's movements, Adonis said, helping Neville to his feet and brushing the dust off him. You're doing well. Keep it up. However, in subsequent attempts, Neville was hit by the dummy due to his insufficient reaction speed. When running, you can roll forward to dodge attacks, Neville did as soon as those words left Adonis's mouth. Neville immediately complied. Yet, just as he was halfway through the roll, he found himself unable to move and was seized by the dummy. This time, the force was substantial, causing Neville to tumble several times in midair before being caught by the net, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Observing this, Adonis decided it best to halt Neville's training for the moment, sitting beside him to summarize the session and correct his movements during running and rolling. The trio approached to express their sympathy for Neville, as being knocked down looked painful. Before departing, Adonis handed Neville a vial of invigorating potion, hoping it would alleviate his scrapes and bruises. Ron expressed his curiosity about the potion's taste, prompting Adonis to gesture towards the standing dummy and nonchalantly reply, "If you get knocked down by the dummy a few times, I'll give you a vial." The first class on Monday morning was once again Hermione's favorite, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry and Ron found Hermione's obsession with Lockhart perplexing. Her admiration had reached a blind new level, to the point where even Ron and Harry's complaints about Lockhart garnered a scolding from the young witch. For instance, on their way to class, while Ron quietly grumbled about Lockhart, Hermione suddenly tapped his arm, exclaiming, "Ron, you can't speak ill of Professor Lockhart, but he really seems quite unreliable." Don't you think so? Harry, Ron was surprisingly assertive in front of Hermione. Before Harry could respond, Hermione swiftly silenced our be quiet. Ron, just look at the books he has written. Hermione opened her copy of Gaddying with Ghouls, flipping through pages with disregard. Before slapping the book onto Ron's face, speaking rapidly, the events in these books are so vivid. One cannot write them without first-hand experience. Boo-hoo-hoo. Stop it, Ron. Professor Lockhart must be hiding his true abilities. He must be a powerful white wizard. Hermione concluded, and Ron, feeling overwhelmed, turned sharply and left in a huff. Harry, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered aloud, "Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Is my view so insignificant?" Adonis wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, his gaze darting between Ron and Hermione, clearly entertained by the antics of this bickering pair. After all, Hermione was always bold and candid in front of Harry and himself. But with Ron, there was always a different dynamic at play. Perhaps the participants were blinded while the observers remained clear-sighted. As they pushed open the classroom door, Adonis was momentarily blinded by the glare. Could one truly accept the sight of a preening Lockhart, all oiled and glimmering, greeting them with an exaggerated smile? Harry felt as if he were about to develop a headache. The earlier argument between Hermione and him had only served to deepen Ron's disdain for Lockhart, who now leaned dramatically against Neville, pretending to retch in disgust. "I don't understand why girls are drawn to such a pompous fool." Lockhart was clad in his customary white cloak adorned with golden trim, exuding a potent scent of cologne, but today he also carried a cage covered in blue cloth. Approaching the front of the classroom, he flashed a standard smile at the girls in the front row, rendering them starry-eyed before clapping his hands and adopting a serious demeanor. "Now, pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to face a truly fearsome creature. They are dangerous, but do not panic. With me, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, you will not suffer a single scratch. I assure you." With that, he unveiled his signature smile, causing Ron to wish he could rip his mouth off. Unable to resist, Harry peeked out from behind a stack of books to glimpse the dangerous creature Lockhart had mentioned. Lockhart, sensing the effect of his words, beamed even brighter, placing his hand atop the blue cloth while declaring, "I hope you are not frightened by their fearsome appearance." Upon hearing this, Neville felt a pang of uncertainty and instinctively shrank back. For if the professor said so, it must be a truly terrifying creature. Adonis crossed his arms, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, for he had little faith in Lockhart's ability to procure any genuinely dangerous magical creature, especially one confined within a cage barely taller than a man. Most likely an exaggeration. When the blue cloth was lifted, lo and behold, a Cornish pixie. One must note that Cornish pixies are classified as XXXX level magical creatures. It seemed our Professor Lockhart possessed some measure of skill after all. Insert dog emoji here. The audience erupted into laughter as if witnessing something ludicrous, with Seamus sneering, "Is it really a Cornish pixie?" Seeing the disdainful expressions on the young wizards' faces, Lockhart's composure faltered. Clearing his throat, he asserted, "Indeed, Mr. Mooney, this is a Cornish pixie I just captured." Unable to restrain himself, Ron let out a derisive snicker, prompting Lockhart to bristle. "Mr. Weasley, do you have an opinion?" Ron, feeling increasingly irritable, replied, "Professor, as you can see, they don't appear nearly as dangerous as you claim, do they?" Lockhart, stung by Ron's contempt, shook his head in denial that "Do not be so certain. They could be as cunning and destructive as devils." To be fair, the Cornish pixies were indeed quite hideous, with their slate-gray skin, emaciated frames, pointed faces, and large black eyes, restless within the cage, shrieking high-pitched, grating cries that hardly resembled anything elfin. "What? You claim that fairies are quite unsightly? Then let us pretend I never said that." At this moment, Lockhart began his antics anew. He rapped on the cage and, with an earnest expression, addressed the crowd. "Now, let me see how you handle these little imps." Without granting anyone a moment's preparation, he flung open the cage door. Chaos erupted in the classroom as the tiny sprites flitted about like errant flies, wreaking havoc by toppling neatly arranged books, scattering Lockhart's photographs, and even shattering the classroom windows, leaving shards of glass strewn across the floor. The few mischievous sprites even took to assaulting Draco's eyes. "My dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The excitement only intensifies. They seized ink bottles and splattered ink across the room, tearing papers to shreds. While some even targeted Adonis, who, despite their mischief, met a swift end as they were petrified before they could approach him, crashing heavily to the ground. Lockhart, witnessing the pandemonium, attempted to regain control, declaring, "They are merely a bunch of sprites. You can easily manage them." It seemed he had entirely forgotten that he had never taught his students the spells to subdue such creatures. Perhaps he was so engrossed in showcasing his own brilliance that he neglected the fact he was meant to instruct the students. With a confident smile, he rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and intoned, "Pesky pixie pesternemy." We cannot ascertain the effectiveness of the incantation, but it certainly bore no fruit. Shortly thereafter, a sprite snatched Lockhart's wand and flung it out of the window. Realizing the situation had spiraled completely out of control, Lockhart made a swift decision, in a manner that left Neville bewildered. He dashed up the stairs and, upon entering the office, commanded Hermione and Harry, "You handle the rest." With that, he slammed the door shut with remarkable speed. Hermione, who had been anticipating Lockhart's ability to salvage the situation, now displayed an expression of disappointment and skepticism. "Can we truly believe he can teach us well?" Ron grumbled, promptly swatting a sprite that was poised to nibble on his ear with a book. "It would be better to have Adonis teach us," Harry muttered, slamming a sprite onto the table. "Don't say that. He might just be trying to give us an opportunity to practice," Hermione attempted to convince herself, though the sprites were beginning to irritate her. "Practice? Don't jest, Hermione. He can't even manage this little chaos." Harry narrowly dodged a book hurled by a sprite. "Stop it, Harry. Consider the books he has written." Ron's words left Hermione momentarily speechless. Adonis viewed this as an excellent opportunity for Neville to shine and patted him on the shoulder. "Neville, it's time to demonstrate what you've learned thus far. Recall the spells Hermione taught you and Neville's confidence began to build as he recalled the theoretical knowledge Hermione had imparted the previous week. With a new wand, Neville was no longer the bumbling fool who struggled to channel his magic. Thanks to Hermione's tutoring, he had mastered a few spells. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he drew his wand and chanted, "Immobulus." Magic surged forth, enveloping all the sprites, instantly rendering them immobile, suspended in mid-air, some still clutching ink bottles, their faces twisted into grotesque grins. As Neville's intervention restored order, the onlookers paused in astonishment, gazing at him. While he bashfully scratched his head, as the commotion outside subsided, Lockhart emerged from his office, flashing his prominent white teeth and shamelessly declaring, "See, ladies and gentlemen, under the brilliant guidance of the esteemed Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, we have effortlessly resolved this crisis, have we not? Of course, I shall award Mr. Longbottom 10 points." The crowd regarded Lockhart with a mix of incredulity, and one student, sporting dark circles under his eyes, scoffed audibly. Lockhart, unfazed, maintained his exaggerated demeanor. This incident led Adonis to develop a new appreciation for Lockhart's audacity, and on Wednesday evening, Professor McGonagall hastily departed the Great Hall after dinner, casting a glance at Adonis as a reminder not to forget the gathering that night. As a new member, neglecting to attend the first meeting would leave a poor impression on the others. Once the students finished their meal, Cedric from Hufflepuff approached the Gryffindor table, patting Adonis on the shoulder and saying, "It's time for us to go. Professor McGonagall should be waiting for us." Adonis had spoken with Cedric on a few occasions, and they had gotten along rather well, perhaps due to a mutual attraction between two talents. Adonis held Cedric in high regard. He was handsome, humorous, and intellectually gifted, and quite gentle, Adonis added silently to himself. If there were a ranking of the most desirable wizards at Hogwarts, Cedric would undoubtedly claim the top spot. After all, which girl could resist a charming gentleman from a respectable family? Just look at the way the upperclassmen at the Gryffindor table were gazing at him with hearts in their eyes. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Adonis followed Cedric out of the Great Hall. Adonis suddenly wore a teasing smile. Our dashing and charming Mr. Diggory seems to have quite the romantic life lately. Cedric, hearing Adonis's jest, retorted with mild annoyance, "Don't be absurd, Adonis. I have no romantic life at all." "Really? I recall catching a glimpse of someone on the 5th floor in a secret passageway, clandestinely dating a Ravenclaw girl." Cedric, who had thought he was being discreet, sighed in exasperation upon realizing Adonis's insight. Stop spreading rumors. I haven't even exchanged a proper word with her, and I refuse to believe it. I can't imagine anyone turning down the unparalleled charm of Cedric Diggory. Cedric, left speechless, playfully punched Adonis's back. You know, the Ravenclaw girls seem to believe that the unattainable flower of Gryffindor is about to be plucked by the eccentric Luna. Enlighten me about this situation. Indeed, even boys had a keen interest in gossip. Adonis, upon hearing this, proudly lifted his chin. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm quite proactive. Wait, Ravenclaw. You're pulling my leg while claiming there's nothing going on, Cedric exclaimed, quickly accelerating to leave Adonis in his wake, who was left muttering in frustration. Cedric led Adonis to a corridor on the 6th floor of the castle and stopped at a corner, observing Adonis with keen interest, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. I must inform you, I have no peculiar preferences, Adonis blurted out, causing Cedric to stumble slightly. Ultimately, it was Cedric who relented first, saying, I'm merely responsible for bringing you here. The specific location of the club is for you to discover. Is this an initiation test? Everyone must undergo this. It confirms whether you possess the qualifications to join the club. Upon hearing Cedric's explanation, Adonis immediately understood. However, the corridor appeared devoid of any objects related to Transfiguration. Save for the various paintings adorning the walls, a painting that suggests the presence of a secret chamber. With this thought, Adonis had a sudden insight and soon found himself standing before a tall painting in a secluded corner. The which depicted was using Transfiguration to conjure fruit from thin air atop a plate. Cedric approached and remarked, Initially, I struggled to locate her. Many paintings here relate to Transfiguration. How did you identify this one so quickly? According to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, food items like fruit cannot be conjured out of nothing. Cedric, upon hearing this, ceased to comment further. He turned to speak a few words to the lady in the portrait, which then swung open, revealing a bright and spacious room behind it. The classroom housing the Transfiguration Club might not even be aptly termed a classroom. It resembled a cozy office corner, complete with a warm fireplace. Surrounded by an array of wooden bookshelves filled with various texts on Transfiguration, at the center stood a large, solid wood round table, encircled by 10 uniquely styled sofas. Professor McGonagall was already seated at the head of the table, wearing a warm smile as she regarded Adonis and Cedric, who had just entered. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, with a warm greeting from Adonis, inquired, Does the club now total 10 members with your presence? To which he replied, Now it stands at 11 this moment. There is no seat reserved for you. You must conjure one for yourself, which is one of the tests of the club. Upon hearing this, Adonis immediately comprehended the purpose of the parchment that Professor McGonagall had previously handed him. He produced the parchment, and with a flick of his wand, it began to expand, revealing an exquisite armchair before him, which he then positioned directly across from Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, Adonis retrieved a button from a satchel, waved his wand again, transforming it into a plush cushion that he placed atop the chair. Professor McGonagall appeared increasingly pleased with Adonis, applauding him warmly. He could see that moment. It dawned on him why Professor McGonagall had remarked on his exceptional talent. Cedric then took a seat in the second chair to Professor McGonagall's left. Good evening, everyone. A familiar male voice resonated from the entrance. Adonis turned to see the Hufflepuff prefect, Truman, who, upon spotting Adonis, seemed somewhat astonished. Oh, a new member. Welcome, Adonis. Your chair is quite impressive. After exchanging pleasantries, he settled down beside Cedric. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. More members arrived, representing various houses, notably Percy and his girlfriend Penelope, who were also part of the club. Observing their flirtatious glances across the round table, Adonis sensed a distinct rosy atmosphere enveloping the club. So, are we also a part of your courtship? As most members had gathered, Professor McGonagall rose to address the group. Today, as our first assembly of the academic year, I wish to announce 2 matters. First, congratulations to Mr. Weasley for receiving the most promising newcomer award in Transfiguration today. Before she could finish, applause erupted, and Adonis joined in without hesitation. Secondly, we welcome a new member, Mr. Adonis Landon, who is also a wizard of remarkable talent in Transfiguration. The applause resumed, Yet Adonis distinctly perceived the impatience of a few Slytherins. Their applause was minimal, nearly non-existent, which he found unsurprising given the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Well, everyone, today we shall discuss a new topic, the practical applications of Transfiguration. After absorbing Professor McGonagall's enlightening lecture, Adonis felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. Through the combination of Professor McGonagall's insights and his own practical experiences, he realized how diverse combat could become with the aid of Transfiguration. Following a theoretical class, he felt immensely enriched. Mr. Landon, could you stay for a moment? Professor McGonagall addressed the audience as the meeting concluded. Cedric patted Adonis on the shoulder as he departed, and a few familiar faces bid him farewell before exiting the classroom. Once alone with Adonis, Professor McGonagall inquired with concern, "How did you find the meeting? Did you gain any insights?" "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. I learned a great deal. It will take me quite some time to digest all of it." Professor McGonagall, known for her abundant patience and kindness towards Adonis, continued, "And how is your animagus transformation coming along?" Adonis offered no verbal response, but instead transformed into a magnificent phoenix, its vibrant form soaring from the flames. Circling the classroom before finally alighting upon Professor McGonagall's shoulder, "It appears you have mastered it quite well, Mr. Landon." Adonis nodded, and then Professor McGonagall suggested, "I believe you should consider writing a paper on animagus transformations to be published in today's Transfiguration journal. Given your understanding, the prospect of winning an award should be well within your reach." Adonis nodded in agreement, then took flight again, reverting to his original form to discuss the details of the paper with Professor McGonagall. That afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Adonis gathered his blanket and cushion in preparation for a date with Luna. Yes, you heard correctly, a date. Just yesterday, Adonis had encountered Luna outside the Great Hall, and after a brief conversation, she had invited him to join her in observing some magical creatures, an opportunity he eagerly accepted. Harry and Ron were engaged in a game of wizard chess at the coffee table in the common room. Adonis often wondered what went through Harry's mind, as he repeatedly faced defeat at Ron's hands, yet persisted with unwavering determination. If only he could apply such tenacity to his studies, perhaps he wouldn't constantly find himself in a state of submission. Glancing apprehensively at Hermione over their homework, Neville, on the other hand, was making significant progress, and under Professor Granger's personal tutelage, he had begun to answer questions in class, much to Professor Sprout's delight, given his notable talent in herbology. As Harry watched his king fall to Ron's queen, he felt disheartened and glanced up to spot Adonis descending the stairs. "Where are you off to?" he inquired. "The weather is lovely today. I plan to bask in the sunlight." Adonis replied, his tone unflinching as he spun a lie without a hint of shame. The others, accustomed to his antics, assumed he was merely sneaking off to indulge in some secretive pursuits and return to their activities. As Adonis pushed open the castle doors, he spotted a familiar figure standing along the path leading to the forbidden forest, gazing distantly. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, illuminating Luna's presence, which seemed to radiate light. Adonis hurriedly approached her, his hands clasped behind his back, standing quietly behind her. Just as he prepared to tap her shoulder, Luna greeted him first. "Good afternoon, Adonis." Feeling somewhat deflated, he feigned complaint. "Honestly, why do you always notice me? Does your head have an extra pair of eyes?" "Of course not. It's just a feeling I can sense your presence," she replied. For reasons unknown, Luna's response flustered her, and she grew bashful, her gaze dropping as she fell silent. Adonis, caught off guard by her words, pondered whether she meant they shared an unspoken connection. Quickly shaking his head to dispel such fanciful thoughts, he chastised himself for overthinking, aware that she might not have intended that at all. "Is it just the two of us? I assumed you might invite Ginny." Luna considered this, replying, "I did mention it to her, but she seems a bit strange lately, always looking rather anxious. That something troubling her?" Adonis inquired. "I tried to ask, but her responses were rather ambiguous." Adonis sensed that Ginny might be grappling with unspoken issues, and he decided not to press further, opting to wait until she was ready to share. Believing it would happen in due course, then, Adonis proudly produced a small purse shaped like a carrot from his bag, presenting it to Luna. Her eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" "A gift for me." Seeing her delight as she accepted the gift filled Adonis with joy. affirming that his sentiment was not in vain. It's a purse enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, allowing you to carry many items without fear of losing them. I chose the design to complement your carrot earrings, and I even cast a spell so that only you can open it. Luna, genuinely touched, exclaimed, "You are so kind." The simplicity of her words left Adonis momentarily speechless, and he turned his head away, shyly touching his nose as he murmured, "I'm glad you like it." The Forbidden Forest was not entirely off-limits. Adjacent to it lay an area designated for the care of tamed or soon-to-be-tamed magical creatures. The care of magical creatures class was conducted in this vicinity, overseen by Professor Kettleburn and their dear friend Hagrid. It seemed that Dumbledore, the capitalist old man, had not hesitated to exploit Hagrid's labor since appointing him as the keeper of keys and grounds. Truly, a wretched capitalist. Manuel Doghead, two individuals stumbled upon a gathering of nightmares by a babbling brook in the heart of the forest, where these majestic creatures were quenching their thirst. Towering and sinewy, their bodies were cloaked in a deep obsidian hue. They possessed the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, adorned with a magnificent pair of broad wings. Stripped of any flesh, their black pelts clung tightly to their skeletal frames, each bone starkly visible. Their heads bore a striking resemblance to that of a dragon, with eyes devoid of pupils, glistening white in the dim light. A few bolder nightmares, having noticed Luna, approached her with cautious steps, relishing her gentle caresses. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, Luna inquired, "Can you see them too, Adonis?" Only those who have witnessed death firsthand can perceive the nightmares. Superstitious folk consider these beings to be ominous harbingers of calamity, bringing dread and misfortune to those who behold them. In that moment, Adonis realized that his ability to see the nightmares stemmed from his familiarity with death. Yet he found himself pondering Luna's circumstances. He was struck by the unsettling realization that he knew so little about her past. He was entirely ignorant of the reasons that enabled her to see the nightmares. The chapter had not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. Adonis felt an uncomfortable tightness in his chest, only to have Luna seemingly forget her earlier question. She produced some jerky she had prepared beforehand and offered it to the nightmares that had drawn near. Aside from a few familiar nightmares, the majority lingered by the brook, basking in the warmth of the afternoon sun. The weather was splendid, with sunlight filtering through the layered leaves, casting a gentle, shimmering halo upon the ground. Adonis found a protruding boulder nearby and took a seat, quietly observing Luna frolicking with the nightmares. He gradually realized the profound allure Luna held for him. Her every smile and frown seemed to tug at his very soul, entrancing him completely. After some time spent playing with the nightmares, Luna snapped back to reality, noticing that she had overlooked Adonis. She paused her actions and scanned the surroundings, searching for his presence. It was then that she spotted Adonis sitting upon the stone nearby. Their eyes met. The clarity in the boy's gaze was striking, his sapphire-like eyes seemingly aglow with light. Luna always felt a sunlit aura emanating from Adonis, a sensation she had never experienced with anyone else. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, producing a soothing sound that swept into their hearts, only to be abruptly interrupted by an untimely whinny from a nightmare, dragging them back to the present. Realizing their previous actions had been somewhat inappropriate, both turned their heads away, avoiding each other's gaze. Time passed in silence until Adonis finally broke it. "You haven't introduced me to the nightmares by your side." Luna, turning her head to face him as he drew closer, exhibited a barely perceptible hint of fluster in her eyes. Though her voice was soft, Adonis caught her murmuring, "So naughty." The wind today seemed particularly gentle. "Did you hear? Gryffindor has clashed with Slytherin again. Tell me what happened." Two first-year girls from Ravenclaw were gossiping beside the fountain in the main hall. "You know that Weasley from Gryffindor, right? With so many Weasleys." How am I to know which one you mean?" "Ron Weasley. He seems to have had a stroke of bad luck," the girl who initiated the gossip stated earnestly, having just exited the library and preparing to return to Gryffindor Tower. Adonis turned sharply upon hearing Ron's name, approaching the two girls politely. "Hello, I apologize for interrupting, but could you enlighten me on what has happened to Ron?" The two girls, engrossed in their gossip, were momentarily taken aback by the interruption. Initially irritated, they turned to see Adonis's handsome face. With such striking features, perhaps his intrusion was not unwelcome. The girl who had first shared the gossip straightened her attire and flashed a self-assured smile at Adonis. I heard from some girls in Slytherin that Gryffindor and Slytherin quarreled over the ownership of the Quidditch pitch. Then Malfoy apparently said something that prompted Ron to cast a spell at him. However, why was Ron considered unfortunate? Adonis wondered, for it seemed to him that Ron had gained the upper hand. Given Ron's temperament, surely he would have retaliated against Draco's taunts. I'm not entirely certain of the details. The girl continued. Realizing he wouldn't glean any more information, Adonis thanked them and hurried outside, surmising that they must be with Hagrid now. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Adonis knocked on the door, and Hagrid promptly opened it, his face a mask of anger. Adonis felt a jolt of apprehension, fearing he had inadvertently offended Hagrid. Only when Hagrid looked down and recognized him did his demeanor soften, and he warmly invited Adonis inside. Adonis was taken aback by Hagrid's sudden change of expression. You haven't come to see me since the term began, Adonis. Come in. I thought Professor Lockhart was here with one of his signed books. Hagrid rolled his beetle-like eyes and feigned exasperation. You know, I have little interest in books, especially those written by Lockhart. Just as Adonis opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a trio seated by the fireplace. Hermione appeared somewhat distressed, while Harry looked anxiously at Ron, who was cradling a basin filled with squirming snails. Yuck! Ugh! A particularly large snail oozed from Ron's mouth, creating a scene that was nothing short of spectacular. Ron looked as though he had been gravely ill, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Even Hermione, who usually adored him, kept her distance. Can someone please explain what is happening? Adonis seated himself beside Harry, observing the expressions of the group as Hagrid presented them with a platter of toffees and a few rock cakes. Malfoy insulted Hermione, and it must have been quite vile, for Ron and the others looked absolutely furious. Ron rasped before yet another snail slithered out from his mouth. Adonis found this unbearable and drew his wand. Freeze! Ron suddenly felt rejuvenated, dropping the basin and leaning back against the sofa, his body occasionally trembling, clearly distressed from expelling the snails. The version I heard was that Malfoy insulted Hermione, and then Ron retaliated with a curse. Your wand seems to fail you at critical moments, Adonis said, exasperation creeping into his tone. That I also, feel as though the snails in my mouth haven't fully come out, Ron replied. Hagrid, overhearing their exchange, appeared somewhat irate as he turned to Hermione. Is that true? Yes, she replied. He called me a mudblood. The term mudblood is a derogatory label for wizards of Muggle descent, implying inferior and dirty bloodlines. Many wizarding families pride themselves on being pure-blooded, often resorting to such venomous language to belittle others, with the Malfoy family being a prime example. Hagrid reassured her they believe being pure-blood makes them superior, but most understand that it holds no real significance. Suddenly, Hagrid seemed to swell with pride, declaring, You know, our Hermione is far more accomplished than they are, and so is Adonis, right? My top students, they're simply envious, Hermione. After all, our abilities surpass theirs upon hearing their comforting words. Hermione's spirits lifted, although she still seemed a bit downcast as she moved to sit beside Ron, popping a toffee into her mouth. However, this matter would not be easily brushed aside, Adonis remarked pointedly. Instantly, the trio's eyes sparkled with interest, and Harry desperately worked to free his teeth from the sticky toffee. Adonis, are you suggesting that we seek revenge on Malfoy? Revenge? We are the protagonists. Rather, we must ensure Malfoy receives the justice he deserves. Adonis appeared to embody a visage of justice, yet none could fathom the malevolence concealed within him. It seemed that someone was destined to tighten their belt and face the hardships ahead. Observing this, Hagrid eagerly proposed that a few of them take a tour of his vegetable garden. Adonis peered through the window of the hut, and lo, the pumpkins were towering to the height of his legs. How on earth do you cultivate such colossal pumpkins? This is my first encounter with one of this magnitude, Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hagrid discreetly gestured to Harry with his umbrella, although the specifics of their conversation remained unclear. Nonetheless, Hagrid appeared quite proud. An enlargement charm? Hermione ventured, albeit uncertainly. Indeed, Ron's sister visited yesterday. Her name is Ginny, if I recall correctly, and she noticed it immediately as well. Hagrid seemed to be lost in thought. She has been wandering around here of late. Perhaps she hopes to encounter someone near my little abode. With this, Hagrid cast a jovial glance at Harry. Suddenly, Harry grew flustered, hastily asserting that there was nothing between him and Ginny. "Who asked you? Why are you so defensive?" Adonis observed Ron's gaze towards Harry, which seemed rather ominous. October swiftly approached, and if Adonis harbored any disdain for the month, it was the onset of incessant drizzle and the sudden chill that ushered in the flu season at Hogwarts. In truth, the wizarding community had long possessed effective remedies for such minor ailments, such as the invigorating potion brewed by Madame Pomfrey. With just a single vial, one could be cured, albeit with the embarrassing side effect of smoke emanating from one's ears post-consumption. Thus, during this period, as one pushed open the grand doors of the Great Hall, the first thing to greet them was not the joyful laughter of their peers, but rather a gentle mist, with wisps of smoke swirling around the long tables, leading one to believe that Hogwarts was hosting some sort of smoking convention. For Adonis, aside from the inability to rendezvous with Luna in the woods, to visit Nightsteed, life seemed rather unchanged. Yet for Harry, a fervent Quidditch player, rainy days were a veritable trial. Recently, Malfoy had equipped the entire Slytherin team with Nimbus 2001 brooms, resulting in a significant elevation in their overall performance. Watching the gap widen was a source of great distress for Wood, who was determined to secure a championship trophy for Gryffindor before graduation. He categorically rejected Adonis's proposal to upgrade Gryffindor's equipment, asserting, "We cannot stoop to Slytherin's unscrupulous level. It would be unjust to the other two houses." This sentiment only served to ignite the teasing from the Weasley twins. "The noble Wood is leading us astray." George quipped, "If we too could ride Nimbus 2001s, I would surely give Marcus a sound thrashing." Fred added, causing Wood considerable embarrassment on multiple occasions. Harry remarked that during practice, Wood constantly reminded them that they needed to make Malfoy regret spending money to join the team, thus intensifying the training regimen. The first Saturday of October arrived, marked by a tempestuous dusk, with torrential raindrops drumming against the glass of the Gryffindor common room, heavy clouds roiling ominously, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Adonis, seated by the window, felt as if the deluge sought to breach the barrier of glass, delivering a slap to his face. Even amidst such inclement weather, Wood's enthusiasm for training was undeterred. In the distance, the Quidditch pitch was alive with the sight of red figures soaring through the air. Soon after, Harry returned to the tower, drenched and sporting a fringe reminiscent of a barcode, his cloak splattered with mud. According to an insider among the Weasleys, after Wood had covertly surveyed the Slytherin team's practice, he seemed to undergo a transformation, brimming with renewed vigor and fervor, which in turn amplified the training intensity for the players. Adonis had overheard Angelina and Alicia lamenting Wood's recent obsession. It was no wonder he struggled to find a romantic partner, as he seemed on the verge of marrying Quidditch itself. This was merely a snippet of what Adonis had caught while passing by, indicating that Wood had indeed become somewhat unhinged. Of course, the woes of others only served to accentuate Adonis's own happiness. Over the past month and a half, his bond with Luna had deepened significantly, their relationship growing increasingly intimate. They would occasionally exchange letters on days when they could not meet. Presently, Adonis languidly reclined on the sofa, gently stroking Sheila's head while reading a letter just delivered by the young girl. Luna's whimsical musings frequently elicited laughter from him, enveloping him in a delightful and sweet atmosphere. However, those seated nearby did not share his sentiments, actively avoiding Adonis' cheerful demeanor. Harry and Ron were engrossed in the arduous task of tackling Snape's assignment, a daunting 2-foot-long potion essay. They had initially contemplated copying Adonis and Hermione's work, but the latter two had been exceedingly diligent, completing 2 lessons worth of content in a single class period. Snape, in an unprecedented move, had even graded their essays early. Hermione received an A, while Adonis was awarded an E. It was worth noting that Snape had never bestowed a grade exceeding an A on any Gryffindor student's work before, thus elevating Adonis's standing among the prideful lions that Harry's incomplete assignment was somewhat justifiable, as he had been enduring Wood's relentless training as the team's star player, while Ron's neglect stemmed purely from laziness. Hermione had subtly pressed Ron on multiple occasions, and intriguingly, following Ron's gallant intervention during their last encounter, their relationship seemed to have undergone a delicate shift, though the specifics remained unclear, given their tender age of 12. Meanwhile, Neville was diligently adhering to the study plan painstakingly crafted by Professor Granger. After a month of physical training and theoretical study, Neville's demeanor had noticeably shifted. Though still somewhat timid, he exuded a newfound confidence. As for Adonis's earlier vow to deliver justice to Malfoy, he had not forgotten to avoid drawing attention. He had allowed Malfoy to continue his antics for the time being, though the latter remained oblivious to the impending retribution awaiting him. Accompanied by his two sycophants. Notably, despite a certain professor's vocal discontent and suggestion that the punishment was insufficient, Headmaster Dumbledore had indicated that Harry and Ron's detention would conclude this month. This was undoubtedly the most delightful news Harry and Ron had received in a long time. To begin with Ron, the trophy room was rather cramped, and it was irrelevant to mention that Filch mandated the trophies be polished thrice weekly, requiring meticulous hand polishing. Those in the know might have thought they were in detention, while outsiders might assume Ron was merely buffing and polishing the trophies. Initially, Ron believed Harry's detention was rather lenient, but upon learning that Harry had to assist Lockhart with nearly 50 letters from fervent admirers one evening, while also enduring Lockhart's incessant self-help lectures, Ron quickly declared that he would prefer the physical torment to such mental anguish that, as for how to adjudicate Malfoy, Adonis had long harbored an immature plan, ready to be put into action. Since Malfoy relished making others look foolish to assert his superiority, why not let him experience the humiliation of losing face firsthand? Adonis enlisted the help of the Weasley twins, George and Fred, to execute his plan against Malfoy. Listen, we'll do this, then George will do that, Fred will do this, and then Malfoy will end up like this, Adonis outlined. The plan is crucial. Did everyone understand? Should I repeat myself? Not entirely reassured, he questioned the twins, who were often quite capricious. Upon hearing the plan, the twins were immediately exhilarated. George feigned seriousness. Adonis, do you realize how much psychological trauma this will inflict on little Malfoy? Fred chimed in. He'll be crying for his daddy. You're going too far, Adonis. They exchanged mischievous glances before declaring in unison. But we love it. Adonis exhibited little interest in the antics of the duo and promptly dispatched them to execute their plan. He then sought out an unnoticed corner to summon Carl, from whom he procured the Mortello rat that had been prepared days prior. With this, he was ready to bestow a grand surprise upon young Malfoy. At noon, the trio convened at the entrance of the hall, where they spotted Fred, his face alight with excitement, giving himself an approving okay sign. Adonis understood the implication and led the two to a clandestine nook. Retrieving a small crystal vial from his satchel to present to George, George accepted the vial, casting a cursory glance at the label that read powerful laxative. I had thought Fred and I were the prank kings of Hogwarts, he remarked. He tucked the vial into his pocket, and Fred seized the opportunity, exclaiming, I never imagined, Adonis. You would surpass us. It seems we must strive harder to reach greater heights. Adonis rolled his eyes. Bemused by their exuberance, he then produced yet another peculiar bottle and handed it to Fred. What is this? Fred inquired as he uncapped the bottle, revealing a fine yellow powder within. This is also a laxative, a byproduct of the potion I concocted from the banshee beans I acquired from Hagrid. That I've refined it. Though it lacks the potency of the powerful laxative, its effects are delayed and unpredictable. We can't have Malfoy being the only one to face misfortune. That would be too obvious. A.S. Adonis concluded his explanation. He caught the gleam of excitement in the twins' eyes, causing him to momentarily regret having entrusted them with the laxatives. He felt compelled to caution them. Moderation is key. Do not create a spectacle too embarrassing, and for heaven's sake, do not use it on your fellow students. Fear not, Adonis, that will only target Flint, for he constantly flaunts his prominent front teeth at us. Fred then inquired, by the way, did you both take the toilet paper with you? Nothing is more disheartening than finishing a satisfying visit to the lavatory only to discover the absence of paper. The twins had merely locked the washroom door, leaving a luxurious suite prepared for Malfoy. Fred promptly turned back to retrieve the toilet paper, with Adonis following closely behind, intent on placing an amplification device at the washroom entrance. After all, a performance devoid of an audience was simply unacceptable. George, observing their hasty retreat, felt a pang of anxiety. At this hour, most students had already entered the hall for their meal, including Malfoy. Time was of the essence. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. "Come on, George. You can do this." As he pushed open the grand doors of the hall, George leisurely sauntered down the aisle between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. Passing by Goyle, he suddenly feigned a sneeze, forcefully pushing Goyle's head into his bowl. Achoo! With that, a spray of saliva erupted from George's mouth, dousing Goyle's neck in the process. George feigned embarrassment, producing a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to help Goyle clean himself. Although Goyle appeared somewhat disgusted, he acknowledged George's attempt to remedy the situation, albeit with a few grumbles. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that George's handkerchief was not only moldy, but also a sickly shade of green. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the serpents was diverted, George discreetly flicked a few drops of a transparent liquid from his other sleeve, landing perfectly in Malfoy's goblet and creating ripples across the surface. Yet, Malfoy, engrossed in mocking George's predicament, remained blissfully unaware of any oddities. With everything proceeding according to plan, George could not contain his joy, but remembering the need for full performance, he donned a look of regret and offered apologies to Goyle. Despite the fact that he had just recalled the saddest moments of his life, which did little to suppress the grin tugging at his lips, his acting skills, it seemed, would leave even a dog shaking its head in disbelief. After apologizing, George dashed back to his seat, fearful that lingering any longer would lead him to burst into laughter. Malfoy seized the moment to ridicule him, exclaiming, "How rude! I'm almost ashamed to share the sacred lineage of the Sacred 28 with you." Weasley culminated his tirade by loudly declaring to the Gryffindor table, "Weasley, allow me, Malfoy, to show you what true pure-blood elegance entails." Before this chapter could conclude, please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the thrilling narrative. After finishing his proclamation, Malfoy straightened his posture, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and slowly lifted his goblet with an air of enjoyment, savoring the mysterious liquid within, even raising a challenging eyebrow at the Gryffindors. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Goyle and Crabbe applauded Draco's performance, while Adonis and Fred returned to the long table, having witnessed Draco's lackluster display. George flashed them an okay sign, and the three exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Yet, to Draco, this was perceived as disdain for his performance, and his inflated sense of superiority could not tolerate such mockery. He slammed his hand on the table and stood, poised to speak. Suddenly, a peculiar noise interrupted the atmosphere of the Gryffindor table, causing a momentary pause. The students watched as Draco was abruptly stripped of his strength, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the table. Draco sensed a disconcerting turmoil within him, as if a torrent was wreaking havoc in his stomach, threatening to breach the defenses he had painstakingly constructed. He urgently called for Goyle and Crabbe to assist him to the washroom. After trying several doors with no success, Draco was on the verge of losing his composure when the door to his designated suite swung open, seemingly propelled by an unseen gust. In that moment, the suite radiated a golden glow in Draco's eyes, reminiscent of an ancient sanctuary beckoning him by name. A resounding jet of sound erupted at the washroom entrance, accompanied by Draco's euphoric groans, drawing the attention of numerous unsuspecting students passing by, some even daring to venture inside, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that sent them fleeing. Draco's complexion visibly deteriorated amidst the continued eruptions, leaving him feeling dizzy. "Draco, are you all right?" Goyle's voice emerged from outside, thick with nasal congestion. "Not at all. Draco could barely recall how long he had been seated on the toilet, nor could he count how many times he had flushed. The feeling of weakness was gradually dissipating, and as he regained some control over his body, he shakily reached for the toilet paper. However, much to his chagrin, thanks to Fred and Adonis's covert machinations, there was nothing but disappointment to be found. "Why am I so unfortunate today?" Despite his misfortune, Draco remained obstinate, attempting to rise and reach deeper into the box. In that moment, disaster struck as a mouse. With a grotesque protrusion on its back, clamped down on his finger, the searing pain elicited a startled cry from Draco, who began flailing his bitten hand in a frenzy. Outside, Goyle and Crabbe, fearing something had gone awry, anxiously inquired about Draco's situation. After a struggle, Draco managed to dislodge the mouse. But as he opened his mouth to speak, a wave of nausea surged, overwhelming him. Ugh! A repugnant mixture, laden with mucus, erupted from Draco's mouth. Splattering against the door, it appeared to be the meat sauce lasagna provided by Hogwarts that day. Before Draco could react, his stomach convulsed, and a brilliant spark burst forth from the toilet's crevice. Just as Draco emerged from his state of weakness, he was bitten again by the Mortello rat, leading to a chaotic expulsion from both ends, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Bang! Upon hearing the commotion. Both Goyle and Crabbe were taken aback, their minds racing as they hurriedly burst through the suite's door to owe their dismay. They discovered Draco sprawled on the floor, his body smeared with an unidentified mixture. In a flurry of panic, the two clumsily attended to Draco, lifting him from the lavatory, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of onlookers, a situation exacerbated by the amplification device wielded by Adonis and the noise Draco had inadvertently created. In haste, Goyle and Crabbe draped a robe over Draco's head and rushed him towards the hospital wing, drawing the attention of countless spectators along the way that a few brave souls, undeterred by the gruesome scene, approached the suite's entrance, only to be left speechless by the horrific sight within. Soon after, they were shooed away by Filch, who, it was rumored, was so appalled by the scene that he went 3 days without sustenance. What transpired in the lavatory remains a mystery, known only to a select few, with whispers suggesting that Draco, in a fit of inspiration, attempted to practice his fire-breathing technique into the toilet. The origins of such rumors are unclear. Wouldn't you agree, Fred? Initially, Draco pondered whether George might have had a hand in his predicament, given that George was the only one from the outer houses who had approached him. However, subsequent incidents of varying degrees of gastrointestinal distress among several Slytherin students, including Marcus, led to the matter being dismissed as an unfortunate accident. While Draco may be easily deceived, Severus Snape is no fool. In the days that followed, both George and Fred faced the brunt of Snape's venomous ire during potions class. And even Adonis was not spared from Dumbledore's light-hearted jests. During the second weekend of October, Adonis sat at the Gryffindor table, sipping hot milk while perusing notes on Transfiguration penned by Dumbledore during his tenure as a professor. Although the old headmaster often appeared rather eccentric, one could entirely trust in his formidable prowess and wealth of knowledge. Indeed, the insights from his younger days had greatly benefited Adonis, had he only taken the time to personally instruct Adonis. The progress would have been remarkable. This thought suddenly ignited a flicker of resentment in Adonis towards Dumbledore, who had promised to provide him with extra lessons, but had thus far remained silent. Seemingly preoccupied with the confections of the honey-duked tea that moment, the venerable old bee, busy in the headmaster's office ordering sweets, felt a chill run down his spine. Had he forgotten something of great importance? Never mind. It is of little consequence. Alas, age has dulled my memory. Perhaps I should order an additional portion of fizzy honeycomb. Just as he dispatched the letter, a large bat pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Observing Dumbledore's actions, it raised an eyebrow. Perhaps we could discuss with Flume the possibility of relocating his shop across from your office, sparing you the daily torment of the school's owls. Dumbledore, considering Snape's rather astute suggestion, replied, Severus, while it is an intriguing notion, it is rather impractical. With that, he moved to the sofa, gesturing for Snape to take a seat. Snape approached the sofa, dramatically flicking his wrist, allowing his black cloak to billow as he elegantly settled down, his gaze fixed intently upon Dumbledore. Dumbledore, accustomed to Snape's theatricality, savored a sip of his sugary milk tea, relishing the moment. Dumbledore, I hardly have the luxury of time to sit here and watch you indulge in syrup. Do not be so hasty, Severus. I do have matters to discuss that I wish for you to train a young lad. Dumbledore winked at Snape, straightening his posture. I believe Mr. Landon is far more capable than his companions with their brutish minds. Upon recalling a familiar figure, Snape's expression softened momentarily, but quickly reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. If only that Potter possessed half the merit of Landon, I would not need to worry about his foolish antics. Snape's tone betrayed a hint of exasperation, though Dumbledore could always detect a trace of frustration beneath his stern exterior. Severus, Harry is merely a child, and Landon is also just 12 years old. Adonis' situation is somewhat unique, and I cannot disclose all the details, but I trust you understand that Voldemort still lurks in the shadows, gathering strength for his return to the wizarding world. At this juncture, both men fell silent, the atmosphere growing somber. That I wish for you to train Adonis, to hone his abilities until he reaches a level akin to yours, so that when Voldemort returns, he may become a blade piercing the hearts of the Death Eaters. Dumbledore gazed earnestly at Snape, a glimmer of light in his eyes, and his subsequent words left Snape with no room for refusal. In doing so, he would also be better equipped to aid and protect Harry. Adonis, upon receiving Dumbledore's Patronus message, hurried to the entrance of the room of requirement, where he was greeted by the kindly countenance of the old headmaster and the familiar scowl of Snape. Arms crossed in his signature deadpan expression, it seemed he should never have harbored any expectations of this syrupy-minded old man. So, you intend for Professor Snape to train me? Before Dumbledore could respond, Snape interjected with his usual acerbic wit. I trust Mr. Landon is not frightened by the tailored training regimen I have in store for you. I only hope the Professor's training does not leave me disappointed. Let us hope Mr. Landon's prowess rivals the sharpness of your tongue. With that, Snape entered the room of requirement, and Dumbledore nodded slightly, following in his wake. Inside, the room of requirement bore no resemblance to its prior cozy ambience. It was now vast and empty, with the ground laid in neat flagstones, torches illuminating the space. 4 prominent marble pillars stood evenly distributed across the arena. Snape took his position on the opposite side, calling out to Adonis, "Unleash your full potential and demonstrate how you differ from those brutish fools." Dumbledore, sensing the cue, stepped to the edge of the arena. As both prepared to duel, he raised his wand high, casting a striking red spell towards the ceiling. As the magic transformed into brilliant fireworks overhead, Snape swiftly acted, unleashing a spell that reached Adonis in an instant. Reacting quickly, Adonis rolled to the left, the spell colliding with the wall behind him, manifesting as a robust rope that would have ensnared him had he been caught off guard. Without hesitation, Adonis retaliated with a freezing leg-locking charm aimed at Snape, who effortlessly dodged while simultaneously casting a red spell, taunting, "Mr. Landon does not presume that such childish spells could best me, do you? I appear to have overestimated you, and you do not resort to prank spells yourself?" Adonis thought, continuing his movements. Channeling his magic into the tip of his wand, he deftly deflected Snape's curse, though a tingling sensation in his forearm reminded him that Snape, despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, was not holding back in this encounter. Recognizing this, Adonis began to take the duel seriously, treating it as a genuine contest. Snape, noticing Adonis's newfound focus, became curious about the extent of power this mere 12-year-old might possess. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of spells, their wands sending forth an array of incantations, and without resorting to lethal magic. They found themselves evenly matched. The once pristine flagstones became pockmarked, and the walls bore the scars of their duel. Just as Adonis blocked Snape's disarming spell with a shield charm, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, binding his feet as though he were trapped in quicksand. In a heartbeat, Snape unleashed both a disarming spell and a transfiguration spell, a development that caught Adonis off guard. He had heard tales of the formidable prowess possessed by the heads of the four houses, yet today he witnessed it firsthand. Feeling a surge of magic, Adonis sensed an impending threat. Though he could see nothing, he perceived a sharpness approaching him, the skin on his face prickling with the foreboding sensation of an imminent strike. Hastily, he swung his wand, conjuring a blade of magical energy that clashed audibly with something, sending shards flying towards the marble pillar beside Snape. Simultaneously, the pillar to Adonis's right cracked deeply, and he realized that had that strike connected with him, it would have carved a grievous wound. It appeared the professor was a bit impatient, releasing such a deadly spell that it was thus spoken that Adonis, with a keen sense of awareness, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Given Snape's currently displayed prowess, his silent incantations, and the adept execution of dual spells, who could ascertain whether this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Snape's capabilities, without revealing some of his own cards? To hold his ground against Snape would imply that Snape was intentionally restraining himself. This was merely an assessment, devoid of a necessity to jeopardize their camaraderie over the triviality of victory or defeat. By conceding voluntarily, Adonis afforded Snape an opportunity to save face, a gesture of social grace. However, Adonis did not anticipate that Snape would seize this moment to deliver a biting remark. Mr. Longbottom indeed possesses commendable strength. I trust you will not emulate your friend Potter, that arrogant fool. Snape seemed to harbor significant disdain for Harry, prompting Adonis to consider inquiring Dumbledore later. As Adonis' abilities were freshly acknowledged, Snape indicated that he required time to formulate a specific training regimen. Officially scheduling their training for the following Saturday afternoon, coinciding with Halloween, in a state of drowsiness, Adonis felt a weight upon his chest, as if something were pecking at his forehead. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a white figure perched upon him, tilting its head and gazing intently. "Good morning, Sheila." Adonis stretched languidly, the motion causing Sheila to lose her balance and flutter to the windowsill. Apologetically, Adonis glanced at Sheila, only to notice a package beneath her feet. "What is this?" he inquired. Rolling out of bed, he gently tapped his wand, causing layers of brown paper to unfurl, revealing a beautifully crafted wooden box adorned with silver threads. Upon lifting the lid, a letter lay quietly inside, the familiar handwriting catching his eye. "Adonis, regarding the communication device you mentioned earlier, I drew considerable inspiration from a Muggle intercom. Due to limited materials, I crafted only 6. The specific instructions are inscribed on the back of this letter. Père Neil wishes to see a photograph of that girl. Let me know when you can send one. Yours lovingly, Nico." Adonis consciously chose to disregard the final remark, having spent ample time with the old man and understanding his character. It was evident that it was Adonis himself who desired to see the photograph. Using Père Neil as a mere shield, he uncovered the red cloth that had been placed beneath the letter, revealing 6 silver cards, each the size of playing cards. Picking one up, he scrutinized it closely, noting the glimmers of silver light dancing upon its surface. This was the phase secret silver, indicating that Nico had put considerable thought into the materials. Each card could only be used by a single individual at a time, and its surface would change, meaning others could not utilize a card once it had been bound to someone. After perusing the instructions inscribed on the back of the letter, Adonis grasped one of the cards. It was not thick, yet it felt weighty with a metallic heft. Following the instructions, he gradually infused it with magic, and the card began to transform. Flames emerged from its edges, all directed towards its center. And as a final burst of silver light flickered, a phoenix with outstretched wings materialized at the card's core. According to Nico's explanation, the card could reflect the guardian spirit of each user. A remarkable feat that left Adonis wondering how Nico had accomplished this. "Adonis, what is that in your hand?" Neville, now awake, sat up and rubbed his eyes. Adonis counted the heads present, and with Luna included, there were precisely 6. Was this mere coincidence? He casually handed a card to Neville, saying, "Neville, give it a try and infuse it with magic." Trusting his friend, Neville complied, and to his astonishment, a vividly lifelike lion appeared within the card. The original text does not specify the form of Neville's guardian spirit. Voldemort once remarked on Neville's courage and determination, and in my interpretation, I envision him as a young lion. "Cool, what is this?" "It looks amazing," Neville exclaimed, forgetting to moderate his volume, waking Harry from his slumber. Dazed, Harry donned his glasses and saw Adonis sitting by Neville's bed, animatedly discussing something while holding a card, glancing at the time. He remarked, "Guys, it's only 7 o'clock. Why are you up so early on a weekend?" After a brief moment of slapping his cheeks to rouse himself, he inexplicably found himself receiving a card from Adonis. Following a series of actions, a stag materialized on the card. The trio exchanged glances at the still sleeping Ron, deciding against disturbing his peaceful slumber. Adonis then began to instruct Harry and Neville on how to use the communication cards. "See, infuse it with magic, then mentally select the person you wish to contact, like this." Adonis took his card, chose to call Harry, and suddenly, Harry's card began to vibrate. Under Adonis' prompting, Harry infused it with magic, and a connection seemed to form between the 2 cards. When Adonis spoke casually into his card, Harry was astonished to hear Adonis' voice ringing in his ears. "Cool. You guys have fun. I'm heading out for a bit." Before Harry could react, Adonis had tied his hair into a ponytail and donned his robes. Preparing to leave. I get it. I get it that you're off to find Luna, right? Harry suddenly grinned mischievously, causing Neville to instinctively scoot away a bit. You talk too much. Neville's just adorable. For reasons unknown, Adonis' steps felt unusually light as he made his way through the common room, where Hermione was engrossed in her studies, barely noticing as Adonis slipped past the fat lady's portrait and vanished from sight. Adonis, why are you in such a hurry? A familiar voice called from behind. It was Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Oh, good morning, Cho. Have you seen Luna? Due to Cedric's influence, Adonis and Cho maintained a cordial relationship. Upon hearing Adonis' question, Cho wore a grin reminiscent of Harry's. I just saw her in the Great Hall. You should be able to catch her now. After thanking her, Adonis hurried away, and one of Cho's friends chimed in, I envy you and Luna. One has captured Cedric, while the other has Adonis pining away. Merlin, are there no handsome men at Hogwarts? When will my Prince Charming appear? The tone was laced with palpable yearning. Shifting focus to the Great Hall, Luna sat at a long table, enjoying her breakfast while perusing the latest issue of the Quibbler. Just received from home. Everything appeared perfectly normal, save for the absence of anyone seated beside her. Her peers did not favor her and often gossiped behind her back, a fact Luna was well aware of. Yet she remained unfazed. They held no significance in her world. Suddenly, she felt a warmth akin to the gentle afternoon sun or a refreshing breeze in the mountains, causing her lips to curl into an unintentional smile as she closed her book softly and spoke. Good morning, Adonis, her tone infused with a joy she herself had yet to recognize. Luna was unaware of what love and affection entailed, but she knew that during the moments spent in Adonis' company, her heart was enveloped in an inexplicable delight. Each time she caught a glimpse of Adonis attempting to greet her, only to be caught in the act, brought her a small sense of pride. Perhaps she should let him have it next time? Yet, she ultimately decided against it. Adonis, oblivious to Luna's musings, seated himself beside her and, with an air of mystery, produced a communication card from his pocket, placing it gently in her palm. What is this? Luna inquired, perplexed by the sudden addition of a silver card. It's a communication card. You can use it to reach me later. Adonis displayed his own card, the phoenix engravings seemingly fluttering its wings. Following Adonis' guidance, Luna infused her card with magic, and a charming rabbit appeared, playfully winking at Adonis. This card only a pair. Luna suddenly posed a challenging question, leaving Adonis momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing his discomfort, Luna tenderly patted the back of his hand, offering him a warm smile that conveyed her reassurance. As long as you remember me. That's enough. Don't say that, Luna. I might just fall for you on the eve of Halloween. Adonis, having concluded his training with Snape, hastily exited the castle. The communication card concealed within his cloak quivered slightly, signaling an incoming call. Just as Adonis infused his magic, the exuberant voice of Harry resonated. Adonis, nearly headless Nick has invited me to the ghostly feast tonight. Are you interested? In truth, Adonis had once had the fortune of attending the underground classroom where Hogwarts ghosts hosted their feasts. However, the atmosphere had been decidedly eerie, with flickering blue flames casting a chilling glow upon the walls, rendering the surroundings hauntingly sinister. The closer one drew to the center of the gathering, the colder the air became. The tables were laden with offerings of unknown origin, and imagining the presence of hundreds of translucent, milky white specters sent shivers down one's spine to know. Thank you. Harry had promised Hagrid to assist him. Enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing Adonis's refusal, Harry did not dwell on it, instead lamenting Adonis's absence from such a marvelous gathering, to which Adonis could only attribute to youthful naivety. Pocketing the card, Adonis found himself outside the castle before he realized it, with Hagrid's hut just a short distance ahead. Before long, a colossal figure emerged from behind the hut. Adonis quickly approached, greeting Hagrid with a hearty, "Good afternoon, Hagrid. Why do you appear so glum?" Fong, stationed beside the hut, had already spotted Adonis, bounding over to affectionately nuzzle against his leg. Oh, hi. Adonis, one of my roosters has inexplicably died. Hagrid raised his hand, and only then did Adonis notice the limp bird he was holding, a lifeless creature devoid of vitality. Are there any foxes or vampires lurking near the Forbidden Forest lately? Adonis patted Fong's head, scrutinizing the rooster's body, but finding no discernible wounds that I'm not sure. It might just be a tragic accident. Who knows? Hagrid seemed unperturbed by the incident, turning to retrieve a cart he had parked behind the hut. Adonis promptly helped Hagrid load his large pumpkins onto the cart. I truly don't know what I would do without you. I fear I might accidentally break them. Hagrid counted the pumpkins, confirming their numbers before pushing the cart toward the Great Hall, while Adonis nestled among the pumpkins, engaging Hagrid in conversation. Apart from Fluffy and Norbert, have you raised any other magical creatures? Well, when I was at Hogwarts, I once cared for Acromantula. I believe I mentioned it to you before. Its name was Aragog, a rather charming little fellow. Adonis reflected on his memories of the Acromantula, struggling to reconcile the notion of such a malevolent creature with the term charming. Hagrid's perspective was as unconventional as ever. However, it seems the Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled of late. What's happening? The Acromantulas seem to be migrating deeper into the forest, as if they are frightened of something. The thought of these perilous creatures, rated at XXXXX level, fleeing in fear was perplexing. Unable to formulate a conclusion, Adonis cautioned Hagrid, "Please be vigilant during your patrols, and make sure to carry the ring I gave you." Hagrid felt a warmth in his heart at Adonis's concern for his safety, prompting him to quicken the pace of the cart. Adonis glanced back toward the castle, where a diminutive figure was waving at them, since their collaboration in decorating the Great Hall last Christmas. Professor Flitwick had frequently enlisted Adonis's help for such tasks. As the hour approached 7, the feast commenced punctually, and Adonis spotted Harry and his companions fleetingly at the entrance, silently wishing for their safety. Neville was preoccupied with his plate of pasta, while the Weasley twins entertained their fire lizard, which emitted sparks that caused Lee Jordan to yelp in surprise, narrowly avoiding a singed eyebrow. The twins, renowned for their mischievous antics, succeeded in spreading smiles across every Gryffindor's face, save for Ginny. "Hey, Ginny, you seem a bit off. What's the matter?" Ginny's pallid complexion and occasional tremors were hard to overlook amidst the jovial crowd. "I am fine, Adonis, just feeling a bit unwell." Adonis, dismissing her discomfort as perhaps a mere visit from relatives, reminded George to pay more attention to his sister. It was no wonder Ron held a lowly status at home. No sooner had Adonis voiced his thoughts than George, with Fred in tow, rushed over to Ginny to offer their concerned inquiries, prompting memories of their laughter at Ron's misfortune after he had been cursed not long ago. At the professor's table, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick were engaged in a lively conversation, while Professor Snape's countenance appeared rather grim, likely preoccupied with concerns over Harry's antics. As the feast neared its conclusion, Harry and his friends had yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, Adonis's communication car vibrated, and moments later, Ron's voice emerged, filled with frustration. "Adonis, I shouldn't have gone to that ghostly feast. I'm freezing and starving. Is the banquet over? Can we still make it?" Adonis glanced at Dumbledore, who had just settled down after completing his remarks. "It's probably too late. Let us head back to the common room." Before Adonis could finish, Hermione's anxious voice cut through the air. "Harry, what's wrong?" The conversation turned fragmented, suggesting the trio was in a hurry. Just as Adonis was about to speak, the communication abruptly ended, leaving him in confusion. Neville nudged Adonis's arm, indicating that Percy was already ushering the Gryffindors back to the common room. To Adonis's surprise, his questions were swiftly answered when they encountered the trio in the corridor. Shock evident on their faces, along with the motionless figure of Mrs. Norris, suspended against the wall. The cheerful atmosphere that had filled the banquet dissipated instantly, replaced by an oppressive silence as all eyes turned to the three standing in the corridor. Adonis and Neville quickly made their way through the crowd to join their friends, instinctively trusting that they would not harm Mrs. Norris, though Neville was equally bewildered, his gaze shifting to the blood-red letters scrawled on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir." The ominous message glowed eerily in the dim light, sending chills down their spines. At that moment, Malfoy shouted, "Beware of the heir. You're next." "You mudbloods!" Adonis felt a surge of anger, ready to retaliate, but was interrupted by a commanding voice. "What are you all doing here? Step aside." The brusque tone belonged unmistakably to Filch, who had spotted the group and immediately targeted Harry. "What are you up to, Potter?" Filch's gaze darted to the wall, his pupils dilating in horror, his expression twisting into one of agony as he emitted a piercing scream, unable to believe the scene before him. Grasping his face with his bony fingers, he seemed to search for an escape from this grim reality. But there was no escaping the truth. After what felt like an eternity, he appeared to accept the situation. Raising his gaze to the group standing beneath Mrs. Norris as he spat venomously, "You killed my cat. I will make you pay. I will have my revenge." Adonis hurriedly grasped his wand, fearing that Filch might lose control and lunge at him. Argus, for the first time, Adonis found Dumbledore's voice to be remarkably melodious. Upon hearing Dumbledore, Filch's gaze cleared somewhat, yet he remained fixated on the group. "Everyone, return to your respective common rooms, except for you three." Harry at this moment, several professors behind Dumbledore stepped forward, rescuing the portrait of Mrs. Norris from the wall, only to discover that she exhibited signs of petrification. Professor McGonagall reassured, "Argus, your cat is merely petrified. She is still alive." Just then, Lockhart hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and addressed Dumbledore. "Headmaster, my office is just upstairs. You may go there first. Thank you, Gilderoy." When Adonis, still guiding the somewhat dazed Neville, returned to Gryffindor, Percy ushered everyone to leave. Adonis unconsciously glanced toward Ravenclaw, and their eyes met. Luna placed a hand to her ear, signaling a gesture to reconnect later. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to the common room just as the curfew bell tolled, their expressions decidedly grim. Upon seeing Adonis, Ron clutched his hand as if it were a lifeline, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Adonis, you must save me. If I don't get pudding soon, I shall faint from hunger." Ron's plea elicited nods of agreement from Hermione and Harry, the latter's stomach audibly protesting. "Serves you right for abandoning the splendid Halloween feast to attend a ghostly wake." Adonis rolled his eyes at Ron, who he thought would be utterly miserable after being reprimanded. Yet despite his words, Adonis called for Carl, requesting some pudding and cake, while Ron shamelessly asked for a large mug of butterbeer, demonstrating his singular focus on food. Carl's efficiency was unparalleled. He quickly delivered the food, and Harry and Ron devoured their portions voraciously, prompting Adonis to nibble on a small cake as well. "Adonis, you have no idea how insufferably pompous Lockhart is in his office." Ron gasped, nearly choking on his food before taking several swigs of butterbeer to recover. He actually claimed he could brew a resurrection potion while dreaming. Harry nodded in agreement, and even Hermione, who usually praised Lockhart, refrained from disputing this. "Snape remains as detestable as ever. He even tried to leverage this incident to force me off the Quidditch team." "How malicious." Harry jabbed at the pudding on his plate, as if attacking Snape's lifeless visage. Suddenly, Harry seemed to recall something. Addressing the group, "Should I inform the professors about the voice I heard?" "Don't say a word." Ron interjected without hesitation. "Harry, hearing voices that others cannot is not a good omen in the wizarding world." Hermione added, "Even if you did tell them, the professors likely wouldn't believe you. Some might even think you're making excuses, especially Snape." The thought of Snape sent a shiver down Harry's spine, and he silently congratulated himself for holding his tongue that, "I remember Harry is a parcel mouth. Could the sounds he heard be related to snakes?" Adonis mused, taking a bite of cake while pondering this revelation. Over the ensuing days, the students of Hogwarts found themselves engrossed in discussions about Mrs. Norris, the Chamber of Secrets, and its heir, particularly as Filch vigilantly patrolled the corridor where Mrs. Norris had been attacked, casting venomous glares at every passing student, convinced that the culprit would return. That corridor had nearly become another forbidden zone within Hogwarts. Frustrated by his inability to apprehend the assailant, Filch resorted to indiscriminate retribution, such as the day he concealed himself in a corridor corner and suddenly pounced on an innocent Hufflepuff student, punishing them for the unreasonably loud sound of their footsteps without any substantiation. Adonis observed the calm demeanor of the elderly man before him, feeling a sense of exasperation. If he did not revive Mrs. Norris soon, Filch would surely descend into madness. "I certainly could, but not at the moment. The perpetrator has yet to be caught, and we must treat the root of the problem, not merely its symptoms." Adonis understood that Dumbledore likely wished to distance himself from the matter, treating it as a rite of passage for Harry, while putting them all through additional hardship. And the chamber? I always assumed it was merely a legend. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. The chamber is indeed real. 50 years ago, someone opened it and unleashed its monster, leading to numerous attacks, culminating in the death of a student at that time. A young Tom Riddle accused Hagrid, causing everyone to believe that Hagrid was harboring the creature that roamed the school, resulting in his expulsion. Despite the many doubts surrounding this incident, the Ministry of Magic needed to provide the public and the families of victims with an explanation. Coincidentally, after Hagrid's expulsion, the attacks ceased. So Hagrid became a scapegoat. You must realize Hagrid is innocent. Adonis felt a heavy sense of injustice for Hagrid, particularly with the attacks resuming and Hagrid still at the school. Would the Ministry apprehend him once more based on such baseless accusations? Adonis, I assure you, should the Ministry attempt to arrest Hagrid, I will do everything within my power to protect him. I also hope you can keep this matter from Harry. The serious tone of the conversation cast a pall over the atmosphere between them. But Adonis recognized that he could not fault Dumbledore and took the initiative to speak. There is something I must mention to you in advance. Adonis paused. Harry is a Parselmouth. It is worth noting that no member of the Potter family has ever possessed this ability. It appeared that Dumbledore was taken aback by this revelation, the shock evident on his face. Are you suggesting that I suspect this may be connected to Voldemort? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Adonis excused himself, eager to uncover the mastermind behind the recent attacks. He was unwilling to watch the kind-hearted giant bear the brunt of the Ministry's incompetence once more. The attack incidents inevitably caused some repercussions. Hermione suddenly noticed that every account of Hogwarts history had been borrowed from the library, indicating that many students were eager to comprehend the true nature of the Chamber of Secrets. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Subsequently, Professor Binns found himself besieged by students during class. Professor, could you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets? Professor Binns appeared somewhat reluctant to address what he considered a fanciful topic. However, he could not resist the collective curiosity of the students, so he chose to acquiesce. Everyone knows about the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Dating back over 1,000 years, that it is said that after a period of time, Slytherin's differences with the other 3 founders grew increasingly pronounced. He placed great importance on blood purity, believing that magical education should be exclusive to the children of pure blood families, shunning those from Muggle backgrounds as unreliable. The former friend of Slytherin, another founder, Godric Gryffindor, eventually had a fierce argument with him, leading Slytherin to leave Hogwarts. The historical record ceases here, and what follows is a peculiar tale. Rumors suggest that Slytherin constructed a secret room within the castle, later referred to as the Chamber of Secrets. He sealed the chamber when departing the school, vowing that it would only reopen when his true heir returned, unleashing the terrifying creature he had left inside that time. It would eliminate all those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of studying magic. Despite Professor Binns' repeated insistence that this tale was merely a legend and utterly fictitious, some students were more inclined to trust their subjective judgments. One day, as Adonis exited the library, he noticed a group of Hufflepuff students huddled together, mentioning Harry's name. Before Adonis could approach, they caught sight of him and fled as if they had seen a ghost. Someone patted Adonis on the shoulder from behind, and a familiar voice inquired, "What are you thinking about so intently?" "It is Cedric. They seem to be discussing Harry, though I'm not entirely sure of the details." Cedric appears to have some understanding of the situation, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Recently, rumors have circulated within our second year that Harry is the heir of Slytherin, which, as you know, I do not believe." "Thank you." "Cedric, we are like brothers." Taking advantage of Filch's absence, Adonis stealthily traversed the corridor where Madame Loris had been attacked, soon witnessing a shocking scene. He saw Harry and Neville standing at the entrance of the girls' restroom, glancing around furtively, as if fearing that someone might stumble upon their dubious activities. Meanwhile, Ron had already pushed open the door to the restroom, half of his body inside. Adonis could hardly believe his eyes. His dear friend had resorted to such a perverse act as trespassing into the girls' restroom. "Hey, guys, if my eyesight isn't failing me, this should indeed be the girls' restroom." The Sentinels, Neville and Harry, were startled by the noise, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. That Harry's mind involuntarily conjured images of his illicit venture being exposed, facing scorn from classmates, disappointment from professors, leading to disgrace and ridicule from Snape and a tragic downfall. Just as Snape's slithering tongue began to form words in his mind, he finally recognized the figure that had approached. "You nearly scared me to death, Adonis. I almost thought I was about to experience social death." Harry's tension dissipated instantly, revealing a look of relief, deeply grateful for his narrow escape. Adonis suddenly felt that Harry was being particularly theatrical that day and couldn't help but remark, "I thought you and Ron would finally succumb to your basest desires." Poor Neville almost being led astray by you two. Before Harry could respond, Hermione's voice echoed from within the restroom. "Stop being silly, Adonis. Come inside. We might be seen." To Hermione's dismay, she too had fallen from grace. It seemed I alone was the beacon of light in this endless darkness. "What are you doing? Don't hit! Don't hit!" Ah! In the end, Adonis succumbed to Hermione's iron fist. It seemed one could provoke anyone. But Hermione was off limits. Luna, however, remained untouched, sweet, soft, gentle, and considerate. Upon entering the restroom, the sight before him was utterly dismal. The mirrors above the sinks were stained and marred, the walls peeling away, presenting a visage of neglect that seemed to have endured for decades. The wooden doors of the stalls were stripped of paint, and from one door, a faint weeping could be heard. Hermione stepped forward and knocked. "Moaning Myrtle, are you there?" The weeping abruptly ceased, and driven by curiosity, Harry and Ron approached as a strange female voice floated from the stall. "This is the girls' restroom." Subsequently, a translucent, milky figure slowly emerged, gazing at Harry and Ron. They do not appear to be girls. When Moaning Myrtle's gaze fell upon Adonis, a piercing shriek erupted from her lips as she dove headfirst into a toilet, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Adonis smacked Neville lightly on the cheek, perplexed, and asked, "Do I look peculiar today?" Neville shook his head in confusion, and before he could respond, Myrtle reappeared, her attire now looking much cleaner and her hair neatly arranged. She gazed at Adonis with a bashful expression. "Did you come see me?" "Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Harry hurried to Adonis's side, grasping his arm and whispering, "Ask her if she saw anything unusual a few days ago." Truth be told, this scene rendered Adonis quite embarrassed. A ghost of indeterminate age, gazing at him with such affection was enough to make him want to flee. Adonis steadied his emotions and mustered the courage to ask, "I would like to know if you saw anything unusual a few days ago. As a cat was attacked outside your door on Halloween. Will you stay and talk to me after I answer your question? I have only sorrow here. It has been a long time since someone has spoken with me." "Promise her, Adonis," Hermione chimed in. "This is our opportunity. Are you selling me out? Selling me to a ghost? What happened to our brotherhood?" Yet unable to withstand the collective gaze of his companions, Adonis reluctantly nodded. Myrtle instantly brightened. Flitting between the stalls and splashing water on a Harry, although she did not forget the matter at hand, that I apologize. I did not notice anything unusual that day. Peeves was driving me mad. I felt humiliated. So I returned to the restroom to end my life, only to remember that I am already dead. Ron's words seemed to strike a chord with her delicate heart, causing her to weep, triggering all the toilets to simultaneously spray water. Had Adonis not reacted swiftly, conjuring a bubble of magic, they would have surely been drenched. Myrtle soon regained her composure, casting an embarrassed glance at Adonis, seemingly waiting for him to come to her aid, though her hopes were in vain. Seeing her disappointment, Myrtle donned a smile and suggested, in a manner incomprehensible to the living, "Would you consider, after you die, that we could share this toilet together? I wouldn't mind." She turned her head with an exaggerated shyness. "But I mind immensely," Adonis retorted, his lips twitching at her words. As it became evident that no valuable information could be gleaned from Myrtle, Adonis yearned to escape this place of troubles, casting a scathing glance at the trio who had led him into this predicament. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the way back to the common room, Harry suddenly remarked, "What do you think the monster in the Chamber of Secrets could be? I suspect it might be a creature with petrifying abilities. One that can be controlled," Hermione deduced, synthesizing all the information they had gathered thus far. "Are you suggesting that there might be a Medusa confined within the chamber?" "Don't be absurd, Adonis. The magical world has no records of such a creature. She exists solely in Muggle mythology. And the heir, who would wish to expel Muggle-born wizards from the school? Ron interjected, raising a point. Guys, let us think carefully. Who believes that Muggle-born wizards are inferior? Upon hearing Ron's words, an insufferable face, Malfoy, unexpectedly appeared in Harry and Hermione's minds. But is he truly the heir of Slytherin? I don't think so, Neville remarked, shifting his gaze to Adonis. That I concur with Neville. Adonis paused. I believe Slytherin would select an heir from within his own lineage, or at the very least, someone with similar abilities and ideals. Yet apart from incessantly boasting about his pure blood status, Malfoy has achieved nothing noteworthy. As they spoke, the group arrived at the entrance of Gryffindor's common room. Pushing open the portrait of the fat lady, they moved to their usual spot by the window, speaking in hushed tones. Harry appeared somewhat anxious. Doesn't that leave us at a dead end? How do we find the heir? If we do nothing, the Muggle-born wizards at school will soon face dire consequences that I suspect that even if Malfoy is not the heir, he knows something that we can extract some information from him. Hermione, how do you propose we persuade Malfoy to willingly divulge information? He loathes us with Polyjuice Potion. Polyjuice Potion, Snape mentioned it in potions class. It allows the user to assume another's appearance. Harry's excitement surged. If we could transform into Crabbe or Goyle, Malfoy would surely not conceal anything from us and tea this moment. Hermione doused him with cold water. The recipe is recorded in most potent potions, and that book is located in the restricted section. But how do we borrow it without a teacher's permission? Harry appeared agitated, like the tea Hogwarts. If one wished to borrow a book from the restricted section, the proper procedure required obtaining a signed note from a teacher. Although a small number of restricted texts necessitated Dumbledore's signature .2 methods, right? Adonis contemplated for a moment and suggested using Harry's invisibility cloak to stealthily retrieve books from the restricted section, although there was a risk of being caught. It was undeniably efficient. Upon hearing this, Harry shook his head vigorously. Ever since last school year, when he left evidence while pilfering books from the restricted section, Filch had collaborated with the professors to intensify the library's security. Getting caught would not be a trivial matter. It would mean losing points and facing detention. What is the second method? Adonis glanced at Hermione, signaling the group to draw closer, and whispered, The second method is to ask Lockhart for an autograph. Ask Lockhart? Ron felt a bit incredulous. But would he actually help us? How foolish, Ron. I've hinted at it so clearly, yet you still don't understand. Hermione took over the conversation. What Adonis means is that we only need his signature. We can fabricate the authorization part ourselves. We can position ourselves as Lockhart's fans, seeking a personal autograph from an author we admire. Surely, Lockhart would be more than willing. Is it really possible to do that? Harry and Ron seemed to discover a new realm, realizing that Lockhart wasn't entirely useless after all. If only he wouldn't drag them into performing his book's plots during class, it would be even better. Ever since the incident involving the Cornish pixie riot, Lockhart had refrained from introducing any peculiar creatures into the classroom. In Harry's eyes, Lockhart was merely fearful of exposing his incompetence, just when Lockhart was struggling to prepare for class. Someone had the bright idea to abandon lessons altogether in favor of theatrics. With a lead actor secured and a script in hand, the supporting roles were readily available. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Thus far, Harry had successfully portrayed a villager saved by Lockhart, a snowman afflicted with rhinitis, and a vampire reformed by Lockhart to only consume carrots. Today marked a new pinnacle in Harry's acting career as Lockhart specifically cast him in a particularly challenging role. The werewolf. Oh, splendid. You are remarkable, so self-righteous, always targeting me for your antics. While Harry longed to slap Lockhart, he still needed to ask for his autograph after class. For the greater good, he, Harry, would gallantly face this ordeal. As Harry mimicked the transformation into a werewolf at Lockhart's behest, howling dramatically, Lockhart seized the opportunity before Harry could react, gripping his neck and forcefully throwing him to the ground. It's unknown what was on Lockhart's mind. In an effort to embellish his own image, he had written in his book that he easily subdued a werewolf with a single hand. If he were truly that formidable, why not kick a dragon down instead? Only Lockhart's fervent admirers would revel in such tales. Ron and Neville could hardly bear it, feeling a twinge of envy towards Adonis, who was spared from Lockhart's torment. After witnessing Lockhart's absurd antics, Adonis promptly sought out Dumbledore, applying for an exemption from this year's defense against the dark arts class. With the time spent watching performances, I could teach myself and become proficient. Upon learning of Adonis's request for an exemption from Dumbledore, Lockhart confidently asserted that Adonis would surely regret missing out on his class. Adonis did feel a twinge of regret, lamenting that he would miss witnessing Harry's amusing blunders while cooperating with Lockhart's theatrics. Moreover, since Dumbledore reached a certain agreement with Snape, Adonis's defense against the dark arts class was now under Snape's jurisdiction. This moment, Adonis led Snape into his private room of wishes. It was Snape's first encounter with such a personal space, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the potion table and storage cabinet in the corner, where several ingredients began to seem increasingly familiar. Noticing Snape's attention shift towards his glass cabinet, Adonis internally cursed his oversight. He had forgotten to hide the ingredients he had pilfered from Snape last year. Fortunately, Snape's focus was soon diverted by the other decor in the room, seemingly oblivious to the missing ingredients. Adonis silently sighed in relief. Should Snape discover his misdeeds, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Just when it seemed the situation would pass without incident, Snape suddenly remarked, "Remember to place the galleons in my office." "Mr. Thief!" Adonis could only manage an awkward smile, shamelessly following Snape's lead. "Since we are at this juncture, could you spare me 2 additional ingredients to avoid making another trip?" To his astonishment, Mr. Thief's audacity rivaled that of a troll. Seeing that Snape had not outright rejected him, Adonis felt a surge of hope and pressed on. "Just a small request. If you would, a portion of powdered unicorn horn and a piece of African snakeskin would suffice." At this, Snape's expression hardened, and he turned to fix his serpent-like gaze on Adonis. Adonis met Snape's eyes, wearing an ingratiating smile. "These are materials for brewing the polyjuice potion. Does Mr. Thief aspire to transform into someone else? Or perhaps to experience the sensation of becoming a savior? I am an exemplary student at Hogwarts. How could I possibly engage in such acts?" Snape remained silent, his expression dark, and just when Adonis thought all was lost, Snape declared, "Come to my office after class." Then, as if recalling something, he sternly warned, "If I catch you pilfering my ingredients again, I will pour slugs into your skull." With Snape's reluctant consent, Adonis grinned. As for Snape's warning, what a jest! How could one call a scholar's endeavors thievery? Snape, reputed as the youngest potions master in the magical realm, surely wouldn't mind a slight increase in his ingredient stockpile. After all, both potions masters and alchemists share a certain wealth. Meanwhile, Harry eagerly watched Lockhart, feeling he had contributed significantly to the class performance. His neck was throbbing, and he believed he had sacrificed much. "Professor Lockhart, could you bestow upon me your autograph? I wish to preserve it as a bookmark so that whenever I glance at it while reading, I am reminded of your invaluable teachings." Flattered by Harry's effusive praise, Lockhart beamed at him, quickly snatching the paper from Harry's hand. "Harry, your awareness brings me great joy as a professor. It's just a signature." After all, Lockhart produced a massive peacock feather quill, inscribing a grand Gilderoy Lockhart on the paper. Had Harry been a girl, Lockhart might have even planted a fervent kiss upon the page. Harry hastily folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, eager to depart before Lockhart's gaze could ensnare him further, fearing that any prolonged exposure might taint his very soul. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Ron, witnessing Harry's triumphant thumbs up, was astonished. Could it truly have worked? He felt no suspicion at all, handing it over with greater ease than if he were purchasing something. Harry passed the signature to Hermione, knowing she was the least suspect in their trio, to approach Madame Pants. "May I keep it?" Hermione gazed at the flowing script, suddenly reluctant to part with it, having never acquired Lockhart's autograph herself. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility of the moment. "Hermione, we must prioritize the matter at hand. We can discuss the signature later." Ultimately, Hermione was unable to retain Lockhart's autograph. Madame Pants was not an easy woman to deal with. Upon receiving the paper, she scrutinized it under the light for an extended period, ensuring its authenticity, before venturing into the restricted section, weaving through towering shelves, and finally returning to the trio with a thick tome covered in a layer of mold. Hermione found it rather unappealing, placing the book into Harry's bag. Harry dared not voice any complaints, recognizing Hermione as the leader, and she had earned this privilege through her own hard work. Once they secured the book, the group reconvened with Neville in their secret base. Hermione opened the book on powerful potions, while the other three leaned in with curiosity. The tome contained an array of bizarre concoctions, most of which had rather alarming effects. For instance, one potion could cause numerous arms to extend from the user's throat, and another could lead to the separation of flesh from bone. This was no mere powerful potion. It was clearly a recipe for disaster, the entry to Azkaban. Hermione appeared to be utterly disgusted by the illustrations in the book, her composure slipping as she hastily flipped to the page marked for the compound potion. The concoction required lacewing flies, leeches fluxweed, two-eared grass, powdered bicorn horn, and fragments of African tree snake skin. This was the most intricate formula I had ever encountered, while other ingredients could be found in the student storage cabinets. What were we to do about the bicorn horn powder and the African tree snake skin? Harry had been detained by Snape a few times, so he had a fair understanding of the potion ingredients housed in the classroom. The sound of the main door creaking open signaled Adonis's entrance. As he strolled in, holding a small glass vial and a brown paper bag. "What is this?" Hermione approached him, taking the items from his hands. "Bicorn horn powder and African tree snake skin. Now it's up to you." "Leader, don't call me leader." "All right, leader." Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated. "It's just a few gentle taps. Why are you still holding a grudge? You didn't raid Snape's storeroom, did you, Master Thief?" Ron opened the paper bag, scrutinizing a piece of snake skin in his hand. "Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person?" Adonis retorted defensively. "When did I ever give you that impression?" If it were Adonis, it was indeed quite plausible. "Oh, please, enough of this." Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. Those familiar with her knew this was a precursor to her anger. Seeing this, everyone settled down and formed a circle. "How long will this potion take to brew?" Harry inquired, as Hermione's mood improved considerably. And she resumed her reading that it will take at least a month. The lacewing flies need to be simmered for 21 days, and we must harvest the fluxweed on the night of the full moon, which is a week from now. That there's no time to waste. Adonis promptly began to lay out the necessary potion-making tools from his bag. Observing this, Hermione assisted in setting up the cauldron and boiling water. Adding the lacewing flies once it reached a boil. That we don't need to tend to it now. Just ensure the fire doesn't go out. That it needs to simmer for 21 days. "Let us go." Adonis stood up, clapping his hands. Tomorrow was Saturday, and an important match for Gryffindor awaited in the morning. Harry still had to attend Wood's rally this evening. After all, the Gryffindor team had undergone rigorous training to ensure they could decisively defeat Slytherin tomorrow. As the moment to step onto the pitch approached, Harry's anxiety surged to an unprecedented peak. Aside from his first game, he had never felt such intensity. They were about to face the Slytherin team, all equipped with Firebolt 2001s, the fastest brooms available on the market. A palpable silence enveloped the Gryffindor team. Even the typically boisterous George and Fred were subdued. Harry felt his body tremble slightly. Was it nerves or excitement? He couldn't tell. All he knew was that he had never been more eager to vanquish Slytherin. "Hey everyone," Wood spoke up, "even though Slytherin has superior brooms, we possess the better players, don't we?" As all eyes turned to him, Wood nodded at the team and declared loudly, "Let us give Slytherin a thrashing and make them regret letting Malfoy buy his way onto the team." After finishing his speech, Wood's gaze shifted to Harry, emphasizing the critical importance of finding the Seeker to win the match. Taking a deep breath, Harry tried to project an air of calmness. Amidst cheers and applause, they mounted their brooms and soared onto the pitch. Madame Hooch signaled for the captains to shake hands, and both Wood and Flint exchanged fiery glances, igniting the competitive spirit. "Which side do you think will win, Hagrid?" "Oh, me? I certainly believe in Harry," Hagrid replied, surveying the surroundings, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly realizing, he turned to Hermione. "Hermione, have you seen Adonis? He mentioned he had something important to attend to and would be here soon." After Hermione spoke, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a lion's head. Before she could say a word, an ethereal voice chimed, "Hi, Hermione." Upon closer inspection, she realized that a familiar face was hidden within the lion's mouth. It was Luna. Wearing a vividly crafted lion headpiece she had made to cheer for Harry. Luna had few friends at school, and a significant portion of them were in Gryffindor. Upon seeing Luna, Ron and Neville greeted her warmly, and Luna smiled in response. However, Luna felt a twinge of worry about Adonis. She had sensed something ominous since morning, a feeling she couldn't quite articulate, that a loud whistle pierced the air and red and green figures began to dart across the pitch. The disparity in broom performance quickly became apparent as Slytherin's chasers slipped past Gryffindor's defense effortlessly, scoring goal after goal. The match quickly turned one-sided, with Slytherin gaining a 60-point lead. Moreover, leveraging their broom's superior maneuverability, Slytherin began to employ underhanded tactics against Gryffindor players, and Angelina found herself cornered by two Slytherin players. Harry's anxiety deepened as he watched. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark figure hurtling towards him. He had no time to think, and quickly turned his head to evade the rogue bludger, which narrowly missed hitting his glasses. Wood, seeing how close Harry had come to disaster, was about to shout a warning when the bludger unexpectedly veered in midair, speeding towards Harry once more. Wood had no time to dodge, and the front of his broom was smashed apart, sending him spiraling to the ground, unconscious. The bludger, undeterred, continued its assault on Harry, who had just spotted a glimmering golden figure and dove lower, hastening towards the opposite side of the pitch. Malfoy, noticing this, hastily followed. He couldn't afford to lose face before his father. The bludger, propelled away by George's bat, seemed unwilling to let Harry off so easily, altering its course to pursue him once again as Harry chased the golden snitch beneath the spectators' wooden columns. The relentless bludger crashed into one of the columns, which was as thick as a person's torso, clearly indicating foul play. This bludger had been tampered with. Now, it pursued Harry like a hound on a hunt. Harry hoped to outpace it using his broom and the columns for cover, but despite his flawless maneuvers, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the bludger. Several spectators began to notice the anomaly. Ron brandished his wand, ready to eliminate the rogue bludger, but Hermione intervened that if you act now, whether your wand can hit it is uncertain. If Harry loses his chance to compete because of this, it would be disastrous. Hermione took the binoculars from Hagrid and scanned the professor's box. Snape and Lucius appeared normal, even exchanging a few words, which clearly did not indicate any spell casting. Hermione could only place her hopes on Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, believing they would notice the bludger's irregularity and intervene. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Someone had preemptively drawn Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's attention away to, that Carl. What is he doing here? Why does he look so terrified? Ron exclaimed, also pulling out a pair of binoculars. As he looked, he saw Dumbledore and McGonagall's expressions turn grave, tinged with urgency, as they swiftly rose and followed Carl away from the stands. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Hermione, Dumbledore, and the others have left. What should we do? Luna also received the telescope from Hermione. Somehow, upon seeing Dumbledore's anxious expression, her underlying unease intensified, as if some ominous event were about to unfold. Suddenly, the audience erupted in gasps, drawing everyone's attention back to the scene at the edge of the pitch. A green figure emerged from the wooden pillars at the bottom of the stands. Malfoy, who, having misjudged his timing, was unceremoniously thrown from his broom. He tumbled several times upon hitting the ground, ultimately landing in a split, causing all the male spectators to wince in sympathetic discomfort. However, upon witnessing Malfoy's disheveled appearance, Ron could not contain his laughter, bursting into joyous guffaws. Now, only Harry remained in pursuit of the golden snitch, closely followed by a bludger, with only a few feet separating him from the elusive snitch. Harry stretched out his right hand in an earnest attempt to grasp it. Just when everyone believed Gryffindor's victory was assured, the bludger shot forth from the side, colliding squarely with Harry's right hand. Bong! Harry felt as if his arm had been severed, completely numb to the existence of his right hand, a searing pain piercing his brain. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating torment. The last thing he wanted was to collapse here, rendering his teammates' efforts futile. Clenching his legs tightly around the broom, he thrust his left hand forward, feeling the cold touch of the snitch that a wave of relief washed over him. But at that moment, he lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the sandy ground. His right hand twisted awkwardly, while the golden snitch lay quietly in the palm of his left hand. Gryffindor had triumphed. However, the anticipated cheers failed to materialize. replaced instead by a cacophony of shouts as the bludger, undeterred, plummeted from above, intent on smashing Harry's head. Harry rolled away just in time, but as the bludger rose again to deliver a crushing blow, Hermione arrived. Immobulus. Ever since Ron had been cursed, Hermione had taken it upon herself to learn the immobilization spell from Adonis. Fearing such a situation, to her astonishment, the spell struck the bludger, causing it to explode mid-air, sending shards flying in all directions. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight. Yet he could not have predicted that Lockhart would completely disregard his objections, insisting on casting a spell on his severed arm. A peculiar and somewhat uncomfortable sensation washed over him, and Harry suddenly felt as though his right hand no longer belonged to him. Gazing at his limp, doughy appendage, he fainted, with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall absent. It fell to Professor Flitwick to maintain order, instructing Ron and Neville to carry Harry to the hospital wing to ask for the whereabouts of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Let us rewind time by a quarter of an hour. Professor McGonagall had just confiscated a portion of Buzzing Bee sweets that Dumbledore had secreted in his pocket when a small, frail figure appeared before her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the house elf from the school. The elf, Carl, looked quite frightened, glancing around in a panic until he spotted Dumbledore, grabbing the hem of his sleeve as if it were a lifeline, his voice trembling with fear. Sir, you must come with me. Mr. Landon has been attacked. This was half an hour before the match commenced. Adonis, are you really not coming with us? Hermione confirmed once more before departing the common room. Adonis, retrieving a communication card from his pocket, replied, I have something to attend to. I will meet you at the pitch shortly. Seeing this, Hermione ceased her inquiries and departed with Ron and Neville, while a voice from Adonis's communication card echoed Luna's voice. Where are you? I'm in the common room. You should join Hermione and the others. I have something to do. After lingering in the common room for a while, Adonis checked his pocket watch, feeling the time was right to rise and step into the golden red light. Disappearing from sight at that moment, flames erupted at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, and Adonis's figure emerged from the fire. As the flames dissipated, a feather gracefully floated down from above. Adonis caught it, examining it for a moment before tucking it into his chest pocket, muttering to himself, Have I actually started to shed feathers? At this rate, I won't have any left. Almost all Slytherin students would not dare miss their own team's match against their arch-rivals. Gryffindor. Therefore, at this hour, the Slytherin common room was deserted, allowing Adonis to create a ruckus at the entrance without anyone noticing. He made his way to the right wall, where an arched relief stood. An empty space that should have housed a painting. Standing beneath the arch, Adonis used the snake language he had learned from Omenes. Open. The sound of heavy stones shifting resonated, and the stone wall before him parted, revealing a platform barely large enough for one person. Adonis stepped onto it, which rotated 180 degrees. When open again, he found himself in a cylindrical chamber. This was Slytherin's secret study, where Adonis hoped to uncover information regarding the Chamber of Secrets and its monstrous inhabitant. However, the shelves were overwhelming in number, most filled with texts on curses and dark magic, forcing Adonis to sift through them tirelessly. As he rummaged through the higher shelves, a yellowed piece of paper drifted down from between the books. Adonis reached out and caught it, reading the inscription. Next, I shall put the creature into a state of slumber until one who shares my views awakens it. That chosen heir shall rectify the sins committed by others inadvertently. Those unworthy shall only tarnish my legacy, while my heir will undertake the sacred duty of purifying Hogwarts. What creature could survive for nearly 1,000 years? Is there still a descendant of the Gaunt family among the first years? Adonis felt he was on the cusp of discovering the truth, yet a thick fog obscured his path. Seeing there was no further useful information in the study, Adonis resolved to leave and reunite with the others at the Quidditch pitch. Exiting the Slytherin dungeon and returning to the hall, Adonis caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting around the corner of the staircase on the second floor. He hastily followed. Something felt off, as if the figure was deliberately leading him in circles, ultimately guiding him down a corridor on the second floor. A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he felt this could be the key to uncovering the heir's identity, and he refused to abandon the pursuit easily. Standing in the center of the corridor, The dreadful premonition intensified, causing Adonis's heart to race. In an instant, he felt his muscles from neck to back stiffen and tingle. The hairs on his neck standing on end, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Time seemed to freeze. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation faded along with the sound of scales scraping against the floor, and Adonis realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. What was that? Just as he exhaled, regaining his composure, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. "Ginny to hi, Adonis." "Oh, hi, Ginny." The moment Adonis turned, the sense of impending doom returned with a vengeance. Reaching a peak in an instant, he found himself face to face with a pair of enormous orange-yellow eyes. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him, suffocating him. Adonis felt himself sinking into an abyss as dark as ink. A paralyzing sense of suffocation compelling him to thrash about, desperately reaching towards the surface. He had to grasp something, anything that, as his consciousness began to blur, he felt his hands growing cold, his heart freezing with despair. Am I to die again? In the outside world, Ginny observed Adonis's vitality swiftly fading, scoffing with disdain. Arrogant, so full of oneself. Do you think you can capture me? Pitiful mud-blood. I am the proud descendant of the great Slytherin. As for what Ginny would think afterward, the murder of Adonis would be attributed to you, Ginny Weasley, not me, the illustrious Tom Marvolo Riddle. Upon this realization, Ginny cast a glance back at Adonis, her eyes brimming with contempt, as though it might spill forth at any moment. She then turned on her heel and departed, the serpent-like creature trailing in her wake. Had she lingered a moment longer, she would have noticed a faint flicker of light emanating from Adonis's chest. In the original setting, the phoenix is immune to the deadly gaze of the serpent creature. Yet in its current human form, I have attributed to Adonis a feather from a phoenix that mitigates a single fatal injury. A fact unbeknownst to the protagonist. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. During this period, Carl had been vigilant, observing for any unfamiliar house elves entering the school. As this was a task entrusted to him by none other than his esteemed Adonis, that on this day, he discerned an unfamiliar house elf following Lucius Malfoy, a figure he had loathed for over a decade, into Hogwarts. Initially, he paid little heed to this house elf, deeming it merely a guest. However, upon turning his gaze, he discovered the creature lurking in a corner, surreptitiously employing magic. How astute I am to recognize at first glance that you are not a person of virtue. I must promptly inform Mr. Landon. Sensing Adonis's location, Carl swiftly transported himself there, envisioning the accolades Adonis would bestow upon him next, but reality struck him like a troll's club. Mr. Landon. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Carl frantically clutched at his sparse hair, banging his head against the wall, repeatedly lamenting, "Mr. Landon has been attacked. What should I do? What should I do?" With a forceful slam, it was as if he had struck through his own meridian. And suddenly, Dumbledore's figure materialized in his mind, that I must seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. He will surely have a solution. Yes, Carl snapped his fingers, and his form instantly appeared in the professor's box at the Quidditch pitch, beside Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Returning to the present, Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, followed Carl's guidance to the corridor where Adonis had been assaulted. Dumbledore meticulously examined Adonis, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. "Albus, how is Adonis? Fear not. Minerva." Though Adonis's life force is faint, it appears he has merely been petrified. Dumbledore's words acted as a calming balm upon Professor McGonagall's heart, allowing her to relax. She held great affection for this talented, courteous student who seldom caused trouble. It had been far too long since Hogwarts had seen a student so reassuring. The two deliberated on where to relocate Adonis's statue. The match concluded, and students began to return to the castle. Observing this, Dumbledore led Professor McGonagall away, his mind already formulating plans. Later, as a group of girls passed through the second-floor corridor, one spotted Adonis's silhouette. Initially intending to greet him, she approached only to realize that his body was encased in a layer of stone. Unable to contain herself, she let out a sharp gasp, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students. An increasing number of onlookers gathered in the corridor. their cries and discussions echoing, successfully drawing Snape's attention. "What is the commotion here? Step aside." As the crowd parted, Snape paused, taking in the scene within the corridor, before quickly adopting the mature demeanor befitting his age. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish for me to take matters into my own hands?" Two Gryffindors, taken to the hospital wing. The speed at which news traveled at Hogwarts had never failed to astound. Barely had Adonis been carried away to the hospital wing when a significant portion of the student body was already aware of the incident. Luna, who had been sitting in the hospital wing with Hermione, keeping company with Harry, had attempted to contact Adonis several times through cards during this interval, but received no response. This only deepened her unease. "Have you reached Adonis?" "Not yet," Hermione replied, wrapping her arm around Luna's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Do not worry, Luna. Adonis is incredibly capable, and what could possibly happen to him at Hogwarts?" Before she could finish her thought, Hermione seemed to recall something. The Chamber of Secrets, the monster Muggle wizards. Adonis's sudden unavailability at this juncture could not bode well. Hermione dared not dwell further on the implications. It seemed that since the previous year, Hogwarts had scarcely known peace. "Hermione! Hermione! Something has happened." Neville's voice rang out from the entrance of the hospital wing. Before he could finish, Madame Pomfrey leapt forth to reprimand Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, the hospital wing is no place for raucous behavior. If you persist, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Neville, clearly intimidated by Madame Pomfrey, swallowed the words he had intended to say, his breath hitching in his throat. Hermione swiftly guided him to a seat beside Harry's bed, helping him to steady his breathing, while Luna offered Neville a cup of warm water, inquiring Neville, "What has transpired?" "I just returned, hic, to the common room and overheard everyone, hic, discussing another attack." Neville quickly took a sip of water. As he spoke, the hospital wing doors were abruptly thrust open, two upperclassmen from Gryffindor carrying a stretcher as they entered. A throng of students trailing behind, some attempting to sneak a peek inside, only to be blocked by Madame Pomfrey at the entrance. The two Gryffindor upperclassmen, spotting Hermione and Neville, approached with a stretcher. Luna had intended to inquire who had been attacked, but as she glanced at the figure on the stretcher, the familiarity of the clothing struck her. Her heart clenched. A wave of suffocating dread washed over her, and she stood trembling, unable to comprehend the sight before her. As she drew closer, the familiar face came into view. A solitary tear traced a path down Luna's cheek, landing softly on the back of her hand. A realization dawning upon her that she was indeed weeping. The two upperclassmen laid Adonis beside Harry's bed before hastily departing. Hermione and Neville gazed upon Adonis, who lay rigid and lifeless, his body nearly encased in a layer of stone, and beyond their sorrow was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Adonis had been attacked. Luna must be devastated. Hermione cast a glance at Luna, her words of comfort caught in her throat. Uncertain how to console her, she reached out, patting Luna's shoulder, but in that moment, Luna's emotions erupted, tears streaming uncontrollably as she sobbed. Hermione embraced her gently, tenderly patting her back. Once Luna's emotions settled, Hermione, ever perceptive, led Neville out of the hospital wing, granting Luna a moment of solitude. Luna remained by Adonis's bedside, clutching his hand tightly. Inexplicably, tears began to flow once more, her eyes red and puffy. The hospital wing doors opened once again as Dumbledore glided in, his purple robes trailing behind him. Luna quickly wiped her tears and stood to greet Dumbledore. "My dear child, please take a seat." "Professor, will Adonis be all right?" "Rest assured, Luna, Adonis has merely been petrified. He will awaken once the mandrakes mature." While Luna was already aware that Adonis was only petrified, the affirmation from Dumbledore eased her worries. Dumbledore pulled up a chair to sit beside Luna, blinking his eyes in what appeared to be a casual inquiry. "You seem quite concerned for Adonis, are you not?" Caught off guard by Dumbledore's teasing, Luna felt a blush creep upon her cheeks as she lowered her gaze, softly affirming. Having received her confirmation, Dumbledore ceased his playful banter. Observing how Luna held Adonis's hand, and he found himself lost in memories of the past. "Years ago. Dumbledore, I have finally found you." Severus Snape strode into the hospital wing, his black robes billowing behind him like bat wings. Upon noticing Luna seated beside Dumbledore, his expression darkened, and he fell silent. Once Luna had departed, Snape spoke. What reckless folly! That fool Adonis, investigating the Chamber of Secrets and entangling himself in danger. Calm yourself, Severus. I have an idea. Dumbledore then stood, retrieving the Elder Wand and gesturing toward the chair he had just vacated. Instantly, it transformed, conjuring a replica of Adonis that stood before them. I would appreciate your assistance, Severus. I require a vial of the resurrection potion. In an instant, Snape comprehended Dumbledore's ulterior motives that he nodded at him and turned to depart. As for the potion ingredients, the mandrake at Hogwarts had been exhausted. What concern was that of Severus Snape? Alas, today was indeed a most unfortunate day. Harry opened his eyes to find that night had already fallen. Madame Pomfrey, upon noticing Harry's awakening, approached with a vial of potion. Drink this. You shall not fare well tonight. What is it, madam? He inquired, fully aware that regrowing bones was hardly a comfortable ordeal. Madame Pomfrey appeared somewhat vexed, questioning why he hadn't sought the hospital wing sooner. Harry accepted the potion, responding with a hint of resignation. Professor Lockhart insisted on treating me. You know how it is. I had no time to refuse it. That pompous fool like tea was clear that Harry concurred with Madame Pomfrey's sentiments, raising his cup in acknowledgement. He took a sip, only to spit it out immediately. What are you doing? You should have known it would taste dreadful. Quickly, finish it, and you shall be discharged by morning. After Harry consumed the potion, Madame Pomfrey departed, leaving the hospital wing feeling rather desolate. And at that moment, he sensed his communication card subtly vibrating. Once he answered, Ron's delighted voice burst forth. Hey, Harry, you're finally awake. How are you? Not great. Our O-N-M-Y right hand feels terribly itchy, as if ants are crawling on it. Forget that for now, Harry. I have some bad news to share. What bad news? Adonis was attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. He should be lying in the bed beside you. Ignoring the discomfort in his right hand, Harry hurriedly sat up, pulling back the bed curtain to see Adonis lying nearby. Good heavens, Ron. What shall we do without Adonis? I don't know. Hermione says she has a plan. We can discuss it after you're discharged tomorrow. With a sudden return to consciousness, Adonis gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh air around him, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The familiar decor indicated that he was indeed in the hospital wing. How does it feel to have escaped death? Following the voice, Adonis turned to find Snape, who was busily tinkering with several potion vials. Snape casually tossed a sealed potion bottle to Adonis. You are still quite weak. Drinking this may alleviate your discomfort. Without hesitation, Adonis downed the potion, oblivious to whether Snape was being intentional or careless. The concoction had an overwhelmingly sour and bitter taste, akin to a vile mixture of pickled cucumbers and rotten bittermelon. Seeing Adonis's pained and nauseated expression, Snape's face unexpectedly broke into a smirk of triumph. I am relieved to see you are well, Adonis. Dumbledore entered through the door, approaching Adonis's bedside and placing a hand on his forehead. How do you feel? Aside from Professor Snape's potion, quite well, Adonis replied, grabbing a copper basin to spit into, for the taste was unbearable. He pondered what exactly Snape had added to make it so revolting. It was the basilisk, old Dumbledore. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Adonis continued, feeling his tongue less bitter. The one who opened the chamber may be Ginny. I heard her voice just before I locked eyes with the basilisk. Ginny Weasley, I hope Mr. Riddle's mind hasn't been compromised by the basilisk. The Weasley family is certainly not descended from Slytherin. Professor, perhaps Ginny was under some form of control? The Imperius curse? A potion? Or some other means? Adonis recalled that Luna had mentioned Ginny's peculiar behavior of late. Dumbledore and Snape fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this, especially Dumbledore, whose crescent-shaped glasses reflected light directly into Adonis's face. Adonis, I must ask for your assistance in this investigation. As professors, we are bound to be the primary suspects, while you, a petrified student, can investigate discreetly, which is far safer. Rest assured, whoever dares unleash a basilisk upon me shall regret it. At this juncture, Adonis felt a pang of hunger and called for Carl, only for Carl to rush in and cling to Adonis's arm, weeping about his fears. Sensing punishment looming, Adonis hastily commanded him to fetch some food for himself and Professor Dumbledore. Have you made any progress on investigating Tom's immortality? Adonis inquired, taking a bite of pastry that left crumbs all over his face. Dumbledore replied in a leisurely manner, "There are still no leads. Tom wields far too much dark magic, much of which I have never even encountered. So you intend to let Harry and the others investigate the chamber? A basilisk, no less. You nearly lost me. One must learn to let go. Harry and the others need to grow. I can't shake the feeling that you have more tasks for me. You recall the potions master, Mr. Belby, whom we encountered at the French ministry?" Adonis indeed remembered the potions master with a fleeting impression and gestured for Dumbledore to continue to, "I have heard he is in a bit of trouble. Ever since the release of the Wolfsbane potion, he has been plagued by pure-blood werewolves. Recently, his residence in England was discovered by Fenrir Greyback's followers, and he is currently evading their pursuit. I believe he may require your assistance. Adonis, the same old story. You wish to draw him into our ranks? You know that every potions master wields considerable influence in the magical community, which could be advantageous to us. But that would mean I must leave the school? I cannot bear to leave Luna. She must be so distressed. Then it seems I must revise the school regulations. How about adding a prohibition on romantic relationships at Hogwarts? The headmaster is so grand. Thinking he can abuse his power? I will report you to the ministry." Dumbledore even shot Adonis a provocative glance. "You are still too young. Unlike myself, who is so composed, the ministry will not directly interfere with Hogwarts affairs. As you well know, Adonis. Touch. I shall go." Then out in the Gryffindor common room, Ron noticed Ginny's pale complexion and asked with concern, "Ginny, what is the matter? You look unwell. Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing?" The very mention of the hospital wing seemed to pierce Ginny's nerves, rendering her even paler and causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Just as Ron was about to speak, a sudden realization struck Ginny, and with tear-filled eyes, she fled. "How dare you bully Ginny, Ron? You've made my dear sister cry." The Weasley twins, one on each side, seized Ron by the neck, delivering a thunderous noogie. "Ouch! I merely noticed Ginny was upset and wanted to comfort her." "Let me go." Ginny, however, did not hear Ron's pleas or cries. She had buried herself beneath her blankets, tears streaming down her face. "Did I command the basilisk to attack Adonis? How could this be?" Ginny was too afraid to visit the hospital wing. Fearing that seeing Adonis might trigger her emotional collapse, in a frenzy, she rummaged through her bag to retrieve a black diary. "Was it you, Riddle? Did you command the attack on Adonis?" The handwriting Ginny penned was consumed by the diary. And another passage slowly emerged. "Of course not. Ginny, it was your fear of being discovered by Adonis that led you to command the basilisk to attack him." And no matter how hard Ginny tried to recall the events of that morning, her memories remained shrouded in fog. All she could ascertain was that she had seemingly directed the basilisk to attack Adonis. It must be this diary's doing. I cannot keep it. The diary's Tom seemed to sense Ginny's intent. He could not afford to be discarded like this. Seizing the moment while Ginny was distracted, he unleashed his accumulated magic, casting an eerie glow upon Ginny's face. In an instant, her eyes dulled, her arms stiffly retrieving her wand from her pocket, pointing it at herself, murmuring incantations. Obliviate. This time, Tom had thoroughly depleted the life force he had drawn from Ginny. It was uncertain how long it would take before he could control her to summon the basilisk again. Tom was not in a hurry, for after all, the wool comes from sheep. Who could blame Ginny for being so naive and easily manipulated? To deceive the next person would be even more troublesome. However, he would need to act with greater caution from now on. An attack on students had already occurred, and Dumbledore would not stand idly by. In Tom's memory, Dumbledore was not one to be easily trifled with. The moon hung high in the sky over the woods, where a few crows flew past, their hoarse cries piercing the stillness. A disheveled middle-aged man was running desperately, glancing back intermittently, fear etched on his face. In a moment of inattention, he stumbled over a protruding tree root, crashing heavily to the ground, scraping several areas and leaving him bleeding profusely. Ignoring his physical pain, the man scrambled to his feet and continued to flee. Fully aware that if the monster behind him caught up, death would be a luxury he could not afford. As the moonlight filtered through the trees, several figures darted past, their tattered cloaks billowing slightly. Under the moon's glow, their figures appeared more imposing, their glowing eyes and sharp claws unmistakably revealing their werewolf identities. The leader of the werewolves crouched down at the spot where Belby had fallen, touching the bloodied soil with disdain and signaling to the two werewolves behind him. The three then split up, pursuing Belby from different directions, treating him as prey to be toyed with and tormented. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Belby muttered as he ran, that if it weren't for the sudden werewolf attack and the loss of his wand to the unexpectedly emerging Fenrir, he would never find himself in such a predicament. The edge of the forest led to a wizarding village, and if he could reach it, he would be safe. Belby quickened his pace, unaware that two werewolves were closing in from the sides. Noises erupted from the underbrush, and out of fear, Belby increased his speed. A shadow flashed before him, and he could not evade it in time, tumbling once more and striking his head against a rock, blood instantly blurring his vision. Wiping his sleeve across his eyes, he opened them to find a fearsome werewolf standing before him. "Mr. Greybuck requests your presence." Mr. Belby, in terror, Belby crawled backward, and with a thud, his head struck something. Trembling, he looked back to find another werewolf. He was surrounded. Look, Mr. Belby has cracked his head that if Mr. Greybuck finds out, we will be in for it." The werewolves erupted in laughter. The leader even dipped his fingers in Belby's blood and tasted it. Belby, stunned by fear, stuttered without uttering a word, while the werewolves, growing impatient, said, "Our time is limited, Mr. Belby, that it seems we must take you with us." The werewolf reached out to grab Belby's arm. A sudden firestorm erupted, causing the werewolves to retreat quickly, though not before one felt a sharp pain in his hand. Enemy attack. The three werewolves instantly shifted into combat mode as the flames dissipated, revealing a small figure. "Is that you, Mr. Belby?" Realizing the figure was inquiring about him, Belby quickly responded, "Yes, it's me. Who are you, and why do you interfere with our affairs? Are you werewolves so hospitable, inviting me to roast meat upon our first encounter?" How vile! Given the werewolves' regenerative abilities, such minor injuries would heal swiftly, but the wounds remained unresponsive, clearly indicating that the flames had some sinister quality. After a brief exchange of glances, the three werewolves sprang into action. Calculating that this individual sounded relatively young and that they could easily overpower him. Yet, would reality unfold according to their assumptions? Clearly not. Amidst the encirclement of werewolves, Adonis displayed no sign of panic. Raising his wand above his head, he forcefully traced a circle, unleashing a swirl of golden-red flames that swiftly engulfed the werewolves, sizzling, the air filled with the rich aroma of charred flesh. The three werewolves bore extensive burns, their fur singed. Adonis immediately regretted not having brought any seasoning. No. Werewolves are also beings. Such thoughts are extreme. Observing the werewolves' agony, Adonis felt a twinge of compassion. But after a moment's contemplation, he conceded that it was better to end their suffering swiftly rather than let it linger. With a flick of his wand, the roots beneath them came to life, coiling around the hapless werewolves like constricting serpents. The werewolves, now utterly helpless, cried out, "What do you intend to do? We are under Greybuck's command. If you harm us, you will face the wrath of werewolves." Adonis paid them no mind. "You werewolves are so formidable, yet can you truly chase me down to Hogwarts? Besides, do you even know who I am? Threatening me is laughable. For those who dare to be defiant even in the face of death." Adonis showed no mercy. Raising his hands high, he concentrated his formidable magical energy at the tip of his wand, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that struck the ground, sending a shockwave that propelled Mr. Belby into the air. When Belby opened his eyes again, the werewolves had vanished, reduced to ashes under the tremendous force of the thunderous energy. Indeed, lightning was the most effective magic for erasing evidence, saving even the cost of disposing of remains. Belby was now in a state of utter confusion. He had been peacefully asleep at home when a pack of werewolves had barged in, insisting he accompany them. After narrowly escaping, he was now pursued by three werewolves, only to find himself in the company of some dangerous individual. Surely, he wouldn't be subjected to some nefarious dark magic experiment. Would he? Just as he was about to scream for help, Adonis had removed his hood. "Long time no see, Mr. Belby." "Huh? You're the child who followed Dumbledore that day. Did Dumbledore send you? My professor believes you may encounter trouble, so I have come to offer some assistance." Adonis handed Belby a vial of invigorating potion, It seems I arrived just in time. Not quite. I've been lurking near your home for several days. Were it not for Dumbledore's threat, I would not have accepted this dreadful errand. Though he thought this, Adonis maintained a friendly smile. Fortunately, I returned to my dormitory before leaving and borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. Otherwise, with a werewolf's keen sense of smell, I would have had no idea how to remain hidden. Ron, have you seen my invisibility cloak? Weren't you the one who placed it at the bottom of the wardrobe? That's true, but as Harry was preparing for a night out, he found the empty space at the bottom of the wardrobe and fell into deep thought. Could it be that the invisibility cloak has truly become invisible? Ah, Dumbledore, after Belby consumed the potion, what do you wish to obtain from me? A potion? Or perhaps my reputation as a potions master? I imagine Dumbledore has little need for fame. We require your support. Mr. Belby. Support? What do you mean? You'll find out in due time that we should not linger here. Let me take you away. Shall we go to Diagon Alley? After receiving Belby's consent, Adonis used apparition to whisk them away. When their figures materialized at the leaky cauldron, the startled Tom, who was about to close up for the night, nearly drew his wand to unleash some green spell upon them, but thankfully restrained himself. Oh, good evening, Mr. Belby. Why do you appear so disheveled? Belby, in a state of agitation, ignored Tom's attempts at camaraderie and strode directly to the fireplace, uttering a location before vanishing in a flash of green flames. He must be in a foul mood, Adonis remarked as he sat down at the bar. Are you still open, Uncle Tom? A butterbeer, please that at this time you should be at Hogwarts. What has transpired? Adonis took a hearty sip of the butterbeer handed to him by Tom, and, noticing Tom's curious expression, placed a finger to his lips. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Uncle Tom. How old are you to be so mysterious? Without a word to Adonis and with no insistence from Tom, the latter continued to tidy up. Adonis had only just returned to the room of requirement, preparing to indulge in a luxurious milk bath to wash away the fatigue from a few days spent on stakeout. Suddenly, a resplendent silver phoenix appeared out of thin air, fluttering its wings and landing gracefully before Adonis. Adonis, come to my office at once. What the devil? I've only just returned. I haven't even washed my face yet. Yet you summon me again, you wretched capitalist. As if sensing the hint of ire on Adonis's face, the guardian spirit twirled in the air and promptly dissipated, fearing that Adonis might vent his frustration upon it. Emerging from a blaze of fire within the headmaster's office, Adonis remarked, Don't you ever sleep, old man? At my age, sleep does not come easily. Adonis, would you prefer milk tea or pumpkin juice? Neither. I see you brimming with more vitality than us youngsters. And what is that you're wearing? Adonis could not help but jest, for Dumbledore's sleep attire today was indeed quite a sight. His dark, fitted robe was adorned with gold thread, and black lace edged the chest and hem. Were it not for Dumbledore's long beard, one might fear an accidental reveal that he even wore a matching lace-trimmed nightcap. This? A few old friends from Wisingamot sent it to me, claiming it's the latest trend. I assent, tea it lovely. I hope they didn't send it thinking you would like it. Dumbledore scrutinized his attire anew, convinced there was nothing amiss, and moved to the couch to get down to business. How is Damocles? Aside from a rather foul mood, he appears to be doing well. After all, being disturbed by a werewolf in the dead of night would rattle anyone, that I'm relieved to hear that. The school has seemed quite tranquil during your absence. Of course, a little house elf did sneak in to see Harry. A house elf? Is it Dobby? Adonis recalled hearing from Carl that the elf brought by Malfoy attempted to attack Harry with a stray ball, leading him to harbor a poor opinion of Dobby. Indeed, but I'm not quite sure what they discussed. Harry seemed quite furious. Could he not be? He nearly met his end. Who would be pleased under such circumstances? And what of Ginny? Have you kept an eye on her? Adonis had always considered Ginny to be the key to unraveling the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. Miss Weasley appears to be doing just fine. How curious, my memory should not fail me. Could it be that the mastermind has anticipated my predictions and temporarily withdrawn? More pressing, I believe, is the situation regarding Miss Lovegood. Luna. What of Luna? Speak quickly, old Dumbledore. Adonis, filled with urgency, nearly grasped Dumbledore's collar. Dumbledore subtly leaned back, unfazed. Bobby informed me that Luna has been lingering in a hospital wing, sitting by your bed for entire afternoons, her demeanor quite off. It's all because of you. Luna must be distraught. No. I must see her tomorrow. Adonis, I must remind you to exercise caution. Worry not. Just take care not to indulge in too many sweets and show some concern for Fawkes. Poor Fawkes, he has aged considerably. Adonis approached Fawkes' golden nest, gently patting its head. Fawkes let out a weak call before resting once more. On Saturday morning, warm sunlight streamed through the glass roof, illuminating a grand bed. A pile of blankets stirred as if sensing the light, and a golden head emerged. After adjusting to the indoor brightness, Adonis lazily opened his eyes, stretched, and, fully awake, raced to the washroom. "Carl, are you there?" Adonis called out while exiting the washroom. "What can I do for you, Mr. Landon?" "Please fetch me 2 cream horns and a cup of hot milk. Thank you." When Carl returned, Adonis felt an inkling and inquired, "Has Luna had breakfast?" Carl pondered for a moment, shaking his head as he realized he hadn't seen Luna in the Great Hall. Seeing this, Adonis lost his appetite for breakfast, changed his clothes, and headed towards the room of requirement. Avoiding Madame Pomfrey's gaze, Adonis quietly pushed open the door to the hospital wing. That it was eerily empty, save for himself and Luna, who appeared to be asleep on the bed. The white curtains billowed gently in a breeze, and warm sunlight bathed the sleeping girl's face in a soft glow. As he drew nearer, a unique scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of Luna. Adonis sat beside her, tilting his head to observe her. Luna looked considerably more haggard than before, her eyes slightly red and dark circles evident beneath them. "Honestly, you take no care of yourself," he murmured, prodding her cheek gently. Adonis tenderly took Luna's hand and pressed it against his face, rubbing it slowly. As if struck by a thought, he retrieved a necklace from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Then brushed aside a few tousled strands of hair from her face. He sat beside her for a moment longer, quietly gazing at her before rising to leave. Time passed, and Luna's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, glancing around. Yet the hospital wing remained empty, leaving her to ponder why the sensations from her dreams felt so real. Just then, she was about to touch the spot on her face that had been prodded when something slipped from her palm. She quickly caught it, a beautifully crafted moonstone necklace, which shimmered with a soft blue hue in the sunlight, reminiscent of the serene moonlight. Upon seeing the necklace, Luna seemed to grasp something, though she needed confirmation of her suspicions. Approaching the window, she softly called out for Helga. After a brief moment, a snowy owl flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill, tilting its head at Luna. For reasons unknown, Helga always appeared when Adonis and Luna were in need. Moreover, magical owls possessed a unique trait. Unless the recipient concealed their location with magic or some means, the owls could locate them from any distance. Luna removed the carrot-shaped earring from her ear and placed it in Helga's talons. With a quizzical look, Helga observed as Luna instructed, "Deliver this to Adonis. I may be an owl, but I'm not blind. I sent your master right behind you." But Helga sensed that Adonis was not in the bed before her, but rather somewhere else in the castle. As Luna watched Helga soar away into the distance, her suspicions solidified. She cupped the necklace in her hand, holding it close to her heart, and a radiant smile broke across her face. "Always playing tricks on me," she chuckled. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, as Adonis returned Harry's invisibility cloak, he suddenly heard a commotion by the window. Opening it, Helga swooped down to peck him sharply on the head, then presented the earring she clutched in her talons. Upon receiving Luna's carrot earring, Adonis was blissfully unaware that he had been ensnared by Luna's ploy. "You can't blame me, Dumbledore. This was all Luna's doing." Early that morning, Adonis had received a letter from Damocles, indicating that he had temporarily evaded the werewolf's pursuit, though his current whereabouts remained unknown. The letter was brief, detailing his recent condition and affirming his unconditional support for Adonis's previous proposal. I end Damocles' own words. "I have never encountered a student as gifted as you, mastering apparition and such powerful magic at such a young age. No wonder Dumbledore holds you in high regard." Despite the winding path, the outcome was favorable, and the Order of the Phoenix had gained another ally. Just as Adonis arrived at the headmaster's office to share the news with Dumbledore, a message from the gargoyle at the door interrupted. "Headmaster, Professor Lockhart is here to visit. It seems I must take my leave for now." Upon concluding his remarks, Adonis waved his wand, enveloping himself in a silvery luminescence that melded him seamlessly with the sofa. That moment. The office door swung open with a forceful bang, and Lockhart strode in with great enthusiasm, trailed closely by a rather stoic Snape, whose expression stood in stark contrast to Lockhart's beaming smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have a splendid proposal that could not only alleviate the recent somber atmosphere at the school, but also enhance the students' practical skills. What do you think? Snape, disregarding Lockhart's clumsy theatrics, cast a fleeting glance towards Adonis, who responded with a friendly wave, recognizing that Snape's expertise would easily penetrate his illusion spell. Snape, maintaining his aloof demeanor, turned his attention back to Dumbledore and Lockhart. As the latter's discourse progressed to the crux of the matter, Mr. Headmaster, I intend to establish a dueling club in conjunction with Professor Snape. Lockhart exclaimed, "Oh, you concur." Severus, Snape nodded nonchalantly. Had it not been for Lockhart's request for a demonstration duel at the club's activities, he would have dismissed this audacious proposal outright. After all, opportunities to impart lessons to Lockhart in an open manner were few and far between. With Snape's agreement, Dumbledore expressed no objections and, with a grand flourish, signed the application documents Lockhart had brought. Lockhart's face lit up with elation, likely envisioning how he would shine at the Dueling Club's events, basking in the spotlight and adoration that I require some time to prepare. So I shall take my leave now, Lockhart declared, hastily exiting the headmaster's office, his excitement evident as he pondered where best to display the document on the announcement board. Consequently, a large notice regarding the establishment of the Dueling Club was affixed to the Hogwarts Hall's announcement wall, pushing other club recruitment notices and Quidditch match schedules into the corners. But that was merely a side note. As Snape settled into his seat, Adonis' teasing voice reached him. I had no idea, Professor, that you possessed such leisure, allowing yourself time to perform with Lockhart. I cannot afford to indulge in theatrics with him. Landon, Snape replied, a mischievous smirk suddenly gracing his features, sending a chill down Adonis's spine as he found himself silently praying for Lockhart's safety during the activities. Would you consider this a personal vendetta? Mind your words, Landon. This can only be deemed a cordial exchange between colleagues. Meanwhile, in a secret hideaway, Hermione tossed the liquid grass gathered during the full moon, unicorn horn powder, and snake skin into the cauldron, stirring it enthusiastically as she spoke to Harry and Ron. I estimate it will take about a week to brew, and thankfully we have Adonis's secret base. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for where to concoct these ingredients. Speaking of which, I suddenly find myself missing Adonis. Ron mused. Did the headmaster mention when the mandrakes in the school will mature? Ron pondered for a moment. Not specifically, but did you notice that Snape seemed in a good mood during potions class today? Snape, unusually, had refrained from berating the Gryffindors, even abstaining from deducting points from Harry and Ron. Typically, he would not let a class pass without penalizing them by 4 or 5 points. Do you think he has some joyous news? Is he getting married? Ron speculated. That is certainly a possibility. He added after a brief pause. Have you noticed that since the term began, Snape's hair hasn't appeared as greasy? Harry recalled this detail, exclaiming, Indeed! I remember that Snape never washed his hair last year. Could it be true what you suggest, that Snape is about to wed? Who would be so unfortunate as to catch his eye? Hermione rolled her eyes, interrupting. For your information, Snape began washing his hair after Adonis gifted him shampoo last Christmas, which resulted in Adonis being assigned double homework as punishment, and he complained about it for ages, with no gossip left to fabricate. Harry and Ron's spirits deflated as Hermione observed the liquid in the cauldron beginning to bubble. She clapped her hands. Let us go. We have no further business here. As the trio made their way to the Great Hall, they encountered a visibly excited Seamus, who promptly noticed them. Hey, guys, Hogwarts is starting a dueling club, with the inaugural event scheduled for tomorrow night. A dueling club? Seamus, seeing their skepticism, eagerly tugged Ron and Harry towards the announcement board, which was brimming with students, thanks to Lockhart's grandly sized notice that made it easy to spot. The notice read, in an effort to alleviate the gloom permeating the school and to enrich students' practical experience, Hogwarts will establish a dueling club tomorrow night, with the first event to take place. Harry read aloud, still in disbelief. Dueling? Harry, do you think dueling would be beneficial against the monsters of Slytherin? Yet, despite his words, Ron's gaze remained fixed on the notice, betraying his intrigue. Hermione, which professor do you think will be leading us? I believe it will be Professor Flitwick. Adonis mentioned that he was a dueling champion in his youth. I suspect it will be Professor Lockhart, came a dreamy voice, revealing Luna, who had appeared beside Hermione. Hi, Luna. Long time no see. How have you been? Hermione inquired, knowing Luna had been feeling down since Adonis's attack. Luna simply smiled and nodded, instinctively clutching her moonstone necklace at her chest, for some reason, upon hearing Luna's words. An ominous premonition settled in Harry's heart as he gazed at the flamboyant notice, which grew increasingly familiar and reminiscent of Lockhart's style. After a moment of thought, he remarked, now that you mention it, Luna, I too believe it will be Lockhart. Hermione suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Isn't that wonderful? Opportunities to witness Professor Lockhart showcase his abilities are quite rare. Not to be rude, Hermione, but what prowess does Lockhart possess? Ron quipped, observing Hermione's infatuation. How could such an astute girl be so smitten by Lockhart? The next afternoon, Harry and his friends arrived early at the Great Hall, where the long tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage adorned with a blue carpet. The floating candles had transformed into exquisite candelabras, and the once beautiful night sky was obscured by a thick mist. Nearly all the students were present. Harry even spotted Percy and Wood among the crowd, though the familiar decor made his right eyelid twitch. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and Harry turned to see none other than Gilderoy Lockhart entering, accompanied by Snape. Do you suppose Lockhart intends to duel Snape? This should be entertaining, Ron exclaimed, shaking Harry's arm in excitement. Lockhart appeared flamboyantly dressed, and Harry's apprehensions peaked as Lockhart took the stage to address the audience. Gather around. Make sure you can all hear me. You, be a gentleman and do not crowd the ladies, Lockhart commanded, clapping his hands as the crowd settled. With the esteemed approval of Headmaster Dumbledore, I am establishing this modest dueling club to train you all in self-defense against perilous situations. If you wish to learn more, please read my series of works. That should suffice for the opening remarks. Lockhart, Snape's voice interjected. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly and continued. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce my assistant. Professor Snape, he possesses considerable knowledge of wizard dueling and expressed a desire to assist me. Shortly, we will conduct a small demonstration, but fret not. I will ensure you receive a complete experience of Professor Snape. As Lockhart spoke, he flashed a wide grin and dramatically removed his shoulder cloak, tossing it into the crowd, where it was eagerly snatched up by several squealing female admirers, much to Lockhart's delight. Were I you, I would refrain from provoking Snape. Foolish Lockhart. Adonis, of course, would not miss the spectacle of Snape publicly thrashing Lockhart. However, he had positioned himself somewhat high above the scene, having used Transfiguration to extend a column slightly, granting him a vantage point from which he could survey the entire tableau and better appreciate Lockhart's miserable plight. Harry, perplexed, could not fathom why Lockhart continued to act foolishly at such a perilous moment. Did he not notice the distinctly different glare emanating from Snape? If he were the target of Snape's serpent-like gaze, he would have exerted every ounce of strength to flee, as the duel demonstration commenced. Snape and Lockhart faced one another, bowing in a gesture of formality, with Lockhart even offering Snape a gentlemanly salute, this pretentious charlatan. Subsequently, they each raised their wands, holding them as one would a sword against their chests. And Lockhart began to count down point 1, 2, 3, disarm. Lockhart had initially intended for this to be a simple demonstration of a duel, not requiring such seriousness. After all, at his age, beyond mere combat, it was more about social niceties. However, he did not anticipate Snape's utter lack of decorum. A robust beam of red light struck Lockhart with great force, and contrary to expectations, the wand did not fly from his grasp. Instead, Lockhart was sent hurtling several meters away, his wand remaining firmly in place. Goodness, Snape had effectively redefined the disarming spell. What? You disagree. Just inquire whether Lockhart's wand was lost. In truth, Adonis harbored a modicum of admiration for Lockhart. After all, he had never encountered anyone else who would go to such lengths for the sake of bravado. Witnessing Lockhart's unfortunate fall, Draco quickly rallied his entourage to jeer, while Hermione, concerned for her idol, strained on tiptoe to get a better view. though given her petite stature, she was unlikely to see Lockhart grimacing in pain. If one were to argue that Lockhart was utterly devoid of merit, I would have to counter, for he possessed his own unique attributes, an impressively thick skin and an uncanny ability to command attention at all times. Just then, Lockhart, staggering to his feet, with his once meticulously styled hair now resembling a bird's nest, hastily tidied his appearance before flashing his trademark smile that a perfect demonstration. Professor Snape, as you can see, this is an exemplary disarming spell. I have lost my wand. However, Professor Snape, if I may be so bold, your intentions are glaringly apparent. If I truly wish to defeat you, it would be a matter of little effort. Snape's expression remained serene as he replied coolly. The demonstration ends here that I believe we should first instruct the students on how to counter malevolent spells. Professor Lockhart. Lockhart, as though awakening from a dream, quickly concurred, "Yes, that is an excellent suggestion, Professor Snape." He then circled the crowd before suddenly calling out, "Harry, Ron, you two come up." Harry and Ron were loath to be the center of attention, but with Lockhart singling them out, they had no choice but to step forward, though they feared Snape would not allow them the reprieve they hoped for. Weasley's wand was notorious for malfunctioning even with the simplest incantations. They certainly did not wish for Potter to be trapped in a matchbox. "Then what do you propose?" "Allow me to recommend my house's student." "Malfoy, you come up." Adonis, suddenly intrigued, hastily retrieved his long-saved chips and soda, anticipating an entertaining showdown between the two adversaries. This was becoming increasingly amusing. "Wands at the ready." Lockhart's voice rang out. "Let me reiterate, only disarm your opponent. I do not wish to see any accidents. Point 1, 2. Legs stiffen and freeze." Malfoy, showing a distinct lack of sportsmanship, acted before the countdown concluded. "Blimey, a sneak attack." Harry tensed at the sound of Malfoy casting a spell. He had assumed Malfoy would adhere to the rules of dueling, but had evidently overestimated Malfoy's character. Just as everyone anticipated Malfoy's underhanded move would succeed, Harry pivoted, albeit somewhat clumsily, managing to evade Malfoy's strike. Regaining his balance, he thrust out his wand, Tarantaligra. Malfoy's legs began to kick uncontrollably, and the Gryffindors erupted in raucous laughter at Malfoy's predicament, with Ron even mimicking Malfoy's movements and joining in the dance. Malfoy's face flushed with rage. That insufferable Potter had humiliated him before the crowd. "Laugh now. You'll be weeping later." Snape, exasperated with Malfoy, lifted the spell and leaned down to whisper a few words to him. Upon which Malfoy suddenly smirked, having received Snape's tacit approval to act without restraint. The two faced off once more, though Malfoy's malevolent grin left Harry feeling uneasy. "Are you frightened, Potter? Just don't dance later." As Lockhart called for the duel to commence, Malfoy quickly acted, shouting, "Serpensortia!" A long black serpent erupted from the tip of Malfoy's wand, landing on the ground and baring its fangs, poised to strike at Harry. The crowd gasped, recoiling in alarm. "Do not move, Potter. I will handle him." Snape, observing Harry's stillness, presumed he was paralyzed by fear of the serpent and prepared to show off, but Lockhart abruptly intervened, shouting, "Allow me." He raised his wand and cast an incantation of dubious origin at the serpent. Rather than vanquishing it, the snake was sent flying, landing with a more agitated demeanor, baring its fangs at the nearest student. What a coincidence it was that the student targeted by the venomous creature was none other than Justin Finch-Fletchley, a new acquaintance of Harry's. One cannot convince me that no scheming was afoot. Justin stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at the serpent, and Harry, unwilling to witness harm befall his newfound friend, instinctively stepped forward, intending to command the serpent to cease its advance. As he opened his mouth, a series of hissing sounds escaped instead. This fool had stirred up quite the trouble. Adonis, upon witnessing Harry's unexpected revelation of his parcel-tongue ability before the gathered crowd, abandoned his role as an observer and rushed to find Dumbledore. The young wizards encircling Harry stared at him in sheer terror, instinctively retreating, though Harry remained oblivious, believing he was merely engaged in a normal conversation. The serpent, hearing Harry's command, reluctantly hissed once more at Justin before turning to face Harry, retracting its fangs, which only further solidified the belief that Harry had ordered the serpent to attack Justin. Serpensortia! Snape's wand flicked, and the serpent was instantly reduced to ashes by the spell's effect. Harry, still unaware of the chaos unfolding, looked up to find Snape's face etched with disbelief and saw that nearly everyone was staring at him in horror. He then glanced at Justin, hoping to see gratitude and relief etched on his face. "What kind of trickery are you playing at?" Harry was taken aback by Justin's sudden outburst, and before he could respond, Justin bolted from the hall, evidently terrified. Even Colin, who typically adored Harry, had stowed away his camera, shaken by Harry's earlier display. Ron and Hermione hastily pulled the still-dazed Harry from the hall, with Neville trailing closely behind, as the crowd parted for them, as if fearful of being tainted by misfortune. Harry, bewildered, questioned why, after having just rescued Justin, he was not receiving the accolades of a hero. Why did everyone seem to avoid him? Snape, sensing the situation had spiraled out of control, hastened to leave the hall, desperate to confront Dumbledore and demand an explanation. How could Lily's child be a Parselmouth? Dumbledore, how could Potter possibly be a Parselmouth? He is Lily's son. Snape's voice trembled with incredulity, and Adonis had never witnessed him so emotionally unhinged. "Calm yourself, Severus," Dumbledore urged, sensing Snape's agitation, for he was always prone to emotional upheaval whenever Lily was mentioned. "How can you expect me to remain calm?" After a surge of anger, Snape indeed recognized that his emotions were somewhat out of control. He plopped down onto the sofa, arms crossed, exuding an air of sulkiness. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Snape, Adonis quickly retreated to sit beside Fawkes' golden perch, scratching its chin. "You don't seem surprised, Dumbledore. Did you know all along that Harry is a Parselmouth?" "Yes, I was aware long ago. Adonis informed me. This old fool has managed to redirect the flames of ire towards me." The corners of Adonis's mouth twitched as Snape's gaze turned sharply towards him, causing Adonis to feel a chill run down his spine. "You know, I met Harry in the Muggle world. The first time I encountered him, he was conversing with a Burmese python." Adonis pondered, now that the truth of Harry being a Parselmouth was revealed. He estimated that most people's ire would be directed at Harry, believing him to be the heir of Slytherin. During this time, he might be feeling quite miserable. Humph, this is all of his own making. Potter deserve a lesson. That remark seemed to echo as if it wasn't you who was just agitated. Adonis discreetly rolled his eyes, trying not to let Snape see. Dumbledore, who had just prepared to pop a piece of lemon sherbet into his mouth, noticed the simultaneous shift of both their gazes towards him. He awkwardly set it down, cleared his throat, and spoke. "Adonis, keep a close watch on the happenings at school. The murderer may exploit Harry as a shield to strike again. Harry is feeling quite uneasy, as everyone now believes he is the heir of Slytherin, the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Yet whenever he tries to defend himself, they scatter like birds. He fears that if word reaches Headmaster Dumbledore, he might be expelled from school or even imprisoned in the Dark Wizard's Sanctuary, Azkaban. No matter where he is, Harry can feel those malicious stares, be it in the library, the Great Hall, or even the common room. The atmosphere is suffocating. Even Colin and Ginny have begun to avoid him recently, although thankfully his friends still stand by him. Wow, I ran into the heir of Slytherin. George, I'm going to be petrified by a monster. Ah. Oh no, Fred, I must avenge Fred. Take that, Harry." George and Fred continued their usual antics, teasing Harry with laughter as they patted his shoulder and dashed off. Harry understood they were trying to comfort him, but the thought of those gazes upon him truly dampened his spirits. Hermione and the others were at a loss on how to console Harry, merely choosing to remain silently by his side. Occasionally, Harry would visit the hospital wing, sitting beside Adonis, expressing that he was not the heir and that the recent atmosphere at school was suffocating him. The statue was indeed a good confidant, especially since it was his dear friend. However, Harry's behavior took on a different nature in the eyes of others. Once, after leaving the hospital wing, he overheard whispers around him. "Look, the heir of Slytherin is admiring his own masterpiece again. Damn it, how could he do that? Shh, be quiet. He'll look over here any moment now. You wouldn't want to be petrified, would you?" Harry was nearly driven to the brink by these rumors. Sometimes wondering if he truly was a descendant of Slytherin, he knew nothing of his father's family, and the Dursleys never spoke of such matters at home. Harry could only turn to Hagrid for answers. Hagrid was surprised by Harry's sudden visit. "Hagrid, do you know about my father and the Potter family?" Harry asked as he accepted the hot tea Hagrid offered. "What has got you interested in this all of a sudden? Is it because of the recent rumors at school?" Hagrid speculated, noticing Harry's silence. "Harry, you must understand, you could never be the heir of Slytherin. You are the child of James and Lily, whom we watch come into this world. Moreover, the Potter family is a lineage steeped in history, with no ties to Slytherin whatsoever." Despite receiving a reassuring answer from Hagrid, Harry still felt uncertain. In the afternoons, he would sit by the Black Lake, gazing at Hogwarts as if questioning himself, or perhaps seeking answers from Hedwig. Who am I? Really? Adonis sometimes stood behind Harry, worried about his mental state. After all, words can wound deeper than swords, and Harry's ability to hold on without crumbling was indeed commendable. As December rolled in, the temperature dropped, and the sky turned gray, seemingly brewing a heavy snowfall that a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Harry to clutch his cloak tighter, feeling a slight tremor from the card in his pocket. He took it out, revealing an image of a hound chasing a stag. Ron calling for him. "Hey, Ron. Thank goodness you finally answered." Ron's voice came through. "Neville and I were beginning to think you might have jumped into the Black Lake." The communication cards had a certain locating function, which they had discovered through trial and error, so Adonis had kept his card on him during this time. Hearing his friend's playful tone lifted Harry's spirits somewhat. Ron continued, "Come on, Harry. Professor Sprout just announced that today's herbology class is canceled. Neville and I are waiting for you in the Great Hall. Hermione has already gone to the library to claim a spot." "Canceled? Why?" Professor Sinistra said it might snow today, and Professor Sprout is busy covering the mandrakes with blankets. A white blur darted past him, and Harry suddenly felt a moist touch on his nose. Looking up, he saw snowflakes fluttering down from the sky, quickly ending the call and beckoning Hedwig as he mounted his broom and soared towards the castle. Adonis stood high atop the castle, catching a few snowflakes in his hand, murmuring, "It's snowing," as if struck by a sudden thought. A flicker of fire appeared, and his figure vanished from the spot. Luna sat on a bench, gazing blankly at the snow, when she suddenly felt a warm current envelop her. Reaching in her collar to retrieve the moonstone necklace, it seemed to sense something, with blue light shimmering across its surface. Luna looked ahead, but saw nothing before her. As the snowfall intensified, she brushed off the snow accumulating on her and slowly made her way towards the castle. Meanwhile, Adonis quietly stood beside the bench, watching Luna's silhouette enter the castle, the blue glow in his palm gradually fading. Upon closer inspection, it too was a moonstone necklace. Harry sat in the library, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered a Hufflepuff student staring at him with an appraising and wary expression. The gaze weighed heavily on Harry's heart, and he found the library's atmosphere unbearable, hastily bidding farewell to his friends as he prepared to leave. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Adonis had made a new discovery as well. Guess what he found? Ginny. During this time, Ginny had been behaving completely normally, showing no signs of misconduct whatsoever. Adonis was on the verge of dismissing his suspicions about her, even beginning to question whether there had been a mistake in his memory. At this crucial juncture, Ginny appeared once more at the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, causing alarm bells to ring in Adonis's mind. However, upon closer inspection, Ginny seemed quite off, as if her soul had been drained by something. Her eyes were vacant, her entire demeanor exuding an eerie quality, resembling that of a zombie. What was that? A black diary. Ginny's current state made the black book in her hand stand out starkly. Adonis drew his wand, concentrating his magic in his eyes, and golden waves surged within his pupils. Sharpening his vision, as Ginny opened the bathroom door, he seized a moment to examine the details of the black diary in her hand, its cover's features magnifying in his sight. The black cover bore the name inscribed in golden letters, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Adonis's pupils constricted as he recalled his previous conversation with Dumbledore regarding Voldemort. Old Dumbledore, why does Tom not go by his birth name, but instead calls himself Voldemort? Tom is a deluded pure-blood supremacist. Ironically, he is a half-blood wizard himself, that he takes pride in his Slytherin lineage while harboring disdain for Muggle blood. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and I suspect he was reluctant to confront the truth of his mixed blood heritage. At this point in the conversation, Adonis began to comprehend. Tom Marvolo Riddle equated to I am Lord Voldemort. The genesis of all this tragedy originated from that diary, which belonged to Voldemort. Thus, Ginny was under the diary's control. How could a mere diary achieve such a feat? There was no time to ponder further, as the sound of stone walls shifting echoed from the lavatory, followed closely by the rustling of scales scraping against the floor. Adonis had no desire to encounter the basilisk. His slight limbs were hardly sufficient to withstand its bite. Just as Adonis contemplated his escape, he received an alert from the alchemical tools he had set up elsewhere, indicating that someone had entered the area and might be attacked by the basilisk. Overwhelmed, he thought, if someone were to meet with misfortune, he would feel guilty. Yet, if he remained, he was no match for it, and his current identity was precarious. As Adonis wrestled with his dilemma, a pale figure drifted past him. It was none other than Sir Nicholas. "My apologies, sir." Poor Sir Nicholas had merely been passing through the corridor adjacent to the second-floor lavatory when he was struck by a malevolent curse from some heartless man. Feeling a sudden sensation of relief in his posterior before losing consciousness, nearly headless Nick, in a daze, sensed someone calling his name, regaining his wits only to discover he had arrived in another corridor. Gazing at the young Hufflepuff wizard before him, Nick felt a disconcerting gap in his memories, and he had no idea why his rear felt so numb and tingly. "Nearly headless Nick, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you suddenly appear before me, without uttering a word?" Justin suddenly seemed to recall something, fearfully exclaiming, "Is it Harry? Is he sending you to spy on my every move?" A sharp scream erupted from Justin, causing Nick's eardrums to throb painfully. Just as he prepared to explain, he heard a creature crawling on the ground, and in terror, he noticed Justin's body stiffening, his complexion visibly darkening as a stone-like layer began to envelop him. Nick seemed to have an inkling of what was happening. Trembling, he turned his head, and before he could scream, he lost consciousness again, his pale form turning dark as if a cloud of black mist swirled within him. After waiting a moment to ensure the basilisk had vacated the corridor, Adonis opened his eyes and approached Justin, and he unwillingly attacked Nick. After a thorough inspection confirmed that both were merely petrified and in no mortal danger, he vanished from the scene. "Old Dumbledore, a major discovery. I have made a significant finding." Adonis's silhouette had yet to materialize, but his voice echoed through. Dumbledore, accustomed to Adonis's theatrics, leisurely brought over 2 cups of tea and invited him to sit. It was Tom. The basilisk was released by Tom. Ginny was holding Tom's diary, and I suspect he cast some spell on it, which then controlled Ginny and unleashed the basilisk. Adonis paused momentarily. What kind of magic could accomplish that? To control another merely through an object? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled momentarily before furrowing his brow in deep thought. After a lengthy silence, he retrieved his wand, and with a gentle flick, a concealed box emerged from his bookshelf. A dark brown tome, adorned with peculiar purple patterns, floated gracefully to the table before them. Adonis now beheld the title, revealing the secrets of dark magic. "Old Dumbledore, are you suggesting I delve into dark magic?" "I assure you, I am not that kind of person," Adonis proclaimed with righteous indignation. Dumbledore, unfazed by his antics, continued to leaf through revealing the secrets of dark magic, stopping at a particular chapter and pushing the book toward Adonis. Following Dumbledore's pointing finger, Adonis's gaze fell upon the content, which prominently featured the term Horcrux. "Horcrux? What is that?" Adonis picked up the book. Meticulously studying the description of Horcruxes, to create a Horcrux, a dark wizard must commit heinous acts, such as murder, causing their soul to fragment, that a portion of the soul is then separated from the body and sealed within a vessel. This vessel can be any object you can see, a teacup, a mop, or even a toilet brush. As long as the Horcrux exists, the creator will never truly die, even if their physical form is destroyed. Their soul can remain in the world and seek opportunities for revival. My goodness. So you suspect that Tom very well might have created Horcrux. Or shall we search for it? Who knows what he would use as a vessel? Now, Adonis believed that anything could potentially be Tom's Horcrux. This is merely my conjecture. I still need more evidence to substantiate my theory. Adonis thought if it truly is a Horcrux, were I Tom, I would select an ordinary coin as the vessel. Purchase a live fish, toss the coin into its mouth, ensure it swallows it, and finally, cast the fish into the Atlantic Ocean. Who would be so bored as to seek out my Horcrux? Dumbledore appeared visibly distressed at the thought. If Tom truly acted as Adonis suggested, where on earth would they find such a Horcrux? He hoped fervently that Tom had not descended into madness by creating a Horcrux, let alone multiple Horcruxes. At that moment, Harry had just bid farewell to Hagrid and was preparing to return to the common room to collect his textbooks, as he had a Transfiguration class ahead, just as he was about to turn down another corridor. He seemingly witnessed something incredible. His mouth agape. He beheld Justin and Nick. They were both petrified. A sudden wave of panic washed over Harry. The corridor was eerily empty, and if he remained there and was discovered, it would only complicate his already tenuous position as the heir of Slytherin. I must escape. I cannot allow others to know I was here, but what about them? Just as Harry was lost in thought, the sounds of students laughing and chatting echoed from around the corner, followed by piercing screams. The doors to the corridor swung open, and more people poured in, though they dared not approach Harry. Standing at a distance, casting wary and fearful glances in his direction, that moment, Harry felt as though his life had unraveled. What has transpired? Make way! Make way! Professor McGonagall squeezed through the throng, spotting Harry, who stood helplessly beside the petrified Justin. Her pupils quivered ever so slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and commanded the crowd. Everyone, return to your classrooms. This left only a few professors and Harry standing in the corridor. Professor, this matter has exceeded my control. Potter. Professor McGonagall instructed Professors Flitwick and Sinistra to take the petrified individuals to the hospital wing, while she led Harry to find Dumbledore. Why, dear student. There is more beyond this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. Upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, Professor McGonagall left Harry alone, as she needed to return to her class and calm the students' emotions. After all, who could expect old Dumbledore to take any action? Under normal circumstances, Harry would have relished the opportunity to explore Dumbledore's office, but at this moment he was overwhelmed with fear, dreading expulsion from the school and a return to life under the Dursleys' oppressive rule. As Harry glanced around anxiously, he noticed a beautiful golden nest behind the door, within which lay an elderly bird. Rather than a bird, it resembled a half-plucked turkey, emitting occasional gasps as if it were on the brink of suffocation. Strangely, on the gilded perch above the nest, a magnificent bird stood, adorned with fiery plumage, the tips of its feathers shimmering in brilliant gold, its long and resplendent tail feathers adding to its beauty. A stark contrast to the unsightly creature below. Yet Harry sensed that this beautiful bird regarded him with a somewhat human-like expression, as if it were mocking him, leaving him utterly perplexed. In the midst of Harry's bewilderment, the frail bird suddenly let out a piercing cry, engulfed in flames, and was reduced to ashes within the golden nest, rendering Harry utterly astonished. The bird perched upon the golden branch seemed startled and took flight, landing atop Harry's head as if using his hair as a nest, crouching down upon him. Fox, you nearly set me ablaze. After adjusting Harry's hair, Adonis shot a glare at Fox. Harry, now filled with dread, realized that Dumbledore had kept two birds, and he had only just arrived when one had perished. Surely, he was destined to be expelled from the school. At that precise moment, Dumbledore emerged, and Harry hurriedly began to explain. Professor, your bird suddenly ignited spontaneously, and I was at a loss. Dumbledore, with a reassuring smile amidst Harry's look of terror, comforted him, saying, It's quite all right, Harry. It is about that time, and I have been urging it to take action. He gestured for Harry to glance at the pile of ashes. As Harry turned, he beheld a fledgling slowly emerging from the remnants, softly chirping at Harry, or rather, at the Adonis perched atop his head. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to notice Harry's peculiar appearance. It appears it has taken quite a liking to you. Harry understood the implication, shaking his head. I don't know, Professor. It just flew onto my head. Oh, Adonis pecked gently at Harry's forehead. Don't move around too much. If it falls, I would have to fly back up. How troublesome. Dumbledore suddenly burst into hearty laughter, then fixed his cerulean gaze upon Harry's eyes. Before he could speak, Hagrid barged in, his shiny, beetle-like eyes ablaze with fury. Not Harry, Professor Dumbledore. Harry is certainly not the heir. I just spoke with the boy. He had no time to commit such an act. I swear by Merlin, it cannot possibly be Harry. Merlin, thank you for calling me now, but please refrain from involving my wardrobe. Thank you. Hagrid, Dumbledore raised his voice. I do not believe Harry is the heir. Hagrid's words caught in his throat, leaving him visibly awkward. My apologies, headmaster. I shall wait outside for further instructions. Once Hagrid exited, Harry regained his composure. Professor, are you saying you do not suspect me of being the culprit? In that moment, Harry felt as if the vibrant life of Hogwarts, which had seemed distant, was beckoning him back. Indeed, Harry, I do not share such suspicions. Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table, but I wish to discuss something with you. Is there anything you are concealing from me? Harry hesitated to meet Dumbledore's gaze, recalling numerous matters. Malfoy, Myrtle, Ron's words, and their clandestine activities. Adonis, observing Dumbledore's demeanor, sighed inwardly, thinking, poor Harry, unaware that Dumbledore knows even the color of his underwear today. Dumbledore, catching Adonis's unspoken thoughts, nearly choked, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment at having employed legilimency, an old habit hard to break. Harry, having emerged from his reverie, replied, no, a statement lacking conviction, and added, nothing at all. Sir, after Harry and Hagrid resolved their affairs, Adonis transformed back from his phoenix form, gazing at the old man with exasperation. Why do you spend your days prying into the thoughts of children? How old are you really? Dumbledore feigned ignorance to Adonis's remark, calmly sipping tea, then noticed Adonis's continued scrutiny and swiftly changed the subject. Adonis, can you bring forth the diary? Bring it forth? Why so delicately phrased? Watch me place the diary on your desk by tomorrow. The next day, in the great hall, the Gryffindor cubs were dining at their long table, with Ginny among them, though she was surrounded by others, making it impossible for her to retrieve anything without being noticed like tea that moment. Adonis spotted a certain individual, Seamus, who was attempting once again to perform the small trick he had failed at last year, transforming the water in his cup into wine. It was a futile endeavor, yet, driven by tales of successful attempts he had heard, he persevered. The outcome, as one might expect, was not favorable. However, this time, it was not Seamus's fault. Adonis gradually edged closer to Ginny, a gentle magic emanating from the tip of his wand, flowing into her small bag. After a brief exploration, he soon detected the presence of the malevolent diary. Adonis's brow furrowed, intensifying his magical output to envelop the diary in a protective barrier, isolating it from external awareness. After all, it was his first encounter with such a perilous dark arts artifact, and he had to consider the possibility of unknown characteristics not mentioned in any literature. Prioritizing caution, he completely encased the diary in magic, extending a hand into Ginny's bag to grasp its corner, while pointing his wand delicately at Seamus's cup. With a pop, a burst of sparks erupted from the cup, a denser cloud of smoke billowing forth, leaving Seamus bewildered as his face became covered in soot. The Gryffindors erupted in laughter at his disheveled appearance, with only the Weasley twins and Seamus capable of providing daily amusement. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by Seamus, Adonis swiftly retrieved the diary from Ginny's bag. Confirming the golden lettering on the cover, he dashed away. Where did that gust come from? Ginny murmured, feeling a breeze ruffle her hair, glancing back but seeing nothing amiss. Before leaving the great hall, Adonis deliberately toppled a suit of armor outside, prompting Dumbledore to hastily depart his seat, a prearranged signal between them. Now it was time to unveil the mystery that I in the headmaster's office. Upon encountering Adonis and the diary, Dumbledore immediately instructed Adonis to lift the enchantments. After a thorough examination, he confirmed the object to be a Horcrux. Little did Tom know, upon regaining his awareness of the outside world, he would find himself face to face with his lifelong adversary, Dumbledore, who would press his face against the diary. What would the reaction be? Why was there no response? Was it that he still lacked the requisite menace? Adonis, I consider myself quite a benevolent headmaster in the eyes of my students. Adonis? Wasn't he petrified by the basilisk? No. Cursed Dumbledore. I have fallen into his trap once again. Tom seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Before he could devise a plan, he heard Adonis's voice, still playing dead. If you don't emerge soon, I shall set you ablaze. Initially, Tom dismissed the threat, thinking how much havoc could a mere child wreak. However, upon noticing Adonis's indifference as he toyed with the golden flame on his fingertip, Tom chose to restrain his wrath. A successful individual must first learn to endure. Yes, this is merely a momentary retreat. Indeed, that is correct. Dumbledore, however, was taken aback for a moment upon seeing Tom's visage, but quickly regained his composure. Sighing, Tom, I truly did not anticipate that you would delve into such profound dark arts during your school years. Even crafting a Horcrux within the school. It is my fault. Had I paid you more attention. Spare me the pretense, Dumbledore. I am not swayed by such tactics. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's hint of guilt, Tom promptly disregarded Adonis, seizing the opportunity to confront Dumbledore directly. Old Dung, what reasoning could you possibly convey? If he were capable of listening, there wouldn't be so many problems. Adonis patted Dumbledore's arm, suggesting, in my opinion, a more direct approach is required for such obstinate individuals. With a flick of his wand, Adonis conjured a murky aura that suddenly materialized above Tom's head. Under Adonis's command, the aura gradually encircled Tom's forehead, continuously tightening until it fused into his brain. What are you doing, you filthy damned? Following a piercing scream, Tom's pupils dulled. His hands fell limply to his sides, resembling a lifeless marionette. Adonis, too, was suffering. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of even a fragment of Tom's soul. To ensure the spell's efficacy, he had drained a significant portion of his own soul's power, feeling as if his head might burst, akin to countless silver needles piercing his scalp. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the ground. Dumbledore, with genuine concern, offered him a chocolate. Adonis had previously shared insights about ancient magic during a late-night conversation, as they were good comrades and frequently exchanged information. Seizing the opportunity while Adonis recuperated, Dumbledore began to interrogate the young Tom about the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the vessels and number of Horcruxes, and where he had learned to create them. To his surprise, young Tom seemed utterly ignorant, as if he only recalled matters pertaining to his time at Hogwarts. However, it was not entirely unfruitful. He did reveal a name, Horace Slughorn. When Adonis regained his composure, he noticed Dumbledore's expression falter, realizing that Horace must be an old acquaintance of Dumbledore's. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Dumbledore would alter young Tom's memory of the morning, while Adonis would take the diary back to the Gryffindor common room, placing it beside Ginny's usual seat. As for who would discover it, that was no longer Adonis's concern. Dumbledore reclined on a chair, his gaze intensely fixed upon a photograph depicting himself alongside a rather rotund old gentleman reminiscent of a walrus. Why, old friend, why did you not confide in me? Since the attack incident the previous afternoon, whispers regarding Harry had proliferated, with many seemingly convinced that he was the heir of Slytherin. Now, even some Muggle-born Gryffindors trembled at the sight of Harry, fearing that a mere displeasure from him could result in their petrification. Harry was indeed suffering in silence. Earlier, he had inquired with Hermione about the completion of the Polyjuice potion, exclaiming, "I've had enough of this life." "Potter," the response was that it would be ready before the Christmas holidays. Speaking of which, Harry's spirits lifted slightly at the thought, for due to the recent attack, most students opted to take the Hogwarts Express home for the Christmas break, leaving only a handful in Gryffindor: George, Fred, Ginny, and of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Neville had initially wished to stay behind to accompany Harry, aware of his friend's distress during this period, but his grandmother, Madame Longbottom, had warned him of dire consequences should he choose not to return home for Christmas, which frightened Neville greatly. Earlier, Harry had been wandering the common room, not out of a desire to avoid the Great Hall, but because he felt the eyes of caution and aversion upon his presence there. An uncomfortable sensation akin to a thorn in his back, that he noticed what appeared to be a black diary on a distant chair. Curiosity piqued, he approached and picked it up, reading the golden lettering on the cover. Tom Marvolo Riddle. In Harry's memory, there was no one by that name in Gryffindor from 1st to 7th year. As he stood there, pondering, Ron and Hermione returned to the common room, carrying breakfast for Harry. "Hey, Harry, today's breakfast featured pumpkin pasties. What a pity you missed out. I brought you some." Ron waved the paper bag in his hand. "You wouldn't believe it. Today, Seamus failed again with his spell to conjure wine." Harry joined Ron and Hermione at the window, taking a bite from the pasty and mumbling, "Ron, Hermione, do you know Tom Marvolo Riddle?" Hermione shook her head, but Ron contemplated for a moment before replying, "I know. He received a special contribution award from Hogwarts 50 years ago. The medal is still displayed in the trophy room, .50 years. So what about this diary? Harry placed the diary he had found on the table for closer inspection, noting that it did indeed appear quite aged. The pages yellowed. I suspect there is magic concealed within this book, Hermione asserted as she took it from Harry's hands and opened it. Regrettably, the pages contained no record of even the most mundane details, such as what one had for breakfast, which was undeniably disappointing. It seems the magic is well hidden, Ron teased Hermione, who responded with a swift punch, causing Ron to grimace in pain. Serves you right. Who told you to provoke the boss lady? Harry remained in the common room throughout the day, until evening arrived, nearly sitting himself sore. He had not noticed anyone searching for lost items. Could it truly be an abandoned possession? Harry felt puzzled, yet at this juncture, he could only keep it for himself. Meanwhile, the original owner of the diary, Ginny, was nearly frantic, rummaging through her dormitory in a frenzy. Her roommates, witnessing this rare display of desperation, stood back in fear. Ginny was terrified that someone would find the diary, fearing that the riddle within would reveal her as the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk upon so many. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly be expelled from Hogwarts and might even become the youngest inmate at Azkaban. The mere thought sent her into further disarray, but despite her frantic searching, the diary remained elusive. Ron, it seems no one has lost anything. Then just keep it. Have you seen Ginny? I haven't seen her since this afternoon that I did see her. She seemed anxious to return to the dormitory. And, she didn't say a word to me. I just ran into her roommates outside, and they mentioned that Ginny has become quite agitated, which is strange that I'm a bit worried about her. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Harry's mind, and he grasped Ron's shoulder. Do you think it's possible that this diary belongs to Ginny? That she is anxious because she can't find it? Come on, Mom didn't buy Ginny some 50-year-old antique. Even if she did, we would have been there to know about it. Ron patted Harry's arm, suddenly narrowing his eyes dangerously at him. Harry, you don't have any inappropriate thoughts about my sister, do you? Just as Harry was about to explain, Ginny's image unexpectedly flashed in his mind, and he had to admit she was indeed quite pretty to him. Noticing Harry's slightly awkward expression, Ron's gaze grew even more menacing. Harry hurriedly feigned nonchalance, patting Ron's shoulder with a serious demeanor. Of course not. Ron, I've hardly exchanged a few words with Ginny. I don't know her well enough to have any thoughts about her. You better not. Or don't blame me for turning my back on you that moment. Hermione approached with an open letter in hand. Enough of your nonsense. There are two things I need to tell you. She then guided Harry and Ron to sit down, speaking in hushed tones. The first piece of news is that the Polyjuice potion has been brewed. We're just waiting for an opportunity to separate Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle.